Naruto, Ximen Chuiyue. Does Sasuke wish to eliminate that man? Learn the sword. Dance, huh? A golden scaled fish cannot remain in a pond upon encountering Naruto and Sasuke. It transforms into a dragon. Third Hokage. Success or failure rests upon Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, women? Huh. Do not impede my speed in drawing my blade. Hinata. I am the heir of the hidden flower palace. Emotion is unnecessary. Kakashi, third Hokage. I have no choice, I too wish it were different. Yet their wages surpass yours. My apologies. Orochimaru, the Central Pavilion, so terrifying. Itachi Uchiha. How can this be? What sword technique is this? Obito Uchiha that? Why do I feel I'm not at all like a villain? Kaguya. Mother? Am I not your son? You actually. Chapter 1. A Quest for Revenge. Year 55 of Konoha. In Konoha's tea street, a crowd of villagers has gathered outside a confectionery shop. Some stretch their necks like giraffes, eagerly peering inside. Gasp! Is this child truly so formidable? What? Has the owner what himself? Heavens! It seems a murder is imminent. Where are the guards? Is this child a devil? How ruthless he is! Following the villagers' gaze, one sees a ragged 9-year-old boy fiercely trampling upon a plump middle-aged man. The child brandishes a kitchen knife against the man's throat. The overweight man trembles, his face ashen, a trickle of pale, yellow liquid seeping between his legs. Oh, Moj, I understand my mistake. Spare me, please. I will pay you double now. Tenfold. Just let me go. Mo sneers coldly, relentlessly tapping the blade against the man's pudgy face. Mockingly, he taunts the middle-aged man. Huh, now you realize your error? Did you not wish to drag me to the guards? Did you not claim you would not pay me a single coin? Let me tell you, even if the guards arrive, it'll simply butcher you first. After all, I am alone whether they capture or kill me. It matters not. Having you accompany me to meet the first Hokage would be a gain. Then, as if struck by a thought, Mo reveals a cruel smile. If I fail to kill you, once I emerge from prison, I shall pay your family a visit for tea. Upon hearing such brutal words, the middle-aged man nearly faints from terror. The villagers, upon glancing at the child again, are filled with dread to them. He appears as a demon. Suddenly, the child turns, squinting his eyes as he flashes a chilling smile at them, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. Cackle, cackle. I possess two notable virtues. First, I harbor a grudge. Second, my memory is impeccable. I can recall everything that if the guards arrive and you dare to speak out of turn, upon my return, I shall pay each of you a visit. I believe none of you wish to see your wives without husbands or your children without fathers, do you? Having uttered this, Mo suddenly feels he has misspoken, slapping his forehead in regret. No. A family should be whole. Let's ensure your wives and children join you. Gasp! Good heavens! Is this child a demon? How could such cruelty exist in Konoha? This child is more terrifying than that fox spirit. They yearn to flee, but with the demons squinting at them, they fear that any movement will draw his attention. Suddenly, Mo's ears perk up. He knows the guards are approaching. He quickly conceals his malicious expression and dons a sunny smile, addressing the crowd. The guards are nearly here. You best pray I remain unscathed. Otherwise, upon my release, I shall ensure your wives and daughters accompany you in death. Of course, you may report me. Oh, by the way, my parents were heroes who perished during the Nine Tails incident. I have heard that the third Hokage holds the children of heroes in high regard. After threatening the villagers, Mo hurriedly assists the fallen middle-aged man, feigning concern. Boss, why are you so careless? You stumble while walking. Let me see where you are hurt. As he speaks, he strokes the man's body, making it seem to onlookers that they are father and son. Yet to the villagers, this is utterly terrifying. The child is nothing short of a demon. How can he change so drastically? If one were to disregard his previous words, his current demeanor and actions resemble that of a well-behaved child. But can the villagers overlook this? Gazing at the child, the timid villagers' legs begin to tremble. Make way, make way. Why are you all blocking the path? The guards are here to carry out their duties. A stern young voice echoes. The Uchiha guard has arrived. The villagers instinctively part to create a path. Several Uchihas enter the shop, only to see a child assisting a middle-aged man onto a stool. The Uchihas observe the man, who has evidently soiled himself, and upon inspecting his pale face, they realize he has endured great fright. What is the matter? Was there not a report of a life-threatening incident here? The middle-aged man, feeling he has found a lifeline, is about to speak. But Imo interjects first, ingratiatingly stating, "Ah, esteemed members of the Uchiha, it is all a misunderstanding. While my boss and I were at work, he accidentally fell and must have hurt himself. Perhaps a villager heard his cries and misconstrued the situation. Fearing the Uchiha would not believe him, Imo hastily adds, "Many villagers witnessed my boss fall. If you do not believe me, you can inquire with them." After saying this, Imo turns to the villagers at the door, displaying a sunny smile. Although the Uchihas find the child peculiar, they glance toward the villagers. Is what this child says true? The villagers hesitate for a long moment. A few wish to speak, but upon seeing Imo's warm smile, they quickly refrain. Imo observes the silent villagers and kindly reminds them, "Uncles, the adults are asking you questions. Do not let your nerves lead you to speak carelessly." Hearing the child speak again, the Uchiha members instinctively furrow their brows. However, they do not perceive anything amiss. After all, he is merely a child. As the Uchiha's gazes shift to the villagers, Imo promptly withdraws his smile and casts a fierce glance at the boss and the Konoha villagers. At the last, one villager can no longer endure Imo's gaze and trembles as he speaks. "Esteemed sirs, I saw it. The boss fell on his own." Once one person speaks, others quickly chime in. "Yes, sir, I saw it too." "Me too." "Same here." 2 minutes later, Imo watches the Uchiha clan members disappear from sight, his gentle smile vanishing as he casts a cold glance at the crowd, not uttering a single threat. He proceeds to the register of the confectionery shop, retrieving all the money and stuffing it into his pocket. As he steps out the door, he pauses momentarily, turns back to glare at the boss, and coldly states, "Ah, my money is not so easily swallowed. Should you wish to engage in such antics again, remember to handle it properly. Do not let me escape as you did before." With that, Imo vanishes in a flash from the doorway. Chapter 2. Imo's Origins. Mo 1, as esteemed elders might surmise, is a transmigrant, or rather, a reincarnate. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary office worker who perished from the stress of corporate life. Upon his death, he found himself reborn into the world of Naruto. Initially, he struggled to accept this reality, but ultimately succumbed to the truth. Originally, in this world, he had parents, but they perished during the Nine Tails incident. From that moment on, he became a solitary being. He still believed that Konoha would arrange everything for him with clarity. Little did he know that the compensation sent down from the higher-ups had been embezzled layer by layer, leaving him with an amount even less than Naruto's. For him, the luxury of eating a pack of instant noodles for several days was a distant dream. That time, he was merely 2 years old. Fortunately, unlike children from his previous life, he was already capable of running and jumping at the age of 2. Coupled with his memories from his past life, even if Konoha neglected him, he could still learn from Naruto, venturing to the back mountains of Hokage Rock to set traps and hunt small animals, thus managing to survive. It wasn't until he turned 5 that he found a job at a dessert shop. However, he never anticipated how unscrupulous the owner would be. After a year of hard work, he received not a single penny. Ultimately, after being caught stealing desserts, he was not only beaten by the owner, but also dismissed from his position. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken him. At the age of 7, he successfully refined chakra and awakened a system that allowed him to embody various characters. As the name suggests, he could acquire the abilities of characters through impersonation. However, the characters he could embody were not chosen by him. He could only provide a range for the system to randomly select from. The character drawn by the system was the one he would have to portray. Initially, he wished for the system to select deities from mythology. Yet the system informed him that his physique could not contain even a fraction of their power, and attempting to do so would lead to his demise. Hence, he decided to start with characters from martial arts and fantasy realms. Thus, his first persona was the sword god, Ximen Chui Xue. Now, at over 9 years old, he had finally elevated his impersonation of Ximen Chui Xue to 70%. As the protagonist grew stronger, the characters he embodied would become more formidable than their original narratives. He had acquired 70% of Ximen Chui Xue's power. The first thing he intended to do with his newfound strength was to exact revenge. As he claimed, one of his virtues was his capacity for vengeance. Originally, he planned to eliminate that fat man today, but he lacked the strength to confront Konoha. Thus, he settled for teaching him a lesson, knowing that there would always be opportunities to deal with him in the future. That night, in a modest wooden cabin on the outskirts of Konoha, when sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly opening his piercing eyes. System, display, character panel. Host, when. Realm, perfect freedom realm, Chunin. Impersonated character, Ximen Chui Xue, 73. When gazed at the panel, lost in contemplation. Upon acquiring the system, he had inquired about the classification of martial arts realms. The martial arts realms, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Diamond Mortal Realm, Perfect Freedom Realm, Carefree Heaven Realm, and Transcendent Mystery Realm. Each major realm is further divided into 3 minor stages: initial, mid, and perfected. In the world of ninjas, with a plethora of chakra elements, Chunin could typically dominate those in the Diamond Mortal Realm. Conversely, a mere genin mastering the 3-body technique would be utterly overpowered by a practitioner of the Diamond Mortal Realm. However, if a practitioner of the Diamond Mortal Realm managed to close the distance, even a Chunin could meet a bitter end. As for elite jonin, they could only contend evenly with a perfected practitioner of the Perfect Freedom Realm. Shadow-level ninjas correspond to the initial stage of the Carefree Heaven Realm, while super shadow-level ninjas equate to the perfected stage. The 6 paths level corresponds to the Transcendent Mystery Realm. Yet, this is not the end. Beyond the Transcendent Mystery Realm lies the realm of immortals, which is beyond the scope of martial arts. The techniques of ninjutsu in this world remain quite extraordinary. Thus, even with his martial arts prowess, when did not overlook the significance of ninjas. His martial arts were not merely at the pinnacle of the Perfect Freedom Realm, his ninja rank also reached the level of Chunin. Regarding his ninja rank, he owed much to Naruto. He often ventured to the back mountains and naturally encountered Naruto. Both being orphans, they bonded over shared experiences. Primarily, when sought the ninjutsu knowledge that Naruto possessed. After all, Naruto's unique status allowed him to attend school that a year ago, when Naruto successfully enrolled in school. As a good friend, when had ample opportunities to ask him questions. If Naruto didn't know the answer, he would inquire with the 12 Ninja Academy in Irika upon returning to school. Consequently, within a mere year, when ascended to the rank of Chunin. It would be inaccurate to label him as an unparalleled genius. After all, he already possessed martial arts training, endowing him with physical attributes that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Leveraging his exceptional physical capabilities, he found himself thriving in chakra cultivation. Returning to the present, when glanced out the window. It is now the 55th year of Konoha. The Uchiha massacre should be imminent. Under normal circumstances, those Uchiha clansmen would not have let me off so easily during the day-to-day. Reflecting on their demeanor at that time, they likely had no intention of concerning themselves with such matters. Or perhaps they were preoccupied with more significant issues. It seems the atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha clan has escalated to a point of great tension. When harbored a plan, he did not wish to interfere with the Uchiha massacre night, as it did not concern him. He merely aimed to relay a piece of information to Konoha. System, switched to Ximen Chui Xue's attire, as soon as when finished speaking. He transformed as if invoking the legendary transformations of the Monkey King. In an instant, he morphed from a child into an adult. Before him stood an exceptionally handsome figure, tall and straight, clad in snow-white robes. The sword at his waist was black, slender, and ancien rare and exceptional blade. This was Ximen Chui Xue. If any other time travelers were to see him, they would undoubtedly exclaim that he and the actor portraying Niefeng were one and the same. Casting a glance around the humble dwelling, Ximen Chui Xue vanished from his space in an instant. Chapter 3. The Night of Annihilation. In the outskirts of Konoha, by the He River of the Uchiha clan's territory, Ximen Chui Xue concealed himself in the shadows. Inhaling the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air, his brow furrowing slightly, he discerned that this foul aroma emanated from the Uchiha estate. Fortunately, he had ventured out tonight. He had not anticipated that the Uchiha massacre would unfold this very evening. There were even several presences nearby that rivaled his own. Were they members of the Umbu or Root? Ximen Chui Xue's previously calm demeanor shifted to a cold smirk upon sensing the strength of those around him. Truly, Konoha had decayed. It was as if an exceptional hand of cards had fallen into the hands of incompetent allies. He resolved to remain a spectator for the time being. Moments later, a boy of about 13 and a child approximately 6 years of age appeared within Ximen Chui Xue's line of sight. Were these Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke? He observed Uchiha Sasuke desperately sprinting down the street, as if fleeing for his life, while Uchiha Itachi nonchalantly followed behind him. It appeared Uchiha Sasuke had nearly escaped the confines of the Uchiha clan's territory when Uchiha Itachi executed a body flicker technique, materializing before Uchiha Sasuke. Their exchange shrouded in silence. All Ximen Chui Xue could perceive was the expression of hatred that contorted Uchiha Sasuke's face before he collapsed to the ground. Due to the distance, he could not hear the words exchanged between the two brothers. However, having perused the original narrative, he was aware that Uchiha Itachi merely conveyed to Uchiha Sasuke that to kill him, he must possess eyes akin to his own. Subsequently, he tormented Uchiha Sasuke with Tsukuyomi, deepening the hatred within him. Suddenly, Ximen Chui Xue noticed Uchiha Itachi casting a glance in his direction. Truly, Uchiha Itachi was remarkable. Or perhaps it was indeed the Sharingan that rendered him so perceptive. Ximen Chui Xue, who had devoted himself to the path of the unfeeling sword, had elevated his mastery to a level of 73. Thus, when Uchiha Itachi beheld him, he maintained a stoic expression, devoid of any flicker of emotion. As he coldly locked eyes with Uchiha Itachi, their gaze held for 5 seconds before Uchiha Itachi vanished in an instant. Ximen Chui Xue, watching the retreating figure, melded into the darkness, observing the carnage strewn across the Uchiha estate. He could not help but lament the paradox of a lover compelled to commit the most heartless of acts. It was unfathomable to him how twisted one's thoughts must be to arrive at such a decision. Perhaps, the will of fire was the most terrifying of illusions? After a lengthy search, Ximen Chui Xue finally located Uchiha Fugaku's study. Sensing the approach of Root and Umbu members, he resolved not to squander time. He retrieved a black box from his system space and placed it within the drawer of the desk. After closing the drawer, he glanced at the lifeless bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto on the floor. With a swift motion, he extracted the eyes from their sockets, which gracefully floated into the palm of his hand. This was a manifestation of the martial artist's mental prowess, particularly for one such as Ximen Chui Xue, who wielded the intent of the sword. System, store in system space. Upon uttering this command, the 4 eyeballs vanished from his grasp. One could not deny that the system was indeed the most formidable golden finger across all realms. With the task accomplished, Ximen Chui Xue vanished from the desolate room, leaving behind the 2 cold corpses on the floor. In the Hokage's office, observing the indecisive Uchiha Itachi, the 3rd Hokage inquired, "What troubles you, Itachi? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment before deciding against revealing Ximen Chui Xue's existence to the 3rd Hokage. "It's nothing, Lord 3rd. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of Sasuke for me." The 3rd Hokage, unsuspecting, replied, "Rest assured, Itachi. I will look after Sasuke." With a respectful nod, Uchiha Itachi vanished from the Hokage's office. Shortly after his departure, a Root member adorned with a fox mask appeared in the Hokage's office, clutching a purple box. "Lord 3rd, this is a delivery from Danzō." As the Root member spoke, he presented the box to the 3rd Hokage. Upon opening it, the 3rd Hokage discovered it contained a collection of human eyeballs. He was unfazed by this revelation, closing the box and glancing at the Root member. "Does Danzō have anything else to convey?" The Root member replied, "The eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto have been removed." Lord Danzō suspects it was the work of Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow. How fortunate that none of this transpired within the view of Ximen Chui Xue, or he would undoubtedly remark that they were truly a pair of scheming partners. While the original narrative painted the 3rd Hokage as a benevolent old man, one must wonder if such a kindly figure could truly keep a schemer like Danzō in check. Ximen Chui Xue did not believe that the Uchiha clan's eyes had been plucked without Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge. After all, this was not the act of an individual, but of an entire clan. Meanwhile, atop Hokage Rock, Uchiha Itachi stood beside a figure wearing a vortex mask, gazing down at Konoha beneath the night sky. Who else could don a single-eyed mask but Uchiha Obito? "Itachi, it seems everything has gone according to plan." After a brief pause, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, speaking gravely. "I encountered someone whose eyes reflected apathy towards everything. He is a truly heartless individual." "Oh." Uchiha Obito's interest peaked. "Heartless?" For a youth to articulate such words is indeed extraordinary, especially one who has slaughtered his own kin. Uchiha Itachi continued, "He appears to be around 20 years old, dressed peculiarly in white garments, with a strange sword hanging from his waist. He resembles a samurai from the land of iron. His hair is remarkably long, surpassing that of most women, yet he maintains it impeccably. Most importantly, he exhibits no fluctuations of chakra. Yet, my eyes inform me that he is perilous. At this revelation, the usually aloof Uchiha Obito's expression turns serious. Few in the shinobi world could instill such a sense of danger in one with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan like Uchiha Itachi. However, he could not afford to express his concern openly, for he was currently Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. I must meet this individual when the opportunity arises. A sneeze escaped Ximen Chui Xue, who had returned to his original persona. Could it be that Naruto is cursing me? He mused. That little rascal will pay for this. Chapter 4. The black box within the depths of Konoha. A root member with a cat-faced mask knelt before an elderly man with a bandaged arm and a single eye. Lord Danzō, this box was discovered in Uchiha Fugaku's study, but I was unable to open it. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzō's interest was piqued. Whatever Uchiha Fugaku deemed worthy of placement in his study could not be a trivial artifact. Taking the box from the root member's hands, he scrutinized it closely. No luck. Danzō exerted force, attempting to pry it open, yet the black box remained unyielding. His brow furrowed in frustration. His curiosity regarding this enigmatic box intensified. 10 minutes later, Danzō's irritation peaked. After all, he was a renowned figure in the shinobi world. How could he be thwarted by a mere box? What if his comrade, Hiruzen, were to learn of this? Just as Danzō was about to employ a jutsu to ascertain whether it could damage the box, he was taken aback as the black box unexpectedly opened on its own. Momentarily stunned, he soon discovered a letter and a bronze compass nestled within. Shinura TZ picked up the envelope, upon which was inscribed, "To my son, Fugaku." Upon reading these words, a peculiar thought crossed TZ's mind. This must be a message left by the father of Uchiha Fugaku. He was intrigued to discover its contents. TZ tore open the envelope and found 2 sheets of paper within. One depicted a compass, strikingly similar to the one contained in the box, while the other bore an inscription. "Fugaku, my son, if you are reading this letter, it means the time has come. Haha, I firmly believe what the master has stated is true. This world undoubtedly belongs to the Uchiha." At this point, TZ's expression turned peculiar. He thought it all rather nonsensical. The Uchiha clan was nearly extinct. How could it possibly belong to them? Nevertheless, he continued reading. "My son, you must be curious about what this entails. Just wait, and you shall find out. The tale begins when I was 6 years old. That year, I encountered a strange man on the street. He claimed I possessed the aura of a fated individual. At the time, I dismissed him as a fool, babbling nonsense. However, when I turned 15, I crossed paths with him again. You would never guess, after 9 years, time had left no trace on his visage. It was then I realized this fool was anything but ordinary. I sought to inquire about the meaning of his words from 9 years prior. Yet he merely told me the time was not right before he departed. However, he left me with his name, Niru Buddha. As time passed, I nearly forgot this encounter. Yet, unexpectedly, at the age of 24, I met him once more. This third meeting revealed that he had changed. He no longer regarded me with indifference. He stated that he sensed the aura of fate surrounding me had intensified. I immediately asked for its meaning. He explained that there exists a type of person in this world known as the child of destiny. What is a child of destiny? He explained that such individuals are protected by heaven. While they may endure many trials, they are destined not to perish. In this world, a child of destiny is destined to surpass even the sage of 6 paths. He stated that the intensity of my fate's aura indicated that a child of destiny would be closely related to me in the future. My first thought was, could my son be a child of destiny? Naturally, I inquired of Niru Buddha, but he said I was not a child of destiny. However, he noted that my aura was stronger than his own. Thus, Niru Buddha speculated that the child of destiny could very well be my future offspring. I was ecstatic. My future grandson would surpass the sage of 6 paths. However, Niru Buddha's next statement shattered my dream. He warned that the ninja world is unique and that 2 children of destiny would emerge. If they belonged to opposing factions, a cataclysmic battle would ensue, and the world would be shattered. Upon hearing this, I felt Niru Buddha was deceiving me. How could a single battle destroy the world? Yet he revealed a secret that convinced me. He told me that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could be considered half-children of destiny. However, due to their timing of birth, they were deprived of half of their destined power. It dawned upon me. I finally understood why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama achieved such greatness. It was destiny. Destiny forged their paths to the climactic battle in the Valley of the End. Niru Buddha asserted that had their fated auras been sufficiently potent, transforming them into true children of destiny, their accomplishments would have been even greater. Indeed, had that battle been between two true children of destiny, it might have truly been a world-ending confrontation. I could not accept this. The other child of destiny was my grandson, yet there was still an unpredictable variable. How could I remain complacent? I asked Niru Buddha if I could eliminate the other child of destiny in its infancy. However, he cautioned that if it were so easy to kill a child of destiny, then how did Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama survive? Remember, they lived in a time of war where human lives were as insignificant as ants. Given their status, many sought to kill them. Children of destiny are akin to the favored children of heaven. The only way to eliminate a child of destiny is for another child of destiny to do so, as they are both favored by the heavens. In their conflict, the heavens would offer no support. Moreover, Niru Buddha advised against any attempts to harm a child of destiny. If I were to act against him, he would surely hold a grudge. The child of destiny grows rapidly and could easily seek revenge. Hearing this, I discarded such thoughts. After all, even half a child of destiny like Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama could not be slain, let alone a true child of destiny. Before Niru Buddha departed, he expressed his reluctance to witness the world's destruction due to the clash of two children of destiny. Thus, he revealed the method to find the other child of destiny. If I could locate another young child of destiny and nurture him properly, he could be turned to my side. Furthermore, if both were united within the same faction, the cataclysmic battle could be averted. Hence, Niru Buddha bestowed upon me this box and compass. Only when the fated powers of both children of destiny are activated simultaneously will the box open. The compass serves as a crucial clue in locating the other child of destiny. My son, simply place the compass upon this parchment, and the clues shall unfold. Lastly, my son, remember this. From the moment the box opens, the power of fate will be in motion. If you attempt to act against the child of destiny, you shall certainly fail. This must be avoided at all costs. After absorbing the above content, Shimura Tz found himself lost in thought for an extended period. Considering the current circumstances, he began to believe. He could not fathom that all of this was merely a fabrication by Uchiha Fugaku. He was utterly helpless against this box. How could Uchiha Fugaku be any different? Is the child of destiny truly fraught with peril? If Fugaku has a son who is a child of destiny, then indeed, calamity awaits. After muttering to himself, Tz recalled the compass. He quickly seized the parchment and compass, laying the parchment upon the ground before placing the compass atop it. Having completed these actions, he swiftly retreated to a nearby corner, wary of a potential scheme by Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, after several seconds without any change, just as he began to suspect it was all a ruse, the parchment beneath the compass ignited spontaneously, and the compass emitted a faint beam of light. Suddenly, the beam expanded dramatically. Alarmed, Tz hastily utilized the body flicker technique to escape the radius of the light. In an instant, the diameter of the beam had grown by more than 20 meters, erupting skyward like a volcanic eruption. The once dark village of Konoha was now illuminated as if it were day. Villagers, ninjas, and clan leaders instinctively gazed up towards the towering beam of light. As all were filled with curiosity about its origin, the beam suddenly dissipated. In the aftermath, 2 lines of radiant text appeared in the night sky. Golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. Once they encounter Naruto, they shall transform into a dragon. Upon seeing these words, Tz's face lit up with excitement. He felt that the preceding phrase was speaking directly to him, for he believed he was indeed a mere creature in the pond. He yearned to become Hokage, to dominate the ninja world, to metamorphose into a dragon. Tz's excitement rendered him speechless. Sasuke? Fugaku's younger son is named Sasuke. It must be him. Yes, it is undoubtedly him. He is certainly one of the children of destiny. How could Itachi, who had slain all their kin and even his own parents, not kill Sasuke? Ha! It must be the power of fate influencing Itachi. Yes, it must be. Tz felt he had uncovered the truth. Perhaps, in a sense, it truly was the truth. As the esteemed Shimura Danzō remarked, if Itachi truly cherished his younger brother, his affection for their parents would undoubtedly be equal to that for Sasuke. Yet, he chose to protect only Sasuke, perhaps because the latter is one of the protagonists in the tale of the Hokage. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a cadre of Umbu, swiftly approached the root headquarters. Outside the modest cabin, Imowen gazed at the 2 lines of text in the night sky, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Hee. In this world of chaos, my words shall reign supreme. Chapter 5. Best friends within the depths of Konoha's root. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō stood merely a meter apart, their gazes locked in a profound exchange. If one disregarded the Umbu and root agents poised behind them, one might misconstrue their interaction as one of peculiar intimacy. Unable to withstand the intensity of his friend's gaze, Danzō broke the silence. Hiruzen, I've already conveyed my confusion. I was peacefully asleep until I was roused by those from root. Hiruzen remained unfazed, his stare unwavering. 5 minutes elapsed. Shimura Danzō, is this old fool truly unhinged? Faced with Hiruzen's relentless demeanor, Danzō felt a burden of reluctance. He knew that revealing everything to Hiruzen was not something he desired. However, given the current circumstances, Hiruzen would not relent until he understood the situation. With a resigned sigh, Danzō retrieved a letter from Uchiha Fugaku. Sigh, just read it, and you shall comprehend. 10 minutes later, the once crowded root base had been reduced to just the 2 old friends. After perusing the letter, Hiruzen did not hesitate to place his trust in its contents. He was reminded of his pupil, Jiraiya, who had spent years in search of the prophesied child. Though he had once scoffed at the notion, he had refrained from voicing such doubts out of respect for his beloved student. Now, in light of the letter, everything seemed to coalesce into a coherent narrative. Once he processed this astonishing revelation, Hiruzen recalled the 2 lines from the night sky. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Danzō as if attempting to peer into his very soul. If I am not mistaken, Uchiha Sasuke must be one of the fated children, correct? Danzō, unperturbed by his friend's conjecture regarding Sasuke's identity, remained silent, instead countering. Hiruzen, have you deduced who the second individual is without uttering a word? Hiruzen thought, this old fox, am I the one questioning you, or are you questioning me? With a jovial smile, he replied, Danzō, you need not feign ignorance. Surely, you have already arrived at your own conclusion regarding the second fated child? Danzō retorted, you old fool, is that your answer? Unwilling to engage in a circular debate with his friend, Danzō replied coolly, Naruto. One of those 2 words refers to Sasuke. And considering the misfortunes that accompany the fated children, it is undeniably the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Uzumaki Naruto. After all, his tribulations largely stem from you, Hiruzen. At these words, Hiruzen's expression hardened, his gaze icy as he regarded Danzō. However, Danzō appeared unfazed as he continued, Hiruzen, entrust Sasuke and Naruto to me. Only I can guide them onto the right path. Hiruzen responded incredulously, when did you become so formidable that I was unaware? Danzō, I cannot part with either of them. Only the will of fire shall be their true home. Danzō furrowed his brow, realizing that his friend would not easily acquiesce to his request. Thus, he settled for a compromise, gritting his teeth. Then perhaps you could grant me one of them? That must be acceptable, no? As if anticipating this, Hiruzen shook his head, issuing a stern warning. Danzō, I will not surrender either of them to you. Abandon that thought. Danzō had not anticipated such a swift rejection from his closest friend. Just as he was about to express his indignation, Hiruzen turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark that struck deep into Danzō's heart. Danzō, do not forget. I am the Hokage. Danzō's frustrated shout echoed through the empty root base, lingering in the air. Mo1, oblivious to the exchange, would merely chuckle if he were aware of it. Indeed, those lines remained timeless and classic. A week passed in this manner. The news of the Uchiha massacre had spread among the higher echelons of Konoha, and it was only a matter of time before it became common knowledge. One morning, a blond boy arrived at Mo1's humble abode. Haha, Mo1, you won't believe it, Sasuke has vanished. This past week has been the happiest of my life. Finally, I am free from his pretentiousness. Mo1 regarded Naruto, seated opposite him, with a sense of bewilderment. Is happiness truly that simple for a child? No. If I am not content, how can I permit this boy to revel in joy? Just as Mo1 prepared to deceive the boy, he suddenly sensed a watchful presence. Hee, is that a spying technique? Mo1, with a mischievous glint in his eye, looked at Naruto and inquired, Naruto, didn't you mention wanting to develop an extraordinary transformation technique? Have you succeeded? Naruto beamed with pride at the mention of his endeavor. Haha, I've come here to showcase my training results to you, Mo1. Before Mo1 could say another word, Naruto sprang to his feet, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Technique of the third Hokage's seduction. With a puff of smoke, a figure appeared before Mo1, a curvaceous silhouette clad in a bikini. However, in the next instant, what the heck? Who was this grotesque figure? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Naruto's transformation was undeniably flawless in physique. Yet the face resembled that of the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the crystal ball, unable to contain himself, spewing forth a stream of blood from the year of 82. What the hell? Naruto, I was so agitated, I fainted. Danzō remarked. Why do I suddenly feel an exhilarating rush in my heart? Mo1 responded, oh, what a coincidence. I feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as well. Chapter 6. Ximen manifested the night of the Uchiha massacre had passed a fortnight ago. During these 2 weeks, Konoha publicly announced that Uchiha Itachi, the young clan leader, had been designated as a rogue ninja. His crime, the slaughter of the entire Uchiha clan, save for Uchiha Sasuke. Upon the release of this news, the entire ninja world erupted into chaos. The name Uchiha Itachi became synonymous with dread, evoking fear among all. After all, he was a boy who had mercilessly wiped out his own family at the tender age of 13. Itachi's reputation not only instilled fear across the ninja world, but also became notorious within Konoha. Children would weep at the mere mention of his name. Naturally, Uzumaki Naruto learned of the Uchiha massacre. He surprisingly refrained from mocking Sasuke and even visited him once. Yet, Sasuke remained engulfed in despair, appearing utterly dejected. A year swiftly passed. Mo1 was now 9 years old. This year had been relatively quiet, devoid of major events. However, since his last encounter with Naruto, he had not seen him again. He later discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had brought both Naruto and Sasuke to the Sarutobi clan's residence. How Hiruzen convinced Sasuke to return with him remained a mystery to Mo1. He realized he could not allow the two to linger in the third Hokage's vicinity. Otherwise, the unfolding drama would lose its allure. Within the confines of Mo1's cabin system, activate character template. Host, Mo1 realm. Early stage of carefree celestial realm. Upper ninja character, Ximen Chui Xue 95, Yi Gu Chung 10. This year, Mo1 not only elevated Ximen Chui Xue's performance level to 95, but also acquired an additional character slot. He drew the renowned swordsman, Yi Gu Chung. The system informed him that once the performance level of a character reached 90, he could draw another character. At present, his overall strength was already comparable to that of an average shadow-level powerhouse. Additionally, as a swordsman, his offensive capabilities surpassed those of the third generation. It was time to bring the two fated children back to reality. In the back mountains of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki was sent sprawling by a kick from Sasuke Uchiha. Quickly recovering, Naruto exclaimed, "Stinky Sasuke. Behold my ultimate move." Sasuke, with a face full of dismay, hastily shielded his eyes with his hand. Ninjutsu, third generation's seduction technique. Sasuke knew that every time this guy was at a loss, he resorted to this technique. The first time he witnessed Naruto employ it, he nearly wished he could gouge out his Sharingan. The third's face combined with this body was simply nauseating. Seeing Sasuke covering his eyes, Naruto felt no dismay. Instead, a sly smile crept upon his face. Haha, stinky Sasuke, do you think this is the end? You're celebrating too early. Sasuke felt a bad premonition. The next moment, he heard the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke, why are you ignoring me? You bad person. Humph. I must sneak into your bed tonight. Sasuke Uchiha shouted, Naruto, can you be any more disgusting? I swear I'll kill you. In a fit of rage, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but upon seeing Naruto, his eyes immediately dimmed. Now, not only did Naruto possess the third's face, but also a voluptuous female figure. Wearing a bikini was one thing, but he even had chest hair. Wasn't that disgustingly excessive? Sasuke was at his wit's end, repeatedly banging his head against the ground, muttering, "Ah, my Sharingan is tainted." Naruto, brimming with pride, gazed at the utterly broken Sasuke. Hands in pockets, exuding an air of invincibility. Alas, Sasuke, this is the 52nd time you've lost to me. If only you could learn my unique secret technique. Revenge would be effortless. Why won't you learn? An hour later, by a small river in the back mountains, the two were fishing. Observing Sasuke, still fuming, Naruto mused about how Sasuke seemed to have a girl-like propensity for anger, devoid of manliness. Noticing Sasuke's indifference, Naruto pouted. Just as he was about to leave the water, his gaze fell upon two figures atop trees, about 100 meters apart. One figure donned a black cloak, obscuring their features, while the other wore a white robe, a sword-like weapon hanging at their waist. Their long hair fluttered in the wind, resembling an otherworldly being. Sasuke, do you see those two over there? Sasuke, still irked, instinctively looked in the direction Naruto pointed. He too saw the two figures, with the white figure being Mo1 in the guise of Ximen Chui Xue, while the black cloak was merely a shadow clone of Mo1. Upon noticing the two had turned their gaze, Ximen Chui Xue slowly unsheathed his long sword, pointing at the cloaked figure, coldly stating, "Black cloak, do you dare betray the Chinese pavilion? Have you prepared to become a soul beneath my sword?" The black-cloaked figure chuckled hoarsely. "I never expected the esteemed sword master Ximen Chui Xue would personally intervene. Even in death, my life would not be in vain. However, I have heard that every sword master is a peerless genius. Today, I wish to test whether your sword can truly live up to the title." Ximen Chui Xue, with an indifferent expression, uttered no further words. The merciless sword intent emanating from him spread like a vast ocean, enveloping the entire forest in an instant. In mere moments, the surrounding rocks and vegetation within 50 meters were reduced to ruins by his released sword intent. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves enveloped in Ximen Chui Xue's sword intent. Cold sweat dripped down their brows, as they felt as if a chilling blade was poised at their throats, their lives hanging by a thread. Yet, upon witnessing the devastation surrounding Ximen Chui Xue, their fear morphed into awe. They dared not tear their eyes away from that white figure. In the blink of an eye, the white figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the black-cloaked figure with lightning speed. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but failed to discern Ximen Chui Xue's velocity. When the light faded, the white figure had already halted 700 meters behind the black-cloaked figure. The black cloak slowly turned, facing Ximen Chui Xue's silhouette. A look of shock etched on his face. What sword technique is this? Without turning back, Ximen Chui Xue sheathed his long sword and calmly replied, "One sword comes from the west." The black-cloaked figure expressed admiration. Truly worthy of being the sword master. After a brief pause, he laughed heartily, I hope next time the sword master's sword is even more merciless, or else I might not be killed." With that, the black-cloaked figure dissipated into the void. Ximen Chui Xue seemed surprised that the black-cloaked figure managed to escape. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the spot where the black cloak had stood. Chapter 7, Apprentice Sasuke? Ximen Chui Xue regarded the two still in a stupor from a distance, his eyes betraying no emotion. "You two, come here." Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke snapped back to reality, sheepishly approaching Ximen Chui Xue. How is this possible? As they drew closer, they beheld a gash nearly 1,000 meters long, 4 meters wide, and over 10 meters deep. Gazing at the terrifying sword scar, they gasped in disbelief. "This is utterly terrifying." Naruto instinctively reached out to touch the gash, only to find his hand suddenly marked with several wounds. It was a result of the lingering, merciless sword intent. Retracting his hand, he stared at the 4 to 5 centimeter long cuts, aghast. Sasuke, too, shared in the shock, equally incredulous. He had never heard of any technique that could yield such terrifying effects long after being executed. Not only him, but no one in the ninja world had ever heard of such a thing. Ninja techniques primarily involve the manipulation of chakra energy, while martial arts often pertain to the spirit or even the soul. Ximen Chui Xue, unfazed by their reactions, glanced at them. "Where's this?" The two trembled at his cold, emotionless tone. After a moment, Sasuke was the first to regain composure, responding nervously, "Esteemed one, this is Konoha." Ximen Chui Xue frowned at the mention of Konoha. "Konoha? What place is that?" The two exchanged bewildered glances. How could this person not even know Konoha? He seemed too strong to be ignorant. Though curious, Sasuke replied, "Esteemed one, Konoha is in the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world." After speaking, Sasuke detected a flicker of emotion from Ximen Chui Xue, who had maintained an indifferent demeanor since their encounter. Now, from the countenance of Uchiha Sasuke, an expression of astonishment emerged. Ximen Chui Xue seemed to grasp something, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor, his sharp gaze fixed upon Uchiha Sasuke. "Are you suggesting that this world is called the Ninja Realm?" Uchiha Sasuke, feeling a chill within, hastily replied, "Yes, my lord." Ximen Chui Xue appeared to comprehend the situation. Mo1 had exerted considerable effort to embody Ximen Chui Xue, whose demeanor was characterized by few words and coldness. Ximen Chui Xue retrieved a black token from his bosom, tossing it into Uchiha Sasuke's embrace. This is my Jianzi Ling. It bears a trace of my sword intent, with a potency threefold that of the technique you just witnessed. Should you encounter peril, it will instinctively sense it, thus ensuring your survival. Consider it a token of gratitude for enlightening me. Initially, Uchiha Sasuke wore a bewildered expression, which soon transformed into one of joy as he gazed upon the black token. Inscribed with the character for snow, he carefully tucked it into his bosom. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke knelt before Ximen Chui Xue, leaving Uzumaki Naruto utterly perplexed by the interaction. Unlike Naruto, Ximen Chui Xue remained indifferent to Sasuke's actions. With a beseeching demeanor, Uchiha Sasuke expressed, "Thank you, my lord. I wish to become your disciple. I implore you to grant me this honor." After uttering these words, he bowed his head deeply, not daring to raise it. Since first encountering Ximen Chui Xue's formidable power, he had envisioned that should he possess such strength, he would undoubtedly eliminate that man. Silence enveloped the trio, none daring to speak. After an indeterminate span of time, Ximen Chui Xue slowly articulated, "I can sense the hatred within you. You must harbor a profound grudge. I cultivate a path of ruthless swordsmanship. To become my disciple, you must sever all emotional ties. Can you accomplish this?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke believed Ximen Chui Xue had acquiesced to his request and swiftly raised his head, his face alight with excitement. "I can do it." Ximen Chui Xue nodded, coldly stating, "When I departed, the Mud Buddha informed me that I would acquire a disciple, albeit one who is somewhat foolish, unaware of his true enemy. I, Ximen Chui Xue, have no need for such a dim-witted apprentice." With that, Ximen Chui Xue's figure vanished from sight. Uchiha Sasuke, left behind, wore a crestfallen expression. Yet before he could dwell on his thoughts, a familiar, indifferent voice echoed from the heavens. "The next time we meet, reveal to me the identity of your enemy, and I shall accept you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke, who had initially appeared despondent, was suddenly filled with exhilaration as he shouted into the air, "My lord, I will certainly accomplish this." Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of impending abandonment. Why was he in a stupor? Why did he not choose to apprentice under the enigmatic and powerful figure like Uchiha Sasuke? 10 minutes later, the senior officials of Konoha, accompanied by a group of elite shinobi, arrived at the back mountain of the Hokage Rock. Chapter 8, Seeking the Truth. Previously, when Ximen Chui Xue unleashed his sword intent, all shinobi of Jounin rank and above felt a chilling, oppressive aura emanating from the back mountain of Hokage Rock, causing those who sensed it to experience a wave of trepidation. Hence, they hesitated to approach recklessly. Ultimately, under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials, they proceeded to this location. Upon arriving at the back mountain of Hokage Rock, their astonishment was palpable at the sight of such a terrifying chasm. They promptly inquired of Uchiha Sasuke and his companion. Given Ximen Chui Xue's prior warning, Uchiha Sasuke no longer held the same trust in the denizens of Konoha. Although he had always believed that Uchiha Itachi was responsible for the massacre, he had long been reluctant to accept this truth. However, confronted with the corpses of his clan, he had no choice but to confront reality. Uchiha Sasuke, still young, would find it even harder to accept the truth if, as in the original narrative, he were to expend immense effort to grow strong enough to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. After years steeped in hatred, suddenly unveiling the truth would be a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. At his tender age, Uchiha Sasuke clung to a sliver of hope that Uchiha Itachi was not the true perpetrator. After all, who would wish to believe that their closest kin had slaughtered their entire clan? Thus, when Ximen Chui Xue hinted at deeper complexities, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. As the Konoha high-ranking officials posed their inquiries, Uchiha Sasuke quickly signaled to Uzumaki Naruto, urging him to allow him to explain. Although Naruto was puzzled, he understood that Sasuke had his reasons. If it had been in the past, Naruto might not have comprehended Sasuke's intentions, but now, they merely needed to avoid opposing each other. This was all thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sought to deepen the bond between the two fateful children to avert a cataclysmic war. Consequently, he arranged for them to reside together with his clan, believing this would not only strengthen their connection, but also foster a sense of reliance on him. One must acknowledge that Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded. After a year of close proximity, the two had become exceedingly familiar with one another, their relationship surpassing that of the original tale. Moreover, Hiruzen achieved another objective, as Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto now bore no suspicion towards him. However, Hiruzen was not the sole presence in this scenario. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke chose not to disclose the truth. He merely recounted the battle scene he and Naruto had witnessed from afar. Only after Ximen Chui Xue and his companion departed did he and Uzumaki Naruto dare to approach the chasm. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no doubts about being deceived, confident that he had secured a significant place in their hearts over the year. The battle at the back mountain of Hokage Rock was of utmost importance to Konoha, yet they had no leads. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only prepare the Konoha shinobi for a potential enemy assault. Thus, this matter faded into obscurity. At the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke sat in his seat, a troubled expression etched upon his face, uncertain of how to investigate the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. However, his recent days of distress had not been in vain. He felt that Ximen Chui Xue had no reason to deceive him. The Uchiha clan was considered the most powerful family in Konoha, yet they had been silently obliterated. And not a whisper of disturbance had reached anyone in Konoha that fateful night. He could only conceive of two possibilities. Either the higher-ups of Konoha conspired with Uchiha Itachi, or Uchiha Itachi colluded with outsiders, coordinating with traitors within the higher ranks to quietly annihilate his clan. After all, if only Uchiha Itachi and the outsiders were involved, it would have been impossible to execute such a massacre unnoticed beneath Konoha's very nose. Regardless of which scenario was plausible, the higher-ups of Konoha were certainly implicated. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Sasuke began to lose trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto would never doubt those who treated him kindly. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke appeared to have an epiphany and abruptly stood up. "Iruka-sensei, what's wrong, Sasuke? Did I say something incorrect?" Iruka, still in the midst of his lesson, noticed Uchiha Sasuke's abrupt rise and assumed he had made an error. "Oh, how embarrassing. What should I do? That teacher. Oh right, my stomach hurts. Please continue with the class." The entire class wore expressions of disbelief. Who was this? This could not possibly be Uchiha Sasuke. He had actually lied. And he looked so sheepish about it. Iruka, bemused, motioned for Uchiha Sasuke to sit down and continued with the lesson. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura, who had been attentively watching her crush, furrowed her brow. She had noticed that for the past few days, Uchiha Sasuke had been lost in thought. With her cheeks slightly flushed, she hesitantly approached him and whispered, "Sasuke-kun, are you all right?" Uchiha Sasuke merely glanced at her without uttering a word, before turning to the other side where Naruto Uzumaki was also daydreaming, saying softly, "Naruto, don't run off after school. I need you to come with me to do something." Although Naruto appeared puzzled, he nodded in agreement. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but wonder if Naruto was more charming than she was. At the Uchiha clan graveyard, surrounded by countless tombstones, Naruto shivered even in daylight. He looked at Sasuke, who was meticulously digging at the graves of his clan, and urged, "Come on, Sasuke. How many graves have you dug? Can you hurry up?" Sasuke ignored Naruto, his brow furrowing deeper with each grave he unearthed. In the Hokage's office, upon receiving a report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as severely as Sasuke. He had previously believed that no one could harm the child of destiny, thus deeming it unnecessary to provide them with covert protection. However, after the incident at the Hokage Rock's rear, the suspicious Hiruzen feared for the safety of his precious charges and dispatched an Umbu Jonin to guard them discreetly. "Sasuke, have you discovered something?" Reflecting on Sasuke's status as the child of destiny, Hiruzen felt a twinge of panic. Moreover, considering the box of Sharingan at home, he regretted accepting the gift from his dear friend for the first time. Gazing out at the village of Konoha, Hiruzen's troubled heart found no solace. Alas, he could only resort to a contingency plan. Chapter 9. When upon seeing the familiar little cabin, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Mo-1, come out and welcome me." Beside him, Sasuke wore an expression of exasperation, subtly distancing himself from Naruto. "This is so embarrassing." "Huh, is that you, blonde kid? I thought you had kicked the bucket after disappearing for a year." Mo-1 emerged from the cabin and embraced Naruto. "Hee. I've been stuck with the old man for a year. He wouldn't let me out, driving me crazy." Upon reuniting with his best friend, Naruto expressed his joy while still managing to complain about the old man. Mo-1 nodded in understanding, then feigned confusion as he turned to Sasuke. "You must be Naruto's friend." "I'm Mo-1. Sasuke, rarely smiling, managed to force one out. "I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I know you. Naruto has mentioned you so often that my ears are sore from it." Before Mo-1 could respond, Naruto interjected, "Of course. If it weren't for Mo-1 sharing his catch with me when we were kids, I might have starved to death. So, Imo-1 is my best friend. After a moment of hesitation, he added, but Sasuke is only half a friend. Sasuke retorted, I'm not even that important to you. Imo-1, recalling their childhood, reminisced about how before they acquired systems, Naruto and he were each other's sole support. Suddenly, Imo-1 furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar feeling of being watched, and realized there was someone else nearby. He mentally noted the name of a certain peeping Tom. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Imo-1 asked, Naruto, have you been slacking in your training? Show me what you've got. The reactions of Naruto and Sasuke to Imo-1's request were starkly different. Sasuke, looking terrified, hastily donned earplugs and an eye mask. Is it really that scary? Meanwhile, Naruto beamed, knowing that only Imo-1 could truly understand him. Of course I understand you. If it weren't for my guidance, would you have developed such terrifying jutsu? Naruto proceeded to demonstrate an upgraded version of the third Hokage's seduction technique, nearly causing Imo-1 to spit out blood in shock. What the heck, Naruto? That's terrifying. Huh. The feeling of being watched is gone. Imo-1 gave an imaginary middle finger to the third Hokage in his mind. Is that it? I didn't even have to lift a finger, and you collapsed. Pathetic. Glancing at a corner, Imo-1 instructed, Naruto, take Sasuke inside and wait for me. I'll be gone for 2 minutes. With that, to the incredulous expressions of Naruto and Sasuke, he vanished from sight. Imo-1 declared he had endured enough. 2 minutes later, inside the little cabin, Imo-1 smiled at the two curious boys, asking, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Naruto, still in disbelief, remarked, Imo-1, how did you become so powerful? I remember you couldn't even cultivate chakra. Just watch me. Behold the Imo family's art of deception. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Imo-1's previously jovial expression turned somber, revealing a mix of sadness, resentment, helplessness, and a hint of relief. The two boys recognized this as a man, boy, with a story to tell. They sat up straight, afraid to interrupt Imo-1's silence. After a long pause, Imo-1 sighed. Naruto, Sasuke, this world is far more complex than you think. There is no such thing as unfounded love, nor unfounded hatred. Both boys gasped in realization, particularly Sasuke, who found Imo-1's words enlightening. Indeed, how could love or hatred exist without reason? Imo-1, with a sorrowful expression, continued, Naruto, my background is not as simple as you believe. When I was 4, I met you when you were 2. I had told you that my parents were just ordinary ninjas from the village who died on a mission. Imo-1 sighed deeply. Alas, I was lying to you. My parents met with misfortune simply because they interfered with the interests of some higher-ups. Naruto longed to defend Konoha, but seeing Imo-1 in pain, he refrained from speaking. Sasuke, however, thought of his own family. Then, Imo-1 shifted to a mocking expression. I was only 2 when my parents were gone. I didn't understand anything. My enemy showed me a little kindness, and I mistakenly believed he was the best person in the world. In the end, I even recognized a thief as my father. I am unworthy to be my parents' son. As he spoke, Imo-1 began to weep, appearing utterly despondent, slapping himself repeatedly. After 30 seconds of this, he exclaimed, why didn't you two stop me? That hurt like hell. Naruto and Sasuke wanted to intervene, but didn't know how to comfort him. They wished to speak, but were at a loss for words. Naruto thought about how much pain Imo-1 must have felt as a child. He must have wanted to keep his sorrow from affecting me. Imo-1, how gentle you are, he thought, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him, leading him to tears. Sasuke, too, found parallels between Imo-1's experiences and his own. Have I also recognized a thief as a father? After all, there is no such thing as unfounded love. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, there is. I am the Hokage and I love everyone. Danzō replied, I don't believe that. Imo-1 added, neither do I. Cough cough, I digressed. Chapter 10. The actor Imo-1 ceased the act of slapping himself and continued. When I was 2 years old, my nemesis adopted me. I believed I would spend my life blissfully in his household. At this juncture, Imo-1's expression twisted with deep-seated hatred. That was until I turned 3. While playing in his study, I inadvertently stumbled upon a letter, a correspondence between him and the head of his clan. The contents detailed the heinous plot against my parents. I was engulfed by disbelief. How could this be? He had treated me so well. It was unfathomable. Imo-1 grew agitated again, though this time he refrained from inflicting pain upon himself, for it truly hurt. After a brief moment, his emotions settled. Eventually, I learned that he adopted me solely for the sake of enhancing his reputation. so that the clan leader could maintain his esteemed position. After all, the villagers' opinions held significant weight. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke had already begun to piece together the identity of Wen's adversary. Once I grasped the entirety of the situation, I realized that avenging my parents would forever remain an unattainable dream. Setting aside the question of whether I could even eliminate my foe, there was still the clan leader to contend with. Perhaps only when I reached the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world could I confront him. Yet, even if revenge eludes me, I refuse to acknowledge a thief as my father. One fateful day, I stealthily departed from his home. Perhaps in their eyes, I was but an insignificant insect, for upon my departure, they did not seek me out. As Wen recounted this, a look of resignation washed over his face, soon replaced by a glimmer of joy. After leaving his abode, I lived alone for a year. It was only at the age of 4 that I encountered the 2-year-old Naruto. Before meeting Naruto, I felt like I was not truly alive, merely a lifeless puppet. However, after crossing paths with him, I found renewed hope. I yearned to live and to truly exist. To spend my days contentedly alongside Naruto was all I desired. Upon hearing this, Naruto was reduced to tears, utterly moved by Wen's story. Suddenly, Wen's expression shifted to one of melancholy. I too believed I would spend my life with you, Naruto. But a year ago, you vanished without a trace, and panic ensued. Perhaps it was my haste that led me to scour every corner of Konoha, yet I neglected the ninja academy. Eventually, I recalled that you were in school, so I waited for you there for a week. Finally, I caught sight of you. But to my dismay, you were with someone from that clan. At that moment, I lacked the courage to reveal myself. Perhaps it was for the best. If you could find happiness within their embrace, then nothing else mattered. Wen's face softened as he gazed at Naruto. Naruto, I am heartbroken. Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself, what a gentle soul he is. More tender than that man. After a brief pause, Wen hesitated before speaking again. Naruto, half a year ago, I encountered a mysterious individual and became his disciple. My current abilities stem from his teachings. Soon, I shall embark on a journey with him, and I do not know when I will see you again. You must take care of Sasuke. Then, he added, remember this, do not easily trust others, especially women. The more beautiful they are, the more deceitful they tend to be. Upon realizing Wen's impending departure, Naruto lunged towards him, desperate to hold on to him. Yet, he passed through Wen's form. Observing the bewildered and sorrowful expressions on their faces, Wen explained, I fear saying goodbye to you, Naruto, for I dread that I will be unable to leave. However, I cannot stay, so 2 minutes ago, my true self departed, leaving behind this unique shadow clone. Now, as my energy wanes, I can no longer maintain this form. As Wen's body began to dissolve, Naruto cried uncontrollably, repeatedly attempting to embrace him, but each time he passed through Wen's fading figure. When only Wen's head remained, he looked apologetically at Sasuke. Forgive me, Sasuke. I knew about your relationship with Naruto a year ago. To ensure Naruto's safety, I conducted an investigation into you. I never anticipated uncovering such a staggering secret. If my assumptions are correct, your enemy and mine are one and the same. Moreover, you have another adversary, a childhood friend of his. Remember, your brother is merely a pawn in their game. You must contemplate how to confront him. As Wen's visage dimmed, he expressed a sense of resignation towards fate. In truth, the 3 of us are bound by a shared destiny. Naruto, should you ever uncover a monumental truth, remember my words. Wen will always stand behind you. Sasuke, I beseech you to watch over Naruto. He is somewhat naive, and I cannot abandon him. Before he could finish his final word, Wen's figure completely vanished. Sasuke stood in stunned silence for some time before softly murmuring, Wen, do not worry, I will take care of Naruto. Though Sasuke's time with Wen was brief, the gentle elder left an indelible impression on him. He always bestowed joy upon others while bearing the weight of sorrow himself. In that moment, Sasuke felt a profound sense of maturity wash over him. He contemplated Wen's parting words, which had nearly confirmed the identity of their enemy. But what did Naruto signify? A shared fate among the 3 of them? A monumental truth? Did Naruto also? Sasuke felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Reflecting on their trio, he could not help but marvel at the terrifying manipulations at play. In the depths of the Forest of Death, within an abandoned laboratory. Chapter 11. Sasuke's assistance in the Forest of Death, amidst the remnants of countless human remains. When furrowed his brow. Indeed, Orochimaru's cold demeanor is evident here. How many lives has he extinguished? Imowen considered himself no saint. Yet upon witnessing this grim environment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of virtue. After all, he had only taken one life, the Umbu captain who had protected Naruto and Sasuke. As he thought of the two of them, Imowen hoped they would exercise wisdom. Given his deliberate guidance, if they remained oblivious and inactive, he would have no choice but to replace them. Imowen surveyed the surrounding remains, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Esteemed neighbors, I hope you do not mind my intrusion in the coming days. In Imowen's modest cabin, Uchiha Sasuke regarded the still weeping Naruto with solemnity. Naruto, I must warn you, if you wish to protect Imowen from his enemies, this matter must remain confidential, especially from the third Hokage. Naruto nodded, though he was puzzled as to why they could not inform the third. Sasuke, why must we keep this from Grandpa Hokage? He has always treated us kindly. Sasuke, Imowen, you are mistaken. This is not a matter of intelligence. This fellow is utterly brainless. Sasuke sighed. Naruto, I envy you. Imowen cares for you deeply, and you remain oblivious. His enemy is the third Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. It cannot be the Hokage. He has been so good to us. No, Imowen must be mistaken. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Sasuke slapped Naruto, exclaiming, Naruto, do you not honor Imowen's sacrifice? Reflect upon this. Who truly cares for you, the third Hokage or Brother Imowen? Is it merely because the third invited us to his abode? Why did he choose to take you, the fabled fox spirit, and me, the sole Uchiha? Huh? Just because the third provided you with shelter and sustenance, does that make him the best? He is the Hokage. Such things are trivial for him, easily obtained. But what of Brother Imowen? How did you manage to survive? Can a mere 4-year-old consistently capture prey? He must have endured countless hunger pangs. Uzumaki Naruto, I never anticipated you would think in such a manner. Upon hearing these words, Naruto was struck as if by enlightenment. Indeed, why had he forgotten such things? Perhaps without him, Brother Imowen might have lived more freely. Uchiha Sasuke observed the dazed Naruto and continued, do you not grasp how gentle Brother Imowen is? How much he considers you? You are unaware. Despite harboring deep-seated hatred, he always presents himself as a cheerful and sunny elder brother before you. He finally found a master, an opportunity to learn skills swiftly to exact his vengeance. Yet he refrained from hastily departing with his mentor. Do you know the reason? Huh. Allow me to enlighten you. Uzumaki Naruto, were I to be taken under the wing of Ximen Chui Xue, I would have left immediately without a second thought for you. But Brother Imowen is not like me. He is concerned for you, Naruto. At these words, Naruto felt even more desolate. Sasuke taunted Naruto further. Do you think this is all? It is not. You have no idea of the torment Brother Imowen endures. Do you know why he refrains from revealing his enemies to us? Because Brother Imowen's adversaries are members of the Sarutobi clan. He does not wish to burden you. Naruto gazed at Sasuke with wide, incredulous eyes. Sasuke, filled with indignation, exclaimed, the third in his kin caused Brother Imowen's parents' demise. He must harbor immense hatred for them. Yet when he learned you were taken by the third, did he ever exhibit displeasure? I simply cannot fathom why Brother Imowen would endure such suffering for you. A worthless fool. Sasuke again lamented Imowen's gentleness. After a long pause, observing Naruto lost in thought, Sasuke hesitated before saying, Naruto, I had no intention of speaking of this, but I truly do not wish for Brother Imowen to bear all, even your share of suffering. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke. Seeing Naruto's bewilderment, Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. From Brother Imowen, I have gleaned the identities of my enemies, and the third is among them. Naruto, do you know what I discovered yesterday at the Uchiha clan cemetery? Upon uttering this, Sasuke bore an expression of disbelief. All the eyes of the Uchiha clan members have been gouged out. Do not inquire why the bodies have not decayed. The Uchiha cemetery is unique. Initially, I suspected Itachi Uchiha was responsible, but later I realized even the unawakened Uchiha clan members had lost their eyes. The unawakened Sharingan is of no use to Itachi Uchiha. Thus, such cruelty could only be perpetrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Sasuke's emotions surged as he roared. Ha ha! Itachi Uchiha covets my eyes. The third does as well. I am certain he adopted me with ulterior motives regarding my Sharingan. It is merely a matter of time. Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's fervor, hastily called his name. After a while, Sasuke regained his composure, glanced at Naruto, and said with resignation, Naruto, Brother Imowen has investigated me. He claims our fates are intertwined. Do you think a brother who cares so deeply for you would not look into your background? He must have discovered your extraordinary lineage but chose not to disclose it directly, instead advising you to remember he is behind you should you uncover any significant truths. Since Brother Imo could discern your unusual heritage, the third undoubtedly has as well, yet he has never spoken of it to you. In my heart, I have my suspicions. My family is a prominent clan in Konoha, privy to many secrets unknown to others. I am aware there exists a tailed beast known as the Nine-Tails Fox, said to have been sealed within the body of the fourth Hokage's wife. However, at some point, the seal was broken, leading to the fourth couple's ultimate sacrifice to contain the Nine Tails. Sasuke regarded the bewildered Naruto with seriousness. What I am about to say requires your utmost calm. Naruto's heartbeat quickened at Sasuke's grave demeanor. My mother was a close friend of the fourth's wife. Every year, on the anniversary of the fourth couple's passing, my mother would pay her respects at home. I have inadvertently overheard her refer to them on several occasions. The fourth's name is Namake's Minato, and his wife is Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, if your shared surname with the fourth's wife is mere coincidence, have you not noticed how much you resemble the fourth upon the Hokage rock? Furthermore, everyone claims you are the fox spirit. Is this all mere coincidence? Once could be deemed coincidence, but twice, thrice? Sasuke asserted with conviction. Naruto, you must be the child of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Naruto was stunned. I am the son of the fourth Hokage? I am indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. His mind buzzed with disbelief. Observing Naruto's shock, Sasuke continued. Brother Imo must have known your identity long ago, but chose not to tell you. There must be secrets involved. The fourth was indeed a hero. Why then did the third allow the villagers to treat you so poorly? You have endured such hardship all these years. If he truly cared for you, why did he not bring you to the Sarutobi clan sooner, waiting until last year to do so? Naruto, perhaps your parents' sacrifice also harbors secrets, much like Brother Imo's parents. Chapter 12. Cold Lord Orochimaru in the Death Forest. Within an abandoned laboratory, Ximen Chui Xue gazed at the palette. Slender youth clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his bangs obscuring one eye, with dark lines trailing from the corners of his eyes to his nose. He coldly inquired, Are you Orochimaru? Orochimaru regarded Ximen Chui Xue's indifferent gaze, sensing that he stood before one truly devoid of compassion. A sinister smile crept upon Orochimaru's face as he extended his long tongue to lick his lips. He remarked, I have visited the ravine behind Hokage Rock. I can sense the energy emanating from you is akin to that residual in the ravine. Might you enlighten me as to its nature? Ximen Chui Xue thought to himself, as expected of a scientific madman, not hesitating to inquire. Maintaining his icy demeanor, he coolly uttered 4 words, the blade of indifference. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the response, yet confusion soon clouded his features. The blade of indifference? What might that be? Ximen Chui Xue offered no reply, merely casting him a sidelong glance, demonstrating through action what the blade of indifference truly entails. Suddenly, the essence of his sword surged forth, flooding the entire laboratory in an instant. Though Orochimaru could not perceive this sword intent, he felt an array of transparent, formless blades skimming past him. In the next moment, the abandoned laboratory was riddled with countless sword marks, while the remnants scattered across the floor were cleaved into innumerable pieces as if they were mere tofu. As Orochimaru marveled at this spectacle, that sharp aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. All transpired within a mere few breaths. The once quiet laboratory now echoed with Orochimaru's rapid breaths. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru gazed at Ximen Chui Xue with fervor. My lord, is this the blade of indifference? Ximen Chui Xue did not respond immediately. With a flick of his hand, 2 pristine stools soared towards the pair from a distance. One stool landed behind him, and he naturally took a seat. The other flew to the back of Orochimaru, who was momentarily taken aback by this display from Ximen Chui Xue, his pupils narrowing in shock. He recalled that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possessed a similar ability. After a brief moment, he regained his composure. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and was not one to lose his demeanor so easily. Seeing Orochimaru seated without a glance in his direction, Ximen Chui Xue unsheathed his sword and began to wipe it with a white cloth. Orochimaru, bemused by the other's actions, was about to speak when Ximen Chui Xue's emotionless voice interrupted with an announcement. That is intermediate sword intent. Upon hearing him finally speak, Orochimaru quickly inquired, Might you elaborate on that, my lord? Ximen Chui Xue continued to wipe his sword, but responded, a practitioner of basic sword intent can manipulate objects. The intent is formless. An intermediate practitioner can cleave mountains. The intent is tangible, yet invisible. Orochimaru was intrigued. He wished the other would elaborate further. Was this some sort of reading comprehension exercise? Fortunately, he was not an ordinary individual. After contemplating the implications of Ximen Chui Xue's words, Orochimaru curiously asked, my lord, do you possess advanced sword intent? Ximen Chui Xue still did not cast a glance in his direction. An advanced practitioner can pierce through the entire Hidden Leaf Village. The intent is tangible and visible. Orochimaru gasped in astonishment. A single strike can penetrate the Leaf Village? How terrifying. Just when Orochimaru thought he had heard it all, Ximen Chui Xue's voice rang out once more. A master of perfect sword intent. A single strike can traverse half of the shinobi world. The intent is as vast as the ocean. Orochimaru suddenly stood up, exclaiming, what? A single strike can traverse half of the shinobi world? How is that possible? Ximen Chui Xue ignored Orochimaru's outburst and continued to polish his sword. It took Orochimaru a while to digest this astonishing fact. Yes, it was indeed a fact. He believed that powerful individuals did not stoop to deceit. Orochimaru sought confirmation from the sword-wielding Ximen Chui Xue, asking, my lord, does such a sword truly exist? Ximen Chui Xue nodded. One of the elders of the Chinese pavilion, any one of them, can wield such power. Orochimaru's cold pupils narrowed once more. The Chinese pavilion? What place is that? Ximen Chui Xue did not respond and sheathed his sword. Orochimaru, do something for me. Orochimaru was taken aback. Is this how you ask for a favor? He finally understood the reason behind the extensive discourse from the other. This individual clearly preferred not to speak much and was only compelled to request his assistance. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued. What is it that only I can do? Ximen Chui Xue stared coldly into his serpentine eyes. Have you encountered Shimura Danzō? Orochimaru, though curious as to why the other mentioned Danzō, shook his head. He had indeed come to see Danzō, but had only detoured to this laboratory while passing through the forest of death, not expecting to encounter Ximen Chui Xue. Seeing the negative response, Ximen Chui Xue continued, I need you to find Uzumaki Naruto and reveal to him the truth of his origins. If Danzō's intentions involve Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, you need not heed him. As recompense, I can personally intervene on your behalf once. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. He was aware of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto and was astonished to discover their connection to Ximen Chui Xue. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face. What if I ask you to help me eliminate the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Is that within your capabilities? Ximen Chui Xue remained expressionless. For a moment, consider this. Pain is currently the second most powerful figure in the shinobi world, capable of contending with the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara on equal footing. Do you believe our bargaining power is equivalent? Indeed, he is second. However, do you know who the first is? Orochimaru was taken aback. What? Pain is that strong? He is nearly on par with those two. Wait a moment. Second? How could that be? Orochimaru's expression was one of disbelief. Pain was already nearly equal to those two. How could he merely be the second? Ximen Chui Xue succinctly stated, you are not worthy to know. Orochimaru felt a pang of frustration. After a prolonged silence, he shifted his gaze. How shall I contact you in the future? Ximen Chui Xue produced a black token from his robe and tossed it to Orochimaru. This is my sword token. It contains a fragment of my sword intent, powerful enough to rival the strike that cleaved the back mountain of the Hokage rock. It can eliminate 99% of ninjas in the shinobi world. Should you wish to seek me, you may inquire with Uchiha Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He scrutinized the black token, realizing it was a valuable item. My lord. Orochimaru accepted the sword token, eager to ask more. But Ximen Chui Xue's figure had already vanished. Orochimaru's cold serpentine pupils widened once more, a chill of sweat breaking out. When had Ximen Chui Xue left? He had not even noticed. In truth, when he first entered and saw Ximen Chui Xue, he had intended to make a move. However, sensing the faint yet formidable sword intent emanating from him, he recalled the terrifying chasm of the back mountain and was filled with trepidation, which had deterred him from acting. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Orochimaru revealed a sinister grin. The Chinese pavilion, is it? How intriguing. How utterly fascinating. Chapter 13. Hokage Office in the Hokage Office. Shimura Danzō scrutinized his close friend with a skeptical gaze. He slammed his hand on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, do you still doubt me? I have told you. I did not kill your Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's slightly graying brows drew together in frustration. After a sigh, he explained, "Sigh? I do understand this person. He has family in the Leaf. There is no reason for him to defect. Thus, it is highly probable that he has encountered an accident. However, my Umbu has searched the entire Leaf village and found no signs of conflict. Moreover, that MO1 has also disappeared alongside him." Upon hearing his friend's mention of MO1, Danzō snorted disdainfully. "Hiruzen, back then, I wanted to take MO1, but you refused, insisting he could forge a bond with the Jinchuriki. Well, now he is gone. I suspect this incident was orchestrated by MO1, and you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are the root cause of it all." Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a surge of anger from Danzō's accusation. "Humph. The last part is the crux of the matter, isn't it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was on the verge of losing his temper. He was utterly exasperated by Danzō's reckless demeanor. MO1 is merely a child, not even a genin. It cannot be him, Danzō retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. Besides, Uchiha Sasuke is already investigating the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. It seems he has discovered something, as his gaze towards me is now filled with murderous intent. Danzō's disbelief was evident, his rage escalating. "Hiruzen, I previously instructed you to bring those two to me. You obstinately refused, and now, when trouble arises, you come to me?" Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unfazed by his friend's attitude, casting a cold glance in his direction. "Danzō, do not forget that you are the fundamental cause of the Uchiha clan's demise. I merely assisted in keeping the matter under wraps." Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to explode again when Danzō interjected, "Enough. It is useless to dwell on this. Since the matter concerning Uchiha Sasuke has transpired, for our sake, we must regretfully deal with Uchiha Itachi." Danzō inquired, puzzled, "You intend to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke?" Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "If we do not eliminate him, will he not seek to eliminate us in the future?" Danzō hesitated for a moment before reminding his friend. "You do remember that Uchiha Sasuke is the child of destiny, and only Uzumaki Naruto possesses the power to kill him. Do you believe that, given their current relationship, Naruto would take action?" Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold laugh. I am aware that Naruto has feelings for a girl named Haruno Sakura. As long as I have her, I can incite conflict between the two of them." Shimura Danzō pondered. "Are you suggesting killing Haruno Sakura and framing Uchiha Sasuke?" Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond. He merely sat in the Hokage chair, continuously puffing on his pipe. Danzō understood, yet another thought crossed his mind. "Hiruzen, are you certain that Uzumaki Naruto will not slip from your grasp? You must remember, the fourth's death was partly due to you. If you had not deliberately refrained from participating in the battle back then, the fourth would not have perished." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzō, retorting mockingly, "No, Danzō, you are mistaken. The blame does not lie solely with me. The fourth's demise also rests upon you, Danzō, as well as Mito Kamen and Tien Kibito. You were also afraid that Minato would threaten your interests, which is why you stood idly by." Danzō wished to refute, but he knew his old friend spoke the truth. The air fell silent for a considerable time, until Danzō finally addressed Hiruzen. "I believe we cannot place our complete trust in the contents of that letter. I still do not believe that only the child of destiny can slay another child of destiny." Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that you will take it upon yourself to kill Uchiha Sasuke?" Danzō shook his head. "No, we cannot act. If the letter's claims are true, it will only intensify Uchiha Sasuke's hatred towards us. Thus, the one who takes action cannot be one of our own. As luck would have it, I have someone in mind. If even he cannot kill Uchiha Sasuke, then there will be no need to doubt the contents of the letter." Hiruzen was deep in thought. "Curious, who was that person?" Danzō, without sparing his old friend a glance, shot him a sidelong look before storming out. The two elders were oblivious to the fact that outside the Hokage office window, a small white snake, measuring 5 centimeters, lay motionless on the ledge. It was only after Danzō departed that the little snake slowly slithered away from the Hokage building. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stared in disbelief at the white snake that was speaking human words. The content of the snake's speech mirrored the conversation between the two old friends in the Hokage office. Sasuke, while initially taken aback, soon accepted the reality. He had already inferred the general situation, but was astonished by the ruthlessness of these two. Naruto, however, was utterly devastated, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible. No way." Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched with an amused expression. Today, he too learned the true reason behind the fourth's death. He had never imagined that the higher-ups of Konoha had stood by idly, indirectly causing the fourth's demise. Moreover, it seemed he had stumbled upon some significant secret. Observing the dazed Sasuke and the crumbling Naruto, Orochimaru revealed a chilling smile. The child of destiny, huh? It appears I shall need to inquire further with the mysterious figure in the white robe. Indeed, Orochimaru was still unaware of the name Ximen Chui Xue. Ever since arriving in Konoha, he had dispersed all his listening snakes throughout the village to gather intelligence. Today, upon spotting Sasuke and Naruto on the back mountain, he intended to complete the task assigned to him regarding Ximen Chui Xue. However, just as he was about to capture the two and render them immobile, he received information relayed from the listening snake outside the Hokage office window. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Chapter 14. The Art of Words. Sasuke did not know how much time had passed when he finally came to his senses, realizing that Orochimaru had vanished, and he let out a sigh of relief. When Orochimaru had appeared, he felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. He almost thought that they were destined to meet their end there. Until later, when the opponent suddenly summoned a talking white snake. Sighing, Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was slumped on the ground, still sobbing. Resignedly, he said, "Naruto, have you forgotten what Brother Emo once said? No matter what you discover, just remember, he will always be behind you. Why must you grieve? Are you mourning for Sarutobi Hiruzen? If your parents knew you were sorrowful for the person who indirectly caused their demise, would they not think you unworthy of being their son?" Sasuke, wielding his words like a weapon, observed the unmoved Naruto, and his tone began to escalate. "Naruto, you may grieve now, but your sorrow should only be for your parents and Brother Imoen. They are the ones who deserve it." Sasuke gritted his teeth, grabbing the fabric of Naruto's shirt at his chest and lifting him up, shouting, "You should be hating Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was he who stood by as your parents perished, prioritizing his own interests. You should loathe Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was he and his clan who caused Brother Imoen's parents to die, forcing him to leave you. If you truly consider me a friend, you should resent Sarutobi Hiruzen. He and Danzō destroyed my entire Uchiha clan, like someone awakening from a stupor." Naruto wiped away his tears, his gaze gradually becoming more resolute. "Yes, I cannot grieve. Brother Imoen suffers more than I do. He has never complained. I cannot cry." But upon recalling the face on Hokage Rock, Naruto broke into tears once more. "Boo-hoo, I once had a father and a mother. Why didn't you save them? Why? Boo-hoo, why can't I have a father and a mother like other children? I miss them so much." Sasuke, despite everything, was still a child. He too thought of his parents, and as he embraced Naruto, tears flowed freely. A few hundred meters away, atop a tree, Imoen observed the scene before him with an expression of intrigue. I've made up my mind. You two are meant to be together. I will ensure that you both grow old together." Then, as if recalling something, Imoen sighed. "Alas, I am too kind-hearted. I cannot bear to see lovers unable to unite. I believe Haruno Sakura and Hinata Hyuga will support my decision. After all, you two are true love." Sasuke and Naruto wept for what felt like an eternity before finally ceasing their tears. Sasuke regarded the still-dazed Naruto, solemnly stating, "Naruto, we cannot continue like this. Haruno Sakura will soon be killed by them. After that, they will seek to eliminate me, and if I survive, they will force you to kill me. Naruto, do you understand now?" Upon hearing this, Naruto finally grasped the gravity of the situation, feeling a deep-seated fear of the ruthlessness of Konoha's higher-ups. "Sasuke, what shall we do? How can we save Sakura? How could they be so cruel as to spare no one, not even Sakura?" As he spoke, Naruto's face revealed profound hatred. Sasuke contemplated for a moment before addressing Naruto. "Naruto, you currently have two choices. First, you can remain in Konoha, pretending to know nothing. In that case, you should be safe. Second, you can escape with me from Konoha. They intend to kill me regardless, so I must flee. Moreover, if I leave Konoha, Haruno Sakura will be safe. Naruto, what will you choose?" After a moment's hesitation, Naruto declared with determination, "I will go with you. Brother Imoen was forced away from me. Now they are driving you away too. I do not wish to stay here any longer. I want to leave with you." At this, Sasuke revealed a grateful smile. "All right, we will leave together. We will find Brother Imoen, and also seek out Lord Ximen Chui Xue. As long as we find one of them, we can learn their skills and seek revenge." Upon hearing the mention of finding Imoen, Naruto's sorrow dissipated considerably. Sasuke, shall we depart now? Sasuke pondered for a moment and nodded. We cannot return. If Sarutobi Hiruzen notices anything amiss, we may find ourselves in grave danger. But if we flee, we will need food and clothing along the way. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly had an idea and dragged Uzumaki Naruto down the mountain. Let's go? We should visit Wen's house. Last time he left, he didn't take anything with him. We can gather supplies from his home. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. Mo1, having overheard their conversation, quickly vanished from his location. Inside Wen's cabin, he surveyed the already arranged surroundings with satisfaction. Hehehe, Konoha, let us see how you handle this. Chapter 15. The letter left by Mo1 after an hour's journey. Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived at Wen's cabin, located behind the Hokage rock. Upon entering, they found everything intact, and both sighed in relief. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said, Naruto, look for any food. I'll check if Mo1 left behind any clothes. Naruto nodded in agreement, and they began rummaging through the cabin. 15 minutes later, Sasuke discovered a box and instinctively opened it. His expression froze momentarily before he excitedly shouted, Naruto, come here. Naruto, who was busy filling a water container, rushed over. When he saw the contents of the box, his pupils dilated. Inside were 4 white tokens and a letter. The tokens resembled the sword tokens of Ximen Chui Xue, but these were white, and the characters inscribed were not Xue but Yi. Sasuke quickly compared the token with Ximen Chui Xue's, noting that aside from the color and characters, they were identical. His excitement surged as he exclaimed, these must be left by Mo1. His master might be connected to Lord Ximen Chui Xue. Let's see what the letter says. Naruto eagerly nodded in agreement. Sasuke extracted the paper from the envelope, and Naruto leaned in to read. The letter stated, Naruto, and to the yet-to-meet Sasuke, I never expected to convey this message in such a manner. I have departed. Naruto, I must say this. You little rascal disappeared for half a year, causing me great worry. If I hadn't seen you at school, I would have thought you were gone for good. Understanding the letter was written half a year ago, both felt a warmth in their hearts from Mo1's evident concern for them. Simultaneously, Naruto's resentment towards the higher-ups in Konoha intensified, as they were the ones who forced Mo1 away. Haha, actually, I've been by your side all this time, but Naruto, you're too dense to notice. Congratulations, Naruto. You've finally found a good friend. You are no longer alone. Be sure to get along with Sasuke. He is a good kid. Sasuke felt a hint of embarrassment from the praise, as he had rarely been commended by anyone outside of his family. Thank you, Sasuke, for taking care of Naruto for so long. It's a pity we couldn't have met sooner. Bearing that pain alone must have been difficult for you. I understand your suffering. Perhaps, in some sense, you have endured even more than I have. If you feel overwhelmed, speak to Naruto. Don't wear yourself down. Naruto, did you read what I wrote? As Sasuke's best friend, you must look after him, all right? Just as I took care of you before. Because from now on, in the entire ninja world, you will be each other's only support. Both Sasuke and Naruto were moved to tears. Sasuke felt cared for and understood in a way he had never experienced before. He lamented why he hadn't met Mo1 sooner. He was so gentle. Meanwhile, Naruto reminisced about their childhood together. After a moment, they wiped their tears and continued reading the letter. Now let us get to the main point. A few days ago, I encountered a remarkable individual named Yi Gucheng. He claimed I possess some talent for martial arts, and he wishes to take me as his disciple. I accepted, for I desperately need strength. So I apologize, Naruto. My senior has been urging me to leave with him, but I cannot shake my concern for you both. I fear that one day, if you and Sasuke choose to follow my path, you might find yourselves without support. Thus, I obtained 4 of his sword tokens. You need only infuse chakra into them, and each token will unleash the full power of a shadow-level ninja. These 4 tokens should be divided between you two, but remember, do not use them recklessly. If you encounter danger, use the first 3 wisely, and think carefully before deploying the 4th. Once the 3rd token is used, my senior people will sense it, so ensure your safety before they arrive. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, until we meet again in this ninja world. After reading the letter, both felt a profound sense of gratitude. Even in his absence, Mo1 continued to think of them. They exhaled deeply, feeling a newfound sense of ease with the safety measures Mo1 had left behind. Sasuke took out the tokens and handed 3 to Naruto, saying, It seems the sword tokens come in 2 varieties. Lord Ximen Chui Xue's are passive and only activate when in danger. Mo1's, however, can be activated actively by infusing chakra. I already possess one of Lord Ximen Chui Xue's tokens, so these 3 are for you. Naruto only took 2 tokens from Sasuke's hand, sporting his signature grin. Haha. Sasuke, these are meant for you from MO1, not from me. Why give them to me? After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke retracted the tokens and replied with a smile. Regardless, we are leaving together. So it matters not whose hands they are in. However, their smiles were fleeting. Sasuke peered through the door crack and saw no one outside, his expression turning serious. They then spent several hours discussing strategies in MO1's cabin on how to successfully escape from Konoha. Chapter 16. The Death Forest Under the Night Sky. 2 diminutive figures darted between the trees in the Death Forest of Konoha, weaving swiftly through the underbrush and thorns. By the side of a small river, Sasuke looked at the panting Naruto and said, Naruto, let us take a 5-minute break. Breathing heavily, Naruto did not respond but plopped down onto the ground. After a moment, he regained some composure, a look of frustration on his face. If only I had listened to MO1 when I was younger and practiced diligently. I wouldn't be so useless now. It must be noted that since teaming up with Naruto, Sasuke's character had changed significantly, especially after meeting MO1. He had matured considerably. At this moment, he bore a semblance of the maturity he would later exhibit in the original story's conclusion. Seeing Naruto's self-reproach, Sasuke patted him on the shoulder and offered rare words of comfort. It's all right, Naruto. Take a good rest. By now, Konoha's personnel should have realized we are missing. I believe Sarutobi Hiruzen will soon discover the traces we left behind, so once we're rested, we should set off quickly. Naruto wore a worried expression. Sasuke, can the sword token really break through Konoha's barrier? After taking a sip of water, Sasuke passed the canteen to Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto, it definitely can. Konoha is so vast, it's impossible for them to set up a powerful barrier. After all, they must keep it activated at all times, which consumes an immense amount of energy. I have heard from Uchiha Itachi that the barriers of Konoha are merely established as a safeguard against large-scale warfare. Thus, they can only confine ninjas of the Chunin rank and below. According to the words of the esteemed Ximen Chui Xue and the correspondence left by MO1, it is reasonable to deduce that Ximen Chui Xue's swordsmanship may be somewhat inferior. Soon, as we approach the edge of the barrier, wielding the white swordsmanship will undoubtedly allow us to breach it. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in front of the Hokage building, an Umbu squad gazed at a white-haired Umbu ninja, whose face was concealed by a fox mask, and inquired with curiosity, Captain, has something significant occurred? Why have 3 squads of Umbu been summoned? The white-haired ninja shook his head, uncertain of the situation. Let us proceed to the Hokage's office. This individual was none other than Kakashi Hatake, a prominent figure within Konoha. Kakashi glanced at the other 8 members, each wearing expressions of intrigue. It is noteworthy that the Umbu teams consist of 4 members each, totaling only 70 ninjas. The mobilization of 3 squads must indicate a grave matter at hand. Upon their arrival at the Hokage's office, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the Hokage's desk, with Shimura Danzō standing beside him. To the astonishment of all present, Sarutobi removed his Hokage robe, revealing combat attire beneath. Even more shocking was his declaration. This mission will be led by Danzō and me. Let us depart. Had they not been rigorously trained and selected, the Umbu would have surely gasped in disbelief. What could possibly warrant the Hokage's personal involvement? The situation unfolded as follows. Upon returning to the Sarutobi clan after work, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that 2 precious items of his had vanished. Sensing impending trouble, he promptly sought out his close friend. After a fervent analysis between the two, they reached a startling conclusion. It appeared that someone had discerned the identities of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha as the children of fate. These individuals had already begun covert interactions with Naruto and Sasuke. Otherwise, Sasuke would not have pursued the truth behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Alarmed by this realization, the 2 friends decided to pursue the 2 harbingers of destiny. Should they fail to eliminate them, they resolved to seal Naruto and Sasuke away. To ensure success, Sarutobi publicly summoned the 3 most formidable Umbu squads, while secretly instructing Danzō to mobilize all routes to follow closely behind. With lives at stake, caution was paramount. In the Death Forest, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly made their way toward the barrier's edge. Unbeknownst to them, 2 emotionless figures trailed leisurely behind. These individuals were Ximen Chui Xue and Orochimaru. Having just finished studying the intelligence provided by Ximen Chui Xue, Orochimaru grasped the significance of Naruto and Sasuke's identities as the children of fate. After a moment of shock, Orochimaru licked his lips and turned to Ximen Chui Xue, exclaiming, "How intriguing! The children of fate, indeed. Ximen Chui Xue, I am eager to test whether they are truly immortal." Ximen Chui Xue merely cast a sidelong glance at him before returning his gaze to the two ahead. "Orochimaru, do you believe that their only identity is that of the children of fate?" Orochimaru's previously eager expression faltered, replaced by confusion as he asked, "Ximen Chui Xue, could you elaborate?" Ximen Chui Xue's cold voice resonated in Orochimaru's ears. "They are the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths' sons. And the Sage of Six Paths is still alive. If you are not afraid of death, you may attempt to engage them." Orochimaru gasped in astonishment. "What? The Sage of Six Paths?" Ximen Chui Xue had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Orochimaru. Fortunately, they maintained a sufficient distance from Naruto and Sasuke, or they would have certainly been discovered. Noticing Ximen Chui Xue's frigid demeanor, Orochimaru came to his senses. Yet, his mind remained tumultuous. The Sage of Six Paths exists, and he is alive. However, true to his nature, Orochimaru quickly processed this astonishing revelation, his expression transforming into one of fervent desire as he gazed at Ximen Chui Xue. "Ximen Chui Xue, can you reveal how many secrets this world holds?" Ximen Chui Xue suddenly halted, regarding Orochimaru with a piercing gaze, delivering a rare lengthy discourse. "That depends on the level you attain. Different levels yield different knowledge. Like a secluded village, ninjas are a mystery to them. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju are also secrets to ordinary ninjas. Yet, their understanding does not surpass yours. Orochimaru, do you know where the Sage of Six Paths is now? Do you know who the Sage's mother is? Are you aware that the Sage has two brothers? Do you know where the Sage's mother originated? Are you familiar with why this realm is called the Ninja World? Do you realize that in the cosmos, the Ninja World is not even a speck of dust?" "Orochimaru, you know nothing." Orochimaru exclaimed, "What? Damn it." He felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Simultaneously, he perceived his worldview shattering. Each question posed by Ximen Chui Xue contained earth-shattering secrets. For the first time, Orochimaru recognized his profound ignorance. Yet, as he contemplated each of Ximen Chui Xue's revelations, his breath quickened, and a maniacal grin emerged. Ximen Chui Xue furrowed his brow, glancing back. Orochimaru, who had been lost in thought, noticed Ximen Chui Xue's demeanor and began to sense the gravity of the situation. Ximen Chui Xue touched the sword at his waist, stating coldly, "Let us observe from the shadows. If Konoha cannot even handle two individuals wielding swordsmanship, it is not worth my drawing my blade." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned eager. "Hehehe, my esteemed teacher Sarutobi, I wish you the best of luck." In the Death Forest, witnessing Naruto Uzumaki panting heavily, Sasuke Uchiha wiped the sweat from his brow, stating solemnly, "Naruto, we will reach the edge of the Konoha barrier in 5 minutes. Hold on." Naruto nodded with difficulty. At that moment, an aged voice echoed, "Naruto, Sasuke, why have you chosen to betray Konoha?" Upon recognizing the familiar voice, both Sasuke and Naruto stiffened, quickly leaning against a large tree in a defensive posture. As they turned, they beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen and an elder leading 12 Umbu ninjas, landing gracefully from the trees, halting over 10 meters away from them. With a serious expression, Sasuke whispered to Naruto, "Stick to the plan." Naruto nodded in agreement, still gasping for breath. Sarutobi, noticing the hatred in Naruto's eyes directed at him, sighed inwardly. After a brief moment, Sarutobi cast aside his irritation and exchanged glances with his closest ally, scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing each other's slight head shakes, they both felt a sense of relief. They presumed that Sasuke and Naruto's attempt to flee Konoha was a spontaneous decision. With a motherly smile, Sarutobi addressed the two, "Sasuke, Naruto, return with me. I believe you have been misled by enemies." The two leaned against the tree, glaring at him with expressions as though they wished to devour him. Sasuke grasped Naruto's hand excitedly, activating his Sharingan as he glared at Sarutobi, gritting his teeth. "Old thief Sarutobi, cease your false pretenses. You conspired with Itachi to betray my Uchiha clan for the sake of obtaining my Sharingan. Even now, you remain unsatisfied and seek to claim my eyes. You are a demon." Sarutobi was left speechless. "Thus, I find myself bearing the blame for my dear friend." Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto both surmised that Hiruzen was tacitly acknowledging his guilt. Hiruzen? I did not. Hiruzen exclaimed. Sasuke, unsatisfied with merely scolding, continued, you despicable old thief. In your pursuit of the Hokage position, you dared to conspire against the fourth Hokage. You fear that the fourth son, Naruto, poses a threat to your position, and thus you labeled him a nine-tailed fox, inciting the village against him. You are a heartless wretch. Indeed. These deductions were the result of the astute reasoning of Sasuke and Naruto within the modest confines of a cabin. As Shimura Danzō listened to Sasuke's words, a look of horror crossed his face as he realized the validity of Sasuke's reasoning. It was the third Hokage who stood to gain the most from the situation. All the Umbu members stared in disbelief at Sarutobi's retreating figure. Hiruzen, wishing he could strike Sasuke down, restrained himself, knowing that such an action would merely portray him as a man consumed by rage. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can endure. I am the embodiment of patience. Taking a deep breath, he once again donned a warm smile. Sasuke, do not be swayed by the enemy. Come back with me. As he took a few steps forward, Naruto suddenly looked at Hiruzen with a conflicted expression. Grandfather, have we truly been deceived? Hiruzen's heart leapt with joy. He knew Naruto was easily persuaded. Before he could act, Naruto had already begun to lean towards his side. Hiruzen, the advantage is mine. Sasuke shouted, incredulous. Naruto, do you even realize what you are saying? This old thief is your father's murderer. Unfazed by Sasuke's fierce gaze, Naruto countered. Sasuke, the Hokage has always treated us kindly. We must have misunderstood him. In the shadows, Orochimaru glanced at Ximen Chui Xue, bewildered, as if to say, don't tell me this is the child of destiny. Unperturbed, Ximen Chui Xue continued to observe the unfolding drama with an impassive expression. In an unexpected outburst, Sasuke struck Naruto across the face. Naruto, leave, he roared. Naruto, taken aback, rubbed his cheek, staring at Sasuke in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Sasuke could strike him. The onlookers witnessed the entire exchange with clarity. Danzō gazed at Naruto as if he were a fool, while the Umbu members stood bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Hiruzen, filled with excitement, beckoned to Naruto, come here. With Grandpa Hokage around, no one can harm you. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who remained unresponsive. He reached for a nearby plastic bag, likely filled with snacks. Just as his hand grazed the bag, Sasuke kicked it, causing it to burst. Snacks tumbled out in a chaotic mess. Startled by Sasuke's action, Naruto looked to him, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. He collected a few bags of snacks and a tightly wrapped cake-like item and made his way toward Hiruzen. Seeing this, Hiruzen's face radiated joy as he hurried to greet Naruto. However, as they were about to meet, Hiruzen instinctively glanced at Sasuke, who wore a chilling smile. A sense of foreboding washed over Hiruzen as he felt a shiver run down his spine. No, old thief Hiruzen, perish. As Naruto spoke, he wielded the cake as if it were a sword, swiftly launching a blinding strike toward Hiruzen. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Danzō and the Umbu could react, a blinding white light surged past them. Orochimaru's eyes widened in terror as cold sweat drenched his clothes. What had he just witnessed? Chapter 18. The Forest of Death. Following Orochimaru's gaze, a chasm 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep had formed before Naruto, stretching outward and cleaving the entire Forest of Death in two. The vast expanse of the forest lay divided before them. Orochimaru's scalp tingled with dread as he stared at the chasm. The significance of his token paled in comparison to the spectacle before him. Sasuke and Naruto were equally stunned. They had witnessed Ximen Chui Xue's swordsmanship before, believing it to be formidable, but this was beyond comparison. The Forest of Death was nearly as vast as Konoha itself, and one strike had cleaved it in half. With 3 tokens remaining in their possession, they felt an urge to shout, who else is there? Sasuke, possessing a slightly greater capacity for acceptance than Naruto, regained his composure and rushed to Naruto's side. Naruto? Naruto? Where are Hiruzen and the others? Upon hearing the term old thief, Naruto snapped back to reality, and they began to survey their surroundings. After a brief search, they spotted 3 figures over 50 meters from the chasm, a bloodied, masked Umbu member lying motionless on the ground, an elderly man missing a leg slowly rising, and Hiruzen, clutching his right shoulder, now devoid of an arm, gazing at Naruto in terror. Ximen Chui Xue watched the scene below with a look of disappointment. How disheartening. Is this what it means to be Hokage? Not even worthy of my intervention. Sasuke, observing that Hiruzen had not perished, silently acknowledged his resilience. He swiftly produced a white token from his pocket, pointing it at Hiruzen while laughing maniacally. Hiruzen, you are fortunate to be alive. But worry not. We have 7 more tokens. How many can you withstand? As soon as Sasuke's words left his lips, Hiruzen, now stricken with fear, did not hesitate to retreat in the opposite direction. Danzō's pupils dilated at Sasuke's proclamation, and upon witnessing his ally's flight, he too vanished without a second thought. Despite his leg pain, Kakashi, have I been abandoned? With Hiruzen's retreat, Sasuke and Naruto plopped down onto the ground, realizing they were still merely children. Had it not been for Sasuke's experience with the massacre of his clan and Naruto's extraordinary upbringing, they would not have achieved their current stature. Once they had regained their composure, Naruto turned to Sasuke, puzzled. Sasuke, we could have killed Hiruzen just now. Why did you let him go? Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred as he replied, Naruto, letting him die would be too merciful. He does not deserve it. When I have mastered my skills, I will make the Sarutobi clan suffer. More importantly, this is our trump card. Using one means losing one. To waste it on that old thief is folly. Naruto nodded in agreement, though he lacked Sasuke's vengeful fervor. Each time he recalled the face on the Hokage monument, he felt a pang of regret. His parents should not have had to die. It was precisely because of Sarutobi Hiruzen that he could not even meet his parents. If Uzumaki Naruto had not contemplated these matters, it would have been difficult for him to harbor any animosity towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke, you have done well. Upon hearing the familiar voice, both individuals, who had been seated on the ground, were jolted. They hastily rose, their faces alight with surprise, and turned to the source of the voice. They beheld Ximen Chui Xue and Orochimaru approaching them steadily from a short distance behind. Uchiha Sasuke, brimming with excitement, quickly pulled Uzumaki Naruto to kneel. Lord Ximen Chui Xue, I have fulfilled our agreement. May I take you as my master? A rare smile graced Ximen Chui Xue's face as he nodded. Orochimaru, this fellow can smile? Uchiha Sasuke, upon hearing this, was even more elated and promptly bowed 3 times. Master. Ximen Chui Xue's expression returned to its usual sternness. Rise. However, Uchiha Sasuke did not immediately comply. He tugged at the dazed Uzumaki Naruto, who only then began to react. Lord Ximen Chui Xue, may I take you as my master? The 3 of them could not help but fix their gazes upon Ximen Chui Xue, as they awaited in eager suspense. Ximen Chui Xue finally spoke. You lack the ruthlessness required. You are not suited to be my disciple. Orochimaru wore a knowing expression. Uzumaki Naruto felt a shadow of despair creep into his heart, yet his face remained beaming with joy. He had indeed matured significantly over the past few days. Sasuke wished to speak, but Naruto tugged at his sleeve. Just then, as the 3 of them contemplated their various thoughts, Ximen Chui Xue's cold voice echoed once more. I have a friend. I believe he will accept you. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru were intrigued. Who could possibly befriend this stoic figure? Uzumaki Naruto, filled with delight, eagerly asked. Lord Ximen Chui Xue, may I know your friend's name? After a brief pause, Ximen Chui Xue replied, Initially, I thought you were his disciple. However, seeing your desire to take me as your master, I assume you obtained his sword token by mere chance. The not-so-bright Uzumaki Naruto was still processing this, while Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in shock, Master, are you referring to Lord Yiguching? Ximen Chui Xue nodded. Indeed, he is the owner of the sword token that Naruto just utilized. The 3 of them gasped collectively. They instinctively glanced towards the gorge ahead, feeling a chill run down their spines. After a moment, as they regained their composure, Ximen Chui Xue looked at them with curiosity. How did you come to possess Yi Guqing's sword token? Moreover, it is a token condensed from a significant portion of his sword intent. I typically do not condense such tokens myself. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto finally grasped the rarity of these tokens, deeply moved by Win's actions. Subsequently, amidst their back-and-forth exchanges, they recounted the story of Mo1. Chapter 19. The Forest of Death. After listening to their tale, Orochimaru was filled with intense interest in Mo1, finding him exceedingly gentle, surpassing even the likes of Minato Namikaze. He pondered something, his voice turning raspy. Hee, how fascinating. This cold and unyielding ninja world actually has such a person. Naruto, Sasuke, you must introduce me to Mo1. I too wish to be treated like you. As he spoke, a greedy glint appeared in Orochimaru's eyes as he looked at the 2. A mere ordinary sword token would suffice. Yet, Lord Imo sought 4 advanced sword tokens for you. Naruto, Sasuke, would you consider trading your sword tokens for ninjutsu? Any ninjutsu will do. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto quickly shook their heads. Absolutely not. These tokens are essential for our survival. Nothing can replace them. Ximen Chui Xue found Orochimaru's enthusiasm amusing. Thus he decided, Orochimaru, I am not well versed in the ninja world. Will you accompany me, or will you return to the Akatsuki? Orochimaru, what does this mean? How dare he imply that I am his subordinate? Yet, recalling Ximen Chui Xue's myriad secrets, Orochimaru donned a sinister smile, frightening both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto into near submission. Hee, of course, I shall accompany Lord Ximen Chui Xue. Ximen Chui Xue nodded and produced a blue book from his robe, tossing it to Orochimaru. This is a comprehensive guide to martial arts, detailing not only the essence of sword, spear, knife, and body cultivation, but also the classifications of each martial arts level and the considerations necessary at each stage of practice. Once you have perused it, you will comprehend the vast divide between ninjas and martial artists. Oh, by the way, you 3 must read this book together. Do not disturb me until you have finished. The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that Ximen Chui Xue was trying to avoid further conversation by giving them a book to read. Orochimaru accepted the book, his cheeks flushed with excitement, while Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto could hear his rapid breathing. At thrilling passages, Orochimaru would occasionally extend his long tongue, revealing a sinister smile and letting out eerie laughter. Observing this, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke felt an urge to request another book from Ximen Chui Xue. Yet, upon witnessing his icy demeanor, they hesitated to voice their desires. They exchanged glances and sighed in unison. If only they possessed 1% of Mo-Wen's gentleness. Ximen Chui Xue noticed their faces nearly pressed together and smiled knowingly. All right, there will be ample time in the future. Let us first seek out Yi Guqing. At his words, the 3 reluctantly shifted their gazes. However, upon hearing they were to find Yi Guqing, Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru glanced at the gorge nearby. Their curiosity piqued about what sort of person Yi Guqing truly was. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, thrilled at the prospect of meeting his future master, could hardly contain his excitement. A month later, within the same forest of death, 2 members of the Akatsuki, clad in dark cloaks adorned with red clouds, stared in terror at the gorge that split the forest asunder. A young man with a shark-like face, upon recovering from his shock, instinctively reached out to touch the edge of the gorge. Beside him, a handsome young man quickly intervened. Kisame, do not touch that. Kisame's hand froze midair as he looked at Uchiha Itachi with confusion. Uchiha Itachi, unimpressed, picked up a stone the size of a fist and, while Kisame wore a bewildered expression, tossed it into the gorge. The next moment, Kisame was drenched in cold sweat. He witnessed the stone disintegrate into countless tiny particles the instant it fell into the gorge. He looked at Uchiha Itachi, a look of relief on his face. Itachi, what on earth is this? Uchiha Itachi shook his head, frowning. I am unsure. Have you forgotten the intelligence report from White Zetsu regarding the characteristics of the ravine behind the Hokage rock? Kisame recalled this and felt fortunate to have such a good teammate. Otherwise, he might have lost a hand just now. Itachi, who could possibly have done this? It's terrifying. Uchiha Itachi recalled the white figure he had seen on the night of the massacre, and he fixed a serious gaze on Kisame. Kisame, if you ever encounter a young man clad in a white robe, with long hair cascading down his back and a black longsword at his waist, remember not to offend him. At this, Kisame pondered, Itachi, was this gorge left by that person? Uchiha Itachi nodded. The residual energy in this gorge is something I sensed from him before. This person is truly a heartless and loveless individual. It is best to avoid crossing paths with him. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi fell into deep contemplation as a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Why has Sarutobi Hiruzen not contacted me lately? Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi, lost in thought, instinctively activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Kakuzu, sensing the ominous and chilling chakra emanating from Itachi, assumed the presence of an enemy and promptly braced himself. Half a minute later, witnessing Itachi in a daze, Kakuzu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was wrong with Mr. Itachi? As the realization dawned on him, Itachi wore a look of melancholy. Kisame, we are heading to Konoha. Chapter 20, by shouting at Konoha Hospital. Might Guy flashed a radiant smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth as he observed Kakashi, who limped in with the aid of a cane. Kakashi, congratulations on your discharge. Once you've fully recovered, we must engage in a youthful duel. Kakashi's expression darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired of Guy, how are Lord Hokage and Danzō faring? Guy, previously jovial, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Lord Hokage and Danzō have sustained severe injuries. Their wounds are plagued by a formidable energy that hinders healing. They require medical ninjas to administer healing techniques at regular intervals. Kakashi sighed deeply upon hearing this. That night, had he not maintained a distance from Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen, he too would have been slain by a single blow. The mere recollection of that sword's gleam sent shivers coursing through his body. Aside from himself and those two close friends, no one else had survived the onslaught. At the training ground of the Root organization, Danzō's heart bled as he gazed at the mere half of his remaining members. Indeed, that sword had claimed half of them. Fortunately, they had been dispersed at the time. Otherwise, Danzō would have been inconsolable. Looking down at his prosthetic limb, he felt even more despondent. He had believed that possessing the first Hokage cells would grant him the ability to regenerate lost limbs. Yet, he never anticipated that the energy from his wounds could rival those cells, preventing his leg from regrowing. Nonetheless, the first Hokage cells still proved beneficial, unlike his dear friend. He did not require daily medical attention. Reflecting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's tragic state, Danzō resolved to alter his approach henceforth. He would henceforth take care to remain behind his close friend. As he observed the training of the Root members, he sighed once more. Alas, truly, one should never offend a child of fate. I nearly perished without lifting a finger. Hiruzen, you must endure. Just as Danzō finished his lament, a member of Root appeared beside him, handing him a note. Hokage's office. In the brief span of a month, the third Hokage had noticeably lost weight, not due to the exertions of the telescope technique, but out of worry. The third Hokage was deeply troubled about the future. He longed to inquire of the Sage of Six Paths why such fortuitous beings were allowed to exist. Allowing the existence of the children of fate is one thing. But why must I offend them, and not just one, but two? While Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts wandered, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized before him. Hokage-sama, a shop named by Xiaodang has mysteriously appeared beside Ichiraku Ramen at noon today. Moments ago, several Root Nin were killed inside. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. An unknown force? He felt a twinge of fear. He was aware that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto must have someone behind them. But that individual had nearly brought about his demise without revealing themselves. After a moment's contemplation, Hiruzen decided caution was paramount. He turned to the Umbu and instructed, summon Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Hyuga Hizashi. Wait for me at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, a group of villagers stood in a daze, gazing at the Chinese-style building named by Xiaotang that had suddenly appeared. They distinctly remembered the area being empty just that morning. How had a building materialized so swiftly? Though curiosity piqued their interest, they hesitated to enter, having witnessed four ninjas step inside moments ago, only to be discarded lifelessly from the entrance a minute later. That scene nearly terrified them into submission. Who are those two? So formidable. Do they have no fear of death, entering there? The villagers murmured, bracing for the worst. Among the crowd, Kakashi and Might Guy frowned as they observed two individuals entering by Xiaodang. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi decided to investigate further. Guy, let us proceed inside. Guy had long wished to enter, but Kakashi had insisted on waiting for developments. 5 minutes earlier, on the second floor of Bai Xiaodang, Mo when reclined in a rocking chair, reviewing his character panel. Host, Mo when realm. Mid-stage of the Carefree Heaven realm. Elite Jonin character role. Ximen Chui Xue 100. Yi Guqing 50 skill. Creation through diligent effort. Mo when had fully completed the role of Ximen Chui Xue. Achieving this milestone unlocked a new skill category in the system. The skill creation was awarded as a reward for successfully embodying Ximen Chui Xue. While the skill sounded impressive, its actual utility was rather modest. It merely enabled Mo1 to create inanimate objects, with no capacity to conjure anything imbued with energy. Thus, in the world of shinobi, this skill was of limited value, as practitioners frequently wielded elemental techniques. Bai Xiaodang was merely a standard building created through his creation skill, something any ninja capable of wood release could accomplish. Notably, Mo1 had discovered a shortcut to rapidly enhance his role progress. Previously, he had utilized Yi Guqing as a shadow clone to instruct Uzumaki Naruto and others. unexpectedly increasing his role's progress. Thus, even when he returned to his original self, it would not hinder his advancement in embodying characters. Furthermore, upon acquiring new roles in the future, he could share martial prowess with his clones. Perhaps these characters had initially surpassed their original portrayals. With his thoughts collected, Mo sensed the presence of newcomers entering by shouting. He promptly employed a transformation technique, adopting the guise of a handsome young scholar as he descended the stairs. Oh, is that Uchiha Itachi? And the individual beside him must be Kisame. Despite Itachi's transformation, his aura remained unchanged, and having encountered him before, Mo recognized him with ease. Chapter 21, By Shouting continued. As Uchiha Itachi and Kisame stepped into By Shouting, they were greeted by a spacious hall featuring a circular platform approximately 3 meters high, adorned with a square table and a long bench. Surrounding the platform were similar tables, each accompanied by 4 long benches. Indeed, this design mirrored that of ancient entertainment venues, conceived by Mo1. Esteemed guests, are you in search of information? As the two descended the stairs, they had already sensed his presence, so they were not taken aback by his voice. However, upon witnessing Mo1's attire, Itachi's pupils contracted, for he recognized the style reminiscent of that fateful night of the Uchiha massacre. Signaling to Kisame with a glance to restrain himself, Itachi feigned curiosity and asked, "Are you the owner of this establishment?" Mo1, having reached the floor below, did not respond immediately. Instead, he ascended the platform and took a seat on the bench. Just as he settled down, 2 more individuals entered the hall, one of whom was limping with the aid of a cane. Kakashi and Might Guy, how intriguing. As Kakashi and his companion entered, they were immediately captivated by the decor of the establishment. Mo glanced at the 4 guests and politely urged them to take a seat, mentioning that a few other patrons would soon arrive. He sensed a few formidable presences outside, likely high-ranking officials from Konoha. The 4 guests found the terminology used by Mo rather peculiar. They understood the term guest. But what did patron mean? Outside, Sarutobi Hisashi turned to his close friend and warned, "Danzō, do not cause any trouble inside. Understand?" Although Shimura Danzō was displeased with Hisashi's tone, he retorted, "Hisashi, you remain as weak as ever." The 4 clan leaders behind them, accustomed to the camaraderie of these 2 friends, exchanged knowing glances. Hisashi, with a resigned expression, sighed and was the first to enter the 100 Secrets Hall. The 4 inside were taken aback to discover that they were in the presence of Konoha's elite. Uchiha Itachi noticed that Sarutobi Hisashi was missing an arm and furrowed his brow, recalling the chasm that had split the Forest of Death. While the others had been curious about the shop's design, they were momentarily stunned upon seeing the 5 newcomers. With a wave of his hand, Mo promptly closed the entrance to the first floor. What? Everyone was startled, especially the Hokage and the Mizukage, who swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to reach the door's edge, fear evident in their expressions. Since their harrowing experience in the Forest of Death, they had become increasingly skittish. The others, however, reacted with less alarm, simply watching Mo on stage with a wary gaze. Noting their reactions, Mo offered a composed smile. "Please, do not panic. I merely wish to prevent any eavesdropping." The 4 clan leaders of Konoha exchanged glances and then looked at the unreliable elderly duo, inwardly exclaiming in frustration. Hinata Hayashi, sensing no hostility from Mo1, stepped forward with curiosity, asking, "What do you mean, sir?" Mo1 first regarded Hayashi before addressing the others with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats. I shall provide answers to your inquiries." As the tension eased, the guests noticed Mo1's refined demeanor, prompting them to relax and find a table with familiar faces. The Akatsuki duo sat together, while Kakashi and Might Guy occupied another table, and the 3 clan leaders of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi along with Hinata Hayashi settled at a separate table. Observing that only the elderly duo remained standing, everyone instinctively glanced towards the door, where Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzō appeared tense. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, punctuated only by the sound of heartbeats. Realizing everyone was staring at them, Hisashi and Danzō acknowledged that perhaps they had overreacted. "Cough, cough. Danzō, let us sit down," Hisashi declared, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He believed that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Consequently, he and Danzō found a spot to sit. Once everyone was seated, Mo donned a professional smile. "First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Bai Shaosheng, the proprietor of the Hundred Secrets Hall, which operates under the auspices of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. The Hundred Secrets Hall is capable of selling any information or secret in the world, while the Heavenly Mechanism sect can foretell the fortunes and misfortunes of any individual. Today marks the beginning of the Hundred Secrets Hall's engagement with the world. Should any of you wish to obtain knowledge, be it known or unknown, you may come to the Hundred Secrets Hall for information. Since today is our inaugural day, I shall offer each table one free inquiry. He emphasized, please remember, I mean one question per table, not one per person. So deliberate wisely. As this is a rare opportunity, the guests exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the credibility of his claims. Bai Xiaosheng, unaffected by their skepticism, decided to proceed based on their order of arrival at the Hundred Secrets Hall. If there are no questions, it will be deemed as forfeiture. He turned to Uchiha Itachi and inquired with a smile. Do you have anything you wish to ask? Anything at all? Kisame Hoshigaki glanced at Itachi. Itachi, while I am skeptical, since it is free, do you have any questions? After some contemplation, Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Sarutobi Hizashi before addressing Bai Xiaosheng. Mr. Bai, I would like to inquire about who severed the third Hokage's hand. The room fell silent, astonished by the audacity of the question. The clan leaders of Konoha exchanged shocked expressions, all equally eager to learn the answer. They had previously asked Hizashi, who had only mentioned it was a mysterious figure. Itachi's inquiry stemmed from his realization that Bai Xiaosheng was not affiliated with Konoha. If he possessed such intelligence, it lent some credibility to his earlier claims. Bai Xiaosheng did not expect such a question from Itachi, but he welcomed it. Staring intently at Itachi, he slowly replied. The third Hokage's right arm was publicly severed by Uzumaki Naruto. Gasps filled the room. Aside from Kisame, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief. Who in Konoha did not know Uzumaki Naruto? He was merely a child still attending the ninja academy. Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzō were equally astonished at how Bai Xiaosheng had obtained such information. Initially suspecting Kakashi, they noted his own astonishment, which further ruled him out as the source. As the shock wore off, the guests turned their attention to Hizashi, who remained silent, increasing the atmosphere of disbelief. His silence was tantamount to tacit approval. Bai Xiaosheng, undeterred by their astonishment, looked towards Kakashi and Might Guy. And you too? Do you have any questions? Might Guy, understanding Kakashi's superior intellect, chose to remain silent and awaited Kakashi's response. Kakashi pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Xiaosheng. Sir, since you mentioned that Naruto is the one who severed the hand, I would like to ask who the true culprit behind this entire incident is. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Bai Xiaosheng, eager to hear his response. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Ah, that is indeed an excellent question. How shall I put it? There are two true culprits, if you will. The others exchanged confused glances. Bai Xiaosheng continued. Consider this. If someone intends to kill you but ultimately realizes they cannot overcome you and ends up injuring themselves, who, then, is the true culprit? In my understanding, the term true culprit should describe the one who instigated the conflict. The guests were left bewildered. Are you suggesting that the true culprit is the third Hokage himself? He brought this upon himself. The second true culprit, Bai Xiaosheng elaborated, could be considered a particular token, which contained a unique energy left behind by a powerful individual. Uzumaki Naruto came into possession of this token by chance. Therefore, I cannot definitively say whether the true culprit is the token or that formidable individual. What do you all think? The guests were left in a state of confusion. To claim the true culprit is that strong individual? But they did not even intervene. It is akin to slipping on a banana peel while walking down the street. Who is to blame? Both parties share responsibility. Yet, they could not help but ponder what kind of terrifying power could render Sarutobi Hizashi incapacitated without direct action. At that moment, Hinata Hayashi stood up. Sir, I would like to inquire about information regarding this powerful individual. Bai Xiaosheng regarded Hayashi with a bemused expression. Hinata clan leader, your inquiry encompasses more than a single question. Would you like to know their name, gender, age, preferences, or perhaps if they have dined recently? Hinata Hizashi offered an awkward smile before respectfully inquiring, Sir, may I ask why we have never heard of the existence of the Hundred Secrets Hall in the ninja world? Bai Xiaosheng pondered for a moment and replied, the last time the Hundred Secrets Hall existed, the ninja world was not yet referred to as such, hence the lack of awareness. Everyone stared in astonishment, including Itachi Uchiha and Hizashi, who were nearly taken aback. They found it hard to believe, preferring to think they were being deceived. Was there truly something that existed prior to the ninja world? Was this not absurd? Imoen disregarded their reactions and focused on the still-shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. What do you two wish to ask? Sarutobi and Danzō quickly returned to their senses. Danzō turned to Hiruzen, frowning. Hiruzen, it appears this world is far more complex than we envisioned, filled with countless secrets. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Danzō, what do you propose we inquire about? Danzō contemplated for a moment before sighing. Hiruzen, do you believe there is anything more important than life itself? Hiruzen understood, realizing that his dear friend shared his thoughts. He then looked expectantly at Bai Shaoxing. Sir, may I ask, if one offends two children of fate, is there still a chance for redemption? Bai Shaoxing was initially taken aback, but then burst out laughing. Huh? Hiruzen, you are quite the comedian. The others looked perplexed, failing to see the humor in it. Noticing the attention on him, Bai Shaoxing ceased his performance and gazed meaningfully at the two. To be frank, offending children of fate typically leaves no path to survival, especially if it involves two. However, nothing is absolute. There remains a glimmer of hope. Hiruzen and Danzō's faces lit up with joy. They finally glimpsed the light of hope. Sir, could you elaborate? Bai Shaoxing shook his head at their excitement. Hiruzen, that was already your second question. The two, who had been laughing heartily moments before, suddenly stiffened. Danzō quickly interjected. Sir, could you inform us how we may procure information here? Bai Shaoxing surveyed the group and replied, The 100 Secrets Hall will materialize once a month. The next gathering will occur right here. At that time, I shall impose a barrier at the entrance, allowing only those destined to enter. Once inside, I will require corresponding offerings based on your inquiries, be it wealth, ninjutsu, or even assistance with tasks within my capabilities. Upon finishing, Bai Shaoxing noticed everyone was still contemplating, so he snapped his fingers. The 100 Secrets Hall, and he seemed to vanish as if they had never existed, leaving behind a bewildered crowd and onlookers in confusion. Chapter 23. Akatsuki Organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō exchanged a deep glance with Itachi Uchiha before departing with the heads of the 4 noble clans and Kakashi. Observing the figures fading into the streets, Itachi furrowed his brow. He realized those two had recognized him. Had Sasuke already left the village? From Sarutobi's lack of communication, Itachi deduced that Uchiha Sasuke was no longer in Konoha. In a sense, Sasuke was a bargaining chip for his infiltration into the Akatsuki organization. With Sasuke in Konoha, the higher-ups would trust Itachi. However, now that Sasuke was absent, their faith in Itachi would wane. Itachi had been willing to annihilate his own clan for the village. Yet he spared Sasuke. This made it clear that in Itachi's heart, Sasuke held greater significance than the village itself. Otherwise, he would not have left Sasuke alive. Of course, this was merely Konoha's perspective. The truth might only be known to Itachi himself. Itachi, the leader has ordered us to hunt down Orochimaru. Shall we proceed with this task? Kisame Hoshigaki felt the 100 Secrets Hall was of greater importance and wished to report back to his mysterious superior. Itachi shook his head. Orochimaru can be dealt with at any time. We should first return to the organization to report on the 100 Secrets Hall. In a village within the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha observed Yi Guqing conversing with Ximen Chui Xue in a pavilion, feeling quite distressed. They had finally understood why the two were friends. Over the past month, they had discovered that both Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue were sword enthusiasts. Regardless of the task, they always had a sword on hand. Their discussions revolved solely around swords. Moreover, both were solitary, proud, and aloof individuals. The only consolation was that Yi Guqing was more approachable. At least he spoke more than Ximen Chui Xue, who had a perpetually frosty demeanor. Noticing the three of them lurking, Yi Guqing frowned. You three, step forward. The trio hurried to join them, while Ximen Chui Xue, caressing his sword, paid them no mind. Yi Guqing examined them and asked, Have you three decided on your training direction? Orochimaru smiled enigmatically. Of course, it's the sword. Sasuke first glanced at Ximen Chui Xue, who was fondling his sword, then turned to Yi Guqing and declared firmly, I am also a swordsman. Naruto, bubbling with enthusiasm, chimed in, Me too. I'm a swordsman as well. Seeing all three choose the path of the sword, Yi Guqing felt satisfied. Excellent. You have 3 years to reach the state of freedom in swordsmanship. When the time comes, I will require you three to assist me with a task in Chuiyue City. Curious, Naruto eagerly asked, Master, where is Chuiyue City? What will we be doing there? The other two also looked at Yi Guqing with puzzled expressions. Yi Guqing picked up his sword and exited the pavilion. Counting silently, the three watched his retreating figure. 1, 2, 3. Just as they reached 3, Yi Guqing's voice echoed back. When you step into the state of freedom, I will reveal everything. In the Akatsuki base located in the Rain Village, Scorpion, the immortal duo, Pain, and Conan regarded Itachi and Kisame with suspicion. The two men wore expressions of helplessness. They had merely spoken the truth, yet these individuals seemed to question their credibility. Itachi sighed. If you don't believe me, you can visit Konoha next month. However, I must caution you. When you go, make sure to visit the Death Forest and observe that canyon. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you shouldn't have, don't be surprised if we suffer first. Pain, what does Itachi mean by that? Is he mocking the gods? Conan noted the seriousness in their expressions, her brow furrowing. Next month, I will accompany you both for another visit. Pain, though skeptical, feared for Conan's safety if what Itachi claimed were true. With everyone present, he could not openly oppose her suggestion and resolved to dissuade her when others left. Pain surveyed the group. This matter is a month away. There is no need to rush. Juke, Nandu, a dangerous figure, has recently emerged with the ability to create explosive clay. I need you to investigate whether he qualifies to join the Akatsuki. If he does, bring him into our ranks. Itachi and the others nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in another room within the Rain Village, Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha deliberated over matters concerning Konoha. They had initially reacted with skepticism upon hearing White Zetsu's report. Ultimately, Obito decided to utilize Kamui to transport himself to the Death Forest, wishing to authenticate the scenes described by White Zetsu firsthand. Afterwards, our enigmatic schemer, the romantic Uchiha Obito, found himself in a state of panic. When did such a formidable figure emerge in the ninja world? He felt an urgent desire to summon Uchiha Madara from the Pure Land to assist him, as he feared he could not manage the situation alone. If Obito was somewhat apprehensive, then the devoted Black Zetsu appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was there truly such a powerful presence in the ninja realm? Had he inadvertently succeeded in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Was everything merely an illusion? Obito was filled with hesitation, yearning to visit Konoha in a month, but terrified of facing that overwhelming strength. Black Zetsu, perceiving Obito's inner turmoil, inwardly cursed his foolishness. Obito was indeed too naive. It was no wonder he was easily deceived. Did the ninja world not possess a technique known as the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Under the subtle guidance of the devoted Zetsu, Obito finally realized this possibility. He hastily claimed that his reluctance stemmed not from ignorance, but from a sense of superiority as a powerful being, deeming such tactics beneath him. Chapter 24. The Return of the 100 Knowledge Hall. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the entrance to Ichiraku Ramen was thronged with ninjas. They belonged to various clans of Konoha, yet among them were 5 individuals not affiliated with the village. 3 of them were Conan, a transformed Itachi Uchiha, and a transformed Kisame Hoshigaki, who were together. The other 2 were the romantic Obito and the devoted Black Zetsu, who had also assumed new identities. As Obito gazed at the empty space beside Ichiraku, suspicion filled his face. However, upon observing the high-ranking officials of Konoha standing in readiness, he dismissed his doubts. Just as everyone was wrapped in their thoughts, the 100 Knowledge Hall made its sudden appearance. What? Those caught off guard were startled, although they had heard a vague account from their clan leaders. Witnessing the manner in which the 100 Knowledge Hall manifested elicited gasps of astonishment. As the Hokage of Konoha, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not step forward? He approached the entrance of the hall and turned to face the crowd, displaying a smile reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. Everyone, please remain calm. Soon, as per your clan leader's instructions, you will enter one by one. Those who do not enter should wait patiently outside. Those who do enter may find a seat. Let us commence. Clan leaders, please lead your members into the 100 Knowledge Hall. After Sarutobi's announcement, he led Shimura Danzō and the talented duo of Konoha, Mito Kazumi and Kurenai Yuhi, into the hall. Oh, by the way, Mito is known as the Dragon of the Hidden Leaf, and Kurenai is the Phoenix of the Hidden Leaf. Upon their entry, Sarutobi and Danzō immediately gazed upon the high platform, where the esteemed Bai Shaosheng was already seated. Meanwhile, Mito and Kurenai curiously surveyed their surroundings, appearing like eager children. Bai Shaosheng acknowledged their presence with a professional smile, but did not speak. The 4, recognizing his silence, respectfully took their seats near the platform. 5 minutes later, observing the 20 attendees occupying a quarter of the hall, Bai Shaoxing smiled with satisfaction. Now that everyone has gathered, let us begin. As Bai Shaoxing finished speaking, a box resembling a lottery container appeared before him. He explained, due to the large number of participants, I can only allow half of you to pose questions. Inside this box are numbered tickets from 1 to 20. Those who draw numbers 1 to May 10th, ask me a question. The inquiries will be in public mode, meaning everyone will hear your questions. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Bai Shaoxing wasted no time, snapping his fingers to make the box appear on the table of Sarutobi and his companions. Everyone regarded this as a normal occurrence, given the extraordinary nature of the 100 Knowledge Hall itself. Before long, everyone had drawn their numbers. Half of the participants rejoiced, while the other half looked glum. Naturally, those who drew the first 10 numbers were the fortunate ones. Bai Shaoxing glanced at the proceedings with a subtle smile. Let us begin with number 1. Who is our first guest? The crowd exchanged curious glances, and soon, Hyuga Hisashi rose to his feet. The others quickly understood that he was the one holding number 1. Hisashi bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing and inquired, Sir, I wish to ask how the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can evolve to the next stage. The audience buzzed with disbelief. What? The Byakugan could evolve? Hadn't they always appeared as mere Byakugan users? Even Sarutobi and his companions stared at Hisashi in astonishment, clearly unaware of this revelation. Bai Shaoxing was equally taken aback, but quickly grasped Hisashi's intentions. Realizing he must have uncovered the reason behind the downfall of the Uchiha clan, pride intertwined with their ocular prowess. As a member of one of the 2 great ocular clans, could the Hyuga clan not harbor a similar arrogance? In this world, where social hierarchies were stark, those in power often looked down upon the lower tiers. Bai Shaoxing returned to the present, smiling at Hisashi. In the midst of Hisashi's eager anticipation, Bai Shaoxing began, Hyuga clan leader, your question comes at a considerable cost. However, since you are number 1, I shall extend a concession. If you possess a level 3 ninjutsu or 3 level 2 ninjutsu, I will provide you with the answer. Furthermore, he added, I must remind you, Hyuga clan leader, that your current bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is merely at level 1. Gasps echoed through the hall. Were the Hyuga concealing such a profound secret? Would the Byakugan not require an evolution to reach level 2? Hisashi understood the implications. Though the cost was steep, he merely furrowed his brow. After all, if he learned the method, would it not signify the Hyuga clan's ascension to a prestigious bloodline limit family? Sir, I shall exchange 3 level 2 ninjutsu for this information. Others cast glances at Hisashi, marveling at his wealth and audacity. Upon Hisashi's declaration, he retrieved 3 scrolls of ninjutsu from his reserve. Bai Shaoxing, seeing the scrolls, snapped his fingers again, and they materialized in his hands. He briefly scanned the titles. 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams 128 palms, and Guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bai Shaoxing nodded and then turned to Hisashi. Chapter 25, the question and answer session. Bai Shaoxing nodded and then addressed Hisashi. On the moon, there exists a clan known as the Otsutsuki clan. This clan is inherently endowed with the Byakugan, and your Hyuga clan descends from them. However, due to the dilution of your bloodline, you must engage in rigorous training to unlock the Byakugan. The audience was awash with disbelief. What? People lived on the moon? Yet, upon witnessing Bai Shaoxing's calm demeanor, they could not dismiss his words as mere fabrications. The members of the Akatsuki organization were equally astonished, with even Black Zetsu taken aback by Bai Shaoxing's knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan. Hisashi, upon hearing this revelation, became aware that his family harbored such a secret. He refrained from interrupting Bai Shaoxing, instead eagerly awaiting further explanation. Bai Shaoxing observed the reactions of the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The Otsutsuki clan is born with the Byakugan, and those with exceptional talent may awaken the Rinnegan. You may be unaware of the true power of the Rinnegan. To put it succinctly, the Rinnegan is comparable to the legendary Rinnegan. As of now, only 4 individuals have possessed the Rinnegan within the ninja world, and strictly speaking, only 3 of them truly owned it. Imoen cast a glance at Uchiha Obito as he spoke. The first 3 Rinnegan were innate, while the 4th was an implant from the 3rd. Bai Shaoxing surveyed the audience and revealed a warm smile. Allow me to share a piece of information for free. The second individual to possess the Rinnegan is none other than the Sage of 6 Paths. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What on earth? This is certainly not the ninja world I knew. How could the Sage of Six Paths be mentioned? And as merely the second? The devoted Black Zetsu was in a state of panic. How could this person know everything? Uchiha Obito was not merely startled, but utterly astonished. He had just learned of the existence of the Rinnegan today. Konan felt anxious, fearing that Nagato's Rinnegan might not be his own. Time passed, and eventually, Konan regained her composure. Clutching her number tag with a hint of hope, she glanced at it. Hyuga Hizashi's mind was buzzing. He had speculated that the Rinnegan must be extraordinary, but he never imagined it would be so far beyond his expectations. With fervor, he turned to Bai Xiaosheng and urgently inquired, "Sir, how can the Hyuga clan awaken the Rinnegan?" Bai Xiaosheng regarded him with a faint smile. "Your Hyuga clan can achieve this by merging the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan with the Byakugan of your clan, or by fusing numerous Byakugan from the Otsutsuki clan to evolve into the Rinnegan. However, that path is no longer viable. In the past, the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan waged war due to ideological differences, resulting in the branch family utilizing the Rinnegan to annihilate the main family. In the end, only a handful from the branch family survived. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's hopes plummeted. Observing his despondent expression, Bai Xiaosheng offered him a glimmer of good news. "Since you have paid the price, I shall naturally reveal the method to you." Hyuga Hizashi felt rejuvenated. The audience, too, appeared puzzled, eagerly awaiting Bai Xiaosheng's revelation. There are two Rinnegan on the moon. One is a spherical stone formed from the countless Byakugan of the Otsutsuki branch family, adorned with their clan emblem and radiating a purple glow. The other is a colossal yellow orb housed within the Kamikaze Shrine. If your Hyuga clan seeks these two eyes, awakening the Rinnegan will be within your grasp. Bai Xiaosheng suddenly recalled a playful thought. Addressing the audience, he cautioned, "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Powerful members of the Otsutsuki clan guard those eyes. As for their strength, it should be on par with the Sage of Six Paths." Others did not dwell on this. Even if they knew of such formidable eyes on the moon, they would have no means to ascend. They simply could not fathom that such terrifying entities existed on the moon. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to acquire the Rinnegan, but now wore expressions of dismay, expressing their reluctance to offer themselves up as sacrifices. Observing Hyuga Hizashi retreating into despair, Bai Xiaosheng disclosed another piece of information. "However, today I am in a good mood, so allow me to share another free piece of news. Currently, there is one individual from your Hyuga clan who possesses the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. It is merely that you have overlooked her, resulting in her inability to awaken. My goodness. In the future, please refrain from using nanny to express shock. It sounds terribly unrefined." Upon hearing this last piece of information, the audience gazed incredulously at Hyuga Hizashi. What? Is the Hyuga clan truly this remarkable? A member of their clan possesses such extraordinary potential. That is an eye comparable to the Rinnegan. Even members of the Akatsuki organization stared at the Hyuga clan, equally incredulous. They realized that pain might not be as invincible as they thought. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito had grown numb. The four heavenly kings of Konoha were equally astonished, casting bewildered glances at Hyuga Hizashi. They had not anticipated the Hyuga clan to harbor such a terrifying legacy, along with a member capable of awakening the Rinnegan. Shimura Danzō, while shocked, regarded Hyuga Hizashi with a glimmer of deep-seated greed in his eyes. Hyuga Hizashi felt that his clan was on the brink of a resurgence. For that eye is akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. He couldn't help but wonder who this individual might be, yet felt helpless knowing he could only pose one question. It seems he would need to search diligently upon returning. After a considerable time, Bai Xiaosheng noticed the crowd had regained their composure. "Now, I invite number 2 to step forward." As Bai Xiaosheng's words fell, an exceedingly beautiful girl with blue hair rose. Konan stood and bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaosheng. The two shadowy figures, surprised by her emergence as number 2, had not anticipated it. However, once Konan posed her question, their surprise transformed into sheer panic. "Sir, I wish to ask, what happens if the Rinnegan is not one's own?" Bai Xiaosheng, upon hearing Konan's inquiry, glanced at the two shadowy figures, finding the unfolding narrative increasingly intriguing. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. "The answer to this question requires merely a high-level ninjutsu. My dear lady, would you care to purchase it?" Without hesitation, Konan produced a scroll. After Bai Xiaosheng verified its authenticity, he continued, "If an ordinary person, even a shadow-level powerhouse, attempts to fuse with the Rinnegan, they would merely be drained of chakra, becoming a lifeless husk. However, There are two clans within the ninja world that are somewhat unique. One is the Senju clan, and the other is the Uzumaki clan. If a member of the Senju clan awakens would release, they can barely utilize the Rinnegan. But it is merely a struggle. The Uzumaki clan, being naturally endowed with more chakra than ordinary ninjas, can also use the Rinnegan if they acquire it. However, the Rinnegan will continuously drain their life force, rendering them incapable of even basic activities. They can only rely on the abilities contained within the Rinnegan to act in alternative ways. But this is not a long-term solution, as life force is finite. Thus, death is not far off. Bai Xiaoxing's words struck Conan like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of shock. She merely sat down numbly, her eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, already suspecting the situation of their leader. As for the two shadowy figures, they now felt thoroughly exposed under Bai Xiaoxing's gaze. They were contemplating how to eliminate him. Chapter 26. QA. After answering three individuals, Bai Xiaoxing turned his attention to Uchiha Obito, who stood up. Uchiha Obito also performed a mock bow to Bai Xiaoxing. Sir, I notice you exhibit no chakra fluctuations. I wish to inquire about the system of cultivation you follow. Others had long been curious about this question, but due to the limitation of asking only one question, they were reluctant to waste their opportunity. Now, seeing Uchiha Obito inquire, they were naturally eager to know. Bai Xiaoxing requested a high-level ninjutsu from Uchiha Obito before responding. Last month, I mentioned to the people of Konoha that my era is not called the ninja world. For, at that time, chakra as an energy had yet to emerge. So, I apologize, my friends, I digress. The audience wondered if they should express their frustrations or not. The system I practice is martial arts. The owner of the token in Naruto Uzumaki's possession is a martial artist. Today, I am in good spirits, so let me elucidate what a martial artist is. Martial artists are categorized into 4 stages, ascending from the lowest, the Vajra ordinary realm, the free and easy earth realm, the carefree heaven realm, and the divine wanderer mystic realm. Each stage is further divided into early, middle, and perfected phases. You may not comprehend the strength of the martial arts system, but let me put it this way. The power of the Sage of 6 Paths was merely that of a mid-stage transcendent being, a reflection of his former peak. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd, as everyone recognized the terrifying nature of martial arts. Kakashi suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face, exclaiming, "Sir, did you just say that the Sage of 6 Paths was from the past? Is he still alive?" Others, initially stunned by the might of martial arts, turned to Kakashi with expressions of incredulity, their wide eyes fixed on Bai Xiaoxing. Bai Xiaoxing, visibly frustrated, smacked his forehead, as if regretting his earlier words. He then looked at Kakashi and praised, "Your insight is truly remarkable. I spoke a little too much, and you deduced it right away. Impressive. Wait, the Sage of 6 Paths is still alive? This is too much." Black Zetsu was also taken aback. He had never encountered his brother, yet he was still alive. Panic gripped Black Zetsu, as he felt like a mere pawn in this game. As for Obito Uchiha, he merely wished to resurrect Madara Uchiha, to witness this world firsthand. How could he continue playing when the Sage of 6 Paths was still alive? Bai Xiaoxing remarked, "Is this the feeling of mocking the world?" Black Zetsu, I now understand the joy you derive from deceiving Madara Uchiha. The 4 great kings of Konoha, although shocked by the revelation of the sage's survival, could somewhat accept it, having already offended 2 individuals destined to surpass the sage. Sarutobi Hisashi glanced at his number plate, exchanging knowing looks with his 3 friends. "Sir, I am number 7. What must I do to survive against the child of destiny?" The others, coming back to reality from the shocking news of the sage's survival, frowned at Sarutobi Hisashi. Another child of destiny? Wasn't his previous question also related to this? The members of Akatsuki appeared puzzled as well. Through Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, they had learned about the events that transpired in Bai Xiaoxing's tavern. Why did the child of destiny instill such fear in Sarutobi Hisashi? Bai Xiaoxing's lips curled into a slight smile, and then he tilted his head back, as if reminiscing about the past. Everyone noticed Bai Xiaoxing displaying such an expression for the first time, indicating that matters were far from simple. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xiaoxing snapped back to attention and turned to Sarutobi Hisashi. To inquire about this requires 2 advanced ninjutsu, which must be purchased. Sarutobi Hisashi, acting like a wealthy patron, handed Bai Xiaoxing 2 scrolls. After confirming the scrolls, he sighed deeply. "Ah, the child of destiny. Truly an unreasonable entity. My Tenkai sect has passed down through several eras, and we only know of a few instances where individuals offended the Child of Destiny and managed to survive. A solemn air enveloped the room. The Child of Destiny. Indeed terrifying. The children of destiny are generally divided into two categories, the righteous child of destiny and the villainous child of destiny. These two are fated adversaries, with only one able to survive. Generally, it is the righteous child of destiny who endures. Currently, there are 3 children of destiny in the ninja world, 2 righteous ones. The very individuals you have offended, and 1 villainous child of destiny. If you seek salvation, you may consider aligning with the villainous child of destiny. Shimura Danzō could no longer contain himself and asked anxiously, Sir, where is this villainous child of destiny? Bai Shaoxing first looked at Black Zetsu, offering a mysterious smile. Black Zetsu? Why is he smiling at me? Then Bai Shaoxing turned to the 4 great kings of Konoha. Do not rush, allow me to explain slowly. This villainous child of destiny in the ninja world is rather unique. She has faced off against the previous child of destiny, and, although she lost, she did not perish. Instead, she managed to outlast the 2 righteous children of destiny. Though she remains alive, she has been sealed away. Without someone rescuing her beforehand, she would eventually break free from her seal. At that moment, fate will guide the 2 children of destiny in the ninja world to confront her in a life and death struggle. The 4 great kings of Konoha, upon hearing this, were visibly elated. Sealing? They were from Konoha, the strongest in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hisashi excitedly asked, Sir, where is the villainous child of destiny sealed? Bai Shaoxing pointed towards the sky and uttered a phrase that sent shivers down everyone's spines. The moon. The villainous child of destiny is sealed on the moon. In other words, the existence of the moon itself is a result of sealing the villainous child of destiny. A chilling silence fell over the room for 10 seconds. What? How could this be? That's the moon. It exists solely to seal someone. This world is far too perilous. No, from now on, I must tread carefully and not be reckless. Black Zetsu was bewildered. He had been merely observing. Yet he found himself entangled in this revelation. Did Bai Shaoxing know even this secret? And to think, his own mother was the villainous child of destiny. At this moment, Black Zetsu experienced unprecedented panic. Chapter 27. Questions and Answers. The 4 great kings of Konoha, after hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, felt as though they were on a roller coaster ride. Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence about unsealing the villainous child of destiny. But now Bai Shaoxing informed them that she was sealed on the moon. Not only could they not unseal her, but they also couldn't even reach her. The members of Akatsuki were equally astonished. They had never imagined that the moon served as a seal. What kind of formidable being was sealed within? They could hardly fathom it. After a considerable time, the group finally began to process the overwhelming information. Such a colossal revelation required time to digest. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha stood up. Following tradition, he bowed to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, I am number 8. May I inquire what exactly is a child of destiny? All ears perked up at Itachi's question, as they understood that being sealed on the moon and surviving was indicative of the child of destiny's tremendous power. In response, Bai Shaoxing first requested an advanced ninjutsu from Itachi before explaining. Let me first elucidate what fortune means. For instance, if you consistently win at gambling or frequently find money while walking, it signifies a strong fortune. However, such fortune is merely temporary. In contrast, the fortune possessed by a child of destiny is lifelong. To illustrate further, if an ordinary person were to fall into a bottomless abyss, their chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Yet, for a child of destiny, not only would they emerge unscathed, but they would likely encounter fortuitous events, discovering powerful techniques as a matter of course. If fortune smiles upon them, they might even cross paths with an unparalleled expert and become their disciple. I believe the 3rd Hokage can relate to this. Everyone was initially astonished by the unreasonable nature of the child of destiny. Then their gazes shifted to Sarutobi Hisashi. They all knew he had offended 2 children of destiny. Was it possible that, due to his actions, those 2 children of destiny had received fortuitous encounters? Bai Shaoxing scanned the room and continued, generally, a child of destiny. Or rather, they are virtually immune to being killed by anyone other than another child of destiny. As for the 3rd Hokage, if an ordinary person offended him, even a jonin, he has countless methods to eliminate them. But Sarutobi Hisashi? I did not, so do not misinterpret. Yet, He had offended none other than the children of destiny, and a child who had yet to reach the rank of Genin. Even so, the third Hokage lost an arm. Of course, had the third Hokage not pursued the child of destiny himself, but merely sent his subordinates, they would have merely served as experience fodder for the child of destiny. Such individuals might inexplicably meet their demise due to the child of destiny, perhaps through internal strife or falling into traps like explosive tags. Once they perished, the child of destiny would acquire their techniques, thereby growing stronger. In conclusion, the child of destiny grows stronger with each kill, and even without killing, they remain formidable. Alas, the child of destiny is utterly unreasonable. They now gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen with eyes filled with pity. Uchiha Itachi turns to Byakuya and inquires, "Sir, does the child of destiny possess any other characteristics?" Byakuya nods and responds, "To put it simply, the child of destiny is akin to a favored son of heaven. Heaven cares for him above all others. To expedite his growth, heaven has endowed the child of destiny with a unique trait, an innate ability to attract hatred. It is only through opposition that the child of destiny can rise above others. Consequently, most children of destiny harbor deep-seated grudges from a young age. In our Central Pavilion, we have a saying, when kin are sacrificed, boundless power follows. This aptly describes the child of destiny. If you were to slay a loved one in their presence, they would inexplicably grow stronger in an instant. Perhaps in one moment they may be no match for you, but in the next, they surpass you in prowess. Lastly, I must inform you all that virtually every era has its child of destiny, at least two, one representing the righteous path and the other the villainous. They are, after all, destined adversaries." Upon hearing Byakuya's words, the crowd's envy towards the child of destiny diminished. After all, their childhoods were fraught with sorrow and deep-seated enmities, a life they wished to avoid. To further convince the audience, Byakuya elaborated on the fact that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were both considered half-children of destiny. Once they comprehended this, a dawning realization washed over them. No wonder those two were so extraordinarily powerful. They truly were favored by fortune. Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, Byakuya added, "Senju Hashirama is deemed a half-righteous child of destiny, while Uchiha Madara embodies a half-villainous child of destiny. Moreover, their secrets are not trivial. If any of you are interested, they can be acquired from me." The others murmured, "What an insufferable character," stirring up interest in others only to withdraw. Having listened to Byakuya, Uchiha Itachi deduced the identities of the two children of destiny, his beloved brother and Naruto Uzumaki. The others also surmised that Naruto was indeed a child of destiny. They resolved to instruct their clans to avoid offending Naruto, as well as those harboring deep grudges. Byakuya then addressed a trivial inquiry from the audience. Finally, he reached the 10th question. To their astonishment, the 10th was about the filial son, Kurizetsu. Rising, Kurizetsu pretended to bow to Byakuya and asked, "Sir, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Sage of Six Paths?" The others gasped. Another major revelation not to be missed. Byakuya regarded Kurizetsu thoughtfully and remarked, This question is rather costly. It involves two secrets and requires 3 levels of ninjutsu." The crowd gasped in unison. Byakuya felt as though the air in the hall was being depleted by their astonishment. Upon hearing that it required 3 levels of ninjutsu, the audience believed it was impossible to uncover such secrets today. After all, 3 levels of ninjutsu are not something an ordinary person possesses, even among great clans. Having 1 level of ninjutsu is considered extraordinary luck. But who was Kurizetsu? The life mentor of Uchiha Madara. Although he lacked strength, his knowledge was vast. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the crowd, Kurizetsu produced 3 scrolls. Witnessing this, everyone suddenly felt that the person beside them might harbor an astonishing secret. Only an extraordinary individual could produce 3 levels of ninjutsu, and he had been among them all along. It's worth noting that the Konoha sealing book contains very few levels of ninjutsu. The 4 great warriors of Konoha exchanged glances and placed Kurizetsu on their list of individuals to avoid provoking. They realized that this person was indeed a secret. Exchanging 3 levels of ninjutsu for the location of the Sage of Six Paths. He must have a connection to the sage. Otherwise, why would he expend 3 levels of ninjutsu merely to inquire about one person's location? Chapter 28. The gathering dissolves. Byakuya looked with satisfaction at the 3 fire-style ninjutsu scrolls in his hand. These scrolls had not appeared in the original narrative. suggesting they were Kurizetsu's prized collection. He then surveyed the eager crowd below, a slight smile gracing his lips. The Sage of Six Paths resides in the Pure Land. The crowd was bewildered. They contemplated various answers, even considering the possibility of him being above the sun, but never imagined he would be in the Pure Land. Kurizetsu felt as though he had been played by Baixiuxing, yet he could not decipher Baixiuxing's intentions, so he could only endure and force a smile. Sir, you jest. The Pure Land is a realm for the deceased. If the Sage of Six Paths is not dead, how could he possibly be there? Baixiuxing shook his head, explaining. I mentioned that there are two secrets. The other secret is. He paused, surveying the crowd. The others. Goodness, if it weren't for the fact that he was unbeatable, I would very much like to strike him. Baixiuxing was quite pleased with the sight of the crowd wishing to retaliate, yet refraining from action. However, he knew to exercise moderation. He didn't want to scare off his patrons. The other secret is that the Pure Land was created by the Sage of Six Paths. So naturally, he can reside there. Boom. Everyone's minds were rocked, as if an 8 magnitude earthquake had struck. The Pure Land was actually created by the Sage of Six Paths? Was this secret too horrifying to comprehend? Was it something they were even meant to know? The astute among them began to ponder deeper questions. Why did the Sage of Six Paths create the Pure Land? Did the deceased loved ones encounter the sage there? Kurizetsu, on the other hand, mused, did my brother create the Pure Land to collect souls to confront our mother? Uchiha Obito felt unworthy of being the mastermind behind the scenes. He perceived himself as merely playing house compared to the Sage of Six Paths. He couldn't grasp why the sage was still alive. But the sage's creation of the Pure Land surely held significance. Alas, Madara, why did you depart? This world is too complex for me to navigate. Uchiha Obito self-deprecatingly compared himself to Baixiuxing, who exuded an air of sophistication. He felt like a mere jester in Baixiuxing's eyes. The latter knew all about the Sage of Six Paths, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of Obito's grand plans with the Moon Eye. Lin, what should I do? I long for a world with you. No, the Pure Land? Uchiha Obito suddenly recalled that Lin had passed away, and the deceased must go to the Sage of Six Paths domain. His mind was in turmoil. If the Sage of Six Paths had any ulterior motives, would Lin be in danger? The members of Akatsuki were equally perplexed. They pondered their daily proclamations of making the world feel pain and achieving peace. But what did all this mean in the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Conan had already labeled the sage as a villain, believing that if he were alive, he would not permit the continuation of war. Wait, war? The Pure Land. Conan felt as if she had stumbled upon a shocking secret, her heart racing with dread. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame observed Conan's expression of terror, momentarily taken aback. Just as they were about to inquire, Baixiuxing vanished again. However, this time, no one paid it any mind. After all, they had uncovered several secrets today that would leave them in awe for a lifetime. When Conan returned to her senses, she hurriedly summoned the others to rush back to the Akatsuki organization. The duo behind the curtain were now in a state of confusion, each lost in their thoughts. Ultimately, it was the filial son who regained his composure first, leading the dazed Uchiha Obito away. As for the Konoha residents, each family returned to their own homes. Before they departed, they glanced at Hinata Hizashi, whose face was brimming with excitement, a gaze filled with profound envy. The four heavenly kings of Konoha also observed the elation of Hinata Hizashi. In the past, they would have felt apprehensive and possibly taken some action. However, now they were indifferent. No matter how formidable the Hyuga clan may be, could they rival the Child of Destiny? Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at his three friends, who wore troubled expressions. You three should return and reassure your families. Join me at my house this evening, and we shall deliberate further. The trio nodded in agreement and returned to their respective homes. Later that evening, at the Akatsuki's base, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, all members had gathered. In the conference room, the young Deidara listened intently as Conan, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame Hoshigaki recounted the events that transpired at the 100 Tales. Observing the astonished expressions of his comrades, Deidara felt as if he had stumbled into a cult. What is this Child of Destiny? What do you mean the Sage of Six Paths is still alive? Why not mention that the sage has a mother too? While others remained skeptical, Pain had already begun to believe a significant portion of the revelations. Upon Conan's return, she had immediately informed him of the Rinnegan. He was acutely aware of his own body, and though each revelation was shocking, he no longer questioned them as he once did, nor did he embrace them blindly. Pain regarded the contemplative Konan and Itachi Uchiha and inquired, Byako, Suzaku, what are your thoughts? The others turned their attention to the two. Konan, regaining her focus, sighed. If I had not visited the 100 Tales, I too would have found this hard to believe. However, I am compelled to accept it now. Itachi Uchiha concurred. Indeed. Let us first discuss the child of destiny. The matter of Naruto Uzumaki is undeniably true. My brother, as I suspect, is also a child of destiny. Having vanished alongside Naruto, Sarutobi Hisashi himself mentioned offending 2 children of destiny. Thus, I surmise my brother is one of them. They have nothing to gain. The 100 Tales would not fabricate a child of destiny to deceive us. He continued, as for this number 10, he must harbor colossal secrets. It is evident he believed the words of the 100 Tales, for he exchanged 3 high-level jutsu for information regarding the Sage of 6 Paths. At the very least, this indicates he possesses an extraordinary identity, potentially linked to the Sage. Upon hearing this, Konan abruptly stood, having been consumed by thoughts of the Sage of 6 Paths while overlooking this number 10. Chapter 29, Sherlock Holmes. Konan, Itachi, and the others noticed Konan's sudden movement and turned to her. Byako, what is it? Did Suzaku say something amiss? Konan shook her head at pain. I believe Itachi is correct. This number 10 must indeed be of great concern. He surely knows something about the Sage of 6 Paths. I have long pondered why the sage established the Pure Land. The most straightforward answer is to provide a sanctuary for the souls of the departed. In this light, I considered the sage to be a benevolent figure. But have you ever wondered why, despite his immense power, the ninja world remains in perpetual conflict? Wouldn't that lead to even more casualties? If the sage could create the Pure Land, surely he could achieve mere peace, right? What do you think? The Pure Land is akin to another ninja world. With such power, achieving peace should be trivial. The others listened, deep in thought. Konan continued, I believe that any individual of good conscience, possessing the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, would strive for peace in the ninja world. Yet the sage has not done so, which leads to only one explanation. With an air of conviction, she declared, the Sage of 6 Paths does not desire peace in the ninja world. Upon hearing this, the mouths of her companions fell agape. After a moment, as they calmed, they began to recognize the validity of Konan's assertion. If they possessed the sage's power, they could enact their will. Anything they chose not to do would be out of reluctance. Konan surveyed the contemplative faces of her comrades. I now suspect that the Sage of 6 Paths does not wish for peace in the ninja world, as he covets the souls of the deceased. If he genuinely sought to provide solace for the departed, he would not instigate war. Therefore, the establishment of the Pure Land serves but one purpose: to accumulate the souls of many departed. I now even suspect that the frequent wars within the ninja world may be subtly encouraged by the Sage of 6 Paths. The room fell silent, the gravity of her words sinking in. They found her conjectures bold yet compelling. Kakuzu, having witnessed the era of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, held a degree of belief in these revelations. Regaining his composure, he addressed the stunned assembly with an expression of calm. So, are we now opposing the Sage of 6 Paths? We seek to establish peace, while he desires chaos. Shall we then disband? The others responded in unison, indeed. Opposing the Sage of 6 Paths is akin to searching for dung with a lantern. Might as well disband. Itachi Uchiha regarded the dazed Pain, hesitating momentarily. Leader, I have 2 questions I wish to pose, if I may. All eyes turned to Itachi, curious about his inquiries. Pain, regaining focus, nodded in acknowledgement. Itachi composed his thoughts. I recall you stating that only through suffering can one truly appreciate the value of peace. Thus, you intend to inflict pain upon the 5 great nations, employing the Akatsuki to capture tailed beasts as a means of deterrence. Everyone knows I hail from Konoha. Do you know why, during each ninja war, it is primarily the other ninja villages that unite against Konoha? Pain responded without hesitation, because Konoha is the strongest, they have no chance unless they unite. Itachi nodded, affirming Pain's assertion. You are correct. Konoha is rich in resources and has many powerful individuals, thus they must unite. But have you considered that if your deterrent proves ineffective, you will find yourself in Konoha's position? At that point, the 5 great nations will surely unite against you. Based on my understanding of you, I know you would not fear them. A great war would then be inevitable. After all I've said, my question is this strategy your own conception, or was it suggested by another? And is the Rinnegan truly your own? Gasps filled the room. Others were taken aback by Itachi's audacity. Just as Pain was about to express his anger, Conan abruptly stood once more, exclaiming, "Itachi, do you mean to suggest?" How could this be? Conan appeared to grasp something, her expression one of disbelief. Pain, initially poised to retaliate, became momentarily bewildered at Conan's fearful demeanor. The others, observing her reaction, sensed the gravity of the situation. Pain turned his gaze to Itachi with a cold demeanor. "What do you mean?" Itachi, recognizing Conan's understanding, faced Pain. "I recall the 100 Tales mentioning that the last individual to possess the Rinnegan did not acquire it through their own means." From Byaku's reaction, "It is evident your eyes do not belong to you. I am uncertain how you obtained them. But the 100 Tales stated that the Sage of Six Paths' eyes are indeed the Rinnegan. You now possess eyes akin to his. I suspect you are already aware of this. What I meant to imply with my previous question is whether your desire to capture tailed beasts originated from your own thoughts or was imparted to you by another. If it was the latter, in conjunction with Byaku's earlier statement, I have reason to believe that you have been ensnared by the Sage of Six Paths. Reduced to a mere instrument of war, the others were left in shock. What are we to do? Our leader is merely a pawn. And what of us?" The immortal duo exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. They feared that remaining in this organization would truly lead to their demise. They would either become mere tools for Sage of Six Paths or oppose him, resulting in a dire fate. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Pain was momentarily stunned, or rather, Nagato in the hidden chamber was at a loss. Time seemed to stand still before Pain finally regained his composure and surveyed the others. "You all may leave for now. I have found my answer. In 2 weeks, we shall convene once more. By then, I will seek further intelligence from Bai Shaoxing. If Itachi's words prove true, I shall not drag you down with me." The others exchanged glances but said nothing, departing the meeting room. Deidara wondered aloud. So, just as I arrived, the organization may be on the verge of disbanding? Once everyone had exited, Conan opened a secret door and stepped into the inner chamber. Observing Nagato's gaunt frame, she could not hold back her tears. "Nagato, shall we not exchange the Rinnegan? I believe Itachi speaks the truth. It must be a plot by the Sage of Six Paths. With Yahiko gone, these eyes have become a death warrant. Let us cast them aside and find a place to hide, shall we?" Nagato sighed. "Conan, if we exclude Naruto Uzumaki from the Uzumaki clan, I am the last of my lineage. No one from the Senju clan has awakened would release. Thus, I alone can wield these eyes. The Sage of Six Paths will not spare me." Conan understood all too well. A moment later, she recalled the enigmatic Bai Shaoxing. His audacity to divulge intelligence about the Sage of Six Paths indicated he feared him not. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Let us seek out Bai Shaoxing. He must possess a means to save you. At the very least, he surely knows how to break this impasse." Nagato nodded in agreement. "That is my thought as well. Next month, Devapath Pain will accompany you to Bai Shaoxing's abode." Chapter 30. The Disappearance of Bai Shaoxing. That evening, the 3 great lords of Konoha arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence as promised. In Hiruzen's study, he observed his 3 close friends wearing expressions of deep concern. Hiruzen took the initiative to break the silence. "Allow me to share my perspective. We still have some time before Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha fully mature. It would be prudent to rescue the child of the villainous fate during this window. This way, eliminating Naruto and Sasuke will become a trivial matter. What do you think?" After Hiruzen's words, the 2 strategists nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. However, Shimura Danzō furrowed his brow. "Hiruzen, how do we break the seal on the child of the villainous fate? That is no trivial task." The other 3 hesitated, as if they were afflicted with a case of constipation, unsure of how to respond. Just as the 4 found themselves at an impasse, a light and mocking voice suddenly echoed through the room. "I have a method to unseal the child of fate." The 4 were startled by the unexpected voice. They quickly huddled together, assuming a defensive stance. Hiruzen scanned the room, but saw no one. He coldly called out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground. It was none other than Kaguya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. Having been aware of the group's intent to rescue his mother, Black Zetsu deemed it fitting to collaborate with them. The 4 were taken aback by Black Zetsu's appearance. Danzō, however, displayed a measure of courage. "What manner of creature are you?" Black Zetsu shot a glance at Danzō, clearly displeased. How dare this old man label him a mere phantom? Though irritated, Black Zetsu maintained a facade of politeness. "I am Black Zetsu, the 10th entity of Bai Shaoxing's establishment." Hiruzen and the others were once again taken aback. Earlier that day at Bai Shaoxing's, They had sensed that the 10th entity was not to be underestimated, and indeed, he proved to be quite formidable. Hiruzen appraised Black Zetsu, noting his lack of hostility, and curiously inquired, "What motivates you to assist us? And what is your true identity?" Black Zetsu settled comfortably into Danzō's previous seat and addressed the four. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Zetsu, the offspring of the child of villainous fate you aim to ally with. You may refer to me as Young Master." The four gasped in shock, realizing the gravity of Black Zetsu's identity. Danzō, ever suspicious, scoffed, "Humph. Why should we place our trust in you?" Black Zetsu, ignoring Danzō's skepticism, adopted an air of superiority. "What do you possess that could entice me? I can effortlessly invoke 3 high-level ninjutsu. Is that not sufficient proof?" The four contemplated this. Although Konoha possessed the most formidable ninjutsu among the 5 great ninja villages, they would not readily expend such resources for mere information. Hiruzen suddenly broke into a genial smile. "Young Master, could you elaborate? How might we rescue the esteemed individual?" Black Zetsu hesitated, considering whether to reveal the truth to them. However, recalling by Xiaoxing and the unreliability of the Akatsuki and Obito, he decided to disclose the necessary information. After a lengthy discussion lasting half the night, Black Zetsu departed with a satisfied smile on his face. Once Black Zetsu had left, the four, who had previously worn expressions of joy, instantly turned somber. Danzō turned to Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, do you truly believe his words? Setting aside whether he is the offspring of the child of villainous fate, even if he is, capturing all the tailed beasts would surely incite the ire of the 4 great ninja villages. Have you considered the implications?" Hiruzen glanced at his comrades, emitting a weary sigh. "Alas, how could I not understand? But do you possess an alternative?" The 3 shook their heads. Hiruzen managed a rueful smile. "In truth, I fear not merely Naruto's wrath. Even should he seek my life, I would not pursue any tailed beasts. But incurring Sasuke Uchiha's enmity is a different matter entirely. Sasuke's desire for vengeance is profound. He would not spare any of the 4 great clans, and perhaps even Konoha itself would not be safe. Thus, we are left with but one path to tread, fraught with peril. I hope you 3 comprehend this." The strategists promptly affirmed, "Hiruzen, we shall heed your guidance." They then turned their gazes toward Danzō, awaiting his stance. Danzō, seeing his 3 friends looking to him, adopted a stoic demeanor, saying nothing. Hiruzen understood that Danzō had silently acquiesced, and he could not help but feel a sense of admiration for his closest friends. A month passed in the blink of an eye. A sign appeared adjacent to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Upon reading the words inscribed, Konoha and the Akatsuki members were left in utter shock. The sign read, "My sincerest apologies. Esteemed guests, I have just received an invitation. A friend of mine has recently attained the mid-stage of the transcendent realm and wishes to invite me for a discourse. I shall be away for 3 years. Let us reconvene on this day 3 years hence." Upon finishing the message, everyone gasped in astonishment. The mid-stage of the transcendent realm, that was on par with the peak of the Sage of 6 Paths. Bai Xiaoxing's friend had reached such heights. They pondered Bai Xiaoxing's capabilities. If he had such a formidable friend, surely he himself could not be weak. Moreover, he was embarking on a discourse. Though they were unaware of the precise meaning, they could infer it involved exchanging insights on cultivation. To engage in such discourse with one of the transcendent realm, he must be at least of equal strength. Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha, upon reading Bai Xiaoxing's message, secretly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Both had resolved that this time, they must find an opportunity to eliminate Bai Xiaoxing. As they gazed upon the words above, a chilling realization struck them. They might very well be offering themselves as sacrifices. The members of Akatsuki were also concealed among the crowd, now acutely aware of the true nature of Shenyu Xuanjing's rank. They had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of Bai Xiaoxing. While Xiaonan felt a surge of shock, a sense of relief washed over her. She whispered to Pain, "No wonder Bai Xiaoxing dares to reveal the secrets of the 6 Paths Sage. It appears his strength rivals that of the sage himself." Pain nodded in agreement, his conviction solidifying. He turned to the members of Akatsuki. "Bai Xiaoxing will not return for 3 years. Will you choose to remain with Akatsuki, or will you part ways?" They had previously deliberated on this matter, deciding their course of action would hinge upon Bai Xiaoxing's response. However, with his impending 3-year absence, uncertainty loomed over them all. Uchiha Itachi allowed a rare smile to grace his features. "We agreed to wait until we meet Bai Xiaoxing to determine our fate. I shall remain a member of the Zhuge for now. Kisame concurred. My decision aligns with Itachi's. After some contemplation, the others resolved to wait for 3 years. In the Akatsuki conference room, Uchiha Itachi approached Pain and Xiaonan. Pain regarded him with curiosity. Itachi, what brings you here? Itachi locked eyes with Pain's Rinnegan. Do you know the true identity of the person who brought me into Akatsuki, the one known as Obito? Pain, sensing no need for secrecy, revealed. He claims to be Uchiha Madara. His involvement in the formation of Akatsuki is undeniable. Itachi understood, glancing at both of them. It was Uchiha Madara who aided me during my clan's massacre. Yet, since joining Akatsuki, I have seldom encountered him. Have you seen him recently? Pain shook his head slightly. Typically, he is the one to approach us. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. Itachi then turned to Xiaonan, Sister Xiaonan. Do you recall the individual known as Number 10 from Bai Xiaodang? Xiaonan, already anticipating Itachi's conclusion, replied, Are you suggesting he is Uchiha Madara? After a moment of contemplation, Itachi responded, Few possess the ability to simultaneously utilize 3 advanced ninjutsu in this ninja world. The likelihood points to Uchiha Madara. Following Itachi's statement, a heavy silence enveloped the trio. Eventually, Xiaonan broke the stillness. I have considered a possibility. Uchiha Madara may have learned through Bai Xiaodang's intelligence that he is also a pawn of the Six Paths Sage, hence his inquiries about the sage's whereabouts. Itachi appeared deep in thought, while the brainstorming continued among the 3 in the Akatsuki conference room. In a village within the Land of Fire, Yi Guqing, Ximen Chui Xue, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto Uzumaki had just concluded their own meeting, which also revolved around Bai Xiaodang. Yi Guqing addressed Orochimaru and the others. I have some acquaintance with Bai Xiaosheng. He is a figure who thrives on chaos. He has mastered a secret technique known as the Heavenly Machine Technique, which grants him knowledge of nearly all secrets in the world. You 3 must train diligently. After 3 years, visit Bai Xiaodang. Simply mention my name, and he will answer one of your questions free of charge. Orochimaru's interest piqued. He licked his lips. I can hardly wait. I've never found 3 years to feel so interminable. Upon hearing the mention of visiting Konoha to seek Bai Xiaodang, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened with resentment. He turned his cold gaze towards the dazed Naruto. Naruto, it is only 3 years. After that, I must avenge my clan. I know you are kind, but you must understand how your parents met their demise. Observing Naruto's hesitant demeanor, Yi Guqing frowned. Naruto, I have received news that the higher-ups in Konoha have already devised a plan against you too. I will not assist you on your path. If you perish, do not claim to be my disciple. With that, Yi Guqing rose and departed, leaving behind an air of haughtiness. Furthermore, if you fail to avenge your parents, you are unworthy of being called their child. No matter how talented you may be, you do not deserve to be my disciple. Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, but Ximen Chui Xue's icy voice interrupted. Sasuke, come train with me. If my disciple cannot surpass the younger generation, then he is unworthy of being my disciple. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, even the gentle Mo Wengu would not forget his grievances. Do not disappoint him. With that, Uchiha Sasuke followed Ximen Chui Xue out of the conference room, leaving Naruto in a state of confusion. Mo Wengu, what has happened to me? Why do I no longer wish to seek vengeance from my parents? Naruto self-deprecatingly mused, wandering off in a daze. After everyone had departed, Imoen appeared at the spot where Naruto had previously sat. Observing the empty conference room, he furrowed his brow. Is this the influence of Ashura's reincarnation? Or has the Six Paths Sage been orchestrating something behind the scenes? Moments later, a chilling smile crept across Imoen's face. How intriguing. I refuse to believe that in 3 years, I cannot draw Naruto Uzumaki into the depths of hatred. As time slowly passed, half a month had gone by when Imoen drew a new character card. He promptly transformed into Yi Guqing and summoned Orochimaru and the others once more. Observing the true energy fluctuations emanating from Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru, Yi Guqing nodded in satisfaction. However, upon glancing at Naruto, who remained unchanged, disappointment clouded his expression. Noticing Yi Guqing's demeanor, Naruto felt a pang of guilt, fearing that Yi Guqing would no longer acknowledge him as a disciple. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru shared similar concerns. They believed that Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue were far too proud to accept a useless disciple. Seeing Orochimaru's indifference and the worried expressions of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Yi Guqing sighed. Alas, Naruto, If you cannot master your heart, you will never become a true swordsman. Naruto dropped to his knees, his face a mask of sorrow. Master, I do not know why I cannot calm my mind. I am sorry for disappointing you. Yi Guqing shook his head. Abandon the sword, with your current mindset. You cannot master my swordsmanship. Though I have little fondness for the way of the blade, I must admit that it is the only path suitable for you now. Believing that Yi Guqing was casting him aside, Naruto broke into tears, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Master, I will strive to learn the sword. Please grant me more time. Yi Guqing did not stop Naruto. He produced a tome from his robes and tossed it before Naruto. While I do not comprehend the way of the blade, our Chinese pavilion boasts many formidable sword practitioners. This tome, titled Demon Blade, was crafted by a predecessor who traversed the realms. From this day forth, you shall abandon the sword and pursue the blade. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I will not forsake you. You must bring honor to your master. As he spoke, Yi Guqing let out a self-deprecating smile. A swordsman like me must teach a disciple of the blade. If you achieve nothing, I shall have no face to return to the Chinese pavilion. Upon realizing that Yi Guqing had not abandoned him, Naruto ceased his weeping and earnestly promised, I will diligently study the way of the blade and will not let my master down. Hearing this, Yi Guqing rarely smiled. Both of you may leave. Orochimaru shall remain. After Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha departed, Yi Guqing turned his attention to the perplexed Orochimaru. Naruto's indecisiveness suggested that the Sage of Six Paths had left behind a contingency within him. I have named Naruto's swordsmanship the Demon Blade, a merciless and unloving technique. Mastery of this art will inevitably lead one down a dark path. This technique, if all goes as planned, can counterbalance the methods left by the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Does my esteemed teacher require anything of me? Yi Guqing fixed a venomous gaze upon Orochimaru. I need you to instill a sense of killing intent in Naruto daily. This will expedite his comprehension of the Demon Blade. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. Interesting. Most interesting. I shall see to it that this task is completed with utmost diligence. Chapter 32. Encounter 3 fleeting years passed. In 2 months, Imoen would turn 14, while Naruto and Sasuke would both approach their 12th year. As the two protagonists entered their 12th year, the narrative of Naruto would soon commence. Apologies. The narrative of Naruto has already concluded. In the village hidden in the leaves of the Land of Fire, the entire Akatsuki organization remained, save for the 2 behind-the-scenes figures and White Zetsu, who were no longer part of the group. Presently, the members of Akatsuki included Nagato, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Deidara. The 8 members of Akatsuki donned new visages while enjoying a barbecue in Konoha. Except for Nagato, the others seemed to be relishing their meal. Just as the 8 were savoring their feast, 2 leaf shinobi entered the barbecue shop. Itachi Uchiha frowned slightly and whispered to the others. By their attire, they are from the Sarutobi clan. Konan instructed the others, let us observe the situation. There is still a week until the arrival of the 100 Eyes Hall. We must not reveal our identities just yet. The others nodded in understanding. As Akatsuki members continued to enjoy their barbecue, the 2 Sarutobi clansmen nearby wore expressions of distress. One, visibly terrified, urged, Ear Hook, perhaps we should just take our food to go? I fear that demon may come after us. Sarutobi Ear Hook mirrored the worried expression. Fry, it should be fine. Let us finish our meal quickly. Otherwise, we might return only to find it all taken by others. Sarutobi Fry sighed in resignation. Sigh. Then let us eat swiftly. Nagato cast a knowing glance at Itachi, who immediately understood, under the watchful eyes of the others. Itachi left his seat and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan before the 2 Sarutobi clansmen. The 2 promptly complied and returned to their group. Nagato then signaled the artistic duo, who quickly vacated their seats. Once Sarutobi Ear Hook and Sarutobi Fry were seated, Itachi inquired, What is this demon you speak of? Sarutobi Ear Hook, in a daze, replied, A week ago, Advisor Mito Gate-in and Advisor Tanshin Koharu went missing. When we found them, their faces were contorted, and their eyes had been gouged out. It appears they were alive when it happened, hence the distortion. Since that day, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have had ninja dying daily. So far, 56 have perished, all with their eyes gouged and faces twisted. The clan leader claims it is the work of a demon. After Sarutobi Ear Hook finished speaking, Itachi instructed the two to return to their previous positions. They resumed devouring their barbecue as if nothing had transpired and hastily exited the establishment. Once the two left, the remaining members gazed at Itachi, whose brow was furrowed in thought. Nagato asked, "Itachi, what troubles you?" Itachi sighed deeply. 3 years ago, while paying respects to our clan, I noticed numerous graves had been disturbed. Upon investigation, I discovered that all the clan members' eyes had been gouged out. Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha, would not harm his own kin. Thus, I suspect another party is responsible. The signs of disturbance at the graves likely indicate Sasuke's investigation. He must have uncovered the identity of the one who committed these atrocities. Conan quickly grasped the implications. Itachi, are you suggesting that this demon is Sasuke Uchiha, returned for vengeance? Itachi nodded reluctantly. Just then, aside from Nagato, the others felt a chill run down their spines. They turned their startled gazes toward the entrance, where 3 figures, 2 short and 1 tall, entered. Conan gasped, such overwhelming killing intent. Who were these 3? The newcomers were none other than the transformed Orochimaru, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. The trio noticed the 8 members' scrutiny. Upon seeing one of them, Sasuke's eyes filled with hatred. He swiftly approached, with Naruto and Orochimaru closely following. The Akatsuki members observed as one of the newcomers carried a peculiar long blade, while the others bore unusual long swords at their waists, advancing toward them with palpable hostility. Haiden quickly drew his weapon, and the others assumed defensive postures. Sasuke stood before Itachi, coldly fixing his gaze upon him, and spoke in a chilling tone, "Itachi Uchiha, did you think that by changing your appearance, I would not recognize you?" Hearing that familiar voice, Itachi gasped in disbelief. "Sasuke? Is it truly you?" Before Sasuke could respond, the tall figure of Orochimaru emitted a chilling, raspy laugh. It has been a long time, my friends." Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Nagato instinctively prepared for confrontation. But Conan restrained him, her brow furrowed as she regarded Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, it is you." Sensing the killing intent radiating from Nagato, Naruto's eyes suddenly turned crimson. He swiftly unsheathed his long blade and slammed it into the ground. The floor shattered into countless fragments. Following this, Naruto's murderous intent erupted, flooding the barbecue shop like a sea of blood. With eyes fierce as a beast, he glared at the group, desperately suppressing his excitement, and rasped, "What should I do?" I yearned to cleave them apart. This scene not only terrified the Akatsuki members, but also startled Orochimaru and Sasuke. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow and urgently addressed Naruto. "Naruto, do not forget, we have a mission. Do you wish to disappoint your brother Imoen?" Upon hearing the name Imoen, Naruto's crimson eyes instantly returned to normal. However, his expression now bore a chill even more profound than Orochimaru's. Seeing Naruto regain his composure, Orochimaru and Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. They were eager to inquire what fearsome technique Yi Guqing had imparted to Naruto. They felt as though Naruto's long blade could descend upon them at any moment. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's calmness, glanced at Itachi, who was drenched in cold sweat, and mocked. "My foolish brother, while you remain oblivious to being wielded as a blade by another, I shall seek vengeance for our clan. You will be the last on my list. Hurry and grow stronger. I fear by then, you shall lack the qualification to let me draw my blade." With that, Sasuke hurriedly pulled Naruto away from the barbecue shop, fearing that Naruto might once again spiral into madness, leaving him and Orochimaru with no choice but to flee. Orochimaru surveyed the relieved expressions of the others, revealing a look of disinterest. The Rinnegan? How dull." With that, he followed closely behind Sasuke and Naruto. Chapter 33. Itachi's secret time passed, and after an unknown duration, Kisame Hoshigaki suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this the child of destiny? So terrifying? I thought I was about to be cleaved in two." Nagato replied solemnly, "Sasuke Uchiha is manageable. He likely possesses only shadow-level strength. Orochimaru, however, is approaching the threshold of being an elite. The most terrifying of them all is Naruto Uzumaki. His strength should be comparable to that of Sasuke Uchiha, yet he is the only one among the three who instills a sense of danger in me." Upon hearing this, the others looked utterly incredulous. Were Sasuke and Naruto not merely 12 years old? How could they be so formidable? Could it be that the child of destiny truly possesses such extraordinary fortune? Observing the calm demeanor of Itachi Uchiha, they felt a surge of admiration for him. If they had a younger brother as fearsome as that, they surely would not remain as composed as Itachi. Itachi suddenly spoke. The sword of Sasuke and Orochimaru resembles the one I saw on the night of the massacre. It stands to reason that they have grown stronger through martial arts training. Pain nodded in agreement and inquired, Itachi, what do you intend to do? I am aware of your purpose in Akatsuki. Now that our organization is essentially defunct, do you still wish to return to Konoha? Itachi, unperturbed by having his intentions unveiled, simply shook his head slightly. 3 years ago, I might have still held affection for Konoha. However, I slaughtered my own clan for its sake, only to have Konoha desecrate the remains of my kin. From now on, I am merely Akatsuki Suzuku. When Sasuke comes to seek me, I shall end my own life to atone for my sins. Kisame wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Over the past 3 years, perhaps due to the members of Akatsuki not focusing on world peace or undertaking missions daily, they had spent more time together, gradually developing a bond. Now, hearing Itachi speak in such a manner, their spirits were dampened. Konan, gazing at the open-hearted Itachi, pondered for a moment before addressing him. Itachi, you mentioned that the Sage of Six Paths can create a Pure Land. Can you? The others regarded Konan with expressions of disbelief, as if she were making an outrageous joke. Undeterred, she continued, if it were in the past, I would have refrained from discussing such things. However, I have come to realize that if one attains the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, such feats become possible. Even if there are special circumstances preventing the creation of a pure land, should my power equal that of the Sage, I would demand the return of my loved one's souls. If he refuses, I shall take them by force. Wow, is Konan really that fierce? The others felt as though they were getting to know Konan anew. She was even willing to challenge the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of light appeared in Itachi's eyes, only to extinguish almost immediately. He let out a bitter laugh. Do not speak of my potential to reach the strength of the Sage. My body is already failing. He divulged a secret about his health, shocking the others. Kisame appeared as if he could hardly believe it. They were at a loss for words, understanding that the bloodline disease was akin to a death sentence for those born into bloodline limit clans. Suddenly, they felt a wave of sympathy for Itachi. At such a young age, he had slaughtered his own clan for Konoha, only to discover that the village had betrayed his feelings. Now, not only was his brother intent on killing him, but he also suffered from a bloodline disease. Konan, too, was taken aback by Itachi's condition. She had finally formed a few bonds and did not wish to lose any of them. After a brief moment, a look of surprise crossed Konan's face as a thought struck her. By Xiaosheng, he must have a way to save Itachi. Moreover, he will surely have methods to enhance our strength. Konan spoke with growing enthusiasm. Yes, Bai Xiaosheng can undoubtedly help. If he could elevate Orochimaru's abilities so significantly, surely we can improve as well. We can seek Bai Xiaosheng for information on other martial artists and pursue martial arts training. Deidara scoffed. I have no interest in that. Art is an explosion. I refuse to learn martial arts. Pain interjected. There is some merit to what Konan suggests. From Bai Xiaosheng's words, it appears that the Tiangong sect is a faction. Orochimaru and his associates likely belong to another martial arts faction. There must be other martial arts factions in the ninja world. Bai Xiaosheng has a friend who has progressed to the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Perhaps that is another faction. Furthermore, there are now 3 individuals comparable to the Sage of Six Paths openly acknowledged, at least one from the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Bai Xiaosheng himself and his friend. It is possible that Orochimaru's side has one as well. Thus, the strength of the Sage of Six Paths is not as unattainable as one might think. The others looked at Pain in astonishment. Their leader was actually contemplating matters and articulating them with clarity. Pain of the Six Paths? They felt insulted. After a moment of reflection, they realized that their leader's insights held some truth. If their organization possessed the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, they could do as they pleased. Konan wholeheartedly agreed with Pain's assessment and glanced around at the others. Now let us consider what information we should procure from Bai Xiaosheng. Itachi's bloodline disease is one issue, Pain's ocular condition another, and the search for martial artists is yet another. What other inquiries do you have? Itachi felt a swell of gratitude in his heart. He had not anticipated that Konan would prioritize his plight. When no one responded, she turned to Kisame. Kisame? I think Bai Xiaosheng's suggestion is sound. Konan then looked to Sasori. Sasori? I believe you are correct. Haiden chimed in. Yeah, I think the same. Kisame added. That sounds feasible. Konan knew the others lacked initiative. She held a glimmer of hope as she observed Deidara, who appeared deep in thought. After a long pause, Deidara turned to Conan and earnestly stated, I think we should ask Bai Xiaoxing what art truly is. Conan was unsure if she had misheard. Sasori nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Deidara's question should indeed be included. Conan, Pain of the Six Paths? Itachi, are these people truly foolish? Chapter 34. Jiraiya returns to the village in the Hokage's office. Kurizetsu gazed at the now emaciated Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzō Shimura, feeling a sense of bleakness regarding their future. The team he had assembled to rescue his mother had lost 2 key members, and now these 2 appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Alas, my Akatsuki. Hiruzen looked at Kurizetsu, who seemed deep in thought, and urgently inquired, Young master, have you devised a plan? If this continues, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans will face extinction. Kurizetsu snapped back to reality, gazing at Hiruzen with disappointment. Hiruzen, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. However, you have offended the child of destiny. If I help you, I will expose myself prematurely. In that case, I will be unable to rescue my mother, and you will all perish. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen looked as if he had lost a son, while Danzō regarded Kurizetsu with barely contained murderous intent. This charcoal-haired fool only ever boasts and is utterly useless. If he were not the son of the villainous child of destiny, I would have incinerated him in an instant. Kurizetsu, fearing that the 2 would lose faith in him, pondered for a long time before finally devising a plan. I have a solution to your urgent predicament. Danzō, shifting his expression rapidly, exclaimed, Young master, what is your plan? Kurizetsu stood tall and confident. You can disband your clans, instruct them to refrain from returning to the clan grounds, and live as commoners. This way, Sasuke Uchiha will not be able to locate them. Hiruzen was left dumbfounded. Could he have possibly misheard? As Hokage, he was being asked to disband his own clan. What kind of village joke is this? Danzo's expression turned icy again. Apologies, I should not have had any expectations of you, charcoal-haired fool. Seeing the 2's disapproval of his brilliant idea, Kurizetsu became displeased and retorted, Do you have a better plan? Or would you prefer to flee from Konoha? Thus, it is not an easy task for Uchiha Sasuke to locate you. The 2 good friends exchanged glances, seemingly concluding that the method of Kurizetsu was the most effective. On that day, the territories of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan stood deserted. This incident stirred quite a commotion in Konoha, leading many to mistakenly believe that the 2 families had simply relocated. However, the families of Konoha, well informed, were not so easily deceived. None anticipated that Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hisashi would be driven to such extremes by the child of destiny. Alarmed, they promptly revised their clan rules, placing the prohibition against provoking the child of destiny at the very top. In the Hyuga clan, in the courtyard of the Hyuga Hisashi family, Hyuga Hisashi gazed towards the Hokage's office, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Ah, this is the price one pays for coveting another's eyes. At that moment, a girl of about 12 approached Hyuga Hisashi, looking a tad bashful as she said, Father, I am hungry again. Hyuga Hisashi jolted, instantly returning to his senses, and a warm paternal smile adorned his face. Hinata, you're hungry, are you? Father will have someone bring you food at once. Just stay in your room, dear. After speaking, he hurried off to arrange for her meal, unaware that onlookers might think him a doting father. Indeed, he had become one, ever since 3 years prior, when he heard from the esteemed Bai Xiaoxing that someone in his clan possessed the potential for spontaneous awakening of the Byakugan. He had been conducting thorough investigations at home. Yet, despite scrutinizing each and every clan member, he failed to identify the individual. But could Hyuga Hisashi afford to give up? Certainly not. After exhausting his initial inquiries, he began a covert investigation into each clan member's daily habits, leaving no detail overlooked. Fortune favors the diligent, and finally, a year ago, he uncovered the secret of his daughter, Hyuga Hinata. He realized that his daughter had an extraordinary appetite. In the past, he had thought of her as a mere glutton. But after Bai Xiaoxing's insights, he began to ponder further. Why does a little girl eat so much? And why does she remain slim no matter how much she consumes? Bai Xiaoxing had suggested he had overlooked her. The realization dawned upon him. This was undoubtedly a matter of constitution. The energy must be continuously expended, leading his daughter to feel perpetually famished. Awakening the Byakugan surely required a unique physique, did it not? The epiphany struck him. His daughter must have previously gone hungry, which hindered her from awakening the Byakugan. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi slapped himself multiple times, feeling he had nearly missed a monumental discovery. The fact that it was his own daughter brought him immense joy. Thus, on that fateful day, he swiftly transformed from a stern father into a devoted, doting parent. Outside a certain women's bathhouse in Konoha, Kakashi gazed at the roof where a white-haired elder, whose posterior was prominently elevated, drooled copiously. His pupils constricted in shock. Lord Jiraiya? The elder, Jiraiya, shuddered in fright, nearly tumbling into the bathhouse. Ah, the white demon is spying again. Ladies, attack. Beat him up. How dare he? He cried, lamenting. Even the elderly are not spared. 5 minutes later, at Kakashi's residence, Jiraiya regarded Kakashi with utmost seriousness. Kakashi, what on earth has transpired with the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan? Upon my return to the village, it has caused quite the uproar. You cannot be suggesting they truly relocated? Kakashi, equally grave, retorted with a question of his own. Lord Jiraiya, may I inquire where the 3 Sannin were during the deaths of Lord Minato and Lady Kushina? What were the 3 advisors, the Hokage, and the clan leaders doing? Jiraiya, taken aback, could not comprehend Kakashi's implication but responded nonetheless. I was out searching for the child of destiny in the ninja world. As for the others, I am unaware. Why do you suddenly ask this, Kakashi? Kakashi's smile was bittersweet. Ah, is this Konoha? The 4th Hokage perished, and not a single high-ranking official appeared. I should have relinquished any illusions. 1 coincidence may be just that, but 2? This is no mere coincidence. It is a pattern. Jiraiya's brows furrowed at Kakashi's overt, emotional display. Kakashi, what do you mean? Chapter 35. Above Hokage Rock, Kakashi sighed deeply and recounted the events of 3 years prior in meticulous detail, including Uchiha Sasuke's words in the Forest of Death and the happenings surrounding Bai Shaoxing. Jiraiya listened, incredulous. It cannot be that Lord Sarutobi was involved. Absolutely not. Kakashi regarded him coolly. Is that so? If it were not him, why did only the 4th fight alone? Lord Jiraiya, do not tell me that while the Nine-Tails rampaged, the entire upper echelon of Konoha was asleep? If it were not him, why did the 3rd pursue Naruto? He is the orphan of the 4th. I have investigated thoroughly. All of the Uchiha clan's eyes were extracted. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had no motive to harm their own kin. Jiraiya shouted defiantly. I refuse to believe it. I must question Lord Sarutobi. As he spoke, he made to depart, but Kakashi called after him. What then? Once you question the 3rd? If he claims he did not do it, will you accept that? Or will you slay him should he confess? Lord Jiraiya, if one event is a coincidence, does that mean all events are? I have investigated my father's death, and it too is linked to those individuals. Kakashi continued. Do you understand why the Senju clan now consists solely of Lady Tsunade? Is it merely because they permitted intermarriage with outsiders? Even so, it has only been a few decades since Konoha's founding, barely 60 years. If the Senju ninjas perished on the battlefield, what of the infants? Where did they vanish? Why has such a formidable clan as the Senju disappeared, while the Shimura and Sarutobi clans now stand at the pinnacle of Konoha? Lord Jiraiya, have you ever contemplated these matters? I do not stand for anyone. I merely speak the truth. Even in the 2 previous devastating wars, Konoha's geniuses could be counted on one hand. Yet, why do we see fewer talents as time progresses? Have the geniuses diminished? No, the geniuses remain. For they either defect or perish. Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Xue, Uchiha Itachi, my father Hatake Tsukumo, and Lord Minato, were they not all geniuses? Kakashi paused for a moment before posing another question to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, let me ask you this. What caliber of ninja could annihilate the Uchiha clan in a single night without Konoha noticing? I cannot conceive of such an individual. Surely, employing jutsu would create disturbances, unless the Uchiha offered no resistance. But is that plausible? Furthermore, why were all the Uchiha present in their clan territory? Even if they were plotting rebellion, the ordinary Uchiha should not have had a role in it, correct? Do you believe that Uchiha Itachi alone could accomplish such a feat? Kakashi observed Jiraiya's retreating figure, a sense of discontent brewing within him. Lord Jiraiya, cease this self-deception. I shall not forget my roots in Konoha. But I can no longer consider myself a ninja of Konoha. I am merely an ordinary citizen of Konoha. Jiraiya departed, lost in despair. He dared not question Sarutobi Hisashi. For as Kakashi had pointed out, what good would it do? Above Hokage Rock, Jiraiya gazed down at familiar faces, his heart breaking as he wept aloud. Minato, what am I to do? What am I to do? I am so sorry. Forgive me. As Jiraiya cried out in anguish, a cold, mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Ah, is that Jiraiya? Why are you crying at this late hour? Jiraiya, startled, turned around. Orochimaru, is that you? Upon seeing the tall and two short figures, Jiraiya immediately recognized Orochimaru. Naruto, frowning, glanced at the two beside him and implored, "My sword says this person is disturbing it. May I strike him down? I really want to." Sasuke and Orochimaru exchanged exasperated looks. Sasuke managed a strained smile. "Naruto, now is not the time. In a few days, you can do as you please." Upon hearing Naruto's name, Jiraiya's face brightened, and he hurried forward. "You are Uzumaki Naruto." Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, a 10-meter-long red blade of light shot towards him. In a critical moment, he quickly dodged. A few dozen meters away, Jiraiya watched as the boy had drawn his long sword, eyeing the chasm that was over 20 meters away. Jiraiya broke into a cold sweat. Seeing Naruto poised to strike again, Orochimaru quickly interjected, "Naruto, weren't we supposed to head to your brother's cabin? Let's go? We shouldn't waste time here." Instantly, the tension around Naruto dissipated. He glanced at Jiraiya, still reluctant, and grumbled, "I believe it won't take long to kill him." Orochimaru exchanged a knowing look with Sasuke, who quickly grasped Naruto's hand. "Come on, Naruto. We haven't visited your brother's cabin yet." A rare spark of joy flickered in Naruto's eyes. "All right, Sasuke. I can hardly wait." Watching the two figures vanish, Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his brow. "Orochimaru, what is going on with Naruto?" Jiraiya, seeing Naruto and Sasuke depart, quickly inquired of Orochimaru. Orochimaru scrutinized his former friend and revealed a sinister smile. "Jiraiya, don't say I didn't warn you. Stay away from Uzumaki Naruto from now on. In this ninja world, only 3 people can keep him rational, and you are certainly not one of them." Jiraiya's heart sank with worry. "What on earth is happening? Please explain." Rarely appearing serious, Orochimaru replied, "Jiraiya, this world is not as simple as you think. In the eyes of certain individuals, our previous wars in the ninja world were merely like children playing in a ninja academy. I repeat, keep your distance from Naruto. Even I fear the day he might strike me down." With that, Orochimaru vanished. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Orochimaru had disappeared right before his eyes, and he could not fathom how he had done it. Not a teleportation technique. After a moment of confusion, Jiraiya glanced at the deep gash 20 meters behind him and recalled Naruto's cold, relentless gaze, feeling even more unsettled. "Minato, I'm sorry. I couldn't even protect Naruto." Chapter 36. God of Death. Naruto in the Hokage office. Tsuchikage Inoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Kazekage Gaara, and Raikage stood before the injured Sarutobi Hiruzen, their brows furrowed. They had only heard reports that Sarutobi had lost an arm, along with some rumors from the Umbu, which they had dismissed as inconsequential. Yet now, seeing the aged Sarutobi, they felt as if they were in a dream. Raikage was the first to speak. "Hokage, why have you summoned the 4 great ninja villages?" Sarutobi replied, "I summoned you to share the burden of combat." Of course, he did not voice this thought aloud. Sarutobi, with a grave expression, recounted the situation regarding the Umbu and shared several crucial pieces of intelligence. Upon hearing this, the others stared at Sarutobi in disbelief, as if he had lost his mind due to his missing arm. Sarutobi welcomed their skepticism. He merely required their assistance in bearing the resentment of the Chosen One. A day later, the day of the Umbu's return had arrived. Early in the morning, the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen was swarmed with ninjas from the 5 villages, numbering no less than 500. Amidst the crowd, the 8 members of Akatsuki observed the Hokages nestled within their respective camps, meditating. The 8 exchanged puzzled glances. Pain turned to Itachi and Konan, the brains of their organization, and queried, "Why have the 4 villages gathered? Has Konoha leaked information?" Just as the two were about to explain, every shadowy figure present suddenly furrowed their brows. The 4th Raikage sensed the overwhelming aura of slaughter in the air and, feeling agitated, bellowed, "Who is hiding? Show yourself." At that moment, a 12-year-old boy with yellow hair and red eyes appeared 3 meters from him, wielding a long sword nearly as tall as himself. Upon his emergence, Naruto's cold, gravelly voice echoed, "Were you calling for me?" The sudden sound startled everyone. The Raikage, standing closest to Naruto, broke into a cold sweat. Instantly, he was enveloped in a storm of lightning and, with blinding speed, hurled a punch toward the source of the voice. He was fast, but Naruto was faster. At the moment the Raikage struck, Naruto's murderous intent erupted like a torrential flood. A dark red aura of death engulfed the entire street. All Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas, caught off guard, began to foam at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. convulsing before falling still, evidently in a state of shock. The Raikage, closest to Naruto, shuddered upon feeling the murderous intent. Years of battle experience instinctively urged him to retreat. Just as his body became a fleeting shadow, a 30-foot-long blade of light cleaved through his specter. A haunting wail echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Noticing that his strike had not claimed the Raikage's life, Naruto quickly turned his gaze to a figure of lightning gasping for breath atop a nearby two-story building. His red eyes emitted dark energy as he swiftly aimed another strike at the Raikage, unleashing a 50-foot-long red blade of light that surged forth with the force to cleave mountains. Still reeling from the shock of narrowly escaping the previous blow, the Raikage's hair stood on end. Without a second thought, he vanished in a flash of lightning. The blade struck the spot he had just vacated. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated. The blade sliced through the buildings within a 500-meter radius, as if they were mere tofu. After cleaving through the structures, the force of the blade left a 7-meter deep chasm in the ground. In the shadows, Orochimaru and Sasuke watched as Naruto threatened to lose control once more, their expressions grim. In the next instant, Sasuke vanished from his position. As Naruto prepared to strike again, a surge of malevolence flickered across his face. Just as he hoisted the sword above his head, Sasuke grasped his hands. "All right, Naruto, focus on what matters." Hearing Sasuke's voice and feeling the warmth of his grip, Naruto quickly retracted his murderous intent, his eyes returning to normal. In that moment of restoration, Orochimaru also appeared beside them. When calm returned, the street, once filled with 500 people, now had only around 50 standing, all of whom were elite ninjas. These ninjas regarded Naruto as if he were a demon, their legs trembling uncontrollably. From the moment Naruto struck to the instant he ceased, only a few breaths had passed. In the fleeting moments of breath, everyone enveloped in the aura of murderous intent felt as though they had endured a century. The malevolent energy emanating from the demon blade was beyond the endurance of ordinary souls. As they gazed upon the gashes carved into the earth by the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, a collective retreat ensued. Within the crowd, Jiraiya positioned himself protectively in front of Tsunade, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he helped the kneeling Tsunade to her feet. "Tsunade, are you all right?" he inquired. Gasping for air, Tsunade glanced at the unconscious Shizune and exclaimed, "We must first check on Shizune." The Akatsuki members, witnessing the diminutive figure of Shizune, gasped in shock, finally comprehending Pain's warning that Uzumaki Naruto could bring forth a perilous atmosphere. The immortal duo exchanged glances, resolutely deciding to maintain a significant distance from Uzumaki Naruto henceforth. "What the hell? This is a harbinger of death. He draws his blade with the slightest provocation." The other four Kaguya had not anticipated the rapid onset of conflict. Positioned farther from the Raikage, they had observed the unfolding events with clarity and quickly gathered together, seeking solace in numbers. As calmness returned, they began to search for the Raikage's whereabouts. Inoki surveyed his surroundings with disbelief. "Surely the Raikage hasn't perished?" Chapter 37. An uncommon encounter. No sooner had Inoki spoken than a flash of lightning appeared before them, revealing the Raikage. However, he was now gasping for breath, his complexion pale and twisted in agony, drenched in cold sweat. Moreover, he was missing an arm. His left limb had been cleanly severed at the shoulder. The onlookers watched in horror as dark energy continuously seeped from the Raikage's wound, sending chills down their spines. Just by observing, they could sense the brutality of this dark aura. The Raikage, panting heavily, addressed the group, "I must return to the inn to seek medical ninjas for treatment." But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. This sight nearly terrified the onlookers into submission. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who first regained his composure, urgently instructing to carry the Raikage away for treatment. Orochimaru and his companions had not yet resorted to their transformation techniques and remained in their original forms. Thus, Sarutobi and Shimura Danzō dared not gaze upon Uzumaki Naruto and his companions. The two exchanged fearful glances. Is this the curse of the child of destiny attracting hatred? Truly terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō attempted to distance themselves from the trio, but Uchiha Sasuke and his companions showed no intention of retreat. Sasuke first surveyed the Akatsuki members before striding towards Sarutobi and his group. Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru followed closely behind. The prominent figures of the ninja world instinctively stepped back as the three approached, not out of fear of defeat, but due to the overwhelming dread that Uzumaki Naruto inspired. To them, Naruto appeared as a cold-blooded beast devoid of emotion, a harbinger of slaughter. Uchiha Sasuke, observing the averted gazes of Sarutobi and Danzō, coldly remarked, "Old thief, Sarutobi. Old thief Danzō, what you owe the Uchiha will be repaid blade by blade." A cruel, mocking smile spread across his face as he continued, "Rest assured, I will first send your clan down. As for the two of you, I believe you shall enjoy a delightful old age." Uzumaki Naruto looked at them with intense fervor, his hands trembling as he slowly drew his long blade, muttering to himself, "I wish to slice them. I wish to slice them. What should I do? I can hardly contain myself." The four Kaguya and Danzō were nearly paralyzed with fear at Naruto's words. Is this man insane? How terrifying. No, both of them are insane. One wishes to annihilate an entire clan, while the other is eager to cut them down. What else could they be but madmen? Uchiha Sasuke restrained Naruto's hand from drawing the blade, offering him a sunny smile. "Naruto, there's no need to rush. To slay them so swiftly would be too merciful. I intend to ensure that they never forget this agony, even in the afterlife." Upon hearing this, Naruto hesitated for a moment, a look of regret crossing his features. "Very well. Since Sasuke does not wish for me to kill them, I shall refrain for now." Sasuke nodded in approval. "Let us go eat ramen." With that, he grabbed Naruto and headed toward the Ichiraku ramen shop. Upon hearing ramen, Naruto's indifferent eyes brightened. Behind them, Orochimaru observed the scene, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, emitting a chilling laugh. "Hee. Teacher Sarutobi, Lord Danzō, do your best. I eagerly anticipate your struggles." With that, Orochimaru followed the two. The Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage quickly grasped the situation and made haste to distance themselves from Konoha's main camp. Raza's face twisted in anger as he glared at Sarutobi. "I told you, why did Sarutobi invite us here without cause? That scoundrel intends to ensnare us." As they watched the trio enjoying ramen, their thoughts turned to the Raikage's grievous state, and their resentment towards Sarutobi intensified. Kakashi appeared beside Jiraiya and Tsunade, letting out a sigh. "Do you see, my lords? Those three were once part of Konoha. Why do they now turn against their own? The will of fire, does it truly belong to Konoha, or is it merely the will of those two?" Tsunade, having long seen through the higher-ups of Konoha, had chosen to leave. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, she remained largely unfazed. Jiraiya, on the other hand, gazed at his mentor, Sarutobi, tears of disappointment welling in his eyes. Konan, observing Orochimaru and his companions, felt a headache coming on. These three were eerily similar, each radiating an aura of bloodshed. She could not fathom what kind of martial artist could produce such ruthless individuals. Hearing Konan's words, Itachi was reminded of Ximen Chui Xue. Even after more than 4 years, he could not forget the gaze of Ximen Chui Xue. The one who taught them was truly a heartless individual. That person's eyes were unlike those of Sasuke and his companions. They bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. Pain, intrigued, listened intently. In the crowd, two figures frowned as they observed Orochimaru and his companions devouring ramen. No, it should be said for. Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha were taken aback by how terrifying these children of destiny had become. Now, even Obito felt a chill upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto. Black Zetsu scrutinized the ramen shop as proprietor and remarked, "This chef is no ordinary person. How can he withstand Uzumaki Naruto's murderous aura? Even a jonin shouldn't maintain such an unflinching demeanor." Obito, feeling a headache coming on, thought everyone was shrouded in hidden secrets. As for Orochimaru and Sasuke, they exchanged meaningful glances with the chef. When Uzumaki Naruto unleashed his murderous intent, they had already noticed something unusual about the chef. They recalled the words of Yi Guqing, "The secrets of the ninja world are far from simple. If one day you encounter someone you cannot see through, do not doubt. That person will be significantly stronger than you." Orochimaru, appearing as an ordinary individual, turned to the chef and inquired, "Aren't you afraid of us?" The chef was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Orochimaru. Narrowing his eyes, he revealed a warm smile. "Lord Orochimaru has fought valiantly for Konoha countless times. To me, he is a hero. Why should I fear you? As for Naruto and Sasuke, they have frequented my little shop for years. If I were to fear my customers, Ichiraku Ramen would surely close down." Just as the chef finished speaking, he glanced towards the open space nearby. In the next moment, Bai Xiaodang reappeared. Chapter 38, Art? The extraordinary entrance of the 100 Knowledge Hall left first-time visitors in utter astonishment. Many had merely heard of its name, yet had never laid eyes upon it, such as Jiraiya and Tsunade. Gazing at the uniquely distinctive architecture, the two were profoundly amazed. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, recognizing it was unlike any building in the ninja world. Noticing that some had already entered the 100 Knowledge Hall, Kakashi promptly called to his companions. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, Shizune, let us also make our entrance. The three nodded in agreement. As the quartet approached the entrance, Tsunade gazed curiously at the luminous barrier. Is this the enchantment that selects the fated ones? The energy emanating from it is unlike anything I have encountered. The methods of warriors are truly remarkable. After entering, they surveyed the peculiar layout. Their curiosity piqued once more. Seeing that the seats were nearly filled, Kakashi encouraged a few more companions to find a place to sit. Jiraiya, observing the empty platform, curiously inquired of Kakashi, "Has Bai Xiaosheng not yet arrived?" Kakashi glanced towards the second floor. "He should be up there. Perhaps he is waiting until everyone has gathered before descending." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō soon spotted Jiraiya and his companions from a distance, exchanging puzzled glances. 10 minutes later, as no one else appeared to be entering, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the platform. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in a white robe materialized out of thin air. The females in the audience were captivated, mesmerized by the long hair, sharp brows, and elegant smile of Bai Xiaosheng. Most of the Akatsuki members were visiting the 100 Knowledge Hall for the first time and couldn't help but scrutinize him. Uchiha Itachi turned to Pain, inquisitively asking, "Leader, what do you think? Have you discerned anything?" Pain shook his head. "I cannot perceive anything. He appears just like an ordinary person." Orochimaru and his companions continued to examine Bai Xiaosheng, struggling to comprehend how someone so refined could befriend those two cold-hearted men. Observing the more than 50 individuals below, Bai Xiaosheng broke into a gentle smile. "Dear guests, it has been 3 years since we last met, yet your charm remains undiminished." Hearing Bai Xiaosheng speak, Deidara sprang to his feet. His companions, still processing the moment, heard Deidara exclaim flamboyantly, "You are Bai Xiaosheng? You are indeed somewhat handsome. Pray tell, what is art?" The Akatsuki members exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions resembling that of Kurizetsu. What a fool! Could he be an imbecile? Others regarded Deidara with bemusement, finding his eccentricity quite peculiar. Bai Xiaosheng, taken aback by the spontaneous inquiry, assessed the group and recognized them as members of the Akatsuki. He turned to Deidara with a refined smile. "Ordinarily, I would refrain from answering a question posed by a guest. However, your inquiry pertains not to any hidden secrets or intelligence, but rather to a personal interest. Thus, I shall make an exception and share my understanding of art." Relieved that Bai Xiaosheng was not offended, the Akatsuki members exhaled. Deidara, eager for a response, urged, "Please, do tell. I am keen to hear your thoughts." Bai Xiaosheng smiled elegantly. "Art, you ask? To answer this question, one must first understand what art is. I believe art springs from life. For instance, if someone enjoys painting, they deem their creations as art. If one takes pleasure in sculpting, they view their crafted items as art. Even culinary enthusiasts can elevate a dish to the status of art. Additionally, there are those with unique interpretations of art. For some, art signifies eternal life, while others may even see slaughter as a form of art." Bai Xiaosheng appeared somewhat resigned. "Therefore, should you inquire what art is, I cannot provide you with a singular answer. Yet, I know that every artist inhabits their own world. Although some may be quite obsessive, I find their perspectives intriguing, as they often diverge from the norm." Bai Xiaosheng smiled at Deidara, offering a piece of wisdom. "Others may mock me for my eccentricity, yet I laugh at those who cannot perceive beyond the surface. You needn't concern yourself with the opinions of others. One lives for their own art, and it bears no relation to anyone else." Deidara murmured, "Others mock me for my eccentricity, while I laugh at those who cannot see beyond the surface." Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, and he beamed with joy. "I see now. I no longer require validation from others regarding my art. As long as I acknowledge my own art, that is sufficient." "Thank you, Bai Xiaosheng. Remember, my art is an explosion." The Akatsuki members exclaimed. "Deidara, you need not say that last part." However, as they listened to Bai Xiaosheng discuss art, their understanding began to shift. Previously, they had viewed the arguments between Deidara and Sasori regarding the nature of art as mere eccentricity, but now, after Bai Xiaosheng's discourse, they began to perceive those who appreciate art as somewhat elevated. The other females, captivated by Bai Xiaosheng's eloquence, fell into a spell of infatuation. "Shizune, Unable to tear her gaze from the dashing Bai Shaoxing, thought to herself, he is so handsome. He possesses such knowledge, and his thoughts are so unique. Truly, he is captivating. Tsunade nodded in approval, recognizing Bai Shaoxing as a person of profound thought. A simple concept of art, when articulated by him, took on an entirely different resonance. Jiraiya, noticing Tsunade's admiration, mistakenly assumed she found Bai Shaoxing charming. He pouted, I too possess artistry. I am a novelist. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a disdainful glance, retorting, you are more of a peeping Tom. Kakashi chimed in, I concur with that sentiment. Orochimaru regarded Bai Shaoxing with gleaming eyes, convinced that Bai Shaoxing understood him, for he pursued the essence of eternal life. On the platform, Bai Shaoxing waved his arm, and beside him appeared a lottery box akin to the previous one. The rules remain the same, due to the larger attendance this time. I shall select the first 25 individuals to address their queries. Today, I will answer 10, and tomorrow, the remaining 15. If there are no objections, let us commence. Chapter 39. The genius Kakashi Hitaki. Upon the completion of the draw, Bai Shaoxing wore a smile as he asked, who among you is the first guest? Just as his words fell, the audience turned to glance at their neighbors. 5 seconds passed without anyone rising, prompting Bai Shaoxing to furrow his brow, preparing to speak. At that moment, Tsunade stood up, startling the three beside her. Jiraiya, incredulous, exclaimed, Tsunade, you are number one? Aren't you the luckiest of all? Others recognized Tsunade immediately, for she was quite distinctive. Ignoring Jiraiya, Tsunade boldly fixed her gaze upon Bai Shaoxing. Seeing Tsunade, Bai Shaoxing feigned exasperation. My dear princess, if you do not pose a question, I shall assume you forfeit your turn. Surprised by his address, Tsunade felt a mix of emotions. After a moment, Tsunade locked her eyes onto Bai Shaoxing, articulating each word with precision. I wish to inquire why I have never won a bet. Stunned silence enveloped the room. What a peculiar question. No one had anticipated such an inquiry. Even Jiraiya and the others were taken aback by Tsunade's choice of topic. Yet Bai Shaoxing, unlike the others, wore a knowing smile. That is no simple question. It requires a mastery of a certain ninjutsu. Does Princess Tsunade wish to acquire this secret? Gasp. Everyone was caught off guard by the unexpected twist. They had assumed it was merely a matter of luck, unaware it involved a level of ninjutsu. Tsunade was left in bewilderment. She initially intended to deliberately trouble Bai Shaoxing, but unexpectedly, the other party required a level of ninjutsu. Her first reaction was that she had been deceived. Just as Tsunade was about to lose her temper, Kakashi suddenly exclaimed, Lady Tsunade, do you possess level ninjutsu? If not, I shall provide it for you. This secret must be of great significance. Seeing Kakashi's serious demeanor, Tsunade was at a loss for words and replied, Kakashi, you cannot possibly believe him, can you? However, Bai Shaoxing did not wish to waste time and wore a cold expression for the first time. After 5 seconds, he declared his withdrawal. Kakashi sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly produced a scroll from his pocket. Sir, may I offer this price on behalf of Lady Tsunade? Just as Tsunade attempted to thwart Kakashi's actions, the scroll in his hand vanished. Instinctively, she glanced at the high platform and saw Bai Shaoxing scrutinizing the scroll. Tsunade, do not act impulsively. With so many people around, do you think they are all fools? Jiraiya whispered to her urgently, genuinely fearing that Tsunade might offend someone important. He had just observed Naruto and his companions, noting that they were all quite earnest. It was evident that Bai Shaoxing was not an ordinary individual. Tsunade clenched her fists, truly wanting to punch the person above. Meanwhile, on the podium, Bai Shaoxing sighed after examining the lightning cutter scroll, saying, Kakashi, if it weren't for that Sharingan holding you back, you would undoubtedly surpass your father and perhaps even reach the heights of those two in your lifetime. A hum of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was the first time they had heard Bai Shaoxing praise someone so highly. They recognized who the two he referred to were and were astonished that Kakashi could receive such commendation from Bai Shaoxing. Kakashi was also momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such regard from Bai Shaoxing. You flatter me, sir. I am merely an ordinary person. Bai Shaoxing shook his head, seemingly unconvinced by Kakashi's words. You single-handedly created a level lightning release ninjutsu. That alone warrants such praise. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary level lightning release ninjutsu. I believe that in the future, you will derive more advanced lightning release techniques from this one, possibly even exceeding the level. Hiss. After hearing Bai Shaoxing's explanation, everyone looked at Kakashi as if he were a monster. Truly, he was someone who had become a jonin at the age of 12. From Bai Xiaoxing's words, it seemed that Kakashi's lack of progress was due to the burden of that Sharingan, just as everyone was still astonished by Kakashi's genius. Bai Xiaoxing's next statement left them utterly speechless. Kakashi, join my Bai Xiaotang. As long as you become a member, I am 100% confident that within 10 years, I can train you to become a figure of sage of 6 paths caliber. Wow. If Bai Xiaoxing had just claimed that Kakashi could rival the likes of Hashirama and Tobirama, they might have thought it was achievable with enough effort. But now, what was this supposed to mean? Kakashi could attain the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, Pain, Orochimaru, and others began to re-evaluate Kakashi. Obito knew Kakashi was a genius, but he never expected him to be of such extraordinary caliber. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally bewildered. Was this junior truly that remarkable? Bai Xiaoxing, observing the dazed Kakashi, remarked, "You need not rush to respond. Take your time to consider. The doors of Bai Xiaotang will always be open to you." Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly regained his composure and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, sir. I will contemplate this carefully and provide you with a response." Bai Xiaoxing nodded, then turned to Tsunade and casually stated, "Originally, I could only tell you why you always lose in gambling. However, in light of Kakashi's reputation, I shall reveal to you the hidden truth behind it." Others could not help but feel that it was indeed a significant revelation. Chapter 40. The secret of the necklace. Tsunade felt a surge of tension from Bai Xiaoxing's stern tone. "The reason for your poor luck lies in the crystal necklace around your neck." Not only Tsunade, but everyone else was equally taken aback. Bai Xiaoxing continued, "This necklace not only reacts to the first Hokage's would-release chakra, but can also suppress the power of Jinchuriki. It can be said to be a rare treasure left to you by the first Hokage. Subsequently, you gifted this necklace to 2 individuals, your brother, Senju Ropetree, and your former lover, Dan Kato. However, shortly after receiving it, both met their untimely deaths in battle." Bai Xiaoxing asserted, "The root cause is that this is a cursed necklace. This is the secret worth a level ninjutsu. This revelation could prevent you from indirectly causing the demise of others in the future. Do you not find that worthwhile for a level ninjutsu?" Tsunade only absorbed the latter part of his statement, feeling as if her soul had been stripped away. "It was I who caused Ropetree and Dan's deaths. I was the one who brought about their demise." Tsunade suddenly clutched her head and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Jiraiya and the others looked on with concern, and Shizune hurriedly embraced Tsunade, repeatedly calling her name. Bai Xiaoxing furrowed his brow. With a wave of his arm, a cup of tea appeared on Kakashi's table. "Kakashi, give her this calming tea. Once she drinks it, she will regain her composure." Kakashi, trusting Bai Xiaoxing, obliged. However, Jiraiya was skeptical and attempted to stop Kakashi. Just as he reached for Kakashi's hand, Bai Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed, and an immense aura erupted from him, transforming into a white wave that pressed directly toward Jiraiya. Everyone heard a thud as the floor beneath Jiraiya's knee caved in. Bai Xiaoxing spoke in a composed tone, "I do not have the time to indulge in your antics. If you do not trust Bai Xiaotang, I shall send you on your way now." Others, witnessing this scene, dared not breathe. Although Bai Xiaoxing's aura was not directed at them, seeing Jiraiya drenched in cold sweat and his knee stained red made it clear that this pressure was beyond their endurance. Shimura Danzō wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved that he had not caused trouble during his first visit. Truly, this Bai Xiaoxing, who appeared refined and cultured, was terrifying when angered. Kakashi felt a tremor in his heart and swiftly handed the tea to Shizune, instructing her to give it to Tsunade. Kakashi then pretended to kneel before Bai Xiaoxing. However, halfway down, his body seemed to be held back, unable to lower himself any further. Bai Xiaoxing's tone softened slightly as he addressed Kakashi. "Kakashi, they are no longer children. You need not bear the consequences of their actions. Should this have been a practitioner of the dark arts, you must understand that standing up for such disrespectful individuals would lead only to death." Kakashi lowered his head and pleaded, "Sir, please grant Jiraiya-san this one reprieve. I do not seek your mentorship, but I am at your service for any task." Bai Xiaoxing nodded at Kakashi's words and lifted the pressure from Jiraiya. Yet, Jiraiya still could not rise. This scene sent a shiver through the hearts of those present. Jiraiya's knee was shattered. Bai Xiaoxing merely sighed. Kakashi's worth cannot be measured by a mere kneel." After speaking, Bai Xiaoxing released a white light, the size of a grape, onto Jiraiya's knee. The previously silent hall was punctuated by the sound of bones grinding together. Gradually, Jiraiya stood up, evidently healed of his shattered knee. He rose, appearing fatigued and breathless, and bowed deeply to Bai Xiaosheng. I apologize, sir. It was the small-mindedness of Jiraiya. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand dismissively. Please take a seat. Princess Tsunade will return to her normal state in just a minute. Do not be discontented. Soon you shall realize that I am far more amiable than other warriors. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya also took a seat, his gaze settling on Tsunade, who was regaining her composure, and he let out a sigh of relief. As for the others, upon hearing Bai Xiaosheng's words, they thought to themselves, when Bai Xiaosheng is agreeable, he truly is. However, when he is not, his demeanor is utterly unyielding. If they had not misheard, Bai Xiaosheng had suggested sending Jiraiya and Tsunade away. Should he not intend to eliminate them? Is this what he calls being amicable? Those two merely consumed a bit of your time, and you contemplate murder? Goodness. They had never encountered someone so agreeable. A minute later, Tsunade indeed returned to her usual self. She looked bewilderedly at Jiraiya's crimson knees, unsure of what had transpired. Jiraiya merely shook his head, signaling her to sit down. Observing Tsunade's recovery, Bai Xiaosheng continued, allow me to proceed. The necklace of Princess Tsunade is an artifact of the first Hokage. Did you, Princess, ever witness the first wearing this necklace in your youth? Tsunade pondered briefly and replied, I have never seen my granduncle wear this necklace. Bai Xiaosheng smiled once more, though this time, even his courteous smile failed to bring comfort to the onlookers. They now perceived him as unpredictable. This necklace has been cursed. The one who cast the curse is the heavenly path, also known as the Almighty. Do not take this too literally. The emergence of the heavenly path merely serves to enhance the grandeur of this narrative. Bai Xiaosheng addressed the crowd. Although the first was merely a half-hearted child of fate, he was still half a son of the Almighty. As we mentioned previously, in order to expedite the growth of his son, the Almighty would endow the children of fate with an aura that attracts animosity. While the first was only a half-child of fate, he still caught the Almighty's attention, albeit not as excessively as a true child of fate would. The heavenly path merely placed a curse on this necklace, such that anyone who wears it will inexplicably meet their demise at the hands of others. After all, only when the relatives of the child of fate perish will the child of fate's growth accelerate. Bai Xiaosheng could not help but sigh. Fortunately, as the first was merely a half-child of fate, the Almighty dared not allow him to wear this necklace. For if the first were to don it, his fortune would be suppressed, and he could indeed be killed by others. Bai Xiaosheng's gaze returned to Tsunade. Regarding the matter of Princess Tsunade, the reason you consistently lose is that your fortune negates this curse. As for your survival, it stems from your kinship to the first, which grants you abundant fortune. Once your fortune is depleted, so too will your life cease to exist. Bai Xiaosheng cautioned, Princess Tsunade, you currently suffer from hemophobia. Even an ordinary person could easily slay you. Thus, it would be wise for you to venture out sparingly. Your fortune is dwindling. Gasp. Is it truly so miserable to be a relative of a child of fate? The Akatsuki members instinctively glanced at Itachi Uchiha. Indeed, being a relative of a child of fate is indeed unfortunate. Compared to the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan is decidedly more fortunate. Over the years, the Senju clan has slowly faded away, while the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, had annihilated his entire clan by the age of 7. Observing the perplexed expression on Tsunade's face, Bai Xiaosheng continued, if the princess does not believe me, she may inquire with the third Hokage. The relatives of those two true children of fate have fared far worse than your Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen? What does that have to do with me? Chapter 41. Can warriors achieve immortality? Kakashi approached Tsunade and whispered, the two children of fate mentioned by the gentleman are Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Their lives have indeed been tragic, particularly Sasuke, whose clan was eradicated when he was merely 7. Gasp. Tsunade and her companions felt a sense of awe. They turned their gazes toward the cold figures of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. These two, so young yet so powerful, could they truly be the handiwork of the Almighty? This Almighty is indeed terrifying. Before the crowd could ponder further, Bai Xiaosheng's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Now, may I invite number 2? No sooner had Bai Xiaosheng spoken than Kisame Hashigaki stood up. First, he bowed respectfully to Bai Xiaosheng, and then he inquired, Sir, may I ask if there is a remedy for my companion's bloodline disease? As he spoke, he gestured toward Itachi Uchiha. The members of Akatsuki had already exchanged their numbers, and they all looked expectantly at Bai Xiaosheng, hoping for a favorable answer. Others, upon hearing Kisame's question, curiously turned their attention to Itachi Uchiha. Although Itachi had changed his appearance, a few still recognized him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were equally astonished to learn that Itachi Uchiha had contracted a bloodline disease. Sasuke Uchiha was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that Itachi would suffer from a bloodline disease. Bloodline diseases are essentially incurable in the ninja world. Consequently, once everyone regained their composure, they all turned to Byakuya, awaiting his response. Byakuya glanced at Itachi Uchiha and slowly began, a certain level of ninjutsu. Would the esteemed guest care to purchase it? The audience was taken aback. They had not expected that the troublesome bloodline disease would only warrant a mere level of ninjutsu in Byakuya's estimation. The Akatsuki members were elated. Itachi Uchiha was now their Sherlock Holmes. They did not wish for him to perish. Byakuya withdrew the scroll from Itachi's hands and confirmed. A bloodline disease refers to the physical ailments and exhaustion resulting from the excessive use of bloodline limits. It is challenging to treat in the ninja world because it is not a disease in the conventional sense, and thus lacks a basis for treatment. Moreover, each clan's bloodline disease is unique, and instances of its occurrence are rare. This is why you perceive bloodline diseases as fearsome. Byakuya directed his gaze at Kisame Hoshigaki. Your friend is approximately 18 years old now. If left untreated, he should have about 8 more years to live before he turns 20. Both Princess Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru of Konoha can cure him. After the age of 20, aside from warriors, no one in the ninja world will be able to save him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Orochimaru and Tsunade. They had not realized that these two individuals were so formidable that they could even cure bloodline diseases. The Akatsuki members furrowed their brows. It was certain that Orochimaru would not save Itachi Uchiha. As for Tsunade, they too looked toward her. Tsunade was taken aback by Byakuya's praise for her medical skills and couldn't help but glance at him several times. Observing the worried expressions of the Akatsuki members, Byakuya offered them another option. In light of your consistent patronage at Byakuya, I can provide you with a piece of information. If you cannot persuade Princess Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru, you may journey to the land of Earth, to a place known as Butterfly Valley, and seek out a man named Huqingyo. He is a miraculous doctor of the demon sect. Even if you are half a foot in the afterlife, he can bring you back. Gasp. Everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. Such an incredible figure who could rescue someone on the brink of death. Truly deserving of the title Miraculous Doctor. However, the Akatsuki members were not as optimistic. Upon hearing the words demon sect, they immediately understood that Huqingyo was not a good person, and whether he would save Itachi Uchiha was uncertain. As they had anticipated, Byakuya's voice continued. Huqingyo has a rule. To save one person, another life must be surrendered. Thus, whether you can persuade Huqingyo to save your friend depends on your capabilities. Please refrain from inserting into the original work. Initially, others thought that if they or their friends were to fall gravely ill in the future, they could seek help from Huqingyo. However, upon hearing Byakuya's words, their desire to consult Huqingyo was swiftly extinguished. Who would willingly trade one life for another? Upon hearing Byakuya's conclusion, the dried persimmon and ghost shark expressed their gratitude once more. After listening to Byakuya, Tsunade turned to the side and asked Shizune, "What do you think? Should I also establish a rule? Byakuya has effectively advertised for me, and it is certain that many will seek my medical expertise henceforth. What if we raise the consultation fees?" Shizune pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "I think it is feasible, Lady Tsunade. Are Kakashi and the others in dire need of money?" Byakuya proceeded to address the queries of the three individuals. As they observed Onoki standing, they eagerly anticipated the question he would pose. "Sir, how many warriors like you exist?" The others internally applauded the elderly man, expressing their own curiosity. After accepting Onoki's inquiry regarding a high-level ninjutsu, Byakuya merely shook his head with a wry smile. "Your question is akin to asking me how many jonin exist in the ninja world. I cannot provide a precise answer. Unlike ninjas, each breakthrough in a warrior's realm extends their lifespan. A powerful being in the mysterious realm may live for 1,000 years and still be considered young. The elder generation of warriors has lived for at least 100,000 years. Thus, I cannot ascertain how many warriors like myself exist." Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 1,000 years? 10,000? Are you still human? Even the sage of 6 paths would be exhausted by your longevity. They had anticipated the terror of warriors. But the magnitude of their fear exceeded expectations. Regaining their composure, the crowd experienced a rush of exhilaration. I must become a warrior, regardless of strength. Simply living for such an extended period is akin to immortality. Anoki's face flushed with excitement, realizing his own relatively long lifespan in the ninja world. The saying goes, the longer one lives, the more one fears death, and he now felt that fear acutely. Sir, how can one become a warrior? The others gazed intently at Bai Shaoxing, as if they were beholding a beloved. Bai Shaoxing calmly shook his head. Each person may ask but one question, surely. You have not forgotten this, esteemed guest? The others were taken aback. How could such a rule exist? How frustrating. The anticipation is unbearable. Chapter 42. The Secrets of the 12 Levels of Ninjutsu. Excuse me, sir, I am number 7. May I inquire? Before Bai Shaoxing could respond, Orochimaru eagerly stood up. The others quickly subdued their excitement, not wishing to overlook any secrets. Upon receiving Bai Shaoxing's nod, Orochimaru promptly asked, Sir, who is Xiaoda? The others were taken aback, thinking their ears had deceived them. What sort of question was this? Wasn't Xiaoda merely a ramen vendor? Bai Shaoxing, already aware of the events outside, turned to Orochimaru and spoke astonishingly. To inquire about his surname requires a level 1 ninjutsu. To ask about his strength demands a level 1 ninjutsu. To learn all information about him would necessitate 3 level 1 ninjutsu. Which one do you wish to ask, Orochimaru? The crowd was left dumbfounded, and after recovering, they were engulfed in shock. What on earth was Xiaoda's identity? This was beyond terrifying. Orochimaru had anticipated such a revelation. After a moment's thought, he stated, Sir, my teacher is Lord Yiguching. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't he Orochimaru's teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen? Who was this Yiguching? Bai Shaoxing displayed no surprise at Orochimaru's identity, instead revealing a knowing smile. The prestige of Yiguching is worth a level 1 ninjutsu. Would you like to expend it? The crowd fell silent, stunned. What? A mere favor is valued at a level 1 ninjutsu? Who is this influential figure? Orochimaru was taken aback by Yiguching's immense influence and promptly continued, Sir, I also have another teacher, Lord Ximen Chui Xue. Would that also be worth a level 1 ninjutsu? The others were astounded. Orochimaru was simply too formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were left bewildered, questioning how Orochimaru could possess such an impressive background. Bai Shaoxing had not anticipated Orochimaru's revelation. After a brief pause, he remarked, logically, Ximen Chui Xue's prestige is also worth a level 1 ninjutsu. But I feel this would be too one-sided for me. How about this? Once I am finished with my current affairs, I will provide you with a piece of information of equivalent value for free. Orochimaru was astounded by the weight of Ximen Chui Xue's reputation. That is acceptable, sir. Then, I shall inquire about Xiaoda's surname. I am more interested in his lineage than his strength. Bai Shaoxing first glanced at the neighboring area, offering a friendly smile before turning back to Orochimaru. Xiaoda's surname is Otsutsuki. Hinata Hizashi exclaimed in shock. What? He belongs to the Otsutsuki clan? The duo behind the scenes was dumbfounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 companions were equally bewildered. The people of Konoha were astonished. They had never anticipated that such a significant figure was concealed among them. Others shared their astonishment, realizing that the seemingly ordinary ramen shop owner was indeed of that illustrious clan from the moon. It was no wonder that a mere surname warranted a level 1 ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having processed the revelation, felt a twinge of panic. He realized he had eaten ramen several times without paying. He turned to his close friend, trembling as he asked, Danzō, I have eaten ramen a few times without paying. Am I doomed? Danzō replied, I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Following this, Bai Shaoxing addressed the inquiries of 2 other minor characters. Observing number 10 standing up, Bai Shaoxing felt a sense of satisfaction. Another significant client. Pain stood up, offering Bai Shaoxing a respectful bow before asking, Sir, how can I safely extricate myself from the machinations of these eyes? After speaking, Pain resumed his original appearance. Except for the members of Akatsuki and the duo of masterminds, everyone else looked curiously at Pain's eyes. Was this related to a bloodline limit as well? As for Jiraiya, he immediately recognized his own disciple. However, he was further puzzled. How did Yahiko possess the Rinnegan? Wasn't it Nagato who had the Rinnegan? Bai Shaoxing fixed his gaze on Pain's Rinnegan and delivered a statement that left everyone in shock. Your question appears singular. However, it implicates several astonishing secrets. even touching upon the ultimate secret of this era in the ninja world. Even if you were to offer these Rinnegan as the price for knowledge, you would only be able to cover half of it. After all, you must understand the significance of these eyes. After Bai Xiaoxing's proclamation, Pain sat down expressionlessly, as if nothing had occurred. The members of Akatsuki displayed expressions of despair. As for Konan, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Noticing this, Pain comforted her, saying, "Konan, do not be upset. Did we not foresee this possibility? Do not worry, I am fine." Hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, the others gasped in astonishment. The Rinnegan? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths have resurfaced? Observing the helpless expressions of those around him, Bai Xiaoxing was preparing to conclude the day's inquiries when Orochimaru, displaying his insatiable curiosity, stood up again. "Sir, may I exchange the favor of Lord Ximen Chui Xue for the answer to Pain's question?" Before Bai Xiaoxing could respond, the members of Akatsuki looked at Orochimaru incredulously. Orochimaru, noticing their bewildered gazes, sported an intrigued smile. "There is no need to look at me like that, my friends. I am merely fascinated by this secret." After Orochimaru spoke, he gazed expectantly at Bai Xiaoxing. "Orochimaru, I must inform you that the value of a level 1 ninjutsu is only worth 1/6 of the Rinnegan. Thus, your offered price is insufficient." Everyone gasped in astonishment. According to Bai Xiaoxing, the value of a pair of Rinnegan is equivalent to 6 levels of ninjutsu, yet the Rinnegan can only be wagered with half the chips. Does this not imply that the matter involves 12 levels of ninjutsu? Good heavens! What sort of secrets does this entail? Black Zetsu was taken aback. He felt that his plan should not be worth 12 levels of ninjutsu. Was there something hidden within? Obito Uchiha was equally bewildered. He had always thought this was merely a collective dream, not realizing the depths of the situation. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The greater the cost mentioned by Bai Xiaoxing, the more curious he became. After a moment, Orochimaru turned to the dazed Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, I know he is your disciple. Will you not assist him? I can stake 2 levels of ninjutsu. What about you?" Jiraiya regained his composure, first casting a gentle glance at Pain, then deeply bowing to Tsunade. "Tsunade, I possess only 2 levels of ninjutsu. Can you help me?" Upon witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor, Tsunade let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, I am also curious about the secrets contained within. Let us see. Your disciple is worth 6 levels of ninjutsu. Orochimaru has 3, and you have 2. So we still need 1 more. Well, I shall contribute that one." Pain and Konan exchanged glances with Jiraiya, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Pain bowed to Jiraiya as well. "Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya." Before Jiraiya could respond, Bai Xiaoxing interrupted the group. Chapter 43, by shouting, "Second floor apologies, everyone. But did you perhaps misunderstand my words? I stated that the Rinnegan is merely equivalent to half the chips required to uncover this secret. What this esteemed guest desires is to escape from this vortex." The others? They were dumbfounded. Bai Xiaoxing observed the confused expressions around him and explained, "If we liken this vortex to a murderer, you are currently only seeking information about this killer. However, this esteemed guest wishes to elude his pursuit. The costs are not the same. Damn it, this is absurd. Indeed, apart from being outrageous, it is ludicrously so." Watching the individuals plummet from paradise back to hell, Bai Xiaoxing offered them a glimmer of hope. "How about this? If you can present 2 more levels of ninjutsu and assist me with a task afterward, I shall reveal the secrets involved in this matter and the solutions. Will you agree?" Pain's lifeless eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he hastily inquired, "Sir, what task do you require us to perform?" Bai Xiaoxing flashed a sunny smile. "Fear not. The task I will assign you bears no danger. Rather, it presents an opportunity for growth." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. They speculated that this task might be related to becoming martial artists. Itachi Uchiha hesitated for a long moment before producing a scroll from his pocket and gazing at Bai Xiaoxing. "Sir, I possess an eye. What do you deem its worth?" The others displayed curious expressions upon hearing Itachi's words. Bai Xiaoxing took the scroll from Itachi for closer inspection and appeared somewhat astonished. He remarked, "Alas, it is merely 1 eye. It can only be considered 1 level of ninjutsu." However, observing Bai Xiaoxing pause, the others nearly spat blood in frustration. "Damn it! Why is this person so infuriating?" Bai Xiaoxing surveyed the crowd with a faint smile. "Nonetheless, given that you are a talent rivaling Kakashi, I shall count it as 2 levels of ninjutsu." The others gasped in disbelief. Could this individual afflicted with a bloodline disease truly be destined for greatness? Hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the members of Akatsuki looked at Itachi with envy. Bai Shaoxing had claimed that if he had trained Kakashi, Kakashi would undoubtedly have become a being akin to a sage of six paths. Did this not imply that Itachi possessed similar potential? The members of Akatsuki felt as though they had struck gold. They must ensure the cure for Itachi's bloodline disease. This was the shared thought among all Akatsuki members at that moment. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing praise him thus, Itachi was initially taken aback. But then his heart swelled with joy. He recalled Konan's words and found his purpose. He must retrieve the souls of his loved ones from the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke Uchiha, upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's accolades for Itachi, felt a twinge of displeasure. He scoffed at Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, my master has told me that I shall reach the realm of the gods in just a few years, becoming a powerhouse of the Sage of Six Paths. Just wait. I will surely kill you. Originally, the members of Akatsuki had felt elated upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's praise for Itachi, akin to a joyous revelation. However, upon hearing Sasuke's words, they felt as though the child in their wife's womb was not theirs. It was utterly disheartening. The people of Konoha were not greatly shocked by Sasuke's words, having already surmised that he was another child of destiny. However, they were somewhat surprised that Sasuke could ascend to such heights in so short a time. As for the ninjas from the other four villages, they wore expressions of disbelief. Is something amiss in this ninja world? Itachi Uchiha cast a calm glance at Sasuke, but said nothing. Bai Shaoxing disregarded the brotherly squabble and continued. There are numerous secrets pertaining to the matter involving Mr. Ten, so we shall discuss his affairs tomorrow. As for the slots from 11 to 25, they shall be deemed void. As compensation, the 15 of you may listen in for free. If anyone else wishes to learn of this secret, they must present at least 2 levels of ninjutsu as an entry fee. Do any of you have objections? If not, we shall conclude for today. The audience pondered for a moment, feeling that Bai Shaoxing had not truly deceived them. After all, to uncover such earth-shattering secrets without incurring a cost would indeed be unreasonable. Seeing no one speak, Bai Shaoxing declared, in that case, apart from the guests related to number 10, as well as Mr. Orochimaru and the guests at Kakashi's table, the rest may take their leave. Bai Shaoxing shall resume operations at noon tomorrow. Although the others were puzzled as to why Bai Shaoxing wished to retain these few individuals, they understood and did not inquire further, promptly vacating Bai Shaoxing. Once everyone had departed, Bai Shaoxing turned to the 4 tables of curious individuals below and smiled. The second floor has 15 guest rooms. The esteemed guest number 10 is a major client. You may take your people and occupy 5 rooms upstairs. Mr. Orochimaru and his companions may share one. Kakashi is now under my employ. Feel free to choose any room upstairs. Kakashi? Truly, his people are quite special. Kakashi, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and asked Bai Shaoxing, Sir, what is the significance of these guest rooms? The others looked at Bai Shaoxing with curiosity as well. Sensing that there was more to the story, Bai Shaoxing praised Kakashi, saying, Indeed, Kakashi, you are correct. The guest rooms upstairs are extraordinary. Each room is furnished with a row of bookshelves containing the biographies of many martial artists. Most importantly, each room is equipped with formations that can enhance a martial artist's training speed. Of course, this only applies to Mr. Orochimaru and his companions. As you are not martial artists, well then, Bai Shaoxing will not vanish today. You all may attend to your own matters. Just as Bai Shaoxing intended to leave, he seemed to recall something and instructed Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, please take the time to teach Kakashi some martial arts knowledge, as a form of compensation for your misuse of your connections. After Bai Shaoxing finished speaking, he vanished, leaving Orochimaru with a dark expression. He finally understood why Bai Shaoxing and Yi Guqing were friends. Damn it, both of them enjoy ordering others around. As Bai Shaoxing disappeared, Jiraiya quickly approached Pain and the others. Tsunade led Kakashi and Shizune, smiling brightly, towards Orochimaru. Chapter 44. The Demon Blade Naruto, second floor of Bai Shaoxing, Jiraiya's room. After listening to Pain and Konan recount their experiences, Jiraiya was both shocked and deeply pained as he gazed at his 2 disciples. Alas, I never anticipated that such things would transpire after my departure. Yahiko, it is my fault for failing to protect you. Konan, observing Jiraiya's guilt-ridden expression, resolutely declared. Do not worry, Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato and I will surely retrieve Yahiko from the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, offered a bitter smile. Konan, Attempting to reclaim a soul from the Pure Land is no easy feat. Conan, however, maintained a determined demeanor. No, now we have Itachi. He possesses the potential of a 6 paths level ninja, and he will surely help us. Itachi, having been deceived by Konoha and slaughtering his own clan, desired more than anyone to reclaim his family from the Sage of 6 Paths. I believe he can do it. Pain nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too have faith in Itachi. He is my most trusted companion. He will certainly succeed. Witnessing the expressions of the two when they mentioned Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya felt reminiscent of how they once spoke of Yahiko. He momentarily lost himself in thought. After a while, he regained his composure, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and smiled at the two. Let us go to Orochimaru and attend the lesson. In the room shared by Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shizune watched curiously as Sasuke and Naruto meditated. Tsunade shifted her gaze from the two to Orochimaru, her expression questioning. Orochimaru, is this truly how martial arts are cultivated? Before Orochimaru could respond, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a booming voice echoed through the second floor by shouting, "Ha ha ha, Orochimaru! I have come to attend the lesson." Upon hearing the loud commotion, Orochimaru's heart sank. As expected, in the next moment, a crimson figure flashed past them. What the hell? Jiraiya's soul nearly departed him as he felt the chilling blade aura, cold sweat soaking his garments. Aha, a demon blade. How intriguing. Bai Shaoxing appeared before Jiraiya, effortlessly grasping the blade's edge with bare hands. Realizing Bai Shaoxing's presence, Jiraiya hastily dodged aside. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been caught off guard. But he had genuinely not anticipated an attack right after he had kicked the door open. The people on the second floor sensed the murderous intent in the air and quickly fled the room. Bai Shaoxing observed as Naruto's eyes shifted from red to black, his murderous aura continuously escalating, preparing to subdue him. At that moment, Sasuke appeared before Naruto, firmly grasping his hands. Calm down, Naruto. It's me, Sasuke. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, Naruto's demonic expression faltered, gradually returning to clarity. Sasuke, what happened? Were we not training? Bai Shaoxing released his grip on the blade as Sasuke intervened. He regarded the two with keen interest, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. The others, bewildered, struggled to comprehend Bai Shaoxing's meaning when he vanished once more. Orochimaru emerged with a stern expression, icy disdain directed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I warned you to keep your distance from Naruto, or you may find yourself dead. If it weren't for Mr. Bai Shaoxing's timely arrival, I wonder how many lives you would have left. Uchiha Sasuke shot a cold glance at Jiraiya, then, still holding Naruto's hand, returned to the room, forcefully shutting the door behind them. Jiraiya, gazing at the closed door, appeared as if he had escaped a calamity. Tsunade and the others emerged, Shizune ensuring to close the door behind them. Tsunade, feeling somewhat perplexed, turned to Orochimaru with a question. Orochimaru, what is going on with Naruto? I barely had time to react. It seemed Jiraiya almost got cleaved in two. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at everyone, finally speaking seriously, since you are all present. I will warn you. If you wish to live, keep your distance from Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya has encountered him twice, and both times he nearly died at his hands. Do you think your lives are resilient enough? The others were taken aback. Tsunade, filled with curiosity, pressed, Orochimaru, please clarify what is happening. With reluctance, Orochimaru replied. Uzumaki Naruto is under the influence of a technique laid down by the Sage of 6 Paths. His master, in an attempt to counterbalance the sage, had him learn a forbidden scroll known as the Demon Blade. However, Naruto's master overestimated the sage's power. After learning the Demon Blade, Naruto has become half a demon. Gasp. The group was taken aback, realizing the implications of the sage's actions towards Naruto and the apparent lack of advantage gained. Noticing their expressions, Orochimaru interrupted their inquiries. Do not ask why the Sage of 6 Paths has targeted Naruto. That is a secret I cannot divulge, nor do you deserve to know. The others were taken aback. We do not deserve to know? How hurtful. Jiraiya, however, was more concerned with the immediate issue. Orochimaru, what exactly is the Demon Blade? Why does learning it turn one into a demon? The others listened intently. Orochimaru smirked. Ah, the Demon Blade? Let me tell you. The last person who practiced it cleaved his own son in half with a single stroke. If Naruto still has any attachments, I suspect he would have already gone on a killing spree. The group was left speechless. The Demon Blade truly had a fearsome reputation. Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru with skepticism. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Just a moment ago, Uchiha Sasuke spoke, and Naruto returned to normal. Orochimaru contemplated the thought of dissecting Tsunade's brain to see what was inside. That is because Uchiha Sasuke is very important to him. In this ninja world, there are only 3 individuals who can bring the frenzied Naruto back to sanity. His master, Uchiha Sasuke, and another person whom you do not know. I warn you once more, if you do not wish to die, keep your distance from Naruto. If he succumbs to madness. Jiraiya swallowed hard, looking at Orochimaru. What would happen if he were to lose control? Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. If Naruto completely succumbs to madness, pray that you possess abilities akin to the first Hokage, and that is merely the present situation. In a few months, even the first Hokage would struggle against the madness of his blade. The group involuntarily recalled the scene where the Raikage lost an arm, shivering at the thought. After they processed this revelation, Conan looked at Pain with excitement. Pain, the sage of 6 paths, is not invincible. Once we become warriors, we will surely defeat him. Pain smiled in agreement. Indeed, Conan, I too believe we can overcome him. Hearing their words, Orochimaru cast a strange glance at them. Meanwhile, Shizune, Tsunade, and Kakashi were left in utter disbelief. What were these two saying? They intended to defeat the Sage of 6 Paths? Chapter 45. The Romantic Sage and the Filial Son's Dispute. In the hall on the 2nd floor, Orochimaru looked at everyone with exasperation. I only agreed to assist Mr. By Xiaosheng in clarifying matters for Kakashi. What is the meaning of this? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Well, Orochimaru, we are merely here to audit. You continue to clarify for Kakashi. We will not interrupt. Tsunade, however, was not as accommodating as Jiraiya and impatiently urged, Orochimaru, stop dilly-dallying and get started. Orochimaru responded with a sigh. Orochimaru gazed at Kakashi, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and remarked, You are already familiar with the ranks of warriors. What else would you like to know? Kakashi promptly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, what is that energy in the forest of death? Orochimaru replied, It is the sword intent. Kakashi pressed on, What is sword intent? Orochimaru explained, Sword intent embodies the essence of the sword. It represents a swordsman's understanding of the sword, and serves as an external manifestation of one's comprehension of the sword path. Kakashi continued, How can one distinguish the strength of sword intent? Orochimaru elaborated, Sword intent is categorized into 4 levels: beginner sword intent, intermediate sword intent, advanced sword intent, and perfected sword intent. A practitioner of beginner sword intent can manipulate objects, though the intent remains formless. An intermediate sword intent wielder can cleave mountains, and their intent, while tangible, remains unseen. Orochimaru observed the doubtful expressions of those around him and reminisced about his first encounter with Ximen Chui Xue, recalling how he too had once questioned the meaning of existence. At the rear of the Hokage rock in Konoha, Uchiha Obito coldly regarded Black Zetsu. What secrets lie behind the moon's eye plan? Are you and Madara manipulating me? Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu appeared deeply hurt. Obito, how could you doubt me? It was Uchiha Madara who commanded me to assist you. Everything has been orchestrated by the two of you. What could I possibly gain from you? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, evidently at the end of his rope. Madara claimed you are his will, a creation of his. Do you think I would still believe in the two of you? Obito's expression turned to one of hatred. It matters not what you say. Tomorrow, the truth will surface. If I discover that you have been using me, I, Uchiha Obito, will ensure you pay the price. After issuing his threat, Obito transported away using Kimui, leaving behind a visibly darker-faced Black Zetsu. Curse you, Bai Xiaosheng. Black Zetsu now harbored intense hatred for Bai Xiaosheng. Had it not been for Bai Xiaosheng, he would not have fallen out with his partner. Following his anger, Black Zetsu's expression transformed into one of profound despair. Despair towards Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng was not only powerful, but also knowledgeable. Black Zetsu had believed himself to be a relic of the ninja world, confident he could deceive Uchiha Madara. Yet now, facing Bai Xiaosheng, he felt akin to a child before an adult. Contemplating these thoughts, the devoted son shed tears, gazing at the evening glow in the sky. Mother, tell me, how can I save you? At the entrance of Bai Xiaotang, Hinata Niji, Hinata, Haruno Sakura, and Yamanaka Ino gazed at the 2 ravines left by Naruto Uzumaki, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. The events that transpired outside Bai Xiaotang had already created quite a stir in Konoha. The 3 young girls, upon hearing their beloved boy return to Konoha, had stealthily slipped out of their homes. To their astonishment, they unexpectedly encountered each other at the entrance of Baishaoteng. Niji, observing the sign of Baishaoteng, gently touched his forehead, where a caged bird mark resided. After a moment, he turned to the three girls, adopting an aloof demeanor. Lady Hinata, I advise you three not to seek out Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki any further. Did you not hear? Naruto Uzumaki nearly killed the Raikage, who is now unconscious in the hospital. After speaking, Niji turned his back and added, those two are no longer who they once were. If you are not afraid of death, then by all means, go seek them. Ignoring the reactions of the three, he made to enter by shouting. However, as he approached the door, two familiar figures emerged from within. Upon seeing Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura and Ino erupted with joy, akin to encountering a celebrity. Niji and Hinata, however, did not share in their exuberance. The moment Naruto and Sasuke appeared, their bodies involuntarily tensed up. They sensed the lethal aura emanating from both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke regarded the four with mild surprise, while Naruto displayed an excited smile, not due to the sight of them, but from an overwhelming urge to draw his blade. Sakura and Ino quickly pushed Niji's words from their minds, their faces blooming with joy as they rushed toward the two. Sasuke, you're back. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, they found Naruto's blood-red blade hovering merely 30 centimeters from their heads. Sasuke initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then stared in shock at the figure that had appeared before them, Shin Uchiha. Shin pinched Naruto's blade between his fingers and turned to the stunned Niji and Hinata, smiling. Young Master Niji, Miss Hinata, please escort your friends aside. Just as Niji and Hinata were about to respond, Naruto's eyes shifted from red to black, his murderous intent on the verge of eruption. Naruto, enough. We're leaving. Sasuke placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his tone firm. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto's face flickered with a moment of struggle before he gradually calmed down. Yet, as he looked at Shin and the others, an insatiable bloodlust still lingered on his face. Seeing that Naruto had regained his composure, Shin released his grip on the blade. Sasuke shot a grave glance at Shin before smirking at the four. Heh, today must be your lucky day. I hope someone can shield you from the blade next time. With that, Sasuke and Naruto vanished from sight. Only then did Sakura and Ino realize the gravity of the situation. Their expressions shifted to one of terror, their legs giving way as they sank to the ground. Without even glancing at the two on the ground, Shin turned his serious gaze to Hinata and Niji, warning, you two must never appear before Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki again. Especially Naruto. Without Sasuke present, he will indiscriminately eliminate any living being in sight. Niji wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently revealing the caged bird mark. Thank you for saving me. I shall remember this. Shin cast a complex glance at the mark on Niji's forehead, sighed, as if making a decision. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Without waiting for Niji's response, he seized him and vanished from the scene. Even after their departure, Sakura and Ino remained in a state of shock, unable to snap back to reality. Meanwhile, Hinata stood there, dazed. Naruto-kun, have you really gone forever? Chapter 46. The destruction of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans beside a small river in the Forest of Death. Niji stared in disbelief at his reflection in the water, feeling as though everything were a dream. Haha, I am free. I am finally free. After a while, Niji wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Shin beside him, suddenly kneeling. Thank you, ancestors, for helping Niji break the curse of the caged bird. After expressing his gratitude, he bowed deeply. That evening, in the civilian quarters of the Sarutobi clan, the immaculate Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the street in the blink of an eye. Beside him stood the increasingly maniacal Naruto Uzumaki, his clothes and face smeared with blood, embodying a veritable demon. Sasuke wore a cruel smile. Heh, and now for the Shimura clan. Naruto, let us go? Half an hour later, a Konoha Jonin, drawn by the scent of blood in the air, arrived at the Sarutobi clan's encampment. This is bad. Upon witnessing the streets flowing with blood, the Jonin rushed into a building. Yet, as soon as he stepped inside, the scene that greeted him caused his eyes to widen in horror, covering his mouth in shock. Ugh! The overwhelming stench of blood and the nauseating scene caused him to succumb to his stomach, and he retched violently. After a considerable time, the seasoned shinobi finally regained a semblance of composure. He once again covered his mouth and nose, surveying the grim surroundings. The walls and tables were splattered with vivid crimson, while the floor bore the lifeless forms of 7 bodies, each severed cleanly in half. From their eyes, 2 lines of blood trickled down, as if their eyeballs had been violently extracted. The speed of the blade had rendered them not immediately dead, and the floor was marked with trails of blood as the upper halves of their bodies had crawled a short distance. In the dead of night, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared wide-eyed at the horrific tableau before him, his pallor betraying the turmoil within. How could this happen? How could this be? In the next moment, he ceased his murmurs, overwhelmed by the unbearable reality, and fainted. A similar scene unfolded at the Shimura clan's encampment. Though Shimura Danzō proved to be more resilient than his dear friend Hiruzen, after a furious outburst, he managed to regain his composure. Half an hour later, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen appeared even older, gazing sorrowfully at the despondent Danzō, his grief spilling forth in tears. Oh, my Sarutobi clan, has it truly come to this? Danzō, however, paid no heed to his friend's sorrowful state. With a predatory glare, he turned his attention to Kurizetsu. What must we do to avenge ourselves? Kurizetsu, appearing pained, sighed in resignation. I advise you to bide your time. Setting aside whether you can match Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, even Orochimaru alone is beyond your capabilities. Not to mention the formidable figures he mentioned, the likes of Yagura and Ximen Chui Xue, along with the potentially intervening Bai Shaoxing. With such an assembly, not even the Sage of 6 Paths would dare to provoke these 2 children of destiny. Danzō understood the gravity of the situation but found it intolerable. He traced his bandaged arm, yearning for the eye of Uchiha Shursui. Yet, he realized he had but one chance. He feared that he might lose control over Sasuke and Naruto, resulting in even more ferocious retaliation from them. In the past, Danzō would not have been so timid. But having witnessed Bai Shaoxing incapacitate Jiraiya with mere presence, he now lacked the confidence to believe he could control the children of fortune and Bai Shaoxing. The following morning, a multitude of ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages gathered once more at the entrance of Bai Shaodang. The 4 great villages and the various clans of Konoha had already learned of the tragic fates of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans through their channels. Oanoki Raza and Terumi May regarded the tardiness of Hiruzen and Danzō with mixed emotions. They felt pleased that 2 prominent clans had been eliminated from Konoha, yet concerned that if even Konoha struggled against Sasuke and Naruto, what hope did they have? In the Grand Hall of Bai Shaodang, members of Akatsuki congregated alongside Kakashi. Pain observed Jiraiya's anguished expression, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Jiraiya-sensei, you need not grieve for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Their actions against the Uchiha clan sowed the seeds of their own demise. They cannot blame others for their fate. Kakashi sighed in agreement. Jiraiya-sama, why burden yourself so? Perhaps this is a chance for Konoha's rebirth. As Kakashi finished speaking, Orochimaru emerged from a room with his companions. Itachi Uchiha and others regarded Sasuke and Naruto with complex expressions. Orochimaru, witnessing their faces, wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Ah, Jiraiya, Tsunade. How unfortunate you weren't witness to last night's spectacle. It was truly remarkable. Jiraiya and Tsunade shot him looks of disdain, itching to confront him. But the fierce glares from Naruto and Sasuke silenced their frustrations. Oh, everyone is up so early? Bai Shaoxing also stepped out from a room. Upon his arrival, everyone greeted him respectfully. Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with Shizune. She quickly retrieved a breakfast of grilled meat from a scroll, nervously presenting it to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, this is our breakfast for you. Bai Shaoxing's eyes lit up as he hurried to the table, expressing satisfaction with a glance at Kakashi and Shizune. Haha, you two are quite thoughtful. Excellent. I appreciate those who understand. He continued, once today's tasks are complete, I shall reward you both with a rare opportunity. Hearing this, the Akatsuki members felt they had missed an extraordinary chance. Kakashi and Shizune beamed with gratitude. Tsunade shot Shizune a glare. Humph, I haven't even had breakfast. And you've prepared for others. Shizune appeared innocent, and Tsunade, seeing her expression, decided to ignore her and hurried to compete with Bai Shaoxing for food. Bai Shaoxing cast a disdainful glance at Tsunade but did not intervene. After finishing his meal, he turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you recall the words inscribed in the beam of light that shone over Konoha 4 years ago? Kakashi pondered for a moment before respectfully responding. You refer to the phrase, the golden scaled fish is not meant for mere pools. Upon encountering Naruto and Sasuke, it transforms into a dragon. Chapter 47. The Fate of Naruto and Sasuke. By Xiaoxing nodded approvingly at Kakashi's recollection. He then gazed at the Uchiha brothers, seemingly lost in thought. My master was a humble figure. By chance, he met the grandfather of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku's father, Uchiha Akiyama. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, the Uchiha brothers immediately set aside their aloofness, fixated on him with rapt attention. Others, too, listened intently. Bai Xiaoxing sighed deeply, continuing, "Alas, my master was kind-hearted. He foresaw the emergence of two children of destiny in Konoha and the calamity that would ensue because of them. Initially, my master intended to inform Uchiha Akiyama to prevent such a fate. However, fate intervened, and he was unable to disclose the truth." With a meaningful glance at Sasuke, Bai Xiaoxing continued, he advised Uchiha Akiyama that one of the children of destiny might be his future grandson. Yet, my master did not disclose that this particular child of destiny from the Uchiha clan was unique. Bai Xiaoxing turned to the curious crowd, revealing, typically, a child of destiny is either a protagonist or an antagonist. However, the Uchiha's child of destiny, if aligned with a different camp than another protagonist, would instantly become an antagonist. At that point, these two children of destiny would unleash the most devastating battle in history, one that could obliterate the ninja world. Gasp. Everyone instinctively glanced at Sasuke and Naruto, realizing that if these two, already of such formidable strength at the tender age of 12, continued to grow, they could indeed bring about the destruction of the ninja world with a single clash. Watching Bai Xiaoxing drift into reminiscence, Itachi could not help but inquire, "Sir, what happened next?" After a brief pause, Bai Xiaoxing regained his focus. "Subsequently, my master gifted Uchiha Akiyama a box containing a compass, which concealed clues pertaining to the other child of destiny. After receiving the box, my master opened it once for him. Uchiha Akiyama then left behind a letter within. When the box is opened once more, it will be at the time when two fated children come into existence. The box had been kept by Uchiha Fugaku all along. Once it is reopened, he can retrieve the letter from Uchiha Akiyama within, using the compass to locate another child of fate. The content of the letter indicates that Uchiha Akiyama urged Uchiha Fugaku to nurture the two fated children together from a young age, thus preventing the outbreak of the cataclysmic war. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan was ultimately annihilated, and the contents of the letter were acquired by the higher-ups of Konoha." Bai Xiaoxing looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, bearing an expression that conveyed the truth of the matter. Hence, for years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to adopt both of you simultaneously. After speaking, Bai Xiaoxing glanced at the people from Konoha. The phrase "a golden-scaled fish" is not just a mere creature in the pond. When it encounters Naruto and Sasuke, it transforms into a dragon. Aptly describes the Uchiha clan and Konoha. If the Uchiha clan possesses Uchiha Sasuke, and Konoha holds Uzumaki Naruto, both can swiftly rise to prominence. This was the opportunity left for the Uchiha clan and Konoha to ascend. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoxing revealed a mocking smile. Alas, the people of Konoha were somewhat foolish. They not only discarded this monumental opportunity, but also caused the two fated children to suffer somewhat. Truly, it was both their rise and their downfall. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, the group finally understood the situation. Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all wore expressions akin to having tasted something bitter. Once, a tremendous opportunity lay before Konoha, yet the higher-ups failed to cherish it, and now, having lost it, they were filled with regret. Orochimaru also understood why. For the past 3 years, Imoen insisted that Naruto and Sasuke do everything together. It was to deepen their bond and prevent the cataclysmic war from erupting. Imoen, Orochimaru, you think too much. I simply wanted them to be together. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Bai Xiaoxing suddenly frowned and then broke into a hearty smile. Haha, friend, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, everyone snapped back to attention and quickly looked in the direction he was gazing. Amidst their astonished expressions, the space ahead began to distort. The next moment, two figures appeared before the crowd. One was dressed in ancient attire, of average appearance, around 25 years of age. His most notable features were his thick eyebrows, long eyelashes, and neatly trimmed mustache. The other figure was clad in snow-white garments, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his lips curved in a smile, and his handsome features belonged to a youth of about 16 or 17. The youth held a white fan in his right hand. As the fan waved, A gentle breeze lifted his cascading hair, reminiscent of a soft wind brushing through willow fluff. What extraordinary beauty! Just as everyone marveled at the youth's handsomeness, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly transformed into two fleeting shadows before the youth. Both displayed the excitement and joy befitting their age. Their smiles were uncontainable as they exclaimed, Chapter 48, Blood-Drinking Mad Blade, and the Unparalleled Good Sword Mo1. Why did you take so long to arrive? Mo1 folded his white fan, and, noticing the two boys who barely reached his shoulder, instinctively reached out to ruffle their hair. Then he revealed a smile as warm as spring's breeze. Sasuke, Naruto, it's been half a year, and you've both grown taller. Mo1, being a master of profound skill, appears slightly older. Uchiha Sasuke, upon hearing this, adopted a proud demeanor. Of course, in another 2 years, I'll be as tall as you, Mo1. Naruto nodded vigorously. Me too. I'll grow taller as well. Mo1 chuckled lightly. Yes, I believe you will both surpass me in height. Uchiha Itachi looked on with a skeptical expression. This cannot possibly be my brother, who always appears so foolish. Jiraiya and the others stared in astonishment at Naruto, who seemed remarkably normal. Is this really the original Naruto? He seems a bit silly. Orochimaru, undeterred by the bewildered crowd, approached Mo1 and the others. In the midst of everyone's ghostly expressions, Orochimaru wore a smile reminiscent of a neighborly boy. Mo1 and Master Lu Xiaofeng. Where have you two been frolicking all this time? Lu Xiaofeng shot a sideways glance at Orochimaru, speaking in a teasing tone. Orochimaru, you should either call me Lu Xiaofeng or refer to Mo Shinzi as Master Mo. Please don't treat us differently, alright? Before Orochimaru could respond, Mo1 jested, Brother Lu, if you were to impart your ultimate technique, the Lingxi finger, to Orochimaru, I doubt he would remain infatuated with you. Lu Xiaofeng pouted at this and chose to ignore the two, striding directly to Bai Xiaosheng with an overly familiar demeanor. Old Bai, tell me, are there any beauties in Konoha? Tsunade? Is this person blind? Bai Xiaosheng appeared to overlook Lu Xiaofeng entirely, bypassing him. He greeted Mo1 with a fist salute, laughing heartily, haha. Brother Mo, it has been a year since we last met, and your prowess has become even more unfathomable. Mo1 returned the gesture with a wry smile. Please, no more jests, sir. A year ago, your debate with Hero Yin almost sent me to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Bai Xiaosheng chuckled, then beckoned to the dazed Kakashi. He proudly introduced him to Mo1. Brother Mo, this is my disciple. What do you think? Is his talent commendable? Kakashi was taken aback, feeling slightly awkward at Bai Xiaosheng's unexpected display. Mo1 appraised the reserved Kakashi, then with a flourish of his left hand, a silver spear materialized in his grasp. As the thunderous energy crackled around the spear, everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted. They had already read the books in the guest room and had heard Orochimaru's explanations. Their understanding of martial arts had evolved beyond that of novices, hence they recognized the significance of the spear. Mo1 smiled slightly, looking at Kakashi. Logically, I should refer to you as Senior Kakashi. However, now that you have joined Bai Xiaoteng, your status is equal to Naruto and Sasuke. Yet I am a generation older than you. Given this, I sense the thunderous power within you. This thunder spear, which I discovered in a secret realm, shall serve as your welcome gift. The others gasped in envy. Kakashi was also taken aback. This seemingly younger boy was bestowing a welcome gift upon him? Bai Xiaosheng, observing Kakashi's days, said, Kakashi, just accept it. This is a custom among martial artists. When meeting the younger generation of friends, gifts are exchanged. Remember the favor that Mo Xianxu has shown you today, and repay him in the future. Kakashi finally understood the situation upon hearing this. After accepting the spear from Mo1, he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mo Xianxu. Mo1 promptly helped Kakashi up, appearing overly modest. No need for such formality. Then, turning to the enviously gazing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, he smiled once more. He produced a long sword and a long knife. Sasuke, this sword is named the Unparalleled Good Sword. It is a treasure I sought for you. Take it. Uchiha Sasuke was overjoyed, quickly accepting the Unparalleled Good Sword. Being a sword enthusiast himself, he instantly recognized it as a divine weapon. Mo1, I absolutely love this sword. Mo1 merely smiled again, then turned to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, this knife is called the blood-drinking Mad Blade, forged from celestial cold iron. Not only is it a divine weapon, but it also possesses the ability to suppress demonic energy. This too is a gift I have sought for you. A little tip from Mo1. Rename the snow-drinking knife to blood-drinking mad blade for a more imposing touch. Uzumaki Naruto grinned widely, filled with joy. Haha. I knew Brother Imo would not forget me. By Xiao Shang, upon hearing Imo Wen's words, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness. Brother Imo, you have actually acquired these two divine weapons. It was the first time others had witnessed Bai Xiao Sheng reveal such a shocked expression, which inexplicably startled them as well. Kakashi hurriedly inquired, Sir, what is the significance of these two divine weapons? Bai Xiao Sheng still appeared incredulous. After a long pause, he finally responded, These two divine weapons are the fated weapons of two chosen ones from ancient times. Gasp. This time, everyone else collectively inhaled sharply. They were unaware of the era referred to as ancient times, but simply learning that these swords were wielded by the chosen ones indicated their extraordinary nature. Before Bai Xiao Shang could finish his explanation, he continued, Before their disappearance, these two chosen ones left behind their respective weapons. The master of the blood-drink mad blade is named Nya Feng, and the master of the exquisite sword is named Bu Jingyun. Before Nya Feng vanished, he entrusted the blood-drink mad blade to the fire Qilin for safekeeping. Since this is not a secret, countless warriors sought the blood-drink mad blade during the initial century, yet all who attempted to claim it met their demise at the hands of the fire Qilin. Observing the astonished and slightly perplexed faces of the crowd, Bai Xiaoxing added, You may not understand what the fire Qilin is, but you should know that it is a being on par with the Dragon Clan, at the very least at the initial stage of the divine travel realm. My goodness. The group felt as though this revelation was even more shocking than the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. They comprehended Bai Xiaoshang's underlying implication. There truly exists a dragon clan in this world. Bai Xiaoshang gazed at the blood-drink mad blade in Naruto's hands, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Naruto cherished the blood-drink mad blade. Its previous master, Nya Feng, also practiced the demon blade technique. Yet he did not succumb to becoming a demon. Part of the reason lies within this blade. Naruto finally grasped the significance of the blade. Looking at the seemingly composed Mo1 with a mix of emotion, pondering to himself, Surely, Brother Mo sought this for me to prevent me from falling into darkness. He must have endured much hardship. Orochimaru, hearing this, pressed further, Sir, what about this exquisite sword? Bai Xiaoshang then looked at the exquisite sword in Sasuke Uchiha's possession and remarked, The exquisite sword was later entrusted to the Tsang Jian Mountain Manor for safekeeping. The Tsang Jian Mountain Manor is indeed unfathomable. I know of two individuals from the divine travel realm residing there. Even I could not possibly retrieve the exquisite sword. I truly wonder how Brother Imo managed to acquire it. Gasp. Once more, everyone inhaled sharply. They looked incredulously at the young man before them. Two individuals from the divine travel realm. This was akin to two sages of six paths. Was Imo truly this formidable? Sasuke Uchiha, upon hearing this, tightened his grip on the exquisite sword, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Mo1, who appeared unfazed. Brother Mo1, you have worked tirelessly. Mo1 approached and gently patted his head, offering a warm smile. It's all right, as long as you like it. Hearing this, Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Mo1 observed Sasuke, who was wiping away his tears, and softly murmured, A man should not shed tears lightly. Sasuke, Naruto might tease you about this. Upon hearing Mo1 call his name, Naruto rushed to the front, crying profusely. Brother Mo1, please don't leave for so long next time. I miss you so much. Witnessing this, Mo1 felt a pang of exasperation. 3 years of trickery had turned his two little brothers into overly sentimental beings. Despite his internal frustrations, Mo1 smiled and nodded. Yes, next time I go out, I will definitely bring you and Sasuke along. Chapter 49. The appearance. Seeing Mo1 in such a state, Jiraiya felt as if he were witnessing a radiant light. Minato, Naruto has a wonderful brother. You can rest easy. Minato Namikaze. I wish I could see if the Ninetales is still around. I wonder how the Ninetales is doing. Ninetales. The weak me can only survive amidst the might of great beings. Itachi Uchiha looked at Mo1 and his dear little brother, enviously thinking that his brother had been taken away. Sasuke, he must be better than I am. Kakashi gazed at Mo1 and the two chosen ones, wishing he could have a dozen such remarkable uncles. The members of Akatsuki looked at Mo1, wishing they could transform into those two chosen ones. Tsunade gazed at Mo1, thinking, This handsome young man is so warm. Ino glanced at Mo1 and mused, Is he an angel? I feel like I can't escape his charm. Mo thought to himself. This is the essence of an actor's self-cultivation. After a long while, Bai Shaoxing noticed that Mo's two little brothers had finally quieted down and said to Mo1, Brother Mo, I still have business to attend to today. Would you be interested in taking a look? Suddenly, Lu Xiaofeng stood up. Old Bai, I'll go. Bai Shaoxing cast a casual glance at Lu Xiaofeng before turning his attention to Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya, he is your kind. Please entertain him. Jiraiya looked bewildered. What kind? Sasuke Uchiha looked at the two with disdain. Two old perverts. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from Lu Xiaofeng and Jiraiya. Jiraiya? I'm caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Lu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, beaming at Jiraiya. So, you're also a kindred spirit. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Konan, Ino, and Tsunade looked at the two with disdain. Jiraiya? Though Jiraiya felt quite uncomfortable, he couldn't bring himself to be angry given Lu Xiaofeng's amiable demeanor. Who are you? Brother? Lu Xiaofeng, who had originally been grinning, suddenly turned serious upon hearing Jiraiya's question. The others looked on with intrigued expressions. Lu Xiaofeng straightened his chest and surveyed the crowd. I am Lu Xiaofeng with 4 eyebrows. My friends include the refined young master Hua Qi from the Hua family, the sword god Ximen Chui Xue, the sword saint Yi Gucheng, and the gifted Mo Xiandi, Mo1. Lu Xiaofeng cast a casual glance at Bai Shaoxing, and the unremarkable Bai Shaoxing, old Bai. Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's introduction, the others couldn't help but chuckle at his 4 eyebrows, yet they suddenly felt a deep admiration for the other 3. The refined Hua man Lu, just hearing the name evoked a sense of elegance. The sword god Ximen Chui Xue and sword saint Yi Gucheng were even more impressive. The gifted Mo1, they had already met him, and indeed, he was no ordinary youth. As for the unremarkable Bai Shaoxing, they could only say that these two had a good relationship, hence the light-hearted jest. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, 2 figures in white suddenly appeared at the window on the 2nd floor. Brother Bai, Lu Xiaofeng, junior brother. Long time no see. Upon hearing Yi Gucheng's words, they finally noticed the 2 extraordinary handsome men, and were once again shocked into silence. Itachi Uchiha was so astonished to see Ximen Chui Xue that he nearly activated his Sharingan. Bai Shaoxing, Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, Mo1, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki all stepped forward. Sasuke and Naruto quickly bowed to the 2. We pay our respects, masters. Ximen Chui Xue merely nodded coldly. Yi Gucheng looked at the blood-drink-mad blade in Naruto's hands, sighed, and then clasped his fists toward Mo1. Junior brother, I appreciate your efforts. Ximen Chui Xue also coldly uttered 2 words, thank you. Mo1 returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, you 2 brothers are too kind. Bai Shaoxing looked at the 2 with a look of amazement. Brother Yi, what brings you and the illustrious Xue here? Yi Gucheng glanced at the few individuals behind him before replying, it is nothing of great concern. I received word that the 2 masters of the Ihua Palace might make an appearance in Konoha. I feared you might struggle alone. So I came with Xue to assess the situation. The atmosphere shifted. Bai Shaoxing and Lu Xiaofeng gasped in shock. Bai Shaoxing's expression morphed from disbelief to relief. The Ihua Palace has indeed entered the fray. Thank heavens you came, Brother Yi. Otherwise, I would have had to flee. The others behind them exchanged incredulous glances. In their eyes, Bai Shaoxing was akin to a sage of the 6 paths. Yet now, the mere rumor of the Ihua Palace had him contemplating escape. What kind of terror did this palace embody? After their conversation, Orochimaru offered a warrior's salute to the 2. Dear teachers, please do not make me accompany Sasuke and Naruto next time. I fear for my life along the way. Seeing Orochimaru's demeanor, Yi Gucheng smiled slightly. Orochimaru, you need not worry. With the bloodthirsty blade, Naruto will not easily succumb to darkness. Orochimaru exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Yi Gucheng continued, however, should Naruto again fall into darkness, even with the bloodthirsty blade's support, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance. Orochimaru thought to himself. I knew I couldn't trust these 2. At that moment, Mo1 seemed to recall something and spoke up. Sirs, a year ago, I inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm. There, I encountered an extremely cold woman who claimed to be the Grandmaster of Ihua Palace, Yayue. Is she the one you speak of? This time, it was Yi Gucheng and his companions who looked at Mo1 in disbelief. Junior brother, you actually met Yayue. Did she not cause you any trouble? Mo1 appeared hesitant, glancing at Bai Shaoxing and asking, Sir, may I borrow a room? I have a few matters to discuss with my two senior brothers. Bai Shaoxing nodded solemnly. Follow me. When Yi Guqing noticed that Orochimaru and the others wished to join, he quickly interjected, "You three remain outside." With that, he shut the door, leaving behind three disgruntled faces. Once Lu Xiaofeng, Yi Guqing, Ximen Chui Xue, Bai Shaoxing, and Mo entered the room. They finally regained their composure amidst the flurry of news. Jingyin, brimming with excitement, turned to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, are those the Sword Saint and Sword God? They are so handsome." "Why, sir, Mo, sir, how can the Sword Saint and Sword God be so striking?" Orochimaru regarded the infatuated Jingyin with silent disapproval, ignoring her entirely. Tsunade and Konan, however, nodded in agreement with Jingyin's words, also finding the four fair-skinned men extraordinarily captivating. Deidara, equally excited, looked at Pain. "Leader, I think we should change our attire to resemble Bai Shaoxing and the others. I want to wear white too." Pain's expression darkened. Itachi Uchiha turned to Orochimaru, uncertain. "Orochimaru, are Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue the masters of Sasuke and Naruto?" Orochimaru glanced at him before responding, "Indeed. Itachi, I must inform you that the canyon in the Death Forest is where Naruto's master left a token. This token, known as the Sword Child Order, was forged from the essence of sword intent by Sasuke's master." Jiraiya, intrigued by Mo1, felt a sense of familiarity akin to that of seeing Minato. "Orochimaru, who exactly is Mo1? Chapter 50. Midday, just as Jiraiya finished speaking, he felt two icy stares fixed upon him. The owners of those gazes were none other than Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya quickly forced a sheepish smile at the two. Kakashi, oblivious to the trio's antics, looked at Orochimaru with curiosity. "Lord Orochimaru, why did Mo Shirshu say he originally intended to address me as senior?" Orochimaru first glanced at Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing Sasuke's tacit approval, Orochimaru wore a sly smile. "Hee, that's because Mo1 was once a resident of Konoha." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned vivid. The Akatsuki members shot strange looks at Jiraiya and the others. In their eyes, even if Mo1 did not reach the level of a sage of the Six Paths, he was not far from it. Yet, such a formidable figure, originating from Konoha, now had no ties to it. One could only imagine the turmoil in Konoha's hearts. Jiraiya, his face contorted with frustration, exclaimed, "Orochimaru, what on earth is happening? ISNTMO, when a Konoha citizen? How did he become Yi Guqing's junior brother?" Orochimaru chuckled mischievously. "We have to thank our teacher Sarutobi for that. When Mo1 was just 2 years old." Orochimaru recounted Mo1's story, pausing at the incident involving Naruto and Sasuke's escape from Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's narrative, the reactions of the others varied. Jiraiya and his companions initially felt that Konoha had lost a powerful ally of Six Paths caliber. However, now, realizing that such a multifaceted genius had been turned into an enemy by the Sarutobi clan, their desire to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen grew. The Akatsuki members sighed internally. Mo1 truly is an angel. Sasuke Uchiha cast a cold glance at the distressed Jiraiya and his group. "Humph, you are fortunate. If it weren't for Brother Mo1's wishes, I would surely annihilate the entire Konoha, for reasons unknown." Hearing Sasuke's words made the Konoha members suddenly wish to express their gratitude to Mo1. This young man was indeed a beacon of hope. Itachi Uchiha looked at his brother with a complex expression. He never imagined his single-minded sibling would come to care so deeply for another individual. As midday approached, Bai Shaoxing and the others emerged from the room, only to find the gathering crowd outside gazing at them with fervent admiration. Bai Shaoxing, paying no heed to the reactions around him, spoke coldly. "Soon, the two masters of Ihua Palace may appear at Bai Shaoxing. I advise you all to control your gaze, especially the gentlemen. The two masters are extraordinarily beautiful, yet they harbor a profound disdain for men. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, refrain from staring. I will not protect you otherwise." All the men nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice, signaling their understanding. Lu Xiaofeng approached Jiraiya with a grave warning. "Brother, I know you appreciate beautiful women, but you must not gaze recklessly at those from Ihua Palace. The consequences could be dire." Jiraiya? He wanted to refute the first part of that statement, but seeing Lu Xiaofeng's serious demeanor and the fact that he had singled him out, he felt a twinge of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for the warning. I will certainly exercise caution." As noon arrived, those entering Bai Shaoxing were met with the stunning sight of Ximen Chui Xue, Yi Guqing, and Imo when seated together at a table. My goodness, who are these celestial beings? They are extraordinarily handsome, exclaimed one. Whoa, are these three divine figures? Did they wander into the wrong scene? Another exclaimed, Father, I wish to marry all three of them. Oh no, don't pull me away. Ugh, I thought my looks were unbeatable, but who are these three? They are even more striking, lamented another. Nearby, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka watched the trio with starry eyes, each whispering to themselves, I'm sorry, Sasuke, I found new love. Uchiha Sasuke, prepare your swords. Naruto Uzumaki gazed reluctantly at Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, why can't we sit at the same table as brother Imo-1? Sasuke Uchiha looked at Lu Xiaofeng with a puzzled expression. Lu Xiaofeng sighed, alas. Your brother Imo-1 met Yaoyue once a year ago. Something may have transpired since then, and it is best for us to keep our distance. Otherwise, I fear for the collateral damage. Obito Uchiha, blending in among the mist ninjas, cast a grave gaze towards Ximen Chui Xue and the others. Who are these three? Why do they instill such a sense of dread in me? Are they warriors? Ximen Chui Xue, sensing an unusual scrutiny, shot a cold glance at Obito. Obito Uchiha, a name as ominous as a plant. Upon meeting Ximen's icy gaze, Obito nearly panicked and activated his Kimyui to flee. The avatars of Kaguya and Sarutobi, along with Shimura Danzō, also regarded the trio with solemnity. Kaguya scowled, internally raging. Who are these people? They feel even more perilous than Madara. White Setsu had indeed noticed the presence of unusual individuals entering the 100 Schools Hall. Kaguya felt fortunate for having accepted Sarutobi's proposal. Had he come in his true form, he might not have exited the 100 Schools Hall alive today. The news of Naruto and Sasuke's return had already spread throughout Konoha, prompting the 12 young ninjas to follow their elders to the 100 Schools Hall out of curiosity. Hinata Hanabi, standing beside Hayashi, looked at Naruto with a worried expression. Naruto-kun, did you slaughter the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? Just as most were still curious about the identities of Ximen Chui Xue and his companions. Three figures stepped into the 100 Schools Hall. Bai Xiaosheng, Ximen Chui Xue, and Lu Xiaofeng all shifted their gazes towards the entrance. Others, noting the collective attention, turned their curious eyes in that direction as well. The next moment, a gasp echoed through the hall. It's Otsutsuki Handai. He is actually here. And isn't that Hyuga beside him? Where is his caged bird? The newcomers were indeed Handai, Hyuga and Handai's daughter, Sh Bu. The Hyuga clan members were shocked to see Niji's caged bird missing, but quickly understood the situation upon seeing him alongside Handai. Hayashi Hyuga hurriedly rose, approaching the three with utmost respect. I have seen the esteemed ones before, but was unaware of your identity. Before he could finish, Handai coldly interrupted. For the sake of our shared bloodline, I advise you to eliminate the distinctions between the main and branch families if you wish to avoid following the old path of the Otsutsuki clan. Hayashi was taken aback, not expecting such a statement. Seeing him fall silent, Handai shook his head in disappointment. The ninja world will not know peace in the future. As long as I see the caged bird exist, I shall not offer any assistance to your clan. Eventually, you will meet the same fate as the branch family. After speaking, Handai disregarded Hayashi and led his companions to take a seat. Others naturally heard Handai's words and looked at Hayashi, who was lost in thought. With an expression of curiosity, what choice will Hayashi make? Why hasn't it begun yet? Haven't all the guests arrived? Why does Bai Xiaosheng look so grim? A sense of foreboding washed over them. Handai seemed to sense something amiss, and his expression darkened. Lu Xiaofeng also wore a grim face, uttering two words. They have arrived. The members of Akatsuki and Kakashi shared a tense demeanor. Imo-1 and his companions frowned slightly, gazing up at the roof of the high platform. Bai Xiaosheng initially wore a bitter expression, then looked up with a hearty laugh. Ha! Since both lords have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? Just as Bai Xiaosheng's words fell, everyone felt an icy chill descend from above. What is happening? Why is it so cold? Could winter have come? You must be foolish. Winter has not arrived. Silence. A powerful presence approaches. Someone shouted, and the air suddenly turned silent. Boom. Amidst the bewildered gazes of all, a hole burst through the roof of the 100 Schools Hall. Following that, a beam of blue light shot towards the high platform. The next moment, a flurry of snowflakes began to fall through the opening. As the snow descended, two figures in blue gowns floated down, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all with their stunning presence. When the crowd beheld the two enchanting figures, they felt as if their souls had been stolen, forgetting to breathe. If earlier Imowen's companions had mesmerized the women in the hall, now all the men were utterly entranced by these two women. The onlookers were stunned, but Yaoyue and Lingxing were not. Noticing the lewd gazes directed at them, Yaoyue's face grew cold as she waved her hand. In an instant, a fifth of those in the hall were frozen solid. Most of them were merely collateral victims, and what a stroke of bad luck it was. This scene jolted everyone awake from their stupor, their dazed expressions replaced with sheer terror. Yaoyue, seemingly even more displeased by the gazes, waved her hand once more, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that surged downwards towards the crowd. The blue energy tore through the air, leaving a trail of snowflakes in its wake. Before it even reached them, the crowd felt their blood turn to ice. Many had lips turning pale, their hair and eyebrows frosted white. Why are the most alluring also the most dangerous? All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the blue energy descended upon the crowd. A white fan whirled with ferocious speed, akin to an arrow shot from a bow, slicing through the air with a whoosh to intercept the blue energy. To the astonished gazes of all, the white fan seemed to effortlessly disperse the mist, shattering the blue energy above the crowd. Afterwards, the fan returned along the same path, landing back in Imowen's hand. Lord Yaoyue, those who offended you have been dealt with. There is no need to involve innocent bystanders. Imowen's gentle voice rang out. Everyone felt as if a gentle light had descended upon their hearts. The warmth instantly thawed their frozen pulses, restoring their originally pale faces to normal. Humph, you again. Last time I kindly gifted you the thunder gun, and instead of gratitude, you vanished. Now you dare to prevent me from exacting vengeance? Do you think I want to eliminate you? A voice, both ethereal and piercingly cold, echoed in the ears of the crowd. Imowen ceased speaking, merely furrowing his brows as he gazed at the two approaching figures. Amidst the astonished stares of everyone, two fairy-like women landed next to Imowen and his companions. They stepped forward, leaving a trail of frost, and took their seats at the long bench. Upon sitting down, the entire bench was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, which rapidly spread across the floor to nearby tables of ninjas. Some were caught off guard and instantly froze solid, while others quickly vanished to a safe distance. This scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. What sorcery is this? These two women bring death even when they sit. Imowen, observing the now independent avatars, felt a wave of anxiety. After drawing Yaoyue and Lingxing, he questioned how he could play the role of a woman. Thus, he foolishly had the system transform them into independent beings, with their memories being system-generated. This setup was merely to sculpt these characters into independent entities. Otherwise, as avatars, it would lack depth, Imowen thought, wishing to converse with the two. In a moment of disdain, he scoffed, dismissing the two clones as inconsequential. Yet, he hesitated. Imowen sighed, addressing the moon-inviting palace master. These individuals bore you no ill will. Why then have you chosen to slay them? Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue appeared oblivious to both Yao Yu and Lianxing, their expressions stoic as they caressed the blades of their swords. Lianxing, however, surveyed the trio with curiosity, her gaze ultimately fixating on Imowen, her intrigue intensifying. Yao Yu, equally indifferent to the presence of Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Guqing, turned her attention to Imowen, stating coldly, I require no justification for my actions. I am a harbinger of death. The others trembled at her words, the weight of her menace palpable. Despite prior warnings from Bai Shaosheng regarding Yao Yu and her companions, witnessing her lethal capabilities firsthand sent chills through them. Jiraiya found himself grateful to Lu Xiaofeng. Without his timely counsel, he too might have faced a frozen fate. The women, though aware of Yao Yu's ruthless demeanor, could not help but admire her commanding presence. Uchiha Obito sighed inwardly, recognizing her as the embodiment of villainy. What am I compared to her? He pondered. Black Zetsu quivered, questioning the perilous nature of this world and his ability to rescue his mother. While Imowen felt a measure of satisfaction at Yao Yu's declaration, he wore an expression of exasperation. Princess Yao Yu, we find ourselves within Bai Xiaotong's domain, where he has pressing matters to attend to. I suggest we heed his counsel rather than engage in further debate. Yao Yu huffed, casting an irritable glance at Bai Shaosheng. I despise being looked down upon. Should you fail to provide the answers I seek, I shall dismantle your establishment. Bai Shaosheng felt a pang of distress. Wishing to reproach his own entity, must you create such clones? Is the ninja world not chaotic enough already? He shook off the thought, gazing up at the gaping hole above and sighing once more. Turning to Pain, he spoke, devoid of emotion. Yesterday, I outlined the cost of our arrangement. Your Rinnegan is one of the stakes, and I intend to reclaim it. Do you contest this? Pain promptly rose, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sir. I hold no objections. Bai Shaoxing nodded, observing the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. As I previously mentioned, this matter encompasses vast implications. It involves the progeny of the villain on the moon, the Sage of Six Paths, his two brothers, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the current champions of righteousness, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd gasped in shock at the gravity of his revelations. Was this truly the secret behind the 12-tiered ninjutsu? The implications were indeed terrifying. In Chapter 52, the great filial son plans to self-destruct? Uchiha Obito's expression darkened upon realizing he was but a pawn, never suspecting he lacked even the merit to be included on Bai Shaoxing's list. The great filial son Black Zetsu felt despair. It's over. Bai Shaoxing paused, then continued. The villainous offspring sealed upon the moon is Kaguya Otsutsuki. She has 3 sons. The first 2 are named Hagoromo and Hamura, while the last is Black Zetsu. Technically, only Hagoromo and Hamura are her sons. Black Zetsu is not. However, this detail is inconsequential to our discussion. Black Zetsu stood in shock, questioning his own existence. Why am I not considered her son? Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged puzzled glances with the bewildered Black Zetsu. Obito gaped, incredulous that Black Zetsu could be Kaguya's son, as he was supposedly a creation of Uchiha Madara. Others were equally astonished. The villainous progeny originating from the Otsutsuki clan was a revelation of immense significance. Bai Shaoxing then dropped another bombshell, further astonishing them. The Sage of Six Paths was originally named Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He and his brother Hamura were the previous champions of righteousness. The crowd reeled in disbelief. The Sage of Six Paths is also of the Otsutsuki clan and was the previous champion of righteousness. This clan is far more formidable than we imagined. Quick-witted individuals began to piece together the implications. So, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother sealed their mother on the moon? Bai Shaoxing continued. The Hyuga clan, the Taketorai clan from the village hidden in the mist, and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all descendants of Hamura Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, the descendants of Hagoromo Otsutsuki include the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. So, the ancestors of those prominent clans in the ninja world are the villainous progeny? Someone gasped. I possess a trace of Senju blood. Am I a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? Another exclaimed, I, Hinata Outyin, am also a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki. Am I proud of this? Obito grappled with the absurdity of the situation. Impossible. My partner Black Zetsu cannot be a brother to my ancestors. Does that not make him my ancestor as well? The members of Akatsuki found their disdain for the Sage of Six Paths deepening. Conan remarked coldly, this sage is truly heartless. Setting aside why he and his brother sealed their own mother, most clans in the ninja world today are descendants of him and his brother. The Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Taketorai clans have all perished, yet he remains absent. Such a cold-hearted individual is unworthy of the title sage. As others contemplated her words, Bai Shaoxing merely chuckled. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons. The elder, Indra, inherited his sage eyes, while the younger, Azura, inherited his sage body. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are descendants of Azura, while the Uchiha clan descends from Indra. This explains why the Senju and Uzumaki clans possess more chakra than ordinary ninjas, while the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. As the truth dawned upon them, they could only imagine the formidable strength of the Sage of Six Paths, who possessed both sage eyes and body. Bai Shaoxing, noticing the crowd had calmed somewhat, dropped yet another bombshell. It appears this ninja world is particularly fond of the Otsutsuki clan. The villainous progeny all originate from one family. Kaguya Otsutsuki is the villainous progeny, while her 2 sons represent the righteous progeny. Later, half of the righteous progeny, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, are reincarnations of the 2 sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Azura and Indra. Even the current righteous progeny of the ninja world are reincarnations of Azura and Indra. Bai Shaoxing mused, this world seems to revolve around the Otsutsuki clan. Everyone instinctively turned to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. These 2 are the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons. Are they our ancestors? How absurd. Black Zetsu felt utterly bewildered, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were left in a state of shock. In a moment of revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up as he glanced at Kurizetsu. Young master, does this imply that you are the uncle of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? Perhaps you could establish a familial connection with them? Kurizetsu, may I confess that I once caused quite a bit of misfortune for the Sage of Six Paths and his family? Orochimaru and his companions were already aware of these matters from Yiguching, hence they were not surprised. Meanwhile, the members of Akatsuki began to grasp why Orochimaru had previously mentioned that Naruto bore the sage's hidden legacy. It turned out that Naruto was the reincarnation of his progeny. Uchiha Sasuke, feeling the weight of numerous curious gazes upon him, expressed his disdain. Humph, what are you staring at? I, Uchiha Sasuke, am merely the son of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Naruto is solely the offspring of the fourth Hokage and his wife. We have no connection to the Sage of Six Paths. The others could not help but admire Sasuke's defiance. He was indeed a proud figure who refused to seek alliances with even the mightiest. As the crowd absorbed the information, Bai Shaoxing continued. Now that the relationships have been clarified, let us proceed to the pressing matters. The onlookers were taken aback. Were the previous revelations not of significance? Upon hearing this, the members of Akatsuki felt a surge of tension. They had never imagined that Pain's Rinnegan would unveil such a multitude of secrets. Bai Shaoxing sighed, pondering the plight of Kaguya Otsutsuki, whose origins were shrouded in intricate mysteries. Regrettably, as you have not acquired this information, I shall refrain from elaborating. He continued. The Otsutsuki clan's history is filled with intrigue. When Kaguya first arrived in the shinobi world, it was devoid of chakra, and she was merely an innocent girl. After marrying a king, her inadvertent revelation of her powers instilled fear within the entire kingdom, compelling the king to send assassins after her. Kaguya was left with no choice but to flee with her maid, only to be pursued and ultimately confronted by the king, who killed her companion. In desperation, Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, gaining immense power, which led her to eliminate those who threatened her existence. Observing the puzzled expressions of the audience, Bai Shaoxing scoffed. Do not inquire about the chakra fruit. That is another piece of information altogether. Just as he was about to share more, an overwhelming chill erupted from Yuya. As the icy aura approached others, Imoen swiftly formed a seal, enveloping Yuya in a protective barrier. Goodness, is this clone intent on obliterating my audience? The onlookers were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yuya, undeterred by the reactions, coldly fixed his gaze upon Bai Shaoxing. I knew all men are untrustworthy. Bai Shaoxing, is Kaguya Otsutsuki sealed upon the moon? I shall rescue her. Imoen and Bai Shaoxing exchanged glances, both bewildered by the fervor of this woman. Kurizetsu's eyes flickered with intensity, followed by a pained expression of internal conflict. My elder brother is still alive. This may be my only chance to save my mother. I cannot let it slip away. I will fight for it. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Kurizetsu suddenly knelt before Yuya, tears streaming down his face. Lady, I implore you, save my mother. As he wept, he repeatedly bowed his head. The crowd exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces. What does this mean? Uchiha Obito chuckled, realizing that Kurizetsu was indeed Otsutsuki Kurizetsu. Jiraiya and the others were equally flabbergasted. Suddenly, a few astute individuals pieced together the puzzle. Konan stood up hastily. You are Kurizetsu, the son of Kaguya Otsutsuki. The members of Akatsuki finally grasped the truth, staring incredulously at Kurizetsu. Wasn't he supposed to be a scout and an intelligence gatherer? His disguise was remarkably effective. Yuya, intrigued, addressed Kurizetsu. You are indeed the third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki Kurizetsu? Wiping away his tears and regaining composure, Kurizetsu felt a surge of hope. Yes, my lady, I am Kurizetsu. When my mother was sealed by my two elder brothers, I was hastily created. My sole mission is to rescue her. I beg of you to show compassion for my mother. My elder brother is still alive, and he will undoubtedly prevent me from freeing her. He bowed fervently once again. The crowd gasped, astonished to learn of such an ancient figure among them. Imoen was equally taken aback, not anticipating Kurizetsu's desperation. At that moment, a figure approached Kurizetsu, glancing at him intently. So, you are Kaguya's son? Kurizetsu, perplexed, could not decipher the intentions behind the inquiry. Yuya remained silent, observing the interaction. She had sensed that this figure was extraordinary, and not someone she could contend with. The figure, gazing at the bewildered Kurizetsu, revealed a shocking truth. I am Kaguya's father. My original name is Otsutsuki Ishiki, though I prefer to be called Shouta. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. This revelation was more shocking than Yuue's intent to eliminate them. The implications were staggering. They had always believed Shouta to be merely a member of the Otsutsuki clan residing on the moon, but he was the true patriarch. Uchiha Obito contemplated his next move. Realizing he was outmatched, he had initially planned to retaliate against Kurizetsu, but with a grandfather emerging, Obito felt utterly defeated. Hyuga Hayashi nearly lost control, vowing to abolish the branch family system upon returning home. Wen's mind raced, realizing that they had inadvertently exposed the identity of this powerful figure too soon, jeopardizing valuable intelligence. Kurizetsu, momentarily stunned, felt an overwhelming wave of joy wash over him. Grandfather, I am Kurizetsu. You must rescue my mother, and that wretched brother of mine. Otsutsuki Urashiki must not be forgiven. Shouta disregarded Kurizetsu's pleas and bowed respectfully to Yuue. Thank you, Divine One, for advocating for my daughter. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding Kaguya. As her father, I shall not allow her to suffer any longer. After millennia of sealing, I shall personally ensure her release. Revelation. This mistake refers to Kaguya consuming the chakra fruit. Yuue's father had stated such, leaving little room for further discussion. It is of no consequence. I simply cannot abide men who mistreat women. Should Kaguya require assistance in the future, her esteemed father may seek me out at the Flower Palace. Shouta expressed his gratitude once more, then bowed to Bai Xiaosheng. I also appreciate your advocacy for my daughter. I apologize for interrupting your discourse and hope for your forgiveness. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand, smiling. You are too kind, senior. I merely speak on the matter at hand. Shouta returned the smile. Please, continue, for I am but a novice in the shinobi world, having been here for less than a century, and there are many secrets I am yet to uncover. Bai Xiaosheng nodded. After a brief pause, he gazed at the still distraught crowd below and continued. Though Kaguya Otsutsuki did slay her treacherous husband, whom you refer to as her spouse, she was already with child, and her tragic fate did not end there. With her newfound power, she was met with even greater fear from humanity. In their eyes, she was met with nothing but dread and disdain. In her struggle against her clan, she resolved to employ a technique known as infinite Tsukuyomi. Bai Xiaosheng contemplated briefly before elucidating the essence of infinite Tsukuyomi. As for why she was pursued by her clan, that remains a secret. This technique not only enabled her to reclaim more power, but also transformed humans into beings called White Zetsu. Kaguya sought to use this to counter the relentless pursuit of her clan. The crowd pondered this revelation. Did it imply that infinite Tsukuyomi was a malevolent sorcery? Was that the reason the Sage of Six Paths chose to seal his own mother? Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. He cast a venomous glance at Kuro Zetsu. Very well. You dare to manipulate me in such a manner. Even if you have your grandfather's backing, I shall not hesitate to end you. Otherwise, I shall no longer bear the name Uchiha Obito. Bai Xiaosheng sighed. Alas, initially, I could not fathom why Kaguya Otsutsuki, despite her extreme views, was so easily betrayed by her two sons. Why did the Sage of Six Paths and his brother not persuade their mother? Why did they not assist her in escaping her clan's pursuit? Why must they seal her for over 1,000 years? Did they not feel compassion for their mother? Others fell into contemplation, reflecting on Bai Xiaosheng's words and the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. They began to sense that the Sage of Six Paths was not the virtuous figure he was portrayed to be. Conan bore an expression of vindication, exclaiming, I knew the Sage of Six Paths was no paragon of virtue. Others seemed incredulous. Was this young girl truly so formidable? The Sage of Six Paths was still alive. The Akatsuki members. Conan appeared to harbor increasing animosity toward the Sage of Six Paths. Bai Xiaosheng continued, later, I learned that Kaguya Otsutsuki sacrificed ordinary people to the god tree to create White Zetsu in her fight against the Otsutsuki clan. The girl beloved by the Sage of Six Paths was merely a commoner. Upon discovering that his beloved had been sacrificed, he, in a fit of rage, incited his brother. Together, they sealed their own mother. Bai Xiaosheng displayed a disdainful demeanor. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother failed to grasp that Kaguya's actions were driven by a desire to protect her children from being seized by the Otsutsuki clan. Yet these two could not comprehend a mother's love and chose to seal her for 1,000 years over a single woman. Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Bai Xiaosheng sighed. Perhaps this is the essence of maternal love. I believe that most women would make the same choice as Kaguya Otsutsuki when their children's lives are at stake. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, the crowd reacted. Isn't Kaguya Otsutsuki too cruel? Indeed, while the Sage of Six Paths was excessive, his choice was still justified. Foolishness. In the shinobi world, if you speak of cruelty, Kaguya was merely acting in self-preservation. If it were you, you might even sacrifice your own kin. Tsunade rose indignantly, declaring, "This Sage of Six Paths is truly despicable. How could he disregard the love of his mother? And his foolish brother lacks any will of his own. What a farce of a destined child." Conan stood in agreement. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths is a selfish individual. Now that he has established a pure land, his beloved's soul should rest in his hands. Yet he still cannot let go of his mother. He is nothing short of a heartless wretch. Yue added coldly, upon encountering the Sage of Six Paths, "I shall ensure his demise. Such a disloyal and unfilial individual does not deserve to exist." At this, the other men trembled, refraining from uttering a word. Kurozetsu appeared bewildered. Was my method of rescuing mother flawed? Why do I feel they are more enraged than I? Bai Xiaoxing shot a peculiar glance at the three before continuing. Chapter 54, The Secret of Madara. Later, the Sage of Six Paths established the shinobi sect and fathered two sons. Perhaps due to his childhood devoid of paternal affection, he lacked the understanding of how to be a good father. Indra, with his exceptional talent, outshined his brother Ashura. Yet the Sage of Six Paths deemed Indra's character unsuitable for inheriting the shinobi sect, thus bequeathing the position to Ashura. Bai Xiaoxing shifted his narrative. Of course, one cannot fully blame the Sage of Six Paths. Indra's awakening of the Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit, influenced his father's decision to favor Ashura. The nature of this bloodline limit remains a secret not to be disclosed lightly. Others pondered, what more secrets could this red-eyed affliction hold? It's quite simple. The Sharingan, the Rinnegan, originates from the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. Gasp. Are you implying the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan? Bai Xiaoxing disregarded the crowd's conjectures. Upon learning of his father's choice, Indra was deeply dissatisfied and, in a fit of anger, departed from the shinobi sect. Bai Xiaoxing cast a meaningful glance at Kurozetsu. However, it must be noted that had the Sage of Six Paths shown more attention to Indra from a young age, his hidden brother, Kurozetsu, would not have had the opportunity to sow discord between them. It can be said that Kurozetsu is indeed a devoted son. To save his mother, he perceived his brothers and nephews as hindrances, leading to their mutual destruction. Kurozetsu. Is that a compliment? Others turned to Kurozetsu, now realizing that his lack of talent and cultivation had relegated him to the shadows, resorting to petty schemes. After a pause, Bai Xiaoxing continued. Eventually, Indra returned to the shinobi sect, only to find that Ashura had not only inherited the shinobi sect, but also the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Enraged, Indra challenged Ashura to combat, but he was no longer a match for him. Consequently, he approached the Sage of Six Paths, who appeared on the brink of death, proclaiming that he would continue to reincarnate to prove the validity of his path. Ashura, being a cheerful young man, naturally chose to accompany his beloved brother in reincarnation. Yet neither realized that the Sage of Six Paths favored Ashura slightly more, leaving behind a contingency plan within Ashura. This would ultimately explain why Hashirama Senju triumphed over Madara Uchiha. The crowd began to comprehend the unfolding narrative. The Sage of Six Paths is indeed rather unjust. Indeed, even in the cycle of reincarnation, he still favored one over the other. Clearly, he was not a competent father. Alas, poor Indra. The Sage of Six Paths is no different from ordinary beings. Bai Xiaoxing allowed the audience to digest the information before resuming. The subsequent era belonged to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I have previously spoken of these two, so I shall not delve further. However, there are still some hidden secrets within. For instance, the name Konoha was derived from Uchiha Madara. Additionally, Uchiha Madara's blood type is AB, and he stands at a height of 1.79 meters, making him 6 centimeters shorter than Senju Hashirama. Hashirama has always perceived Madara as gentle and has often favored him. These are indeed secrets. By the way, when they were young, they even competed to see who could urinate further. Just as Bai Xiaoxing finished speaking, he felt a murderous intent locking onto him. That was Yao Yu's wrath. Bai Xiaoxing felt quite embarrassed and hurriedly cleared his throat. Ahem. My apologies, I digressed. Others were astounded. What? How does Bai Xiaoxing know all these details? These two are truly childish. They claim to be gods and Azuras. Though I may not match their strength, I feel I could certainly outdo them in this regard. Silence. Yao Yu commanded. Instantly, everyone buried their heads like ostriches. Bai Xiaosheng, a bit flustered, quickly stated, Uchiha Madara is quite arrogant and generally does not easily trust anyone. It was precisely this arrogance that Black Zetsu capitalized upon. Back in the day, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had a divergence over how to achieve peace in the ninja world. Consequently, Madara sought out the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. The tablet indeed recorded methods for achieving peace, and since it was left by the Sage of Six Paths, Madara had no reason to doubt its authenticity. However, what Madara did not know was that the content of the tablet had already been altered by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu slightly modified the unachievable infinite Tsukuyomi technique, leading Madara to mistakenly believe that merely enacting the infinite Tsukuyomi would bring about peace in the ninja world. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Black Zetsu with admiration, saying, Madara even enthusiastically named it the Eye of the Moon plan. Little did he know that when he completed this plan, it would also be the moment Black Zetsu rescued Kaguya Otsutsuki. One must admire Black Zetsu. Although his prowess is somewhat lacking, he possesses a modicum of cleverness. Black Zetsu. What does Bai Xiaosheng mean by that? Is he complimenting me? Others did not perceive this as cleverness. Hiss. Black Zetsu is truly insidious. Indeed, he even dared to toy with Uchiha Madara. Haha, he even dared to manipulate the Sage of Six Paths, let alone the mere Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration. Haha, Madara, it turns out you are merely a jester. Uchiha Madara, just a mere Uchiha Madara? A jester? I shall make you dance. Bai Xiaosheng then revealed another astonishing secret. Later, in the battle at the Valley of the End, though Uchiha Madara lost to Senju Hashirama, he bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama. Following that, he faked his death and concealed himself within the ninja world. He then utilized the content of the tablet and his own speculations to implant Hashirama's cells into himself, resulting in Madara becoming the third person to awaken the Rinnegan. Hiss. Others gasped in astonishment. They looked at Pain in shock. Pain's Rinnegan actually belonged to Uchiha Madara. Goodness. Pain appears to be in his 20s. Could it be that Uchiha Madara is still alive? Don't scare me. Black Zetsu's legs went weak, yet he feigned calmness. I, Black Zetsu, am not afraid of your revelations, Bai Xiaosheng. I have my own grandparent. Bai Xiaosheng smiled. Haha. As time passed, Uchiha Madara aged, aware that his days were numbered. Thus, he sought a gullible successor to assist him in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. Finally, during the Third Great Ninja War, this fool appeared. He is Uchiha Obito. Kakashi immediately rose, horrified. What? Obito? How could it be Obito? Uchiha Obito, hearing himself referred to as a fool, felt furious but dared not express it, as his strength did not permit it. What does Bai Xiaosheng mean? Am I foolish? The members of Konoha's various clans were equally astonished. They only had a fleeting impression of Uchiha Obito. Who would have thought that the Obito who helped an old lady cross the street was still alive? Indeed, I was his classmate. He was somewhat foolish. No wonder he could be deceived. I only recall that he was at the bottom of the class, right? Uchiha Obito? Humph. I will remember you all. Bai Xiaosheng turned to the dazed Kakashi and explained. The incident at Kimui was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. They utilized you to kill Rin Noera, allowing the hidden Uchiha Obito to witness everything, intending to push him towards darkness. It turned out they succeeded. Uchiha Obito not only succumbed to darkness, but was also successfully deceived by Uchiha Madara. Madara told him that the infinite Tsukuyomi would allow people to live in a beautiful dream. If the infinite Tsukuyomi were to be enacted, it would not only bring peace to the world, but also allow him to be with Rin Noera. Thus, Uchiha Obito embarked on the path of the puppet master. Bai Xiaosheng glanced at Uchiha Obito, sighing. I must refer to him as a romantic. For the sake of his beloved Rin, Uchiha Obito would go to any lengths. Uchiha Obito suppressed his murderous intent. Madara, Black Zetsu, who would have thought it was you who caused Rin's death? I, Uchiha Obito, will make you pay dearly. Others? How is Uchiha Obito so easily deceived? Isn't he a bit too naive? Is this the Uchiha clan? Still so extreme. Indeed, if he wishes to see Rin Noera, he could have others cast illusions on him. Why must he involve the entire ninja world? Uchiha Obito? Why didn't I think of that? Black Zetsu. Don't be surprised. It's perfectly normal for you not to think of it. Yao Yu and the others held a different perspective. She merely nodded slightly, appearing quite approving. This Uchiha Obito is not bad. Others? Yes, Uchiha Obito is indeed commendable. I feel the same. Me too. May I ask, what makes him commendable? Are you foolish? If even a fairy praises him, it must be true. Yes. Obito has always been commendable. No questions. This Yao Yu is terrifying. Bai Shaoxing looked at this group of fence-sitters with exasperation and continued. Later, as Uchiha Madara approached death, he urged Uchiha Obito to continue deceiving the next fool. The next fool's task was to utilize Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan to complete part of the Eye of the Moon plan. When this fool's plan was nearly complete, Uchiha Obito could reclaim the Rinnegan and, using a specific ocular technique, resurrect Uchiha Madara once again. Bai Shaoxing adopted a sarcastic tone. However, it seemed that Uchiha Madara was aware of Uchiha Obito's lack of intellect and had long chosen this fool as his successor. He only needed Uchiha Obito to guide this fool slightly to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Obito, what on earth? Does Bai Shaoxing lack respect for others? The members of the Akatsuki were equally baffled. What does Bai Shaoxing mean by calling this person a fool? Why not just say that this person is Pain? Must he label him as a fool? Others now comprehended the entirety of the situation and recognized that Pain was yet another fool. One must admit, Black Zetsu is quite remarkable. He managed to manipulate Uchiha Madara and orchestrated a series of events. Indeed, Black Zetsu is truly the mastermind behind the scenes. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Pain, all pale in comparison to Black Zetsu. Ahem. In the realm of schemes and machinations, I, Hinata Outyin, would gladly deem Black Zetsu the strongest. Have you not noticed? Uchiha Madara can indeed return to life. How terrifying the Rinnegan is. Handwritten also took a moment to re-evaluate his so-called grandson. Black Zetsu, that person from the Hyuga clan. Why does he exude a sense reminiscent of Madara? Pain did not mind that Bai Shaoxing called him a fool. He had come to understand much of the situation. Yet, he still struggled to comprehend the role of the Sage of Six Paths in all of this. Bai Shaoxing first glanced at the dazed Kakashi, then mockingly looked at the people of Konoha. After Madara's death, Uchiha Obito lived on in Madara's guise. At this moment, Obito merely wished to fulfill the Eye of the Moon plan. To accomplish such a colossal scheme, it was necessary to sacrifice some lives. As Konoha was the preeminent force in the ninja world, it naturally obstructed Obito's path to his dream. Coupled with the hatred he harbored, he seized the opportunity during the fourth Hokage's wife's childbirth to unleash the Nine Tails, igniting the Nine Tails rampage. Bai Shaoxing then turned to Uchiha Itachi, who was listening intently. Subsequently, during the Uchiha clan's massacre, he secretly allied not only with Itachi, but also with Shimura Danzō, who in turn collaborated with others in Konoha. This coalition was formidable. One Uchiha clan was but a trifling obstacle. Even two would not suffice. After all, Itachi had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and Obito possessed one as well. With Konoha also holding a Mangeki Sharingan, how could Uchiha Fugaka's pair contend against four eyes of the same caliber? Upon finishing his account, the crowd below erupted in disbelief. What? The perpetrator behind the Nine Tails rampage is actually Uchiha Obito? How could he dare, when Minato is his teacher? I am even more astonished that the Uchiha clan is not Konoha's people. Why would Konoha's people harm the Uchiha clan? This question is rather profound. I am at a loss. Did you not hear? Konoha possesses a Mangeki Sharingan. Have you ever wondered how they acquired it? Could it be they sought to seize Uchiha Fugaka's eyes? Uchiha Itachi first felt bewildered, then sank into deep self-reproach. Did his father awaken the Mangeki Sharingan as well? Why did he not resist? Why? The prominent families of Konoha were equally astonished that Uchiha Fugaku and the higher-ups of Konoha had concealed their intentions so deeply. The four great ninja villages looked upon the people of Konoha with derision. Indeed, Shimura Danzō is a spy from my mist village. No, Lord Danzō is clearly an advisor from my sand village. How could he be your spy? Actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen's original name was Nick Hirazaki. He is the long-lost brother of the second Tsuchikage, Noki. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzō, do not stop me. I must kill this mere rock ninja jonin. Danzō, when did I ever stop you? Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized the crucial point and cast a grim look at his good friend. He had never anticipated that Danzō had secretly allied with Obito and even possessed a Mangeki Sharingan. However, he understood that this was not the time for questions. Sarutobi merely huffed in discontent, expressing his dissatisfaction. Jiraiya and Kakashi were left in a state of shock. They could hardly fathom that the death of Minato was orchestrated by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were even more enraged. Sasuke quickly rose, striving to suppress his fury while attempting to speak respectfully. "Sir, where is Uchiha Obito? I must kill him." Naruto's eyes reddened as he drew his sword, exuding a murderous aura. "I too seek vengeance. I must slay him. As for the others? Oh my." Chapter 56. Pain's choice. Seeing the murderous intent emanating from Sasuke and Naruto, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. He focused intently on Bai Shaoxing, prepared to activate his Kimui and escape if the answer was unsatisfactory. Bai Shaoxing forced a smile at the two. "My dear disciples, even if we share some connection, Bai Shaoxing does not sell information in such a manner. Finding Uchiha Obito is no simple task. After all, he possesses a space-time technique within his Manjiki Sharingan, making escape quite feasible." Obito sighed with relief upon hearing this. He had truly feared that Bai Shaoxing might betray him. Sasuke frowned, but said nothing, merely casting a fierce glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō. "Humph. Sarutobi the old thief and Danzō the old rogue, should I ever encounter you, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." After delivering his threat, Sasuke took a seat beside Naruto. The others, seeing no further entertainment, redirected their attention to Bai Shaoxing on the platform. Bai Shaoxing addressed the assembly, summarizing the hierarchy of influence. If Pain is on the first level, then Uchiha Obito occupies the second, while Uchiha Madara resides on the third, and Black Zetsu lurks on the fifth. Following that are the Sage of Six Paths on the seventh level and the Deva Path on the 10th. Since the Warring States period, Black Zetsu has fancied himself flawless in his schemes, yet the Sage of Six Paths has been observing everything from the shadows. His inaction stems from confidence that his younger brother cannot stir much trouble. Moreover, in a sense, Black Zetsu is also acting on behalf of his elder brother, the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, the secrets within this matter come at a different price. Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, a new, grand conspiracy began to form in the minds of all present. What is this feeling? Why does it evoke a sense of battling monsters? Indeed, had we not listened to Bai Shaoxing, we would have assumed that the true mastermind was Pain. Yet, what of these individuals now? Simply put, you believed I was the ultimate player? No, I am merely the first layer. There are several more to come. Bai Shaoxing addressed Pain. Your task is to capture all tailed beasts, as they are crucial to the Eye of the Moon plan. Although, due to the actions of our esteemed predecessor, Black Zetsu may have abandoned this plan, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths seeks to seize your Rinnegan. Bai Shaoxing cast a sidelong glance at Obito. Furthermore, if my assumptions are correct, Uchiha Madara is likely to be revived soon, and he will undoubtedly reclaim his eyes. Therefore, if you wish to escape this vortex, it would be wise to ally yourself with a Six Paths level ninja or a transcendent martial artist. While others were curious as to why Uchiha Madara might return, they felt that given the identities of our predecessors, Madara might not pose much of a threat. Pain felt a heaviness in his heart upon hearing this, but remained eager for Bai Shaoxing's next words. Bai Shaoxing had promised to reveal a solution. If it were merely this, they could have deduced it themselves. Indeed, the next moment, fortune smiled upon him. I have two solutions. First, you may join Bai Shaoxing. Not only will I ensure your safety, but I can also empower you. Second, I can provide you with a letter of recommendation, allowing you to seek refuge with a friend of mine, who is even stronger than I am. How do you choose? Upon hearing Bai Shaoxing's words, the members of Akatsuki breathed a sigh of relief. The daunting shadow of the Sage of Six Paths had finally lifted from their hearts. Without inquiring about the opinions of his comrades, Pain quickly replied, "Since you have assisted me in escaping this scheme, I shall join Bai Shaoxing." Bai Shaoxing nodded in satisfaction with Pain's choice and then looked towards the others. The causal relationships of this matter have been clarified on the surface. However, beneath it lies a multitude of secrets. For instance, what are the undisclosed truths concerning the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, Otsutsuki Momoshiki? Why did Otsutsuki Momoshiki so readily agree to the sage's request to seal his own mother? Did Otsutsuki Momoshiki ultimately perish? What is the true origin of Kaguya Otsutsuki? Why did the Sage of Six Paths establish the shinobi sect and create the Pure Land? What mysteries surround the nine-tailed beasts? What was the era before the shinobi world like? There is so much to ponder. I shall refrain from elaborating further. If esteemed guests wish to learn more, you may come to Baixiatang to purchase information. As for others, goodness, Is there no end to this? Could it be that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is still alive? I thought to myself, no wonder he agreed to seal his mother. It seems numerous secrets abound. What intrigues me even more are the untold secrets between the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. My curiosity is aflame. This Kaguya surely possesses other identities. Alas, I am curious about everything. Yet, I cannot afford a single secret. Baixiaoxing was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. Dear patrons, I await your patronage for information. Just as he reveled in his moment, he sensed a disapproving gaze. His face instantly donned a strained smile as he glanced at the two palace masters. Do you, esteemed masters, require any information from me? Chapter 57. The fifth Hokage Yaoyu was not pleased with Baixiaoxing and merely let out a cold snort. Lianxing spoke with a melodious tone. Mr. Bai, my sister and I wish to inquire if there exists anyone in the shinobi world suitable to become the successor of our Ihwa palace. Hearing this, Baixiaoxing sighed in relief and quickly replied, I indeed know of such an individual who is currently within Baixiatang. The moment Baixiaoxing finished speaking, tension gripped the crowd. Could that person be me? Seeing Baixiaoxing teasing them, Yaoyu grew impatient. Enough with the suspense. Tell me who she is. Baixiaoxing, Yaoyu warned, I shall endure this. Considering your past as a clone. Despite his irritation, Baixiaoxing maintained a smiling facade. This individual is none other than Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, her sister, Hanabi Hyuga, is also an excellent candidate. I can assure you, both palace masters will be thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances toward Hinata and her table. Hinata turned red with excitement, her face resembling that of a blushing monkey. Could it be that my Hyuga clan is about to soar? Yaoyu and Lianxing noticed the attention directed at Hinata and the bewilderment on her face, and they understood the implications. In a flash, Yaoyu appeared before Hinata, her voice icy. Extend your hand. Hinata felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Yaoyu, remembering how she had witnessed the latter eliminate many without hesitation. Hinata's father, Hayashi, felt a surge of anxiety at his daughter's frightened expression. Lianxing had appeared beside Yaoyu unnoticed and offered Hinata a gentle, affectionate smile. Are you Hinata Hyuga? What a lovely name. Please, extend your hand. My sister wishes to see if you possess the aptitude for our Ihwa Palace's techniques. Encouraged by Lianxing's warmth, Hinata summoned her courage and reached out her small hand. After a moment of inspection, Yaoyu regarded the apprehensive Hinata, her tone softening slightly. Aside from being somewhat timid, your talent appears promising. You have one day to settle matters within your family. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me. Yaoyu then turned her gaze to Hayashi. Have someone fetch Hanabi Hyuga. I wish to assess her talent. Hayashi nodded hastily. As you command, my lady. I shall arrange it immediately. He gestured to a nearby clan member, who quickly exited Baixiatang. Once the matters were concluded, Baixiaoxing noticed Kakashi still processing the revelation regarding Obito Uchiha. He addressed his newly recruited subordinates. Pain, dispose of these ice sculptures. As for the rest, you may disperse. When Baixiatang reappears, it shall no longer be in Konoha, but at a random location within the shinobi world. Whether you can return to Baixiatang depends on your fortunes. Upon hearing this, Pain promptly signaled to Scorpion, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. These were ready-made puppets. He swiftly retrieved a scroll, disregarding the astonished crowd, and began to collect the corpses. The members of various shinobi villages dared not reclaim the bodies and left Baixiatang in disappointment. Shortly thereafter, Baixiaoxing appeared before the four from Team 10. Oh, the dutiful Kurojitsu has abandoned his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. Unbeknownst to him, Baixiaoxing had acquired a black token. Esteemed Elder, next time Baixiatang appears, this token will react. Consider it a token of my apology for previously revealing your information. When you next visit Baixiatang, you may inquire about one matter free of charge. In the future, you can also use this token to locate Baixiatang. Hendo was taken aback by Baixiaoxing's courtesy and smiled as he accepted the token. Thank you. My good sir, I truly require this token. Baixiaoxing returned the smile. It is my pleasure. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Handa and his companions departed. After some time, the Hyuga clan returned with a 7-year-old girl, Hanabi Hyuga. Unsurprisingly, she also passed the test set by Yaoyu and Lianxing. Lianxing looked at the two girls and smiled warmly. Hinata, Hanabi, you have one day to bid farewell to your family. My sister and I will be staying at Baixiatang tonight. Please come to find us tomorrow. and we shall take you back to the Ihwa Palace." The gentle demeanor of Lianxing endeared her to the girls. Hanabi, being quick-witted, assured her, "Don't worry, master. I will definitely bring my sister tomorrow." Lianxing couldn't help but chuckle, which left the members of the Hyuga clan astonished. However, before they could react, a chilling aura swept over them. Yao Yu exuded a murderous intent. "Mind your gaze. Were it not for your connection to Hinata and Hanabi, I would have eliminated you all." The Hyuga clansmen nearly lost control of themselves in fear. Hayashi, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly bade farewell to the two girls and led his clan away. He feared that lingering any longer might result in a massacre within the Hyuga clan. At this moment, Might Guy approached Tsunade and her companions, his expression grim. "Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, the third Hokage has fled with several Anbu and Danzō." The third Hokage took the sealing scroll, and Danzō also absconded with all the members of Root. This is a note left by the third Hokage. He instructs you both to manage Konoha on your own. He is no longer a part of Konoha. The Akatsuki members gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had driven Sarutobi Hiruzen to flee. Tsunade and Jiraiya wore expressions of despair. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya impatiently. "Jiraiya, Bike Seoshin promised to provide Shizune with an opportunity. Shizune's opportunity is my opportunity, so I cannot concern myself with Konoha. You'll have to manage it yourself." Without waiting for the stunned crowd to respond, Tsunade hurriedly ascended to the second floor of Baixiatang. "Jiraiya," with a resigned sigh. Jiraiya turned to Might Guy and pondered for a moment before saying, "Guy, I too must train with my disciple Pain. I have no time to manage Konoha. From this moment on, you shall be my apprentice. Tonight, you will inform the clan heads of each family to convene in the Hokage office to meet with me and Tsunade. Later, I shall visit the Great Name Mansion and appoint you as the fifth Hokage." Might Guy? He felt as though he might have misheard. "Lord Jiraiya, you wish for me to become the fifth Hokage?" Jiraiya nodded with firm conviction. Might Guy suddenly erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, youth shall never betray those who strive. Kakashi, I shall be the fifth Hokage from now on. Ha ha ha. To commemorate this historic moment, I have decided to run 100 laps around Konoha upside down." Upon finishing his proclamation, Might Guy executed a handstand, and a puff of smoke enveloped him as he dashed out of the Hundred Tails Pavilion. Kakashi, still engulfed in the sorrow of his teacher Minato's demise at the hands of a friend, was instantly jolted back to reality by this exhilarating news. The Akatsuki members widened their eyes in disbelief, with Deidara arrogantly asserting, "This watermelon-headed fool can become Hokage? Then surely, I can detonate the Sage of Six Paths." Madara wore a similarly bewildered expression, envisioning the scene of Konoha's inhabitants, led by Might Guy, clad in green spandex and sporting bowl cuts, exercising in inverted postures around the village. "Hiss! This atmosphere! This cannot possibly be the Hokage I know." Yet Jiraiya remained unfazed, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps, Guy is indeed the one destined to transform Konoha. Shin Uchiha, gazing at the pitch-black form of Kurizetsu, found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Chapter 58, Obito's Schemes. "This hideous creature cannot possibly be my grandson. My daughter is the pride of our clan. How could she have given birth to such a monstrosity?" Kurizetsu observed his newly acquainted grandfather lost in contemplation, utterly perplexed. "Grandfather? What troubles you?" Before Shin could respond, SHBU scrutinized Kurizetsu's identity with skepticism. "Are you truly my nephew? For my father told me that my sister is exceptionally beautiful. Your appearance is rather unfortunate." Niji Hyuga nodded in agreement, thinking, this Kurizetsu bears no resemblance to a human. Upon hearing his aunt's remarks, Kurizetsu plunged into despair. Shin recalled the words of the Sage of 100 Tales. Turning his gaze to the dejected Kurizetsu, the sage mentioned that you are not Kaguya's son. There must be some hidden truth here. Next month, we shall visit him for clarification. Hearing his grandfather's words, Kurizetsu too fell into a whirlpool of self-doubt. Could it be that I am truly not my mother's child? In a mountain range within the land of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen scowled, throwing his head back in a roar. "Kurizetsu, you wretched creature. Kurizetsu ahem. Who dares to insult this dutiful son?" Shimura Danzō observed his close friend's fury with a cold smirk. "Hiruzen, I warned you long ago. That charcoal-headed rascal is untrustworthy, but you dismissed my caution. Look, now he has been cast aside." At this, Hiruzen aged another year in that moment. "Alas, Danzō, what path should we take now?" Danzō revealed his arm adorned with a Sharingan, grinning ominously. We still possess Shursue's eyes. If we cannot become Hokage, we can still aspire to be Mizukage, Kazekage, Reikage, or Tsuchikage. Hiruzen's expression shifted from shock to determination as he pondered his circumstances, gritting his teeth. Who shall we choose? Danzō, brimming with arrogance, declared, naturally, the Reikage. He has already lost an arm to Naruto. To confront him, one need only possess a keen eye. Just as Danzō's words echoed, a more boisterous voice emerged from behind the two friends. Ha ha ha. Danzō, do you still remember me? The sudden voice nearly startled the two elderly men into a panic. Members of the Root organization, sensing the unfamiliar presence, swiftly positioned themselves before Danzō and Hiruzen, prepared for confrontation. Upon recognizing the familiar mask of Uzumaki, Danzō gasped in shock. It's you, Uchiha Madara. No, you are Uchiha Obito. Obito abruptly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, fixing an intense gaze upon Danzō. Danzō, I am currently in a foul mood and wish to avoid unnecessary chatter. I demand the Edo Tensei technique. Hand it over, and we shall owe each other nothing henceforth. At his words, Danzō's expression darkened ominously. Silence enveloped the air for several heartbeats. Danzō retrieved a scroll and tossed it to Obito. Remember your promise. After confirming the scroll's contents, Obito wasted no time, utilizing Kimyui to vanish. Once Obito departed, everyone exhaled in relief. Hiruzen glanced at his friend without harboring any anger, understanding that Danzō had his reasons. Danzō, why did you agree to give it to him? Danzō sighed heavily. Alas, 12 years ago, he could match Minato evenly. Today, we are no longer his match. On the second floor of the Hundred Tails Pavilion, all members of Akatsuki, including Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizune, Orochimaru, Lu Xiaofeng, and the Sage of 100 Tails, peered cautiously over the railing. Their faces etched with concern as they observed Emo when seated at a table on the first floor. Uzumaki Naruto, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, Sasuke, why hasn't brother Emo come up yet? Should we go find him? Uchiha Sasuke cast a resigned glance at Naruto. Naruto, are you not afraid of danger? Naruto, eyes wide with disbelief, replied, I am not afraid. Hearing this, Sasuke felt a slight headache. Ever since Naruto began training with the Demon Blade, he seems to have become even more foolish. The Sage of 100 Tails suddenly brightened, whispering, You too, be quiet. There's movement below. Emo gazed at Yaoyu and felt somewhat helpless. She wished to inquire of the ninja world. If one were to fall in love with their own clone, what would that signify? Narcissism? Yaoyu, I am but 14 years old. I am still a child. Please do not look at me in such a manner. Yaoyu, upon hearing this, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. You. Emo was left speechless. What kind of situation is this? He turned to his senior brothers, Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue. Brothers, let us ascend. Without heeding the furious Yaoyu, Emo proceeded with Ximen Chui Xue up to the second floor of the Hundred Tails Pavilion. Lingxing initially stared in a daze at the retreating figures of the three, then turned to Yaoyu with a peculiar expression. Sister, he is merely 14, far too young. What are you thinking? At this, Yaoyu's embarrassment and ire intensified. Humph. I do not believe he will remain 14 forever. This is merely to align with Yaoyu's character. Do not overthink it. Watching the three ascend to the second floor, the Sage of 100 Tails and Lu Xiaofeng silently gave Emo a thumbs up. Truly, you are remarkable. How can you create such a spectacle? Emo cast a sidelong glance at the two. Do you think I desired this? The others were oblivious that the three could communicate through body language. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were delighted to see Emo arrive. Brother Emo, Sarutobi and Danzō have fled. Shall we pursue them? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the Akatsuki members instinctively took a step back. How careless. I was so close to those two. Emo was quite pleased with Sasuke's character. However, he could not afford to tarnish his warm-hearted persona. Gently, Emo tapped Sasuke's head with his fan. Sasuke, those two are already in a dire predicament. If they no longer appear before us, let it be. Uchiha Sasuke pouted. No, I must kill them. Emo merely smiled helplessly and refrained from further comment. He turned to Kakashi and whispered, Kakashi, in the future, it would be best not to wield the thunder gun in the presence of those two. Do you understand? Kakashi replied, puzzled. Master Emo, why? Emo did not respond. But the Sage of 100 Tails coldly interjected. Do you think your master would lead you astray? If you wish to live, it's best to heed your master's advice. Kakashi shivered inwardly, feeling an impulse to return the thunder gun. At that moment, Iguchi solemnly beckoned to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, come with me. Iguchi spoke and vanished from his position in an instant. Mo1, observing the bewildered Naruto, Uzumaki, clarified, you may go. Your senior brother is likely to examine your condition and assess your martial prowess. With this understanding, Naruto also disappeared in a flash. Ximen Chui Xue glanced indifferently at Uchiha Sasuke and uttered 3 words, Sasuke, go. The others seemed taken aback. Bai Xiaosheng, noticing their daze, scolded, what are you staring at? Pain, bring your people and follow me. Kakashi and Shizune, you too. With that, Bai Xiaosheng led the way into his room. Tsunade looked at Shizune's helpless expression, feeling abandoned. Moments later, Yaoyue and Lingxing approached. Lingxing, observing that only Mo1, Lu Xiaofeng, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were on the second floor, curiously inquired, young Master Mo. Where are the others? Mo1 smiled at Lingxing's question, prompting a wave of annoyance from Yaoyue. My 2 senior brothers took their disciples out. The master has taken the others back to the guest room. He likely has matters to discuss with them. Lingxing understood and returned a smile. Thank you, young Master Mo. For the clarification, the second floor fell into a prolonged silence. Tsunade, resembling a curious child, shifted her gaze among Mo1, Yaoyue, and Lingxing. Yaoyue and Lingxing stared at Tsunade's impressive stature, momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering their heads. They can see my shoes. And they can even see my heels. Yaoyue exclaimed. How does she manage that? The trio, seated at a distance with their eyes closed in meditation, remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts stirring within Yaoyue and Lingxing. Tsunade, who was not one for silence, broke the quiet. Hey, why aren't you speaking? With her words, another silence ensued. Mo1's mouth twitched, inwardly thinking, no doubt it's you. Tsunade, you have a knack for killing conversations, do you not realize? Lu Xiaofeng merely glanced at Tsunade before continuing his meditation. His persona was flirtatious. But that did not mean he had to act on it. He merely needed to present a charming facade in front of many, naturally enhancing his reputation. As for Orochimaru, he was indifferent to Tsunade. Yaoyue, seemingly ignoring Tsunade's words, cast a glance at the still meditative Mo1. Lingxing, seeing the silence, stood up to greet Tsunade. Hello, miss. I am Lingxing, and this is my sister, Yaoyue. Tsunade, captivated by Lingxing's stunning beauty paired with her gentle smile, momentarily lost her focus. You are all so beautiful. Are all martial artists as lovely as you? Lingxing chuckled. You are beautiful too. You are the prettiest woman I have seen besides my sister. Tsunade was taken aback by Lingxing's flattery. She perceived the 2 sisters as one cold as a devil and the other gentle as an angel. Just as she was about to respond, Bai Xiaosheng emerged from his room, his face brimming with excitement. However, upon spotting Yaoyue and Lingxing on the second floor, his smile faltered. Bai Xiaosheng quickly arranged 2 rooms for me and Lingxing. Yaoyue commanded, her demeanor haughty. Bai Xiaosheng's veins throbbed at her tone. That counts as a manifestation of my true self. I endure. I can endure. He forced a smile that resembled a grimace. Ladies, please follow me. Shizune joyfully dashed to Tsunade's side. Before she could speak, Tsunade, eager, inquired, Shizune, what did Bai Xiaosheng give you? Shizune nodded with a smile. Producing a book of techniques. This technique is called the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It contains sword techniques along with internal cultivation methods. The master said it can help reach the initial stage of the free and easy realm. Tsunade hastily snatched the book from Shizune's hands, disregarding the disdainful gazes of others as she began to read in the hall. Shizune seemed to anticipate Tsunade's reaction and bore no ill will. Lady Tsunade, the master said if you can cure Uchiha Itachi's bloodline illness, he will give you an even more powerful technique. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shifted her gaze from the book. Really? Shizune nodded. Uchiha Itachi beside them bowed to Tsunade. I appreciate your assistance, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade smiled contentedly at Itachi, but then her expression shifted to one of regret. Alas, if only all of you from Akatsuki had bloodline diseases. Uchiha Itachi and the others were taken aback. What does this woman take us for? Just as the conversation continued, a strong scent of blood suddenly filled the air. Deidara exclaimed, what the heck? What happened to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki? Kisame gasped, could it be their master did this? Sasori responded, is this their end? Seeing the bloodied state of the 2, Tsunade collapsed to the ground in shock. Ah, blood. It's blood. Shizune quickly shielded Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, don't look. Following the gazes of the Akatsuki members, they saw Yiguching and Ximen Chui Xue, one holding Uchiha Sasuke and the other holding Naruto Uzumaki. Both boys appeared pale, as if on the brink of death, their bodies riddled with numerous varying depths of sword wounds, their clothing tattered and soaked in blood. Imoen was momentarily stunned. Then panic spread across his face. Orochimaru, quickly, check on their condition. Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, approached slowly to examine their injuries, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Sasuke, Naruto. You remain as stubborn as ever. Sasuke and Naruto ignored Orochimaru, offering Imoen a reassuring smile. Sasuke weakly remarked, Brother Imoen, it's nothing. The master said you had it much worse than Naruto and me. Naruto, laboring to speak, added exactly. Sasuke and I are no worse off than Brother Imoen. Imoen hastily wiped away his tears of sympathy. I've never been that miserable. Of course, he kept that thought to himself and forced a strained smile. Let us not talk. Allow Orochimaru to examine them properly. After saying this, he glanced at the impassive Ximen Chui Xue and the nonchalant Yiguching, feeling utterly helpless. My two esteemed senior brothers. Could you not go easy on them? They are still children. Yiguching sighed. Alas, junior brother, you see them as children. But in the master's eyes, were you ever a child? And I handle things with much more restraint than the master. Ximen Chui Xue added coldly. Imoen rubbed his temples, clearly troubled. Orochimaru, please take Sasuke and Naruto back to their room. Watching Imoen and Orochimaru carry Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto back to their quarters, the Akatsuki members were left in a state of lingering shock. Kisame looked astonished at the dazed Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, did you hear that? This seems to be their way of training disciples. Konan sighed. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto are so filled with a murderous aura. With training like that, it's no wonder they don't want to kill. Pain shook his head. Listening to Mr. Yiguching's words, one should not inquire further about the tragedies. Yet, he has consistently maintained such an approachable demeanor, which speaks volumes of his inner strength. Bai Shaoxing appeared before everyone without anyone noticing. He chuckled. Do you truly believe that becoming a formidable warrior solely relies on hard work? Pain bowed respectfully to Bai Shaoxing. Sir, might you elaborate? Bai Shaoxing took a seat amongst Ximen Chui Xue, Yiguching, and Lu Xiaofeng. After gesturing for everyone to sit, he began. To become a powerful martial artist, one primarily relies on enlightenment, talent, fate, mindset, and willpower. Enlightenment determines whether you can swiftly comprehend martial techniques. Talent dictates your upper limits. Fate, often referred to as luck, is something you all are familiar with. As for mindset, it encompasses much more. For instance, a person who is anxious and restless, regardless of their talent, is likely to go astray in their training. As for willpower, Let me share a few thoughts on sword cultivation. Bai Shaoxing suddenly stood. His expression grave, his voice elevated. The others felt an unexplainable intensity, their hearts racing. A sword cultivator must possess the ambition to pierce the heavens. Even when faced with the insurmountable, a swordsman dares to draw their sword. A sword cultivator must have the determination to break through any obstacles without looking back. If there is a wall in their path, they shall shatter it with a single strike. A sword cultivator must harbor the unwavering spirit to conquer the vast ocean. If the heart remains unyielding, they shall evaporate the sea. When the heart stirs, the sword moves. When it is time to draw the sword and slay, there is no need to conceal it. A swordsman knows neither surrender nor cowardice. They possess only relentless forward momentum and the unwavering resolve to risk everything, even if it leads to mutual destruction. This is the essence of a sword cultivator's will. Hiss. The others, fired up by his words, couldn't help but find sword cultivation undeniably captivating. Deidara interjected, I must concede, sword cultivation is indeed an art. The group, once lost in thought, suddenly felt the prestige of sword cultivation diminish several tiers upon hearing Deidara's words. Pain inquired again, Sir, how does willpower manifest in a martial artist? Bai Shaoxing regarded him with admiration. The strength of one's willpower determines the potency of their martial intent. What is martial intent? Sword intent, blade intent, spear intent, killing intent, fist intent, and so forth. Take Yi and Chui Xue for example. In this ninja realm, no illusion technique holds sway over them. Other than the inherent illusions of the Manjiki Sharingan, everything else pales in comparison. In martial arts, illusions are a profound form of mental assault. Their effect is to create cognitive dissonance within the mind. They can generate illusions so intricate that they can silently obliterate a warrior's spirit. If the soul is extinguished, survival is impossible, let alone reincarnation. Hiss. The group felt an even greater yearning for martial prowess after Bai Xiaoxing's explanation of illusions, observing the crowd with gleaming eyes. Bai Xiaoxing continued, "Yet, no matter how formidable an illusion may be, there are always counters, such as sword cultivators. A swordsman, with their heart solely focused on the sword and their extraordinary sword intent, can eradicate any malevolent spirits before they even approach. Moreover, consider Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Though they currently dwell in the early stages of the celestial realm, akin to shadow-level warriors, in a life-and-death struggle, with their martial intent and willpower, even pain, possessing the Rinnegan, could not emerge alive from their hands." Hiss. The Akatsuki members felt a chill run down their spines. They resolved to keep their distance from those two in the future. Kakashi voiced his curiosity. "Sir, what level is Master Imo?" Chapter 60. Who Sold Heaven? The others perked up at Kakashi's question. Bai Xiaoxing cast a meaningful glance at the crowd. Brother Imo, when composed, resides in the perfected celestial realm, which you might understand as transcending shadow level. However, should Brother Imo unleash his power? The group swallowed hard. Kakashi pressed further. "Sir, what would happen if Master Imo were to unleash his power?" Bai Xiaoxing cast him a sidelong glance. "He has acquired the bloodthirsty blade from the Fire Qilin and obtained unparalleled swords from the Hidden Sword Manor. What do you think would happen if he unleashed his power?" The group, upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's words, they shivered at the thought. Hiss. Even the sage of 6 paths would struggle to withstand such might. Goodness. Imo, one must never be angered. Bai Xiaoxing chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the most lethal weapon is one's imagination. Lu Xiaofeng, upon hearing Bai Xiaoxing's conclusion, suddenly wore a playful smile. Old Bai, 3 years ago, news from the Chinese pavilion indicated that Chuiyue City would resurrect in 7 days. Will you join the fray? Bai Xiaoxing shot Lu Xiaofeng a disdainful glance. Join the fray? Are you not concerned about being cleaved in two by the Chuiyue sword immortal? Lu Xiaofeng replied with a foolish grin. If anyone is to be cleaved, it would be Chui Xue and old Yi first, not me. Bai Xiaoxing appeared genuinely startled by this revelation, incredulously glancing at Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Guqing. Hiss. You two aren't actually planning to seek the sword, are you? Yi Guqing's eyes shimmered with fervor as he unsheathed his long sword, caressing the blade lovingly. Chui Xue and I should have long since entered the profound realm of divine travel. However, upon receiving news from the pavilion, we found ourselves quite restless. Thus, we have suppressed our cultivation at the perfected celestial realm. After all, they have just entered this world. I do not wish to win through unfair means. Bai Xiaoxing felt as if he had been struck down, replying helplessly, Brother Yi, even if you too suppress your cultivation, the average divine travel realm does not deserve your sword. Why seek a perfected celestial realm Chuiyue, sword immortal, especially when she is a woman? Yi Guqing fell silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting solitude. The path of the sword knows no gender. Besides, she is far from weak. The others, including Kakashi, began to grasp the situation. They found it difficult to comprehend why Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue would refrain from breaking through simply for the sake of a duel. That realm is the divine travel realm, the realm of the 6 paths. However, upon hearing their levels, they gasped in disbelief. They had always assumed that Ximen Chui Xue and Yi Guqing were at the divine travel realm, only to discover they were merely at the perfected celestial realm. Yet, they were astonished that the average divine travel realm was insufficient to warrant their sword. Pain remarked, no wonder he is a friend of the Sir. Uchiha Itachi added, now that is true genius. Kakashi recalled his thunder spear, pondering why sword cultivation seemed to possess a higher prestige. Conan, however, thought of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Imo-1. Were all those within this lineage simply monsters? Did the distinction of realms not apply to them? Bai Xiaoxing, pondering something, continued, Brother Yi, why do you not break through to the divine travel realm to seek a duel with Luo Qingyang, but instead wish to challenge Li Hani? Yi Guqing rose, performing a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Gazing out into the distance, his sword intent leaked forth, causing the white robes to flutter. First, I shall seek Li Hani, then pursue Luo Qingyang. Jingyin exclaimed, wow, how impressive. Conan remarked, he truly is a sword immortal. Tsunade added, quite charming indeed. The other young men chimed in, Sir, I wish to learn the sword. Bai Xiaoxing, upon hearing Yi Guqing's words, could only facepalm. I admire your resolve. I truly do not comprehend what you sword cultivators are thinking. Would it not be better to elevate your martial arts realm? Engaging in constant battles is exhausting to contemplate. Ximen Chui Xue, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, casting a mild glance at Bai Xiaosheng. You do not understand the sword. Bai Xiaosheng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly furrowed his brow and shouted, "Who goes there?" As soon as Bai Xiaosheng's words fell, the others had yet to react when a bold voice echoed throughout the second floor. Haha, undoubtedly, Tianjizi is one of the twin sons of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. 7 days hence, in the city of Xueyue, at the Celestial Auction House, we humbly await the arrival of 7 esteemed guests. As the words fell, an invitation letter suddenly appeared before Yi Guqing, Ximen Chui Xue, Lu Xiaofeng, and Bai Xiaosheng. The others were equally startled by this scene. They were not ordinary individuals, and upon noticing the composure of Bai Xiaosheng and his companions, they swiftly regained their own calm. However, their gazes continued to scan the surroundings, seemingly attempting to uncover the identity of the speaker. No need to search further. The person has already departed. Upon hearing Bai Xiaosheng's words, the others turned their attention to him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Kakashi inquired, "Sir, who is this person?" Bai Xiaosheng did not respond, but solemnly picked up the invitation letter from the table. After perusing it, he sighed. Alas, I did not expect even the Celestial Auction House to emerge in the mortal realm. I truly do not know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Just as Bai Xiaosheng finished speaking, Mo1, Yao Yu, and Lian Xing each emerged from their chambers holding an invitation letter. Bai Xiaosheng, enlighten me. What exactly is the Celestial Auction House? A sense of amusement stirred within Bai Xiaosheng. Isn't this the work of my original self? Do you not know? Oh, it seems you truly do not. Who asked you to become an independent entity? Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng realized a profound truth. TSK, Black Absolute. You have only deceived Uchiha Madara. Yet I must deceive even the avatars of my original self. Such joy, how could you ever comprehend it? Yao Yu, noticing Bai Xiaosheng's daze, impatiently urged, Bai Xiaosheng, I am asking you, what is the nature of the Celestial Auction House? Coming back to his senses, Bai Xiaosheng revealed his characteristic smile. The Yihua Palace emerged only in the Middle Ages. The palace master indeed is unaware. However, I have gleaned knowledge about the Celestial Auction House from the scripture repository of the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Yao Yu, do not flaunt your knowledge before me. Get to the point. Bai Xiaosheng's expression darkened. Suppressing his inner wrath, he replied, the Celestial Auction House has a mysterious origin. I only know that it has appeared in the primordial, ancient, and remote eras. The Celestial Auction House is merely an auction house. Yet the items at auctions are far from ordinary. Bai Xiaosheng initially intended to pause, but upon meeting Yao Yu's murderous gaze, he promptly continued. This Celestial Auction House was once claimed to be capable of auctioning even the heavens. Hiss, including Yao Yu and Lian Xing. Everyone inhaled sharply. Mo1 remarked, the surrounding air has grown even thinner. The others cast aside the temporal divisions Bai Xiaosheng had mentioned. Jiaodu trembled. How is this possible? The pale blue face of Kisame Hoshigaki flushed with a faint crimson, a sign of excitement. Impossible, impossible. Isn't the sky supposed to be formless? Conan gaped in astonishment. Indeed, sir. How can the heavens be auctioned? Having realized that warriors still existed in this world, their worldview had already shattered. But now, upon hearing Bai Xiaosheng, they felt as if their very souls were on the brink of annihilation. Bai Xiaosheng, observing the dazed expressions of the others, continued. I do not know whether the Celestial Auction House has ever sold the heavens. However, I do know that the Celestial Auction House has indeed sold various rare treasures and divine techniques. Bai Xiaosheng provided an example. For instance, in ancient times, the Sun and Moon sect was merely a minuscule faction. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, its leader acquired a unique magical technique at the Celestial Auction House. Thus, the first demon sect in the cultivation world was born. At this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it has never auctioned the heavens. After a moment, Uchiha Itachi queried, Sir, is this not a stroke of fate? Why do you say it is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse? Bai Xiaosheng cast a deep glance at the group, then adopted a serious demeanor. Though this is indeed an opportunity, not everyone can seize it. Murder and treasure-seeking are commonplace in the cultivation world. In ancient times, a powerful being who had achieved the pinnacle of the mystical realm acquired a method to attain immortality. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the auction house, he was immediately besieged by 15 warriors of the same level. The result was that before he could even warm the technique in his hands, he met his demise. Reflecting for a moment, Bai Shaoxing added, and this was merely the beginning. Because of this technique, nearly half of the mystical realm powerhouses perished in ancient times. That amounts to 50 individuals. Hiss. The others again inhaled sharply. 50 mystical realm powerhouses. Was that not akin to 56 paths of sage? 6 paths of sage. Since when did I become the standard for measuring others? Firstly, let me clarify. Wen's power is the accumulation of all his avatars. He utilizes the shadow clones from the Naruto world to portray characters. The astute among you should understand. For example, when Wen completes the character template of Ximen Chui Xue, if he then draws Yi Guqing, the latter begins with strength because he is an avatar of Mo1. As long as the avatar of Yi Guqing continues to perform, he can inherit the abilities from the original work. This implies that any avatar associated with Mo1 can mutually nourish each other, growing stronger. Thus, in the future, characters like Fu Hongxue will only grow stronger, not weaker, and cannot be compared to the original work, nor to the fledgling Ximen Chui Xue. Chapter 61. The might of Might Guy Conan could not help but sigh, alas. In the world of warriors, is opportunity truly more important than life itself? Yao Yu and Lian Xing frowned upon hearing this. They merely exchanged a deep glance with Bai Shaoxing before retreating to their chambers. After a long while, Bai Shaoxing gazed at the still dazed individuals, clearly displeased. Why are you all dawdling? Should you not be cultivating? Do you not wish to witness the grandeur of the celestial auction house? The following noon, Wen relaxed his expression upon seeing Yao Yu and Lian Xing vanish into Bai Shaodang with Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga, helpless, next to him. Uchiha Sasuke noticed Wen's displeasure toward the four and hastily unsheathed his unparalleled sword. Wen, would you like me to eliminate them? Naruto Uzumaki quickly drew his blood-drinking mad blade in response. The Akatsuki members were startled and retreated far away. Wen, am I not the one in charge? Wen promptly displayed a smile befitting his character. No worries, as Jiraiya-sensei mentioned. Today marks the day when Might Guy assumes the role of the 5th Hokage. Come, I will take you and Naruto to see. Upon hearing this, the previously murderous expressions of the two instantly transformed into joyful smiles. Let us go, let us go. Mo1, I can hardly wait. The Akatsuki members watched the trio vanish, feeling a wave of exasperation. Haiden exclaimed, are Naruto and Sasuke demons? Always ready to kill. Jiaodu agreed, indeed. Whenever Mo1 is displeased, those two seem ready to wreak havoc on the world. Conan shook her head. You only see how they care for Mo1, but not the sacrifices he makes for them. Kisame observed the complex expression on Uchiha Itachi's face. Itachi, what troubles you? Itachi replied, it's nothing. I just find it hard to believe Sasuke has become like this. Pain remarked, Itachi, you should be grateful for Mo1's presence. Otherwise, I fear your brother might be even more terrifying than Naruto. Deidara added, I still cannot fathom how the watermelon-headed one became Hokage. Sasori speculated, perhaps he is simply amusing? Deidara responded, that makes some sense. Other than being funny, I haven't noticed any other merits in that watermelon head. Conan felt embarrassed. I think you two are even more ridiculous. Deidara and Sasori stared at Conan with earnest expressions. Are we ridiculous? Conan replied, you two are just fools. In Konoha, along a street leading to the Hokage succession square, a boy holding a fan exclaimed, wow, that boy with the fan is so handsome. Hiss. How can someone be so good-looking? Oh no, I must seize this opportunity. Hiss. Have you lost your mind? Did you not notice who those two beside him are? This is the very Naruto Uzumaki who nearly took down the Raikage with a single strike. Goodness. Run. The once bustling street was suddenly left with just Mo1 and his two companions. Surprised by the crowd's reaction, Mo1 thought, oh, Naruto, how come ordinary people are aware of your confrontation with the Raikage? And it seems they even recognize Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. I have no idea. There were no ordinary people present that day. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha seemed to have noticed something and hurried over to a nearby utility pole. Mo1, Naruto, come over here. The two swiftly joined Sasuke. Upon seeing a flyer resembling a missing person notice, Mo1 mused. What talent? The flyer depicted two characters, none other than Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, accompanied by their names. In the middle, there was a message: "Greetings, I am Lee, the disciple of Might Guy, the Azure Beast of Konoha and future 5th Hokage. All villagers of Konoha must remember these two. They have mastered a perilous magical technique that renders them unpredictable and exceedingly dangerous. The wreckage from the Cloud Village was nearly severed by Naruto's blade. Therefore, I urge all villagers to cherish your lives and steer clear of these two. Signed, Lee, disciple of the future 5th Hokage Might Guy." As MO1 and Naruto were still reading the content, Sasuke's voice rang out again. "MO1, Naruto, there's more. And plenty of it." The two hurried to where Sasuke was. They found similar flyers plastered outside every household, and MO1 couldn't help but exclaim, "No doubt about it, Lee." Just then, a 12-year-old boy clad in a green bodysuit and sporting a watermelon hairstyle approached, clutching a stack of flyers. "Whoa, it's the heartless Sasuke and the demon blade Naruto." Upon seeing them, the boy dropped the flyers as if he had seen a ghost, transforming into a flash of green light and vanishing down the road. "Oh, heartless Sasuke, demon blade Naruto? Quite an imposing reputation." MO1 teased the two. Although Naruto and Sasuke appeared awkward on the surface, internally they thought, indeed, quite befitting of my identity. At the Hokage succession square, Might Guy, donned in a Hokage cloak, spoke with Tsunade and Jiraiya atop the platform. Below, the befuddled Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage sat alongside the composed heads of Konoha's various clans. Behind them stood numerous Konoha ninjas, followed by an audience of curious villagers. Kakashi, MO1, and their companions from Akatsuki noticed that the villagers kept their distance, unfazed. Interesting. Perhaps Jiraiya was right. Might Guy is indeed the one to change Konoha. Hearing MO1's words, the others were filled with curiosity. The Akatsuki members wanted to inquire, but hesitated as Sasuke and Naruto stood protectively by MO1's sides. Sasuke, intrigued by MO1's praise for Might Guy, asked, "Is Might Guy really that impressive?" MO1 thought to himself, it's no longer a question of whether Guy is formidable. He nearly concluded the tale of the Hokage prematurely. He then replied, "If Might Guy were to unleash his full potential, he could suppress a 6 level ninja in a short span. Would you not consider that impressive?" "Whoa." The Akatsuki members gasped. Deidara wore a disbelieving expression. "Is that watermelon head truly that powerful?" "It cannot be. You must be joking." Scorpion nodded. "I too find it hard to believe. That's a 6 level ninja." Kakuzu added, "Indeed. This watermelon head seems so ordinary. I can't see any signs of strength." Kakashi pondered the implications. Is the 8 Gates technique truly that potent? Conan and Pain felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness we didn't capture the tailed beasts prematurely. In contrast to the others, Sasuke and Naruto were only slightly surprised, for in their eyes, MO1 and their two masters were the true embodiments of invincibility. Observing the reaction of the Akatsuki members, MO1 slowly unfurled his fan and gently waved it before his chest. "Hee. What I admire is not Might Guy's strength, but rather his character and demeanor." The Akatsuki members, returning to their senses from the unbelievable revelation, shifted their gazes toward MO1, awaiting his elaboration. After a moment's contemplation, MO1 sighed. "Every ninja I know in this world harbors, to some extent, a dark side. But Might Guy is different. I can find every ounce of positivity within him. He is enthusiastic, optimistic, fearless, passionate, loyal, disciplined, strict, confident, kind, just, generous. He is an exceptional mentor, a reliable comrade. He has never feared sacrifice for his friends." MO1 gazed up at the troubled clouds above. "If Konoha is enshrouded in darkness before dawn, then Might Guy shall be the first ray of sunlight in the morning." Chapter 62, The Secrets of Guy and the Hyuga Silence. It was unclear how much time had passed. Kisame Hashigaki sighed. "Might Guy, huh? I truly wish to meet him." Pain gazed at the man clad in the Hokage cloak above, his eyes gleaming with indescribable admiration. "Indeed, how I long to meet him." Kakashi felt a mixture of emotions. "Guy, I am unworthy to be compared to you." Deidara appeared bewildered. "Does that watermelon head have so many virtues? I can't believe I've noticed none." Scorpion nodded in agreement. "I haven't noticed either." Kakuzu chimed in. "Neither have I." Haiden remarked, "What a coincidence. Neither have I." Conan thought, "How on earth did I end up with this bunch of fools?" Sasuke and Naruto were momentarily taken aback as well. They had not anticipated that Might Guy held such a special place in MO1's heart. Sasuke felt a sense of defiance. I believe Imoen shares many of those traits, and in fact, possesses even more than Might Guy. Naruto concurred, yes, yes. Imoen is even better than that Might Guy. Imoen chuckled. Only the two of you think so. Watching this scene, Itachi Uchiha sighed. Alas, Sasuke has become someone else's brother. On the platform, after concluding their discussion with Might Guy, Tsunade and Jiraiya descended from the high stage. Might Guy surveyed the densely packed crowd below, revealing his dazzling, pearly white smile. Raza? Hiss. Has Konoha truly reached its twilight? Koharu remarked, indeed. This man appears rather foolish. How could Konoha appoint him as the fifth Hokage? Inoki shook his head, revealing a glimmer of wisdom. Tsunade and Jiraiya would not be so foolish. This Might Guy must be extraordinary. The heads of the clans were already well acquainted with Might Guy, having held meetings to discuss him, so they were not surprised. On the platform, Might Guy suddenly scratched his head, seemingly in disbelief. Ha! I am the fifth Hokage? Ha! A wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Inoki exclaimed, my apologies, I was mistaken. Konoha may truly be out of options. The next moment, Might Guy abruptly ceased his laughter, adopting a solemn demeanor. I apologize, everyone. This is my first time as Hokage, and I am somewhat overwhelmed. The air fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, although becoming Hokage has always been my dream, I am self-aware enough to know I do not deserve this position. Both the clan leaders and my contemporaries, as well as the younger generation, far surpass me in excellence. After all, everyone knows me. When it comes to ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or even intellect, I am not as capable as the students in the Ninja Academy. The only thing I can somewhat pride myself on is my taijutsu. I find myself perplexed as to why Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya would recommend me for the esteemed position of the fifth Hokage. At this moment, Might Guy's expression shifted to one of slight despondency. After a considerable pause, he resumed his serious demeanor. Though I am unaware of the rationale behind this, becoming Hokage has been my cherished dream since childhood. Therefore, now that I, Might Guy, occupy this position, I vow to extricate Konoha from the shadows and allow the lotus of our village to bloom anew. Guy's voice rose once more. The demise of the Senju clan, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the ruin of the Shimura clan, and the destruction of the Yuanfei clan, no matter the cost to my life. I shall not permit such tragedies to recur. I may be foolish and lack an understanding of the will of fire, yet I know that Konoha is my home, my roots, and the sanctuary that my forebears have fought to protect. Tears glistened in the corners of Guy's eyes. I understand that you, like me, harbor a profound love for Konoha. The air fell into a brief silence. Scanning the crowd before him, Guy implored them with his gaze and tone. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha, I beseech you all to cherish everyone around you, to lovingly tend to the legacy left by our ancestors, and to safeguard this precious land beneath our feet. I beg of you. Clenching his teeth, Guy concluded with a deep bow to all present. Imoen gazed at Guy with a calm demeanor, pondering silently. Guy, indeed, you are a unique presence in the ninja world. With that, Imoen folded his fan and began to clap his hands gently. Kakashi wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and joined in the applause. Soon, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and members of various clans, along with all the villagers, followed suit. Hinata Hayashi stood from his seat to bow respectfully towards Might Guy on the platform. Hokage-sama. With Hinata Hayashi's words, the same phrase echoed once again across the skies of Konoha. Hokage-sama. The synchronized, resounding voices seemed to pierce the very heavens above Konoha. Below the platform, Rasha, Terumi Mei, and Inoki appeared conspicuously out of place. The three exchanged solemn glances. Why does destiny seem to favor Konoha so? This was the shared thought in their minds at that moment. On the way back to the 100 Knowledge Hall, Deidara remained incredulous. Could this truly be the watermelon-headed guy? His words make me want to return and protect the Hidden Stone Village. Scorpion nodded. I believe those words are certainly not his own. Just as Kakuzu and Haiden were about to speak, Konan could no longer contain herself. Angrily pointing at the four, she exclaimed, Can you four not aspire to something greater? For days on end, I have seen you do nothing of significance, always criticizing others for their shortcomings. But what have you achieved? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, fearing collateral damage, quickly distanced themselves from the four. Kakuzu hiding? What? I said nothing. Deidara and Scorpion? What the hell? Has Konan consumed an explosive tag? At Ichiraku Ramen, having finished his meal, Imowen elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. Noticing Hinata Niji's wary gaze alongside Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha still enjoying their ramen, Imowen displayed an intrigued smile. My dear friend, you are indeed the prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Niji, are you not? Hinata Niji, upon realizing Imowen was addressing him, cautiously glanced at Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing no hostility from them, he turned his attention back to Imowen. In Niji's eyes, Imowen possessed a power rivaling that of the infamous Otsutsuki. He expressed his respect. I cannot claim to be a genius. Compared to you, Lord Imowen, I fall short. Imowen gently shook his head and smiled softly. You are indeed a genius. Previously, you were ensnared by the restrictions of the branch family, limiting your Byakugan abilities. Yet, you have independently inherited the techniques like the heavenly spin, which are typically exclusive to the main family. This alone attests to your prodigious talent. At this, Hinata Niji gasped. How did you know? I have never used the heavenly spin in front of outsiders. Shouta, Choju, and Kuratsuchi, having overheard their conversation, emerged from the kitchen, their curiosity piqued. Imowen replied evasively. I wonder if you have heard the tales of the Mud Buddha and Uchiha Fugaku? Observing the astonishment on their faces, Imowen continued unabated. Every individual possesses their own fate's power. The difference lies merely in its abundance. The manifestation of a robust fate's power can be reflected in a person's fortune. The four pondered this notion. Shouta, noticing Imowen had paused, inquired, Why do you share this with us, young friend? Imowen responded with a smile. Please allow me to finish, esteemed elder. The Mud Buddha is a peer of Master Bai Shaoxing and also a close friend of my two seniors, Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue. 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to hear the three recount the past involving the Mud Buddha and Uchiha Akiyama. Imowen first glanced at Sasuke Uchiha before returning his gaze to Hinata Niji. The Mud Buddha discovered not only a strong fate's power within Uchiha Akiyama, but also sensed a considerable fate's power within the Hyuga clan. Hinata Niji's pupils narrowed, but he refrained from interrupting Imowen. However, this fate's power within the Hyuga clan is quite peculiar. While Uchiha Akiyama's fate's power was rapidly increasing, that of the Hyuga clan was swiftly dissipating. The Mud Buddha, puzzled, sought the source of this fate's power within the Hyuga clan. Unsurprisingly, he found it traced back to the previous clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi. Hinata Niji gasped again. My grandfather? But wait, didn't Master Bai Shaoxing say there were only 2 children of fate in the ninja world? Chapter 63. 2 pairs of good friends. The group remained perplexed by Imowen's intentions. Imowen sighed, alas. I do not imply that another child of fate will emerge from the Hyuga clan. Imowen countered their confusion. Do you understand what complete dissipation of fate signifies? Shouta contemplated for a moment before replying. Are you suggesting that if a person's fate dissipates, they will perish? Imowen nodded. You are correct. The Mud Buddha discovered 2 strands of fate's power within Hyuga Hisashi. One was his own, while the other was inseparably linked to him, although both strands were slowly dissipating. The Mud Buddha noted that the larger strand would take at least 44 years to dissipate. Yet now, only 5 years remain until that deadline. Shouta comprehended Imowen's implication, unable to believe it. Are you suggesting that Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi, or Niji will face death in 5 years? Imowen sighed once more. Barring unforeseen circumstances, that is indeed the case. Shouta and the others frowned deeply. From Imowen's words, they understood that the Mud Buddha was a peer of Bai Shaoxing, and he was even more enigmatic than Bai Shaoxing himself. Given Bai Shaoxing's demeanor, they had little reason to doubt Imowen's words. Observing the 3 lost in thought, Imowen exchanged a glance with Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Subsequently, the trio stood to depart. However, as they left, Imowen left behind a parting remark. The Mud Buddha's implication carries another meaning. Among Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi, and Niji, one person's identity is not as simple as it appears. Otherwise, Hyuga Hisashi would not possess such extraordinary fate. I have heard that next month, the Mud Buddha will visit the 100 Knowledge Hall. Should you have any doubts, you may seek him out. In the Hokage's office, the 5th Hokage, Might Guy, sat in his seat, gazing eagerly at his closest friend. Kakashi, if you will not lead the route, why not serve as an advisor to the Hokage instead? I believe that no one would oppose your long-standing performance in the Dark Realm. Kakashi shook his head, gazing into the distance through the window. Kai, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. To safeguard those dear to us, we must possess the requisite power. If I remain in Konoha, I will not be able to grow rapidly. Having finally encountered my mentor, this is not only my fortune but also Konoha's. With you in Konoha, I am filled with hope for its future. I do not wish for a day to come when I am powerless to prevent a tragedy similar to that of Lord Minato. Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. Thus, I must grow stronger. For myself, for you, and for Konoha. Might Guy exclaimed, Wah? Kakashi, I am so moved. You truly are my lifelong friend. Upon seeing this, Kakashi revealed a long-lost smile. All right, Guy, you are now the Hokage. Crying like this is quite unbecoming. Guy appeared ready to say more when, suddenly, an invitation letter materialized on the Hokage's desk, inscribed with 8 gleaming golden characters. Invitation from the Celestial Auction House. 2 days later, with only 4 days remaining until the arrival of the Snow Moon City, in the office of the Raikage in the Hidden Cloud Village, Shimura Danzō had transformed into Raikage A, sitting at the desk. Beside him was his closest friend, Sarutobi Hisashi, who had also assumed a different appearance. At that moment, the real Raikage A knelt before Shimura Danzō, clutching his bleeding severed arm, displaying a demeanor of utmost respect. Master, the appointment from the daimyo's residence has arrived. Your public identity is now that of an advisor to the Hidden Cloud Village. Danzō furrowed his brow. Do not call me master. In private, refer to me as Lord Raikage. The real Raikage A, appearing anxious, replied, As you command, Lord Raikage. Danzō then revealed a satisfied smile. Very well. Go tend to your injuries. As Hisashi observed the real Raikage leave, he immediately turned to his dear friend, questioning, Danzō, what about me? Did you not arrange an identity for me during your visit to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Lightning? Shimura Danzō sighed, speaking with earnest gravity, Hisashi. The Sarutobi clan now consists only of you, Asuma, and Konohamaru. If one day they are discovered by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the Sarutobi clan will be left with only you. Therefore, if you do not take on the responsibility of continuing the bloodline, how will you honor our ancestors? Hisashi's face flushed with embarrassment. How do you know I haven tea? Meanwhile, you, Danzō, I discreetly sent Asuma and Konohamaru away. What about you? Are you planning to extinguish the Shimura clan? Danzō, having picked up the habit of smoking a pipe, inhaled deeply before answering leisurely. I have already dispatched my root members to research cloning technology. Once it is developed, the Shimura clan will have as many members as we desire. Hisashi gazed at him with envy, feeling powerless with only 5 Umbu under his command. Noticing his friend's expression, Danzō consoled him. Do not worry, when the research is complete, I will not forget you. Hisashi felt a surge of gratitude. With a friend like Danzō, he had never truly felt lonely. However, just as the warmth faded, Hisashi's expression darkened again. So, Danzō, you did not arrange a position for me in the Hidden Cloud Village? Danzō's expression turned icy. Hisashi, I am doing this for your own good. You bear the responsibility of saving the Sarutobi clan. Hisashi was not easily swayed by his friend's reasoning and felt anger boiling within him. Danzō, you. Seeing his friend's frustration, Danzō remained unflappable, resembling a figure of authority. Hisashi, I am the Raikage. Hisashi glared fiercely at Danzō, his anger palpable. Danzō, without my assistance, you will regret this. After delivering his parting words, he stormed out. After a long while, the Raikage's office echoed with Danzō's maniacal laughter. Ha! I have become the Raikage. Ha! Gaiam. That sounds familiar. In the Land of Earth, aside from Uchiha Itachi, when brought the Akatsuki members and Jiraiya to a desolate plain. Conan, observing the emptiness around them, asked curiously, Master Imo, is this truly Butterfly Valley? Why is there nothing here? The others were equally perplexed. Chapter 64, Butterfly Valley and Indifference. Imo smiled mysteriously. Under the curious gazes of others, he formed a complex series of hand seals. Suddenly, a transparent light gate materialized before them. Through the gate, they beheld a towering peak nearly 1,000 feet high, inscribed with the 3 characters Butterfly Valley. Imo explained, As martial artists, we reside in alternate spaces. Otherwise, you would not have only just learned of our existence. The others nodded, not doubting Imo's words. After all, if even the Sage of 6 Paths could create a pure land, what was to be doubted about martial artists? Imo glanced at the frail Nagato in a wheelchair. I have matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you to Butterfly Valley. If you wish for Huchinyo to resolve your issues, it will depend on your abilities. Nagato weakly replied, cough. Thank you, Master Imo. If I can preserve the Rinnegan, I will not forget your kindness today. Imoen chuckled. You need not be so formal. By all accounts, I am also your master now. If Huqingyo refuses to treat you, you may inform him that the demon sect is emerging. There may be a glimmer of hope. Nagato wished to say more, but was interrupted by another fit of coughing. Konan quickly understood and said, I will express my gratitude on behalf of Nagato to Master Imo. Imoen appeared somewhat helpless. After a moment, Nagato finally managed to speak. Cough, Master Imo, I hope you can convey a message to the master. Though I have yet to meet him in person, I thank him for not taking my Rinnegan. Even if my frail body cannot be healed, I shall serve him faithfully in my lifetime. Imoen nodded solemnly. I will ensure your message is delivered. He then exchanged a few more words with the others before vanishing from sight. Jiraiya cast a sympathetic glance at his apprentice. Let us head into Butterfly Valley. Outside Butterfly Valley, the group curiously surveyed their surroundings. From the exterior, it appeared as though Butterfly Valley was encased in a glass dome, with only a vast expanse of white void visible beyond it. Kisame gazed up at the sky. How strange. There is clearly sunlight outside, yet there is none here. Jiraiya concurred. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Although there is no sun, it feels as bright as day. Konan, however, had no time to ponder the scenery. She looked toward the path leading into the valley and urged the others, stop dawdling. Let us find Huqingyo. Approximately half an hour later, they spotted 3 wooden houses nestled within a grove, surrounded by a wooden fence enclosing a yard filled with various exotic flowers and herbs. As the rich aroma of medicine wafted through the air, the group displayed varying expressions. Konan exclaimed joyfully, this must be where Huqingyo resides. Deidara scoffed. How can Huqingyo live in such a place? It's not even as good as the Akatsuki hideout. Sasori nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is quite unexpected. Kisame, pondering, remarked, it seems Mr. Huqingyo is quite obsessed with the art of medicine. Just as they were contemplating the wooden houses, a melodious yet somewhat aloof female voice called from behind them. Who are you? How did you enter Butterfly Valley? Whoa! The sudden voice startled them, and they quickly turned around. Hiss! Now that is a celestial maiden. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. He had believed that Yaoyue and Lianxing were the epitome of beauty, unmatched in the world. Yet this woman before him, a subordinate of an unknown master, was breathtaking to the point of overshadowing the heavens. The others, however, did not share Jiraiya's shock. After all, aside from Nagato and Konan, the other males had never truly regarded women. The woman, whose beauty rivaled that of the celestial beings from the dragon realm, was clad in simple gray attire and seated in a wooden wheelchair. She first cast a glance at Nagato, who was similarly seated and appearing half alive, before sweeping her gaze over the others. Upon noticing her scrutiny, Nagato sighed inwardly. Alas, Huqingyo is disabled himself. Must I resort to extracting the Rinnegan? Konan was perplexed. Was Huqingyo not a boy's name? How could it belong to a girl? Deidara pondered. I wonder if my most powerful art could obliterate Huqingyo. Sasori remarked, indeed. If I were to transform Huqingyo into a puppet to combat the other boys, it would be quite effortless. Kisame mused about Itachi's condition, hoping that Tsunade had treated his bloodline illness. Kakuzu expressed a wish that Huqingyo's medical treatment would come at no cost. Haiden exclaimed in surprise, oh, so Huqingyo is actually a boy. Jiraiya gasped. This woman is incredibly beautiful. Alas, she is a bit on the younger side. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the woman turned chilling. A fierce wind arose behind her, and a flurry of stones and wooden debris seemed to levitate as if controlled by her will. At the same time, she fixed her terrifying gaze on Jiraiya, emanating a murderous intent that rivaled that of Naruto Uzumaki. You would do well to purge your impure thoughts, or I shall end your life here and now. The abrupt shift in her demeanor startled the group. Jiraiya was drenched in cold sweat. True to his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, he quickly grasped the situation. My apologies, my lady. I did not mean to offend. I beseech your forgiveness. The woman scrutinized him for several seconds. Seeing that Jiraiya truly harbored no more strange thoughts, she retracted her murderous aura. The floating debris and stones then descended like rain. The others were equally drenched in sweat, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. She coldly addressed Deidara and Sasori. You two, one wishes to annihilate me, while the other aspires to transform me into a puppet. How about I send you both on your way right now? As she spoke, a glimmering flying dagger appeared in her hand. It dawned on Kisame, Konan, and Nagato that Huqingyo possessed the ability to read minds. Conan's expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, this would be tolerable, but they were currently in need of her assistance. She glared at Jiraiya, Deidara, and Sasori, unable to suppress her rising fury. With a trembling finger, she pointed at the three. You three, you are infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. The three men, sensing her wrath, hastily retreated. Conan's eyes brimmed with tears, noting Nagato's worsening demeanor. She immediately bellowed, You three, come here and kneel before me. Without hesitation, the three appeared before her in an instant. But the next moment, silence enveloped the air. Jiraiya knelt before the woman, adopting an expression of contrition, while Deidara and Sasori, still bewildered, knelt before Conan. They had no understanding of the unfolding events, only that Huqingyo had suddenly wished to slay them, and Conan was angrier than ever, having been thoroughly reprimanded by her previously for their disinterest in martial arts. They trembled at the thought of the numerous explosive tags affixed to her. Thus, upon hearing her command to kneel, they complied without a second thought. Conan, exasperated, declared, Enough. Be obliterated. She gazed at the two with despairing eyes, producing two thick stacks of explosive tags from seemingly nowhere. These stacks contained not thousands, but potentially tens of thousands of tags. Deidara and Sasori nearly lost control of their bladders, their faces paling at the sight. Just as they were preparing to flee, Jiraiya interjected, You two, stay with me. At this critical moment, he proved to be reliable, urging them on. The two wasted no time, and in a flash, rose to their feet, moved before the woman, and knelt with a thud. Once again, silence descended upon the atmosphere. Haiden and Kakuzu exchanged glances, bewildered. Can someone please explain what on earth is happening? Chapter 65. Yakushi Kabuto and the Mysterious Forces Huqingyo? So it seems we have a few problematic children here. Upon hearing the thoughts of Conan, Nagato, and Kisame, the woman gained insight into Deidara and the others. She no longer regarded the three on the ground, but turned to Conan with a slightly softened tone, saying, I am not Huqingyo. Note, Huqingyo is an independent manifestation. Henceforth, there will not be an abundance of manifestations connected to the main body, aside from the troublesome Zhonghua Pavilion, Tianji Pavilion, and various auction houses. Other forces will only assign one representative at a high level. In the courtyard, Kisame looked disdainfully at Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu, and Jiraiya. Do not come near me. I fear your foolishness may be contagious. After speaking, he quickly distanced himself from the others, regarding them with contempt. The others exclaimed, How dare you, mere Kisame, look down upon us. Inside the wooden house, the nearly 60-year-old Huqingyo furrowed his graying brows, eyeing Conan with suspicion. You say that the 100 Secrets Hall, the Floral Palace, and the Zhonghua Pavilion have entered the world? Conan nodded confidently. Yes, senior. Moreover, we have all joined the 100 Secrets Hall. It was Master Mo of the Zhonghua Pavilion who brought us to Butterfly Valley. Huqingyo was quite taken aback. Mo? Why have I not heard of such a swordsman in the Zhonghua Pavilion? Conan respectfully replied. Master Mo has only been a part of the Zhonghua Pavilion for less than 4 years. It is only natural that you have not heard of him. Remembering something, she added, Master Mo instructed me to inform you that the demon sect is also preparing to enter the world. Seated in her wheelchair, the woman, having already heard Conan's thoughts, was unfazed. However, Huqingyo appeared slightly surprised, turning to the woman. My lady, is it true that the demon sect is truly entering the world? The woman nodded, her thoughts aligning with his. She was not deceiving him. Then, she turned her gaze to the anxious Conan and Nagato. I understand your intentions. Ordinarily, Huqingyo has his own rules regarding who to save and who to eliminate, and I do not interfere. However, considering the Tianji Pavilion and the information you bring, I can make an exception for Huqingyo this once. Upon hearing this, the two beamed with joy. Conan excitedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lady. Thank you, Senior Hu. Nagato, seated in his wheelchair, also offered a slight bow. Thank you. Esteemed ladies. The woman nodded. Conan, we shall step outside first. Leave the matter here to Huqingyo. Once she spoke, her wheelchair levitated effortlessly off the ground. Conan was not surprised, as they had witnessed this outside previously. Fixating on the individuals in the room, the others quickly averted their gazes. They wished to distance themselves from her. This woman not only possessed profound martial prowess, but also wielded telekinetic abilities. More frighteningly, she could read minds. Who knew what other unfathomable powers she might possess? Seeing them frozen like statues, Conan's anger flared anew. Deidara and Sasori. When we return, I shall deal with you both. As for you, Jiraiya-sensei, stay away from them. I fear you might lead them astray. Deidara and Sasori exchanged glances, sensing a hasty retreat was in order. Jiraiya felt as though his ears were malfunctioning. Am I the one corrupting them? Do I really need to teach them? A group of rebellious ninjas. Which among them is not a villain? Ruthlessly gazing at Konan, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in her eyes. She then pointed towards Deidara and Sasori, reporting, Miss Konan, those two are preparing to flee. You must keep a close watch on them. Deidara and Sasori? Goodness, how could this be? Upon hearing this, Konan's blood pressure surged once more. She retrieved 2 stacks of explosive tags, her murderous intent palpable as she advanced step by step towards the two. Before Konan could utter a word, Deidara and Sasori fell to their knees in unison, their hearts in perfect sync as they exclaimed, Konan, Konan, I won't run. I promise I won't. Kisame, witnessing this scene, could not help but sigh, A bamboo pole strikes a snake. Every creature has its match. In a certain mountain range of the Land of Lightning, Mo1 and Orochimaru observed the kneeling figure of Yakushi Kabuto, clad in the attire of a rogue. He was not wearing a mask due to the presence of his superior. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, you did well this time. I never expected Danzō and Lord Sarutobi would be hiding in the hidden cloud village. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing his characteristic smile. I stumbled upon this information as well. Recently, many civilians have mysteriously disappeared from the hidden cloud village, and even some ninjas have gone missing. Consequently, I released all my listening snakes. By coincidence, I discovered a laboratory where I overheard a conversation between Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzō. Mo1 displayed an odd expression. As expected of those two, wherever they go, people vanish. Orochimaru and Kabuto also wore peculiar looks upon hearing this. Noticing Mo1's silence, Orochimaru gestured for Kabuto to continue. It seems Uchiha Obito sought the ninjas of the hidden cloud village to practice the Edo Tensei technique, while Shimura Danzō was abducting civilians to research cloning technology. Mo1 had already suspected this, folding the fan in his hand as he turned to Kabuto. Interesting indeed. Uchiha Obito, with his poor academic record, trying to master the Edo Tensei technique with his intellect. Who knows when he might succeed? Mo1 looked at Kabuto. I already know what Uchiha Obito intends to do. Kabuto, go find Uchiha Obito and assist him in resurrecting the person he wishes to bring back using the Edo Tensei technique we researched. Kabuto pondered for a moment before looking at the amiable Mo1. Understood. Might I inquire whom Uchiha Obito wishes to resurrect? Mo1 did not respond, but instead gazed at Orochimaru, who appeared to be deep in thought. After a while, Orochimaru seemed to have grasped something. Given Uchiha Obito's capabilities, he must be involved in the affairs of the Hundred Eyes Hall. I suspect he is currently fixated on avenging Kaguya's Black Zetsu. However, with Black Zetsu by the side of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he finds himself powerless. Although Uchiha Madara has harmed Uchiha Obito, he too is a victim of Black Zetsu. Knowing Madara's character, once he learns the full story, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against Black Zetsu. Both are enemies of Uchiha Obito. He intends to resurrect Uchiha Madara to pit him against Black Zetsu to the death. Mo1 praised. You are quite right. Uchiha Obito indeed harbors such thoughts. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Mo1 couldn't help but reminisce about the conclusion of the Naruto series, particularly the scene of reconciliation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He addressed Kabuto. In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the only outsider he does not view with disdain is Senju Hashirama. Likewise, Uchiha Madara is exceptionally special in Hashirama's eyes. If Madara refrains from extreme actions, Hashirama would only embrace him and stand by his side. Kabuto, uncertain, asked, Does Lord Mo1 wish for me to also resurrect Senju Hashirama using Edo Tensei? Mo1 nodded. With just Uchiha Madara, he cannot stir much chaos in the ninja world. Moreover, their strengths are well suited to serve as Orochimaru's sparring partners. Additionally, in due time, Sasuke and Naruto will require training partners, so you might as well resurrect them together. Orochimaru never anticipated that Mo1's intention to employ Edo Tensei for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was solely for their sake. Mo1, this is the mightiest delusion technique. Orochimaru sighed internally before his gaze lit up with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, the Shura of the ninja world and the god of ninjas? I wonder how many of my blades they could withstand. Mo1 chuckled, then handed Kabuto a secret manual. This was a light-footed technique known as Lingbo Weibo, which could be utilized not only in combat, but also for travel and escape. Now that your ninja rank and martial arts prowess have reached the elite level, once you master Lingbo Weibo, you may have a chance to counterattack against shadow-level opponents. Kabuto solemnly accepted the technique, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Imowen. Imowen smiled at him. Now, which members have you recruited for your rogue group? Chapter 66. Killer Bee. Kabuto respectfully replied, aside from Gaara, whom Lord Imowen has previously encountered, based on the information you provided, I have also recruited Kimimaro, Karen Uzumaki, Suigetsu, Haku, and Zabuza. However, I have yet to recruit CHG and Killer Bee. Imowen appeared quite satisfied, praising, excellent. There is no rush for CHG. As for Killer Bee, you may consider treating him as Uchiha Obito dealt with Uchiha Itachi. Conveniently, since Shimura Danzō is currently in the Hidden Cloud Village, let them bear that burden once more. Kabuto's eyes lit up. As expected of the Lord, that is an excellent idea. Meanwhile, Orochimaru could hardly contain his amusement. Ha ha ha, how intriguing, so very intriguing. Imowen was unconcerned about their reactions. Where's Gaara at present? After contemplating for a moment, Kabuto replied, at his current speed, Gaara should arrive in the Land of Lightning by tomorrow morning. Truly reliable, Kabuto was regarded by Imowen as the perfect subordinate. Tomorrow evening, bring Gaara and Kimimaro to this place to meet me. Another day passed. In a forest of the Land of Fire, Might Guy, Hinata Hizashi, and Nara Shikaku were leading a covert team swiftly through the woods. Rest here for half an hour. Upon hearing Might Guy's command, everyone immediately halted. Lord Nara, how long until we reach the Land of Waves? Nara Shikaku respectfully replied, according to Lord Hokage, we will arrive in the Land of Waves tomorrow morning. Might Guy nodded. According to the invitation's contents, the Snow Moon City would appear within the borders of the Land of Waves in less than 3 days. One could only wonder what it would be like. Nara Shikamaru thought of the auction house and couldn't help but express concern. I hope nothing goes awry during this journey. Hinata Hizashi, exuding confidence, remarked, Lord Nara, fret not. We have Kakashi at the Hundred Eyes Hall, and my 2 daughters are at the Flower Palace. Furthermore, I have abolished the caged bird branch family system, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki's ancestor is on our side. The Snow Moon City is merely comprised of 3 lords. The advantage lies with us, so there should be no issues. Nara Shikaku? You are getting a bit carried away, Hizashi. In another part of the forest, Raza glared with a dark expression at the Sand Village's J-Nin kneeling before him. Say that again. The J-Nin trembled as he replied, Lord Kazekage. News from the village states that Lord Gaara colluded with Zabuza to assassinate 5 J-Nin and has defected. Raza nearly exploded with rage. Incompetent fools. You are all worthless. In an inn in the Land of Waves, Terumi May took a hefty swig of her drink and then couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Haha. As expected of me, the Mizukage. Dozens of miles away, CHJR and a group of mist ninjas collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lord Mizukage is so swift. As dusk fell over the Hidden Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hizen emerged from a pharmacy, his spirit waning. He gazed at the evening glow in the sky, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Alas, I am getting old. I hope little Hanabi can bear a child with Uchiha Sasuke. Just then, he caught sight of a fleeting figure on a rooftop ahead and nearly lost control of himself. Uchiha Sasuke? How could it be him? Did he discover our hiding place in the Hidden Cloud Village? A moment ago, from the shadows, Orochimaru observed Sarutobi Hiruzen preparing to exit the pharmacy. A chilling laughter escaped his lips. Hee, are you trying to scare the tiger away from its mountain? Apologies, Sensei Sarutobi. As he spoke, Orochimaru swiftly formed a hand seal, transforming into a visage reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke. 2 hours later, in a mountainous region of the Land of Lightning, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared aged by another year as he watched the medical ninjas at the route still tending to the injured arm of the unfortunate Raikage. Sighing, he thought, I suppose we must hide for a while longer. After Uchiha Sasuke fails to locate us, he should depart. Shimura Danzō wore a grim expression. We cannot remain in hiding indefinitely. We must go to the Celestial Auction House. The individual who managed to deliver the invitation to us so discreetly is certainly not ordinary. Perhaps this is our chance for revenge. The night passed swiftly. A catastrophic event transpired in the Hidden Cloud Village. Last night, nearly half of the Chunin from the Yazuki clan, aside from those of the Raikage lineage, were poisoned. The perpetrator turned out to be none other than the Raikage's brother, Killer Bee. On a mountain peak in the hidden cloud village, Kabuto Yakushi gazed curiously at Shimura Danzō before him, inquiring, "Lord Orochimaru, is this the other eye of Uchiha Shisui?" Orochimaru, wearing Danzō's face, licked his lips. In the next moment, he expressionlessly gouged out his right eye. He indeed. This is Shisui's eye, capable of controlling so many Chunin from the Yazuki clan in such a short time. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed a massive chakra approaching rapidly. Killer Bee is almost here. I'll leave him to you. With that, Orochimaru vanished from sight. 2 minutes later, Killer Bee glared furiously at Kabuto, who was donned in a villainous mask and attire. "You bastard. I was betrayed by Shimura Danzō last night." Kabuto, taken aback, asked what happened. Killer Bee's expression darkened. "I just wanted to investigate whether those Chunin were under control. But then Danzō appeared and used Uchiha Shisui's eye to control them. That bastard even made them kill each other. I didn't have time to chase after the fleeing Danzō and could only stop them, just as I knocked them out. I found they were all poisoned to death. And then, others from my clan heard the commotion and saw me knocking them out." Killer Bee seemed to recall something and grew even more enraged. "Ah, you bastard. You bastard. Kabuto? Lord Orochimaru is still too kind. This is far inferior compared to the Uchiha clan." After a while, observing that Killer Bee's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Kabuto produced a matching set of villainous attire. He sighed. "Killer Bee, I invite you once more. Come with me. If Danzō can annihilate the Uchiha clan, dealing with you would be even simpler. Moreover, with the formidable Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Hiruzen, you stand no chance against them." As Killer Bee struggled, Kabuto continued, "Currently, your brother is under the control of the Konoha Tsukumi, and the people of the Hidden Cloud Village will only trust his words. You are utterly powerless in the village. If you wish to rescue your brother from these 3 demons and reclaim the Hidden Cloud Village, joining us is your only opportunity. I firmly believe that if you prove yourself capable, my lord shall assist you in dealing with those 3. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee clenched his fists, a visage of hatred upon his face. Just as he pondered whether to agree to Kabuto, the voice of the 8 Tails echoed in his mind, urging, "Agree to him. The Manjiki Sharingan is our tailed beast's nemesis against Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzō. Alas, I cannot guarantee I can aid you. I might even hinder you." Slowly, Killer Bee extended his hand to accept the clothing from Kabuto. In response, Kabuto revealed a sinister smile beneath his mask. Chapter 67, 3 Little Beasts That Night. In a mountainous region of the Land of Lightning, Killer Bee, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Gaara stood proudly in a row, seemingly awaiting someone. "Kabuto, you are as punctual as ever." Upon hearing the familiar voice, both Kabuto and Gaara beamed with excitement, while Killer Bee and Kimimaro grew tense. As the voice faded, Mo1, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly appeared before the quartet. "Lord Mo1, these 2 are Killer Bee and Kimimaro." Kabuto glanced at them, and both quickly bowed respectfully to Mo1. "Greetings, Lord Mo1." Mo1 regarded the duo clad in villainous attire, thinking, they look quite good. Upon seeing Mo1, Gaara expressed his enthusiasm. "Brother Mo1, I finally see you." Mo1 surveyed Gaara, displaying a concerned demeanor. "How have you been, Gaara? Has Shikaku been behaving?" Gaara nodded eagerly. "Yes. Ever since you dealt with him a year ago, he has not shown himself." Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, is this little fellow Gaara that Brother Mo1 spoke of? He seems a bit weak. While Mo1 conversed with Gaara, Killer Bee suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He could no longer sense the presence of the 8 Tails. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the 8 Tails was holding its breath, focusing its mind, trembling in a hidden corner. The tailed beast's perception was naturally acute. The instant Mo1 and the others appeared, it felt an overwhelming fear, especially upon sensing the immense evil energy within Uzumaki Naruto, which nearly sent it into a panic. Mo1 cast a meaningful glance at Killer Bee and Gaara. "Yuki, Shikaku, hiding will not help you. Look who it is." As he spoke, he opened his left palm, revealing a miniature version of the 9 Tails, Kurama. Once Kurama emerged, it first scanned its surroundings in confusion. Upon spotting the expressionless Uzumaki Naruto, its pupils dilated in terror, as if it had encountered a great horror. It immediately cried out hysterically to Mo1, Lord, I do not wish to come out. I want to return to the White Fan. I want to go back." This scene was truly heart-wrenching. Orochimaru cast a sympathetic glance at Kurama. Has this 9 Tails fear of Naruto not yet subsided? Mo1, observing the trembling Kurama in his palm, gently uttered words that sent it into further panic. Kurama, what troubles you? It has only been a couple of days since you left Naruto's belly, and you are already misbehaving. Should I return you to Naruto? Kurama trembled. Lord, please. I will be good, I promise. After a brief pause, Imowen's gaze shifted back to the astonished Killer Bee and the adoring Gaara. With a flick of his finger, two streams of white energy instantly entered their bodies. Killer Bee and Gaara, still bewildered, heard Imowen's voice. Gyuki, Shikaku. You may now briefly leave the bodies of Gaara and Killer Bee. Come forth. Killer Bee, perplexed, wondered, who is this great deity? Upon hearing Imowen's words, Killer Bee realized that the sealing technique for the 8 tails on him had lost its efficacy. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Noticing the 2-tailed beasts remained inactive, Imowen smiled gently. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I shall be compelled to take action. 8 tails. Sage of the 6 paths. Ah, you foolish creature, come to my aid. Shikaku, how has he transformed into such a terrifying entity? It has only been a year since our last encounter. Imowen lightly tapped the small head of the 9 tails with his fan. Oh, are you not coming out yet? Hee hee. Well then, 2.9. And the others? Is this how you count? The 8 tails and the 1 tail. Blasted. This individual possesses no martial ethics. The 8 tails and the 1 tail gritted their teeth and quickly transformed into 2 miniature versions of their beastly selves beside the 9 tails. The 8 tails hastily concocted an excuse. Your Excellency, I was injured by Shimura Danzō in the Hidden Cloud Village and was just recovering. Imowen was momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Stop with the lies. I shall send you to meet your father, the Sage of 6 Paths. The 8 tails promptly fell silent, frightened. Shikaku had also intended to fabricate a reason, but upon hearing this, he swallowed his words. Imowen turned his gaze to Gaara. Last time I promised you that when we met, I would help you extract the tailed beast. Do you still desire this? Gaara suddenly dropped to his knees, filled with hatred as he looked at the miniature 1 tail. Mo1. I loathe it. I do not wish for it to reside within me. Shikaku thought to himself. Do you think I want this, you little runt? With his empathic mind-reading ability, Imowen caught Shikaku's inner thoughts and was left speechless. Gaara, I have mastered a technique called the duality hand. This technique can alter the body, regenerate severed limbs, reshape meridians, and even modify the state of the soul. In short, as long as I am by your side, you will never perish. The 9 tails within Naruto was extracted just a few days ago. When the time comes, I will reshape your meridians to enhance your martial talent. If you have no objections, I can help you extract Shikaku shortly. Imowen's little tip. The duality hand is derived from the series Under the Moonlight. Upon hearing Imowen's words, Yakushi Kabuto, Gaara, Killer Bee, Kinshiki, and the 2 miniature-tailed beasts all widened their eyes in astonishment. Goodness! This individual is truly formidable. Once Gaara regained his composure, he felt a wave of excitement. Imowen, I have no objections. Imowen nodded with a smile, then turned to Killer Bee. I know you have a strong bond with Gyuki. If Gyuki were to offer me a tail, I could have the Akatsuki fully assist you in reclaiming the Hidden Cloud Village. What do you say? Are you interested in this trade? Before Killer Bee could respond, the 8 tails interjected with an overly generous demeanor. Your Excellency, you are too kind. Do not mention just a single tail. If you require it, Gyuki would willingly offer multiple tails without hesitation. Killer Bee was taken aback. Is Gyuki out of his mind? He thought, doubting this was truly his Gyuki. The others exchanged bewildered glances at the 8 tails. This creature is certainly not a tailed beast. Imowen had not anticipated such warmth from the 8 tails. You are quite impressive. Far more entertaining than the 9 tails. The 9 tails, noticing Naruto was not looking at him, quickly added, Your Excellency, I have the most tails and the most chakra. Whatever number of tails you desire, I can provide. Shikaku, observing this, started wagging his tail like an eager pet. Your Excellency, I can also offer a tail. The others were taken aback. These 3-tailed beasts are acting strangely. Imowen suddenly had a thought, contemplating. I apologize, Sage of 6 Paths. I shall graciously accept your son and your pet. Seeing everyone staring at him, Imowen quickly composed himself and praised the 3 small beasts. Ahem, you 3 are quite remarkable. The 8 tails, encouraged by Imowen's satisfaction, mustered the courage to plead. Your Excellency, I too wish to leave this host. May I? Killer Bee was taken aback. What the hell, Gyuki? Are you abandoning me? The 8 tails cast an apologetic glance at Killer Bee. While I enjoy our time together, your body remains a prison for me. I desire freedom. I do not wish to be eternally sealed within the Jinchuriki. Do you understand? Killer Bee fell silent for a moment, tears of guilt swelling in his eyes. Damn it, Gyuki. I'm sorry. I was too selfish. Chapter 68. City of Snow and Moon on a desolate island in the land of waves. Imowen stood suspended in the air. 1,000 feet above the island. System. Open the character panel. The system chimed. Host. Imowen Realm. Early stage of celestial wandering characters. Ximen Chui Xue, Yi Guqing, Yin Shisan, Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong. Lu Xiaofeng, Chu Liuxiang skills. Creation, deduction, small world, forging, teleportation, cross-dimensional travel. Imowen's little tip. The realm section will only display martial, immortal, path systems in the future. Gazing at the multitude of character avatars, Imowen felt a surge of admiration for his own ingenuity. He had captured individuals from the ninja world, altered their memories, and cast them into a small world. Subsequently, he orchestrated their cooperation to reenact the life experiences of these characters. Once completed, their portrayal reached nearly 100 accuracy. This was yet another way to exploit the system. Turning to the skill section, Imowen deemed these abilities barely sufficient for causing commotion in the ninja world. Although the creation skill could not conjure energy-based entities, it was quite handy for travel. After all, who needs to carry a tent? As for the deduction skill, Imowen found it somewhat more favorable. With his current martial prowess, if he pondered over certain techniques from his past life, aided by the system, deducing them would pose no issue. The system doesn't directly provide techniques. Poor rating. The forging skill was just adequate. Capable of crafting various divine weapons and immortal artifacts, it doesn't directly provide immortal artifacts, but requires crafting. Rubbish. Teleportation, however, was invaluable for him, allowing him to traverse distances with ease. The cross-dimensional skill was what Imowen considered the most impressive, and he was quite satisfied with it. Its function allowed travel to other worlds. However, despite its potency, it came with numerous restrictions. For instance, the unknown worlds he wished to visit were not selected by the system, nor would it directly transport him there. Instead, the system would open a temporal rift, allowing Imowen to navigate the chaos of time and space to find his desired world before choosing to cross over. Moreover, there were requirements concerning the unknown worlds. His strength could not exceed theirs by a significant margin. Otherwise, it would be akin to ancient immortals descending to the mortal realm, potentially causing the world to implode. Of course, venturing to worlds of a much higher level was not impossible, but Imowen believed in cautious development. After all, encountering formidable beings from the prehistoric world in the time rift was a genuine concern. He chuckled at the thought of becoming a test subject. Those powerful heavenly laws were not to be trifled with. Although the system was not particularly remarkable, Imowen remained unperturbed. After all, every journey begins with a single step, and every meal is consumed one bite at a time. Staring out at the vast ocean and contemplating his imminent invincibility within the ninja world, Imowen felt a surge of ambition. He yearned to compose a poem, but after much deliberation, he could only exclaim, "Ah, Hongjun, just you wait. I shall create a world even more magnificent than the prehistoric one." Hongjun sneezes. How detestable. I must calculate who dares to insult this ancestral master. Ahem, time to get down to business. Observing the island below, Imowen waved his arm. Using a skill, an ancient city materialized from thin air beneath him. The city's walls were adorned with white flags, each inscribed with the words Snow Moon City. Looking at the empty city, Imowen recalled the refugees he had captured from the small world. You shall play the role of the citizens of Snow Moon City. With this thought, Imowen first placed the slumbering Lihani and Sikon Changfeng into the city lord's mansion, then designated the refugees as the citizens and guards of Snow Moon City. Once he completed his tasks, a figure suddenly appeared beside him out of nowhere. The individual in question is none other than the television version of the Wine Immortal. Li Dongjun, dressed in a flowing green robe, his disheveled hair billows in the wind, with the white strands resembling dragon whiskers dancing beside his forehead, exuding an air of carefree rebellion. Imowen, quite pleased with Li Dongjun's appearance, smiled and said, "Dongjun, I shall rely on you for matters concerning Chuiyue City henceforth." Li Dongjun took a sip from his wine flask and replied, "Huh? We are one and the same. There is no cause for trouble." Imowen chuckled in response. "Then I shall take my leave." Upon seeing the main body depart, Li Dongjun indulged in another sip. He then summoned his formidable inner strength and proclaimed to the vast emptiness. Addressing the entire shinobi world, I am the earthly exiled wine immortal, soaring to the heavens at 9,000 feet, not seeking the heavenly maidens to dance in the wind, but merely wishing to revel in the mortal realm. I, Li Dongjun, am the Grand Lord of Chuiyue City. And today I bring Chuiyue City into the shinobi world. As his words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the entire shinobi realm. Mo1, 1,000 miles away, momentarily froze, unable to contain his exclamation, "Damn, I've been played." The inhabitants of the Land of Waves also heard Li Dongjun's proclamation. The mention of Chuiyue City sent a ripple of excitement through the 5 great shinobi villages. Once they regained their composure, everyone hurriedly rushed toward the source of the sound. After searching for over 3 hours, a ninja finally spotted Chuiyue City shimmering upon the ocean surface. The news spread like wildfire, reaching hundreds and thousands. The ninjas, and even some nobles, made their way toward Chuiyue City. Upon the ocean's expanse, a youth with a sword and another with a blade raced across the water's surface, their destination being none other than Chuiyue City. Nearby, on a small boat, the mist ninjas led by Ximen stared wide-eyed at this spectacle. Wow, these two are terrifying. What if they run out of chakra and fall into the sea? Wait, it's the demon blade Naruto and the ruthless Sasuke. Ximen, upon recognizing them, was equally astonished. She turned to CHJR, puzzled. Why do you refer to them as demon blade Naruto and ruthless Sasuke? CHJR looked at his superior with a hint of confusion. Does Lady Mizukage not know? Uchiha Sasuke is a disciple of Ximen Chui Xue, who practices the ruthless sword art. Moreover, Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have annihilated the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, hence the moniker Ruthless Sasuke. As for Uzumaki Naruto, after mastering a technique known as the Demon Blade, he is prone to enter a state of madness, earning him the title Demon Blade Naruto. Ximen, taken aback, asked, "How do you know all this?" CHJR sighed in exasperation. Well, now all 5 shinobi villages are aware. It seems you are the only one left in the dark. Ximen, infuriated, struck CHJR on the head with her fiery fist. Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. CHJR, rubbing his sore head, replied painfully, after Kakashi joined the 100 Eyes Hall and learned about the two of them. He feared that the Leaf villagers might inadvertently provoke them, so he relayed this information to Konoha. Now even the ordinary citizens of Konoha know what they look like, and you don't even know their nicknames. Ximen, fuming, punched him again, causing him to curl up and weep. Humph, your salary for this month is forfeited. CHJR lamented, Wah? I want a new boss. On another nearby boat, Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizune, and Itachi Uchiha also witnessed Naruto and Sasuke. Tsunade frowned. Not these 2 little demons again. Shizune, appearing frightened, suggested, Lady Tsunade, let us keep our distance when we reach Chuiyue City. With Mr. Mo absent, I fear no one can rein them in. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Shizune is right. It's best we avoid those 2. Itachi sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Chapter 69. Outside the city gates. Outside the city gates, nearly 1,000 people had gathered, comprising not only the 5 great shinobi villages, but also many wandering ninjas and certain nobles of the shinobi world. Just as Kakashi and the others were meeting with the Leaf villagers, a voice exclaimed, Goodness! Which celestial being is this? Utterly stunning. Is this a divine goddess? No way. I must absolutely have her. Hey, go fetch her for this young master. The speaker was none other than Ruthless, Jiraiya, and the members of Akatsuki. Upon overhearing their crude remarks, Ruthless remained calm, while Deidara and Scorpion swiftly appeared beside the 2 plump men, each gripping their necks. Before the unfortunate souls could utter a word, the sound of a snap echoed, and they were sent to meet the Sage of 6 Paths. Not satisfied, Deidara, seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, unleashed 3 small white spheres from beneath his skin, hurling them in different directions. Simultaneously, he formed several hand seals and shouted, Clay Spider. As his words fell, the 3 spheres erupted into countless tiny white spiders. The gathering of wandering ninjas and nobles instinctively recoiled, their pupils dilating in horror. Someone recognized Deidara and shouted, Oh no, run, it's Deidara. Alas, it was too late. Most of these wandering ninjas were merely Seichnin or Jinin, and the portly nobles were just ordinary folk. With a thunderous explosion, a significant portion of the crowd was taken to tea with the Sage of 6 Paths. What just happened? What the hell? Why did they suddenly attack? Stay back. Those two might be lunatics. Witnessing the carnage and chaos, everyone except for the Iwagakure ninja retreated to a safe distance. Noki initially considered capturing his student Deidara, but realized he was not alone and opted to observe the situation. Deidara arrogantly surveyed the crowd. Heh, a bunch of vile creatures. Speak up, and I shall show you what true art is. After delivering his threat, he transformed into a cheerful, youthful boy and rushed to Ruthless. Ruthless-sama, what do you think? If you're still unsatisfied, I'll blow them all to smithereens. Scorpion joined Deidara, equally brimming with murderous intent. I detest these kinds of people. Ruthless-sama, shall we turn them all into puppets? The members of the 5 great shinobi villages, recalling the violent tendencies of Sasuke and Naruto, felt a shiver run down their spines. Ruthless, witnessing their demeanor, could not help but chuckle. I have never regarded them as a threat. Merely ants, unworthy of concern. At this, Deidara and Scorpion displayed expressions of disappointment. Conan, with a twitch of her lips, shot them a glare. With your petty schemes, do you think I'm unaware? Get away from me. What is going on? Have you been scolded again? Amidst their banter, Jiraiya approached Tsunade and the others. Tsunade, eyeing the disheveled Jiraiya, inquired, Jiraiya? What is wrong? And who is that woman? Jiraiya sighed wearily. That woman is Ruthless, the saintess of the demon sect. She possesses mind-reading abilities. So be cautious what you think in her presence, understood? The group was taken aback, not expecting Ruthless to be affiliated with the demon sect. Subsequently, except for Might Guy, everyone regarded Jiraiya with disdain, their faces a mix of pity and derision. Tsunade mockingly remarked, Heh, Jiraiya. I refuse to be associated with you as one of the legendary 3. You should distance yourself from me. Jiraiya, feeling a pang of bitterness, muttered under his breath, Tsunade. It seems you're not doing much better, are you? As Uchiha Itachi made his entrance, the ever-elusive Kisame Hoshigaki broke into a long-forgotten smile. Mr. Itachi, how has your bloodline illness been treated? Itachi's return to the organization brought him joy, though he replied, I still require some time for treatment. What about you? Where is the leader? Kisame responded. The leader is still recuperating in Butterfly Valley. At that moment, as Itachi greeted several members of Akatsuki, the enigmatic Wu Qing furrowed her brow. A formidable presence approaches. Her voice was not soft, drawing the attention of most present. Indeed, within a few breaths, 4 figures materialized before the crowd. Upon seeing the features of 3 among them, astonishment rippled through the assembly. One figure wielded a folding fan, his thick eyebrows framing clear, elegant eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, when he smiled, it was as if a warm spring breeze had swept across the land. This was none other than the charismatic thief, Chu Liuxiang. The second individual, donned in black with a conical hat, held a long sword, his ashen face betraying no emotion. Suddenly, his piercing gaze swept over the crowd, sending a chill down their spines. This was the legendary assassin of Chu Liuxiang's tale, Zhongyuan Yidianhong. The third, radiating an aura entirely opposite to Zhongyuan, also wielded a folding fan. His eyes sparkled like black jewels, more captivating than many in the shinobi world. Not only was he striking in appearance, but his smile conveyed a refined elegance. This was the esteemed Hua Qishao, Hua Manlu. Lastly, there stood the unremarkable Lu Xiaofeng, whom the crowd instinctively overlooked. Ah, 3 handsome men again, Mein exclaimed. Tsunade remarked, the genes of the Sage of 6 Paths are lacking. How come there are no such attractive individuals in the ninja world? Kakashi scoffed. Humph. I am no less impressive without my mask. Taiyuya added. They truly are a feast for the eyes. I wish to be one of their girlfriends. Kuratsuchi sighed. I think I'll never marry in this lifetime. Choosing among these 3 is too difficult. Observing the 4 together, Wu Qing's expression turned peculiar. She floated before them in her wheelchair and inquired of Zhongyuan Yidianhong. Why are you with these individuals? Where are the others? Why are you alone? Zhongyuan merely cast a glance at Wu Qing, remaining silent. Chu Liuxiang clasped his fists and smiled. Greetings, Miss Wu Qing. Hong and I encountered each other on our journey. As for your leader, the news I have is that she has yet to enter the fray. However, I believe it will be soon. Jiraiya quickly approached Lu Xiaofeng to greet him, mimicking Chu Liuxiang's gesture. Brother Lu, I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for the last incident. Allow me to treat you to a drink. Let us revel until we are inebriated. Lu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Haha, Jiraiya, you are too polite. Allow me to introduce my friends. The members of Konoha and Akatsuki approached with curiosity, looking at the quartet. Lu Xiaofeng pointed to Hua Manlu. This is Hua Qishao, Hua Manlu, whom I mentioned previously. What do you think? Isn't he quite handsome? The crowd suddenly understood. So this is Hua Manlu. Truly a name that matches the person. Hua Manlu bowed gracefully, displaying a warm smile. I have met you all. Others were taken aback. My goodness. So gentle. Lu Xiaofeng then turned to Chu Liuxiang. This is Xiang Shui, Chu Liuxiang. Like me, he is not allied with any faction. The listeners perked up. Oh, another name that sounds delightful. Chu Liuxiang smiled as he clasped his fists. Chu Liuxiang is honored to meet you all. The women whispered amongst themselves, captivated by the charm of these two men. Lu Xiaofeng, noticing their dazed expressions, chuckled inwardly. He then turned to the stoic Zhongyuan Yidianhong. This friend here is Zhongyuan Yidianhong, one of the 3 disciples of the demon sect, the blood-killing demon child. The Konoha members gasped. Wow, we suspected Zhongyuan was extraordinary, but never to this extent. The Akatsuki members pondered. How is it that every name here is more melodious than the last? Deidara turned to Sasori, a serious expression on his face. Brother Sasori, I wish to change my name to Art Exploder. What do you think? Sasori considered it. It's acceptable, but I think De Bala sounds better. Kisame's eyes brightened. Sasori, you have a knack for this. Help me think of one too. Haiden eagerly chimed in. Me too. Me too. The conversation that had been lively among Lu Xiaofeng and his companions abruptly fell into an awkward silence upon hearing Deidara and his companions speak. Conan's cheeks flushed in anger. Kisame and Itachi wished they could sink into the ground. What an embarrassment. At that moment, a familiar and carefree voice shattered the tense silence. Haha. Welcome to Shuiyue City. I am the Lord of Shuiyue City, Bailey Dongjun. As Bailey Dongjun's voice echoed, all eyes turned to the city wall, where 3 figures had appeared unbeknownst to the crowd. The Konoha members paused, recognizing the 3 as the esteemed city lords of Shuiyue. Each figure exuded a distinct presence, signaling their exceptional status. Bailey Dongjun, clad in azure robes with white hair, emanated an air of ethereal wisdom. Li Hani, donned in white with a mask, appeared shrouded in mystery. Sikong Changfeng, with his scholarly visage and gentle smile, inspired a sense of tranquility. Once Bailey Dongjun concluded, Li Hani succinctly introduced himself. Second City Lord Li Hani. Then Sikong Changfeng clasped his fists, smiling warmly. Sikong Changfeng, Third City Lord of Shuiyue, at your service. Before anyone could process these introductions, all elite ninjas and warriors directed their gaze skyward. 2 figures, one black and one white, plummeted from above like meteors, crashing before the city gate and sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust settled, 2 craters revealed themselves, shocking the 5 great ninja villages. Goodness, it's the demon blade Naruto and the emotionless Sasuke. Indeed, the white-robed figure was Uchiha Sasuke, while the black-robed figure was Uzumaki Naruto. Ignoring the astonished crowd, they bowed to Bailey Dongjun and the other city lords. Then, Sasuke withdrew a sword notice from his robe and tossed it to Li Hani. Amidst the puzzled expressions of onlookers, Li Hani merely glanced at the notice before looking towards the horizon. You two, who will go first? What? Are they about to fight? The spectators below gasped at Li Hani's words and turned their gazes towards the distant sea. There, 2 white figures hovered above the surface, 100 zhang high. Recognizing them, Lu Xiaofeng quipped, Oh, isn't that old Yi and Chui Xue? At that moment, Yi Guqing's voice echoed from afar. Others call me the Sword Immortal. And the fairy is also known as the Shuiyue Sword Immortal. So allow me to take the lead. With that, Yi Guqing vanished into the distance. As the others remained bewildered, Li Hani followed suit and disappeared. Where did they go? Where did they go? Why have both vanished? Could it be space ninjutsu? Bailey Dongjun explained to the crowd, who were looking around in confusion. Their battle is beyond your observation. They are now thousands of miles away. The crowd remained skeptical. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. 15 minutes later. Are they not done yet? I really want to enter the city. Me too. Half an hour later. Would those 2 individuals not perish together? That seems improbable. Look, Bailey Dongjun appears utterly unperturbed. An hour later. Boom. A tremor shook the ground, startling the meditative crowd. Goodness. Is it an earthquake? Hiss. A tsunami. Run for your lives. Witnessing the colossal wave, nearly 1,000 feet high, surging in from the distance. Everyone felt their hearts drop. On the city walls, Bailey Dongjun waved his arm, and a semicircular transparent shield enveloped Chuiyue City with steadiness. Everyone, do not panic. I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Bai Li Dongjuan's words and witnessing the cessation of the tremors, the crowd began to calm. Albeit their gazes remained fixated on the impending tsunami with terror. After a few breaths, the ninja community stared vacantly, dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. At that moment, Chuiyue City was indeed submerged by the sea. Hiss, are we currently in the ocean? Who are these people? Could they possibly be gods? Through the transparent barrier, they felt a disorienting sensation as if they were encased within the ocean. Lu Xiaofeng suddenly furrowed his brow and addressed the gathered ninjas, throwing a bombshell of revelation. Do any of you have family or friends from the Land of Waves? It seems that the Land of Waves has been obliterated by those two. The ninjas were momentarily stunned. What is this person saying? One ninja cast a doubtful glance at Lu Xiaofeng. Friend, are you jesting? Although the Land of Waves is an island, it cannot be destroyed by mere human effort. Xikong Changfeng interjected. Lu, my brother, speaks the truth. That nation is indeed gone. Upon hearing the usually composed Xikong Changfeng affirm this, the others felt their hearts race. One individual displayed disbelief. I refuse to accept this. Impossible. That was the Land of Waves. Another retorted mockingly, huh? Are you foolish enough to believe that? Yet another chimed in, I believe it. If you doubt it, just look up and see where we are. At this, the realization dawned upon them. They were indeed submerged in the sea. Hiss, could this tsunami have also engulfed the Land of Waves? Who knows? After enduring a torturous half-hour, they finally glimpsed the sun in the sky. Bai Li Dongjuan, after taking stock of the situation, addressed the still-dazed crowd. The battle has concluded. The Land of Waves has indeed been annihilated. However, you need not worry. The inhabitants have been rescued by Mo1, the swordsman of the Zhonghua Pavilion. The crowd responded with bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed. How could these individuals, clearly present, possess knowledge of events occurring thousands of miles away? They were even more mystified by the caliber of power capable of obliterating an entire nation, especially one that simultaneously managed to rescue its citizens during the fray. In contrast to the others, Xiaonan exhibited an expression of admiration. Truly, Master Mo is remarkable. Not only is he powerful, but he is also extraordinarily kind and handsome. Quiet mirrored her infatuation. Indeed, Mr. Mo is truly wonderful. Uchiha Sasuke cast a glance at the two, coldly snorting, humph. Of course, Brother Mo is the best. Uchiha Itachi sighed. I do not know why, but my heart feels heavy. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, Sasuke is right. Brother Mo is the best. Kakashi added, Master Mo's character and strength are indeed admirable. Those unfamiliar with Mo1 pondered, who is this Mo1? Why do both men and women hold him in such high regard? Just as everyone's curiosity about Mo1 peaked, his figure suddenly materialized among the crowd. Ha! I am not as wonderful as you all claim. Sasuke and Naruto's previously indifferent expressions transformed into radiant smiles. Brother Mo, you are here. As the two rushed to his side, Mo1 playfully tapped their heads with his folding fan, feigning anger. What a grand entrance you both made. Hurry and apologize to the two esteemed seniors. And remember to fill in the holes you created. The duo pouted, reluctantly bowing to Bai Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng in unison. We apologize, esteemed seniors. Bai Li Dongjun laughed heartily. Ha, no harm done. The youth should behave thus. Mo1 also offered a respectful nod. Mo1 of the Zhonghua Pavilion greets Senior Bai Li and Senior Xikong. Bai Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng suddenly appeared before Mo1. Bai Li Dongjun smiled. In martial arts, the capable become teachers. Just call us City Lord. The others were utterly astonished upon Mo1's arrival. They glanced between Mo1, Huaman Lu, and Chu Liuxiang. Hiss, what is the story with these three? Indeed, they are exceptionally handsome. Have you noticed? They all possess a fan. Could it be that I am also missing a fan? Haidu exclaimed, goodness. This one is even more striking. What to do? I wish to get to know him. Koizumi Mei muttered, my youthful heart. The ninjas from the 5 great villages felt an overwhelming shock as Mo1 managed to make those two little rascals obediently apologize with just a few words. This person is incredibly strong. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Li Dongjun, Mo1 approached the dazed Xiaonan. Your journey to Butterfly Valley was relatively smooth, I trust? Xiaonan, snapping back to reality, quickly bowed. Yes, thank you for your assistance, Master Mo1 chuckled lightly, jesting, since you all call me Master Mo. How could I not lend a hand? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed. What to do? He is so warm-hearted. After a brief conversation with Xiaonan, Mo turned to the gathered ninjas. Chapter 71. Within Chuiyue City, Mo addressed the ninjas. Everyone, the land of waves has vanished. However, the common folk have been saved by me. They are now in another realm. If any of you have family or friends in the land of waves, you may record your information with this young lady, Xiaonan, beside me. I will return your loved ones to you. If no one claims them, they shall continue to reside in that other world. Upon concluding his words, Mo turned to the astonished Xiaonan, inquiring, Xiaonan, could you assist your uncle with this task? Xiaonan nodded numbly. She never imagined that Mo could send others to another world. If Xiaonan felt this way, how could the others not be affected? Rationality told them that Mo was speaking nonsense. Yet if he claimed to facilitate the reclamation of their loved ones, could it be a lie? Mo disregarded the crowd's thoughts and approached Lu Xiaofeng and the others. He, seventh young master, Xiang Shui, brother Hong, brother Lu. How have you all fared? The group exchanged greetings with Mo. Then Lu Xiaofeng feigned curiosity. Brother Mo, why did you not come with old Yi? Mo appeared somewhat helpless, sighing. My senior brother and Li Xianzi were sparring, and it turned serious. They have both sustained considerable injuries and are now recuperating. Lu Xiaofeng could only roll his eyes. As expected of old Yi, he won't let a girl off easy. The others merely chuckled and shook their heads in amusement. Just as everyone was still admiring the handsome figures, a voice interrupted. What are you staring at, man? Hurry up. City Lord Bai Li has opened the city gates. Within Chuiyue City, gazing at the bustling streets filled with people, the ninjas felt as though they had crossed into another world. Curiously strolling along the street, they noticed a diminutive man, less than a meter tall, passing by with a shoulder pole. Amidst the ninjas' curious gazes, he incessantly shouted, selling pancakes. Wudalarang's pancake, fragrant and sweet. Beyond his enthusiastic calls, the people of the ninja realm also heard and saw various vendors tirelessly hawking their wares. The aroma of candied hawthorn filled the air, and the sweet scent of candied fruit was overwhelming. Candied hawthorn for sale, 10 coins a skewer, coming by? Freshly roasted duck, right here. It's so fragrant, it's making my mouth water. Sugar figurines, come get your sugar figurines. Steamed buns are out, fresh steamed buns. Come and taste. Excuse me, esteemed guests, would you like a bun? Several ninjas, drawn by the enticing scent of the meat buns, could not help but swallow hard. Boss, we don't have the copper coins you want. The bun shop owner's smile instantly froze, thinking, broke idiots, and chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, 5 ninjas, all under 20, arrived at the entrance of a narrow alley. One of them sniffed the air vigorously. No doubt about it. That alluring aroma is coming from inside. Another ninja urged, let us go. We can't afford the outside food. Surely we can manage what's in the alley? 5 minutes later, they gazed at a building resembling a brothel, momentarily lost in thought. One of them curiously asked, what kind of establishment is this? Do they sell food? Another nodded seriously. It must be. The aroma is definitely coming from within. Just as they were about to enter, a woman in her 40s, dressed in red, emerged from the brothel, holding a red embroidered handkerchief. She paused upon seeing the 5, and then broke into a knowing smile, as if she had seen a deity of wealth. Oh, gentlemen, it's broad daylight. Are you in such a hurry? The leading young ninja rubbed his stomach and gulped. Madam, we are indeed very hungry. We've been tempted by the sights outside. The woman's smile widened. With a flick of her handkerchief, she playfully tossed it at the young ninja's face, teasing. You're quite the impatient one, aren't you? Confused, the young ninja replied, Madam, don't you conduct business? The woman thought to herself. Where did this fool come from? You have no money, yet expect me to serve you? Although she felt displeased, she still managed to smile. Gentlemen, do you have any money? Under her peculiar gaze, the 5 quietly conferred. One of them produced a jade pendant. Madam, the outside world doesn't accept this jade. Will you? The woman joyfully accepted the pendant. However, upon inspecting it, her expression suddenly turned cold. This pendant can only serve 2 of you. But there are 5 of you. Who will it be? The group frowned, and a young ninja pleaded, Madam, can't you make an exception? The woman raised an eyebrow, thinking, how long have they been holding this in? After deliberation, she said, would you mind if the person was a bit older? If not, I can arrange something for you. The ninjas looked puzzled. Madam, what do you mean by older? Do older people make better food? The woman gasped inwardly. These fools still want to eat. Terrifying. Yet, she maintained her professionalism. Of course, the older ones have experience. So you understand. Upon hearing this, the ninjas swallowed hard, eagerly urging, "Madam, please hurry. We are too hungry to wait." The woman forced a smile. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Inside the brothel, she casually informed them. "There are 5 rooms upstairs. Each of you will have one. I'll send someone in shortly." The 5 ninjas gasped. "Wow, private rooms? Snow Moon City is impressive." They were visibly moved. "Madam, there's no need for such formality. We can share one room." The woman thought to herself, "These youngsters are all about indulgence." She glanced at them disdainfully before leading them to a room filled with enticing aromas. "Wait here, I'll bring someone to you." As she left, the ninjas marveled. The people of Snow Moon City are truly genuine. Indeed, compared to the ninja realm, this was a paradise. In another part, the woman looked at the 5 ninjas, who were far from handsome, and enviously remarked, "They are fresh young men. You are in for a treat." One of the women, weighing over 200 pounds, looked worried. "What if they don't want us after seeing us?" The woman stroked the jade pendant in her hand, revealing a shrewd glint in her eyes. "To prevent any regrets, I'll slip them a little something before you go in." Upon hearing this, the 5 ninjas' eyes sparkled with anticipation, resembling wild beasts. An hour later, a crowd of onlookers gathered at the alley, watching as 5 disheveled individuals lay on the ground, dazed and lifeless. The ninjas were bewildered. What happened to them? Why are they in such disarray? "I don't know. They seem like they're in a stupor. Hey, don't you see all those lip prints on them?" At that moment, a civilian approached one of the young men, waving his hand in front of his vacant gaze, calling loudly, "Hey, wake up. Your mother is calling you home for dinner." Meanwhile, in another street, a balding old man, dressed in a white tank top and shorts, stood leisurely blocking Mike Guy's path. Mike Guy scratched his head. "Old man, do you need something?" The old man, amidst the disdainful stares from passers-by, pulled out 7 blue books from his pants. "I am the Fire Cloud Evil God. Young man, your physique is remarkable. You must be a martial arts prodigy. The future of justice and peace in the ninja realm rests upon your shoulders. Here's a book on the indestructible divine skill, originally priced at 999 coins. Now only 9 coins. If you master it, you will achieve great things." Mike Guy was momentarily stunned, then ecstatically exclaimed, "Is this the opportunity that martial artists speak of?" The Fire Cloud Evil God nodded. "Indeed, I sense a connection between us. I also have the 9 manual, the Buddha palm, the sunflower scripture, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the evil repelling sword technique, and other manuals, all for just 10 coins each. Do you want any?" Upon hearing the plethora of skills, Mike Guy was thrilled, but then remembered he had no coins for Snow Moon City, and his excitement waned. "Senior, I have no money." The Fire Cloud Evil God inspected Mike Guy and offered him a glimmer of hope. "What do you have on you?" After some contemplation, Mike Guy produced a discount coupon for Ichiraku ramen from his ninja pouch. "Will this work?" The Fire Cloud Evil God hesitated, then sighed. "Very well, considering our connection. I shall trade you the indestructible divine skill and the 18 dragon subduing palms for this." Mike Guy was overjoyed, despite the onlookers' bemused expressions. He bowed deeply to the Fire Cloud Evil God. He then received the 2 manuals, cradling them as if they were treasures. The Fire Cloud Evil God smiled at his enthusiasm. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he produced a portable speaker and seriously instructed Mike Guy. "This 18 dragon subduing palms is special. There is an exclusive requirement. You must play this song before using it. You will be invincible in battle. Here, take this speaker. Just be sure to turn it on before using the 18 dragon subduing palms." Mike Guy, overwhelmed with emotion, accepted the speaker with a heartfelt sob. "Woo woo woo. Senior, you have truly moved me." The Fire Cloud Evil God twitched his mouth, forcing a smile. No need for such daughterly sentiment. Mike Guy wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I understand now, Senior." The Fire Cloud Evil God nodded, not giving Mike Guy a chance to react, and turned to leave. Bathed in the hues of dusk, he left behind a solitary figure and a phrase that resonated through the bustling streets. "The green hills remain unchanged. The waters flow eternally. When we meet again in the rivers and lakes, let us toast and revel. We part ways here." Upon hearing these words, Mike Guy could no longer contain his tears of gratitude. He desperately shouted toward the lonely figure, "Senior, please allow me to call you this." "Master." The Fire Cloud Evil God paused, then puffed out his chest, his silhouette gaining an air of elegance. Paired with the twilight sky, The scene indeed carried a hint of bittersweet farewell. However, the onlookers from Snow Moon City were skeptical. Are the people of the ninja world so easily deceived? Apparently. I heard that just down the street, 5 ninjas were tricked terribly by a brothel. Indeed, I just returned from there. And those 5 are still lying disheveled in the alley. At the entrance of Snow Moon City, Hinata Hanabi and Hinata followed behind the veiled Yaoyu Lianxing. The 2 little girls curiously surveyed their surroundings, with Hanabi's eyes wide open in astonishment. Master, second master, this Snow Moon City is so lively. Lianxing affectionately took their small hands. Hee, we will be staying for a while this time. Soon, second master will take you both for a stroll. The 2 sisters were elated at this, wanting to shout in joy, but upon seeing Yao Yu's glance, they immediately closed their mouths in disappointment. As the day passed, a 12-story wooden building, as large as a football field, mysteriously appeared in the heart of Snow Moon City overnight. Beside the towering building stood a 4-meter-high stone tablet, boldly inscribed with the words Heavenly Auction House. At that moment, nearly 1,000 people had gathered in front of the Heavenly Auction House, most of whom were from the ninja world. As for why the citizens of Snow Moon City were absent, it was simply as it should be. Amidst the crowd, some were oblivious to the purpose of the Heavenly Auction House. Brothers, seeing your serious expressions, what exactly is the Heavenly Auction House? One person looked at the inquirer with pride and replied, my second uncle's sister-in-law's third aunt's cousin is a jonin from Rock Hidden Village. What I've gathered is, well, who are these people? Wow, that attire, that mask, it's so impressively stylish. Yao Shirdo led a group of unsavory characters, causing a stir among the crowd. On the 12th floor of the Heavenly Auction House, Imowen observed that all expected guests had arrived. Yu Jing, it is time for you to make your entrance. As Imowen spoke, a man dressed in ancient white robes appeared beside him. With long hair as white as snow cascading down his shoulders, he moved gracefully, exuding elegance in his splendid attire. The half-bronze mask on his face revealed only his pristine lips and sharply defined chin, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Seeing Bai Yujing, Imowen produced a pure white longsword. Bai Yujing without the eternal life sword cannot be considered Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing accepted the sword, fastening it at his waist, and smiled handsomely. Thus, I shall depart. Outside the Heavenly Auction House, while everyone was still buzzing about it, a clear and resonant voice suddenly resonated from the void above. In the heavens, Bai Yujing, 12 floors, 5 cities. An immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. The sudden proclamation startled the crowd, who instinctively looked up, as everyone wore expressions of astonishment at the grandeur of the figure. Bai Yujing descended slowly from the rooftop of the Heavenly Auction House, hands clasped behind his back. The sight of Bai Yujing left the girls below starry-eyed. Is this yet another handsome man? The other boys widened their eyes. Wow, I wish I could pull off such a look. It took Bai Yujing nearly a minute to reach the entrance of the Heavenly Auction House. Observing the dazed crowd, he smirked slightly and performed a fist salute. Heavenly Auction House, Bai Yujing, greetings to you all. Upon hearing Bai Yujing's words, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, though no one spoke immediately. Bai Li Dongjun, noticing the silence, quickly addressed the situation. Snow Moon City, Bai Li Dongjun, I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Bai. Might I inquire how we can enter the Heavenly Auction House to participate in the auction? Bai Yujing exchanged pleasantries with Bai Li Dongjun before explaining. This is the first time the Heavenly Auction House has appeared in the ninja world. As long as you possess an invitation, you may bring 100 accompanying individuals inside. For future events, each invitation will allow only 10 people. At this, most individuals sighed in relief. The quota of 100 could be obtained with a modest price by trading for a spot from those with invitations. Bai Yujing observed their expressions. I have said what needs to be said. I will give you all 1 hour. After 1 hour, I shall await you inside the auction house. With that, Bai Yujing vanished from sight. However, 2 armored guards suddenly appeared at the sides of the Heavenly Auction House's entrance. One guard announced loudly, in 1 hour, you may bring your companions to seek us. As the guards finished speaking, everyone began to murmur among themselves. After a discussion, Nara Shikaka stepped forward and called out to the crowd. Our Konoha has 85 slots available. If anyone is interested, you can exchange a high-level ninjutsu for 2 slots. The other 3 major ninja villages followed suit. I, Sikong Changfeng, will soon be recruiting disciples in Snow Moon City. If you believe yourself to be talented, come here for an evaluation. If you qualify, our Snow Moon City can offer your faction between 1 to 5 slots. Afterwards, Lianxing also stepped forward. The Yihua Palace is the same, but we only accept female disciples. Their words stirred another wave of excitement. Although most were unfamiliar with the Yihua Palace, they recognized from the attire of Yao Yu and her companions that it belonged to a similar faction as Snow Moon City. The three city lords of Snow Moon City had already demonstrated their formidable strength, leaving the crowd wary of underestimating the Yihua Palace. Just as the crowd buzzed with various thoughts, Terumi Mei's voice suddenly rang out. Second City Lord, may I join the Yihua Palace? Chapter 73. Inside the auction house, everyone was taken aback by Terumi Mei's request, unable to fathom that the esteemed Mizukage wished to join another faction. Lianxing, however, was unfazed and replied, as long as you are from the ninja world and can pass the Yihua Palace's assessment, you may join. However, as Mizukage, you are undoubtedly busy. If you join, you will need to dedicate time to training in the Yihua Palace. Only upon reaching a certain level of martial prowess may you leave. Of course, if there are urgent matters, you may exit. Terumi Mei furrowed her brows and then bowed to Lianxing. Thank you for the clarification, Second City Lord. As I finalize matters in Mist-Hidden Village, I ponder where to find the Yihua Palace. Lianxing was taken aback by the resoluteness of Zhao Meiming, who explained, the Yihua Palace is not located within the shinobi world. However, disciples of the Yihua Palace will soon be stationed in Snow Moon City, where you may seek them out. Upon hearing their conversation, the majority of the gathering wore expressions of disbelief. They were not only astonished that Zhao Meiming truly intended to join the Yihua Palace, but also that the palace itself was situated outside the realms of shinobi. Meanwhile, Luo Sha, Ohyuki, and Lujio Nara exchanged glances filled with complexity, marveling at the audacity exhibited by this seemingly ordinary woman. Ohyuki turned to Kuratsuchi with a grave demeanor, stating, Kuratsuchi, the warriors are currently strong while the ninjas are comparatively weak. You should also participate in the Yihua Palace assessment. Before long, an hour had elapsed. As the crowd entered the auction house, they were greeted by a spacious hall. At the forefront stood a raised platform, below which lay rows of seats reminiscent of a cinema, capable of accommodating thousands. To their astonishment, some individuals were already present. Isn't that the great deity who saved the commoners of the land of waves? Exclaimed one. And the swordsman who fought against the Second City Lord? He is here as well? Following their gazes, they spotted Mo1, Bai Shaoxing, Ximen Chui Xue, and Yi Gucheng seated at the front of the hall. Kakashi, Orochimaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto rushed over to greet them. Sasuke, surprised, remarked, Mo1, didn't you say you had matters to attend to? Why are you and your master here? Mo1 gestured for them to take a seat before clarifying. The four of us came last night to seek Brother Bai for the sale of some items, and since it was too late, we decided to stay here. Upon hearing this, the others understood the situation. Lu Xiaofeng also brought along Chu Liuxiang, Hua Manlu, and Zhongyu and Yidian Hong to join Mo1's group. Noticing that Wu Qing had been watching him intently, Mo1 feigned confusion and asked, Miss Wu Qing, what is it? The others turned their attention to Wu Qing upon hearing Mo1's question. She shook her head, her demeanor unruffled, and replied, It's nothing. You are merely somewhat attractive. Mo1's expression darkened in response. So this is the kind of indifference you possess, Wu Qing. Unbeknownst to the others, Wu Qing's curiosity stemmed from wondering why Mo1, despite his youth, possessed such formidable martial prowess. He had prepared to be modest, only to be met with her blunt remark. Mo1's mind raced with exasperation. The others, unable to hear Wu Qing's thoughts, merely exchanged knowing glances. What should we do? What should we do? It seems Miss Wu Qing has taken a liking to Master Mo. Xiaonan looked at Wu Qing, exasperated. Don't overthink it. That's not the case. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed slightly. She took a deep breath, attempting to quell her wandering thoughts. The disciples of Yihua Palace approached, and upon seeing Mo1, Yayu scoffed, Humph. There isn't a decent man among them. Mo1 thought to himself. Have I offended you again? Hinata Hyuga, spotting Naruto, felt a sense of resignation replace the childhood longing in her eyes. Naruto, time has changed us both. Now I am the heir of Yihua Palace, with a beloved master who cares for me. I cannot disappoint her. It is time to let go. With that thought, Hinata's gaze turned resolute as she addressed Yao Yu, declaring, Master, we of the Yihua Palace do not require emotions. Yao Yu, taken aback, pondered the implications of being chastised by her disciple. Lianxing was equally astonished, unable to fathom that the typically shy Hinata would speak such words. Mo1 regarded Hinata, understanding her sentiments. Had Naruto remained the same as in the original tale, Hinata joining Ihwa Palace would not have altered her feelings. However, the Naruto of this world was not the one she cherished. He was a figure entirely different from the original. After all, he and Uchiha Sasuke had ruthlessly annihilated the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Hinata adored the optimistic, sunny, and kind-hearted Naruto, yet now he was known as Demon Blade Naruto. Imoen glanced at Naruto, feeling a pang of remorse. I apologize, Naruto. I genuinely wish the best for you. After all, a heart unencumbered by romantic entanglements will only enhance your swiftness in drawing your blade. Moreover, though I have taken Hinata away, I have returned you Uchiha Sasuke. Have I not? One gained, one lost. You have not truly suffered a loss. Imoen sighed, recalling others. Boruto Himawari. I hope you do not hold it against me. I am only acting in your father's best interest. As Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, observed his daughter's transformation, a wave of concern washed over him. He feared that one day his daughter might evolve into a merciless figure akin to Yaoyu. With a sigh, he contemplated creating an alternate identity. Imoen shot him a knowing glance. Hyuga clan leader, feel free to do so. I shall ensure that Hyuga Hanabi's sibling is sent to the demon sect. Little did the unfortunate Hiashi realize that his future child had already been meticulously arranged for a specific fate. As Imoen contemplated how to manage the local residents, Baiyujing suddenly appeared upon the elevated platform. The hall fell silent at her presence. Observing the nearly 600 individuals below, Baiyujing smiled with satisfaction. Greetings once more. Before we commence the auction, allow me to introduce you to the Celestial Auction House. As its name suggests, the Celestial Auction House offers an array of rare treasures and divine techniques from across the myriad realms. Every 1 to 10 years, the auction house holds an event. As for the currency used for bidding, we utilize yuan points to assess the value of auction items. The crowd felt a wave of awe wash over them at her words. Baiyujing continued, in the shinobi world, a basic ninjutsu is valued at 5 yuan points. An intermediate ninjutsu at 20 yuan points, an advanced ninjutsu at 50 yuan points, a high-level ninjutsu at 150 yuan points, and a supreme ninjutsu at 400 yuan points. Moreover, each ninjutsu may only be exchanged for yuan points once. Should your yuan points be insufficient, you may substitute them with other items. You have half an hour to assess the value of your belongings, she concluded. The auction will officially begin after this interval. With that, Bai Shaoxing vanished from the platform. Hidden amidst the crowd, Uchiha Obito, now in disguise, exchanged glances with a similarly disguised Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I am aware that the two of you have plundered the ninjutsu of the hidden cloud village. Provide me with half, and I shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I will be forced to reveal your whereabouts to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Danzō's face darkened, resembling the shade of Kurizetsu. Obito, do not overstep your bounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was equally grim. Obito reclined, crossing his legs, indifferent to Danzō's ire. I didn't quite catch that. Let me grant you another chance to articulate your thoughts. Danzō, incensed by Obito's disdain, felt a tempest of murderous intent swell within him. Damn it, Obito, you will pay for this. One day, I will make you pay dearly. Chapter 74. The first auction item. Half an hour swiftly passed. Upon the high platform, a slightly plump middle-aged man clad in an ancient blue robe appeared, though it was unclear when he had arrived. As he emerged, the hall fell into a profound silence. The man, noticing that all eyes were fixed upon him, revealed a radiant smile and bowed to the audience. I am Wan Sanqian, the auctioneer for this event, he announced, pausing for a moment, his smile growing even more brilliant. Before we commence the auction, I must remind everyone to bid within your means. Should anyone dare to call out reckless bids, they will face repercussions from the Jutian auction house, ranging from being blacklisted to, in severe cases, having to compensate for losses with their very lives. At the sight of the amiable Wan Sanqian, a chill ran down the spines of those below. They harbored no doubts about his words. Whether from Shiyue City or the 5 great shinobi villages, they understood the gravity of the situation. Observing the solemn expressions among the crowd, Wan Sanqian continued. This auction features 10 primary items, including treasures of the ninja world, martial arts manuals, and divine weaponry. These items are of paramount importance in today's ninja realm. So do not miss this opportunity. The audience's heartbeats quickened at his words. Setting aside the treasures of the ninja world, The martial arts manuals offered them a chance to step into the world of martial arts. The mere thought of the towering tsunamis and the disappearance of the land of waves stirred their excitement. Wan Sanxian noted their reactions and then called for the staff to present the first auction item. As he spoke, a guard clad in battle armor approached, carrying a box over a meter long. With the crowd's curiosity piqued, Wan Sanxian retrieved a scroll from the box. Noticing the puzzled gazes directed at him, he elaborated. Have any of you heard of the 3 sacred places of the ninja world, Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest? Seeing that half of the audience still bore expressions of confusion, he further guided them. Surely, you are familiar with the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Their summoning beasts hail from these 3 sacred places. At this revelation, a voice pierced through the crowd. Mr. Wan, could it be that the scroll you hold is the summoning contract from the 3 sacred places? Wan Sanxian replied with a smile. Indeed. However, this scroll is not your ordinary summoning contract. Before auctioning the contract, he decided to enlighten the audience about the extraordinary qualities of the sacred places. All ears perked up, especially those who had visited the 100 Knowledge Hall. This was invaluable information. The 3 sacred places are home to 3 sages: the Great Toad Sage of Mayaboka Mountain, the White Snake Sage of the Dragon Cave, and the Slug Sage of the Wetbone Forest. Each sage is no younger than the Sage of 6 Paths and possesses unfathomable power. Although they have aged and their strength has waned, they still retain abilities on par with the Sage of 6 Paths. With a mysterious smile, Wan Sanxian divulged a staggering secret. The Great Toad Sage, Gamamaru, once had a disciple named Otsutsuki Kaguya, known to you as the Sage of 6 Paths. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the hall. No way. The Sage of 6 Paths was a disciple of the Great Toad Sage? Indeed. How extraordinary are these 3 sages? Wan Sanxian continued. Each of the 3 sacred places has its own sage arts. Those who can pass the sacred places tests may learn the corresponding sage techniques. However, mastering these techniques greatly depends on one's innate talent for sage training, as only 4 individuals in the ninja world have achieved this so far. As Wan Sanxian paused, one among the crowd could not contain their curiosity. Mr. Wan, could you tell us who these 4 individuals are? In response, Wan Sanxian glanced at a figure in the audience, chuckling. Haha, I hope the esteemed elder does not mind if I take a bit of your spotlight. The elder, Bai Xiaosheng, appeared quite dismissive. These little secrets are hardly worthy of being my spotlight. After a brief laugh, Wan Sanxian addressed the crowd. The first is the Sage of 6 Paths, who is a disciple of the Great Toad Sage. The second is Hashirama Senju, who, due to his unique status and remarkable talent, comprehended sage techniques on his own. Following them are Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Both of their sage techniques also originated from Mayaboka Mountain. The audience was left in utter shock, unable to recover from Wan Sanxian's revelations. The Sage of 6 Paths can master sage techniques. That is understandable. But Hashirama Senju comprehended sage techniques by himself? Indeed, that is quite extraordinary. And Jiraiya is still alive. Suddenly, a comment from the crowd turned Jiraiya into the center of attention. Rising to his feet, he beamed at the onlookers, bowing respectfully. I am Jiraiya, the Great Toad Sage. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Mike Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Teacher Jiraiya, you look so cool. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a disdainful glance. Humph, what a show-off. The others, witnessing Jiraiya's courteous demeanor, could not help but exclaim, truly, he is a master of sage techniques. Seeing that the audience had absorbed enough information, Wan Sanxian cleared his throat and resumed. Now, back to the matter at hand. The contract scroll I possess was entrusted to the Zhutian auction house by the renowned swordmaster, Mo1. Typically, we do not disclose our clients' identities. But Mo1 has assured me that you pose no threat to him, so it is permissible to share this. The others felt a twinge of disappointment. As expected of Wan Sanxian, he effortlessly reveals the unique features of the Zhutian auction house. With a smile, Wan Sanxian continued. This scroll is a summoning contract from the Dragon Cave. Should someone win the bid for this scroll, they will be able to enter into a summoning contract with a serpent named Shinya. Wan Sanxian's expression turned exaggerated. You may not realize how formidable Shinya is. Let me tell you, Shinya is the only being in the Dragon Cave that dares to challenge the White Snake Sage. And even the White Snake Sage finds it quite troublesome. Moreover, Shinya has previously entered into contracts with Indra, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths, as well as with the 3rd Kazekage. However, Due to some misunderstandings with the third Kazekage, it developed a deep-seated animosity towards humans. Although Mo1 has resolved its grievances, if you wish to form a contract, you must still pass its tests. The crowd was left in awe. One individual suddenly stood up, excitedly proclaiming to those around him, "Everyone, grant me this favor. Shinya will be mine." His declaration was immediately drowned out by a chorus of jeers. "Get lost. You think you stand a chance? Your face isn't even worth a dime." Exactly. Just because you're ugly doesn't mean you can dream big. In the bustling hall, Wan Sanxian called out, "Gentlemen, may I have your attention? I haven't finished speaking." The crowd responded with exclamations of disbelief. "Mr. Wan, I believe that is quite enough." Someone exclaimed, "Indeed. Who can afford such extravagance?" Wan Sanxian merely chuckled before continuing. Shinya possesses not only the potential for transformation, but also an innate purity of vision that surpasses even the Sharingan. It can be asserted that attaining the level of 6 paths is merely a certainty for Shinya. If you were to gain Shinya's assistance, not only would you immediately acquire a 6 paths master by your side, but the possibility of learning the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave would also be within your reach. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, someone gasped, "Isn't this a bit excessive? If possible, I would gladly trade my wife for Shinya." Another sighed, "I fear there aren't many among us in the ninja world who can afford this. Have you all noticed? The great Mo1 is actually offering Shinya for sale. Just how formidable is he?" Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Wan Sanxian raised his voice slightly. "Now, the first item for auction is the Dragon Cave Shinya contract scroll, with a starting price of 3,200 points. Each subsequent bid must exceed 100 points. Gentlemen, the bidding may commence." From the audience, a voice protested, "How can we participate? We cannot afford this." The crowd, upon hearing Wan Sanxian's words, sensed an ominous foreboding. The existence of transformation was meant to become that of 6 paths. Could they truly afford such a price? It seemed that only the 5 great ninja villages and martial factions could possibly contend. 3,200 points equated to the value of 8-level ninjutsu. The members of the 5 great ninja villages fell into contemplation. They would rather spend 3,200 points on acquiring 8-level ninjutsu than on Shinya. After all, 8-level ninjutsu represented not only the foundation of a village, but also its legacy. Even if they could exchange it for high-level techniques, the risks were simply too great. Securing the scroll did not guarantee a successful contract with Shinya. One would still need to pass its assessment. Thus, it could be said that 3,200 points merely purchased an opportunity to contract Shinya, with the added concern of martial arts techniques to consider. Members of the 5 great ninja villages abandoned the thought of bidding on the contract scroll. The only individuals in the audience who hesitated were Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Hisashi, and Shimura Danzō. Sarutobi Hisashi's face reflected a painful struggle. "Danzō, shall we place a bid?" After a long contemplation, Shimura Danzō shook his head. "No. Setting aside whether we can pass Shinya's assessment, even if we do, we cannot predict when it will achieve the level of 6 paths. Moreover, even if it reaches that level, can it contend with the 2 6 paths, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? Our current goal is for both of us to attain 6 paths. With the ninjutsu we brought from Konoha and the techniques acquired from Kumogakure, virtually no one can compete with us for the subsequent martial arts. Thus, we cannot bid on the first auction item." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hisashi's expression softened. "Danzō, you are right. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Martial arts are our only path." Uchiha Obito initially intended to bid, but, upon hearing their discourse, relinquished the thought. He possessed Kamui, and it would not be easy for Naruto and Sasuke to seek revenge on him. Danzo's assertion rang true. Shinya simply could not match Naruto and Sasuke, rendering it useless to him. On the stage, Wan Sanxian, seeing no bids, lamented, "If no one bids within the next 5 minutes, this first item shall remain unsold." In a corner of the audience, Kurizetsu turned to Shin Uchiha and inquired, "Grandfather, shall we not bid?" Shin Uchiha replied nonchalantly, "Even if Shinya reaches 6 paths, it is not my match. What purpose would it serve us?" Kurizetsu nodded in agreement. Quickly flattering, as expected of grandfather, truly unmatched in the world. Hinata Niji and Shino remarked, "Flatterer." In the front row of the hall, seeing no one bidding, Orochimaru turned to the composed Mo1, puzzled. "Mo1, it seems no one is bidding?" Mo1 smiled lightly, "Quite normal. If no martial artist had entered the fray, Shinya would undoubtedly be in high demand. However, it can merely be said that those who wish to buy cannot afford it, while those who do not wish to buy are simply raising their standards. Orochimaru, taken aback, questioned, "If you are aware that no one will buy, why bring the Shinya contract scroll for auction?" Imowen replied, "I merely sought to gather enough auction items." Naturally, he would never divulge such a statement. Amidst Orochimaru's puzzled expression, Imowen sighed. Shinya possesses extraordinary talent. Logically, it should have reached the 6 paths level by now, but it is far too restless. Restlessness is a grave sin not only for martial artists, but for ninjas as well. The reason I brought the contract scroll for auction is to make it aware that, in the eyes of others, it is worth less than a martial arts manual. Perhaps this will temper Shinya's excessive arrogance and alter its impatient demeanor. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru finally comprehended. After a moment, he sighed. "Imo-1, you always go to great lengths for the sake of others. If it were me, I would simply discipline Shinya, and it would naturally behave." Imo-1 displayed a helpless expression. "Alas, sometimes your approach is indeed effective. However, Shinya is different. If it were possible to take a hard approach, do you truly believe that the White Snake Sage could not defeat it?" Orochimaru paused, then nodded, conceding, "You are correct." Imo-1, "At times, I find it difficult to comprehend. Despite being only 14 years old, you possess a depth akin to the ocean. Not only is your strength unfathomable, but your intellectual realm is unparalleled." Uchiha Sasuke, with a proud demeanor, interjected, "Of course, no one can compare to my brother, Imo-1. Uzumaki Naruto, displeased, shot a glare at Orochimaru. "Exactly. Orochimaru, your words are an insult to Imo-1. Orochimaru, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "What a pair of brainless fans." Imo-1 was quite pleased with Sasuke and Naruto's reactions. However, he maintained an air of composure, casting a stern glance at the two. "You two are quite talkative." The conversation between Imo-1 and Orochimaru was overheard by those nearby. Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru's unusual demeanor, thought, perhaps only Imo-1 can bring out the normal side of Orochimaru. Konan, Tsunade, and Shizen mused, such a mere summoning beast can inspire such effort from him. He truly is warm and gentle. Kisame merely cast a glance at Imo-1 before resuming his meditation. Uchiha Itachi, hearing his brother's words, felt a pang of bitterness. Sasuke, alas, as anticipated, the first auction item remained unsold. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wan Sanxian returned the contract scroll to Imo-1. Upon the stage, 6 armored guards approached, 2 by 2, carrying 3 ancient bronze cabinets. Each cabinet bore a mysterious talisman affixed to its surface. Observing the peculiar cabinets on stage, the audience was convinced that the items within must be extraordinary. At this moment, Wan Sanxian explained to the crowd, "These 3 sealed cabinets contain the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th auction items of this event. These items have been entrusted to us for auction by the notorious individuals of the Chinese Pavilion." The audience was taken aback once more, as they had not anticipated these items to be connected to the Chinese Pavilion. This pavilion appeared to be quite extraordinary. Do not inquire about the deity who saved the commoners of the land of waves. Is his presence in the Chinese Pavilion truly simple? My current concern lies with these 3 items. Can we afford them? Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Wan Sanxian approached the far-right sealed cabinet and tore away the mysterious talisman above it. In the next moment, all present widened their eyes in astonishment, appearing as if they had encountered a ghost. Fengying Luosha was so frightened that he stood up, unable to contain his voice. "This is impossible." Chapter 76. The Auction of the Small-Tailed Beasts. What is this? How does it resemble the one-tailed beast from Tsunade so closely? It's not just a resemblance. It is indeed the same. But wait, why is this one tail only the size of a human? Yes, and why does it appear somewhat adorable? The astonishment only deepened. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Wan Sanxian proceeded to tear away the talismans from the other 2 sealed cabinets. As the 8 tails and 9 tails emerged from their respective cabinets, the hall fell into an instant silence. Observing the astonished onlookers, Wan Sanxian smiled and explained, "Have you all recognized them? These are 3 of the 9 great-tailed beasts of the ninja world. The 1 tail, Shikaku, the 8 tails, Jiwai-Ki, and the 9 tails, Kurama. Or perhaps we should call them Little Shikaku, Little Jiwai-Ki, and Little Kurama." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly snapped back from their shock. "Mr. Wan, are Shikaku, Jiwai-Ki, and Kurama the names of these tailed beasts?" one inquired. "Indeed, but why are they so small?" Wan Sanqian gestured for silence before elaborating. Yes, these are indeed the names of the three-tailed beasts. As for their diminutive size, these tailed beasts were cultivated from the tails of the real tailed beasts using the technology of the Chinese pavilion. They have now become independent entities. Since they have only recently emerged, they are akin to 3- or 4-year-old children among humans, innocent and naive about everything. After a brief pause, he added with a mysterious smile, if you can successfully bid for these three-tailed beasts and treat them sincerely, even without a Jinchuriki, they will willingly serve you. In less than a decade, they will mature, and then the ninja world will not have 9-tailed beasts but 12. Just as Wan Sanqian finished speaking, little Shikaka suddenly emitted a childish voice, adorably Navi. Mr. Wan, are you going to sell us? Little Juwai Qi appeared on the verge of tears. Mr. Wan, please don't sell us. We promise to be obedient. The 9 tails, nearly the same height as Wan Sanqian, nuzzled against him and said pitifully, Mr. Wan, I don't want to leave the auction house. Wan Sanqian gently patted the heads of the 3 little-tailed beasts, offering comfort. The world outside is vast. You cannot stay in the auction house forever. Rest assured, I will find you a good companion. Besides, we will not be separated forever. If you miss me, you can come to the heavenly auction house to find me. The audience, witnessing Wan Sanqian's interaction with the 3 little-tailed beasts, could hardly contain their excitement. Breathless and wide-eyed. Is this really a tailed beast? Inconceivable. Truly astonishing. Just as Mr. Wan said, they truly are like children. Hey, don't fight me for this. I must acquire a tailed beast. After comforting the 3 little-tailed beasts, Wan Sanqian assumed a serious expression before the crowd. Regardless of who ultimately wins the auction for these 3 little ones, I hope you will treat them as companions. If I find out they are unhappy, I will have to sincerely apologize. The crowd, undeterred by Wan Sanqian's warning, brimmed with confidence after witnessing the behavior of the 3 little-tailed beasts. Mr. Wan, rest assured. If you sell me one of the little-tailed beasts, I promise to take good care of it. Mr. Wan, if you sell them to me, I will raise them as if they were my sons. You're dreaming. Sell them to me, and I will treat them like fathers. No, sell them to me, and I will love them as if they were my wife. Observing the increasingly absurd claims from the crowd, Wan Sanqian felt quite speechless. Silence. The rules of the auction state that the highest bidder wins. The starting bid for each of the 3 little-tailed beasts is 800 points, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50 points. We will commence with the auction for little Shikaku. You may begin bidding now. As Wan Sanqian finished speaking, Luosha's eyes sparkled, and he shouted excitedly, I, from Tsunade, bid 1,000 points. After announcing his bid, he glared at the surrounding people. Everyone, please give me a chance. Little Shikaku will be best cared for in my land of wind. The crowd conveniently ignored Luosha's latter statement. Mimi shot him a disdainful glance before calling out, from Kirigakure, 1,100 points. Before Luosha could respond with a retort, Anoki's voice rang out, from Awagakure, 1,200 points. Soon after, from Konoha, 1,400 points. Luosha nearly fainted from frustration. 1,600 points. With that, the auction hall fell into silence. The representatives from Konoha, Awagakure, and Kirigakure hesitated. 1,600 points was already worth a high-level ninjutsu. Nara Shikaku sighed. The subsequent martial arts techniques are the priority. Besides, our target is the little 9 tails. Let us give up on this auction. Saratobi Hizashi turned to his close friend. Shit. It seems Luosha is determined to win. Should we raise the bid? This could eliminate a competitor. Shimura Danzō wore a confident expression. Hizashi, not yet. This is merely the 1 tail. If Luosha wins it, he will likely raise the price later. At that point, we can stoke the flames further. And the fire 1T reach us. Hizashi gazed at Danzō with admiration. As expected of you. Seeing that no one was calling out bids, Wan Sanqian urged. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 tail. A weapon of war. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance. After a few seconds of silence. With still no response, Wan Sanqian sighed. I will count to 3. If no one bids, the 1 tail will belong to Fengying. 1, 2. Luosha felt as though days stretched into eternity. He had never been so anxious, not even when his wife was about to give birth. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Wan Sanqian's voice echoed through the auction hall once more. 3. Congratulations to Fengying Luosha for successfully acquiring little Shikaku. You may collect your auction item from the backstage after the auction concludes. Luosha breathed a sigh of relief and offered Wan Sanqian a fist bump. Thank you, Mr. Wan. With a smile, Wan Sanqian nodded and continued. All right, everyone, you may now bid for little GY key. The starting bid is also 800 points, with each increment no less than 50 points. As Wan Sanqian finished speaking, Shimura Danzō quickly signaled the Reikage to place a bid. From Kumogakure, 900 points. The subsequent bids followed swiftly. From Konoha 1,000 points. From Tsunade 1,200 points. From Kirigakure, 1,500 points. Just as Anoki prepared to bid, the Reikage stood up angrily and declared, I must have little GY key. I bid 1,900 points. His words stirred a commotion among the crowd. Damn it, this auction is far too extravagant for ordinary folk. Who could argue with that? Noticing the lack of further bids, Sarutobi Hizashi cast a worried glance at his close friend. Danzō, are you sure you can handle this? Despite his internal tension, Danzō maintained an air of confidence. Hizashi, rest assured. Upon the elevated platform, the auctioneer scanned the crowd below. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Inwardly, Shimura Danzō felt a pang of anxiety. Damn, it seems things have truly spiraled out of control. Just as unease gripped his heart, a voice from a Wagakure declared, 2,000 ryo. A breath of relief escaped Danzō as he observed the unruffled demeanor of Anoki. He longed to convey his gratitude. Thank you for your presence. You warmed the seasons. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Anoki's unexpected intervention at such a crucial moment. What prompted this sudden emergence from Anoki? Danzō crossed his legs, exuding an air of confidence. As anticipated, Uchiha Obito, this old schemer is exceptionally cunning. In the distance, Anoki's wise gaze gleamed. By exhausting the Reikage, I eliminate a rival. Moments later, Anoki regarded the impassive Reikage with confusion. What is the matter? This hot-headed Reikage, hasn't he exploded? After a brief pause, the realization dawned upon Anoki. Ah, I see. The brute must be so furious he has lost his words. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Eyes. Is anyone else willing to raise the bid? If not, I shall announce the results. 3 seconds later, the auctioneer, Wan Sanqian, turned to the bewildered Anoki and proclaimed, Congratulations, Tsuchikage Anoki. You have successfully acquired the little Kyubi. Congratulations. Anoki, still in a state of confusion, pondered, what just happened? His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, noticed her grandfather's dazed expression and inquired, Grandpa, what's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Hearing his granddaughter's voice snapped Anoki back to reality. With a furrowed brow, he glared at the stoic Reikage and muttered, You, Reikage, how could you deceive the ninja world? Kuratsuchi asked, Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Anoki's face reflected his frustration. Sigh, it's nothing. Wan Sanqian, seeing the crowd's attention fixated on the little Kyubi, announced, if anyone is interested in the little Jinchuriki, you may begin bidding. Before his words could settle, Mike Guy raised his hand eagerly. Konoha Village bids 1,500 ryo. The others reacted in shock. What just happened? How did Konoha suddenly raise the bid by 700 ryo? As expected of Konoha, they aimed to intimidate the other ninja villages. Indeed, upon hearing Guy's bid, the representatives from Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Tsunade were taken aback. They never anticipated Konoha's audacity. As for why the Reikage remained unfazed, he simply stated he was unable to act at this moment. Danzō merely scoffed at Guy's declaration. Originally, the Ninetales resided within Naruto Uzumaki. But now that Naruto was no longer part of Konoha, it was clear they would not let this opportunity slip away. Sarutobi Hiruzen, casting a complex gaze towards the Konoha camp, felt a twinge of compassion. Danzō, perhaps we should refrain from undermining Konoha? Danzō, unfazed by Hiruzen's reaction, coldly stared at the wrinkled face of his old friend. Hiruzen, remember, you only have Asuma and Konohamaru left. If we do not exploit Konoha now, will we allow them to compete with us for martial arts secrets later? After stating his point, Danzō disregarded his struggling ally and cast a casual glance at the Reikage. The Reikage understood his master's intent. Kumogakure, 1,600 ryo. Originally hesitant about whether to bid, Anoki, Raza, and Terumi were momentarily stunned by the Reikage's declaration. Once they regained their composure, they opted to observe the situation. Guy looked to his strategist, Nara Shikaku, who signaled him. Understanding the cue, Guy promptly announced, Konoha Village, 1,800 ryo. The Reikage remained impassive. Kumogakure, 1,900 ryo. Seeing Reikage's relentless determination, Shikaku furrowed his brow. Moments later, he leaned in to whisper to Guy, receiving his strategist's advice. Guy nodded and boldly declared, 2,300 ryo. If the Reikage can offer a higher bid, The little Jinchuriki will belong to you. The surrounding crowd witnessed Shikaku's maneuver. Wow. The Nara clan truly lives up to its reputation for intelligence. Indeed, his statement forced the Raikage into a corner. Danzō, initially considering a counterbid, found himself unable to pursue further after hearing Guy's words. If Danzō had given up, the other three great ninja villages had no choice but to follow suit. Wan Sanqian observed the hall fall into silence once more and enticingly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Nine Tails is the strongest of the tailed beasts. The fourth Hokage and his wife lost their lives due to the Nine Tails. Will you truly let this opportunity slip by?" The Konoha members thought. This is quite the shrewd merchant. Although the crowd was tempted, reason prevailed, and silence reigned for several seconds. Just as everyone presumed the prize would go to Konoha, a melodious voice resonated throughout the auction house. 2,500 ryo. The bidder was none other than the mysterious Raikaku from the Wahana Palace. The representatives from the 5 great ninja villages were taken aback upon hearing Raikaku's bid. The individuals from Kirigakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and even Danzō's Kumogakure had anticipated letting Konoha expend its resources. They never expected a dark horse like Raikaku to emerge. Nara Shikaku's expression soured as he turned to the perplexed Hinata Hayashi and asked, "Is this what you referred to as your own people?" Hinata Hayashi awkwardly smiled, failing to provide a satisfactory explanation. Guy looked at Nara Shikaku, puzzled. "Nara clan leader, shall we continue to bid?" Shikaku shook his head in resignation. "Sigh. Continuing to bid will only offend the Wahana Palace. Moreover, it seems the 2 daughters of the Hyuga clan hold significant standing in the palace, and we cannot jeopardize that relationship." Guy understood and fell silent, while Hinata Hayashi gazed at Shikaku with gratitude. "Thank you, Nara clan leader." As anticipated, the little Jinchuriki was claimed by Raikaku. Hinata asked curiously, "Master, why did you purchase the little Jinchuriki?" Raikaku provided an unexpected answer. "Because the little Jinchuriki is adorable. Initially, I intended to acquire both Shikaku and the little Kyubi, but they were far too unappealing." The other ninjas were left speechless. 1 minute later, observing the 2 guards flanking Wan Sanqian, each holding a petri dish, the crowd was filled with curiosity. "Are these the 5th and 6th auction items?" Gasp. "Are those eyes inside?" It truly seems to be eyes. How peculiar to auction off eyes. Elsewhere, the Uchiha brothers, upon seeing the 2 petri dishes containing 4 eyeballs, felt a pang of anguish. Wan Sanqian surveyed the crowd below, a mysterious smile gracing his features, and announced, "These pairs of eyes are indeed the 5th auction item." Chapter 78. The eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. Wan Sanqian was about to elaborate further when Uchiha Sasuke interjected with a grave tone, "Elder, are these the eyes of my Uchiha clan?" The others were taken aback by Sasuke's sudden inquiry, but upon hearing his words, they too turned their curious gazes toward Wan Sanqian, eager to hear his response. Wan Sanqian nodded at Sasuke and replied, "These are indeed the eyes of your parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto." Sasuke and Itachi felt as if struck by lightning. They speculated that it might belong to a certain clan member, yet they could never have imagined that it was, in fact, the eyes of their own parents. Observing the tightly clenched fists of Uchiha Sasuke, on the verge of eruption, Imoen immediately stood up and delivered a punch towards Wan Sanqian. "Brother Wan, at the time of the Uchiha clan massacre, the celestial auction house had yet to come into existence. Could you enlighten us as to who entrusted you with the auction of these 2 pairs of eyes?" Upon hearing Imoen's inquiry, the Uchiha brothers forced themselves to regain their composure. Wan Sanqian returned Imoen's bow before responding, "Imo Jianzi, as I previously mentioned, the celestial auction house is obligated to protect the privacy of our clients, and ordinarily, I should not disclose their information. However, that individual seemed to anticipate your questions, and he instructed me to convey a message to the esteemed Ximen Chui Xue." Imoen pressed for clarification, "Brother Wan, what message did he wish for you to deliver on behalf of my senior brother?" Wan Sanqian bowed respectfully to the stern Ximen Chui Xue and replied. His exact words were, 3 years have passed. I wonder if the sword of the esteemed Jinzi has grown more merciless? If not, then it still cannot slay me." At these words, Ximen Chui Xue merely furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment, he turned to Wan Sanqian and coldly uttered 4 words. "Where's the black cloak?" Uchiha Sasuke immediately recalled who the black cloak referred to, the mysterious figure that Ximen Chui Xue had pursued 3 years prior on the mountains behind Konoha's Hokage rock. Wan Sanxian offered a pained smile and replied helplessly, "Esteemed one, why must you put me in such a difficult position? Not only do I not know where the Black Cloak is, but even if I did, I could not divulge that information to you." Ximen Chui Xue cast a dispassionate glance at Wan Sanxian before turning to Mo1. His tone slightly softened as he said, "I appreciate your understanding." Others were puzzled by Ximen Chui Xue's meaning, but Mo1 chuckled softly. "Sasuke is not merely my senior brother's disciple. He is also my brother. Therefore, there is no trouble at all." Ximen Chui Xue nodded, his gaze returning to the high platform, lapsing into silence. Mo1 turned to the bewildered Uchiha Sasuke, reassuring him. "All right, Sasuke, please take a seat. I will ensure that we acquire your parents' eyes." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke finally comprehended why Ximen Chui Xue had mentioned troubling Mo1. He felt a surge of gratitude and bowed deeply to the two. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Brother Mo1." Others, having gleaned bits of information from the conversation, began to realize the situation. A man known as the Black Cloak bore a grudge against Ximen Chui Xue, and this very individual was auctioning off the eyes of Uchiha Sasuke's parents. Wan Sanxian exhaled deeply and continued to explain to the crowd. "To my left are the eyes of Uchiha Mikoto, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. To my right are the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan is an evolution of the 3 Tomo Sharingan." The majority of those present had previously been puzzled as to why Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were referred to as Manjiki Sharingan. Now, having listened to Wan Sanxian's explanation, they began to grasp the concept. I shall refrain from elaborating on the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Instead, allow me to elucidate the unique properties of these 2 Manjiki Sharingan. These eyes possess 3 primary abilities. The first ability is one shared by all Manjiki Sharingan, known as the Divine Power Susanoo. The Susanoo is both offensive and defensive, typically towering at 200 meters. It is exceedingly challenging for even high-level ninjutsu to breach its defenses, and its destructive power rivals that of advanced ninjutsu. The crowd below felt a chill run down their spines. This Susanoo is absurdly powerful. Indeed, it is akin to a walking high-level technique. However, when they heard Wan Sanxian's subsequent remarks, their astonishment deepened, leading them to question their very existence. The second and third abilities of these eyes are related to time. One ability allows the user to foresee any event within the next 5 seconds. The other enables the user to pause time for 2 seconds. Once Wan Sanxian concluded his statement, the hall plunged into silence. After an indeterminate length of time, someone finally reacted, exclaiming, "Controlling time? Is that even possible for a mere human? This is utterly preposterous. Is Uchiha Fugaku truly a child of the gods? How can he possess such an extraordinary pair of eyes? Indeed, the potential of these eyes is terrifying. I now seriously suspect that Uchiha Fugaku allowed Uchiha Itachi to have his way back then. Unquestionably, if these eyes were utilized in battle, it would be akin to outright cheating." Uchiha Sasuke, with a grim countenance, trembled as he rose from his seat once more. Even though he had previously learned from the Hundred Eyes Hall that his father also possessed Manjiki Sharingan, he had witnessed the terror of Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He believed that his father would likely not be a match for Uchiha Itachi. But now, Uchiha Sasuke struggled to suppress his murderous intent, his crimson eyes fixated on the dazed Uchiha Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, you are but a beast. My father could not bring himself to kill you, but I will not hesitate. You better watch out. I will undoubtedly slay you." Naruto Uzumaki, witnessing his closest friend's fury, promptly stood up, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, glaring at Uchiha Itachi with an ominous expression, ready to draw his weapon at any moment. The members of the Akatsuki, seeing the bloodthirsty gazes of the two, felt a chilling sensation, especially when they noticed Naruto was on the verge of making a move. Their souls nearly departed from their bodies. Mo1 hurriedly intervened to calm the two. "Sasuke, Naruto, this is the Celestial Auction House. Even with your 2 senior brothers and myself, we cannot shake the foundation of this auction house. You will have ample time for vengeance, so please remain calm." Uchiha Sasuke was well aware of the complexities surrounding the Celestial Auction House. Were it not for the presence of Mo1 and the others, he would have attempted to reclaim his parents' eyes from the auction house, even if it meant facing defeat. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Sasuke's voice lowered slightly. "Brother Mo1, I understand." Seeing Uchiha Sasuke return to his seat, Naruto turned to the Akatsuki members and coldly declared, "Humph. Don't let me cross paths with you again. Otherwise, I will slay any one of you I encounter. The Akatsuki members recoiled slightly, quickly casting pleading glances at Bai Shaoxing. Observing their desperate expressions, Bai Shaoxing chuckled maliciously. You are all youngsters. Handle your own affairs. If you wish to survive, then practice diligently. I must remind you, aside from Nagato, none of you stand a chance against them. Itachi can only preserve his life with the Manjiki Sharingan. So, young ones, do your best. Conan felt tears welling up. They had barely escaped the machinations of the Sage of Six Paths, and now they were being pursued by two madmen. She silently resolved to diligently supervise their training upon their return. Meanwhile, Kaguya Otsutsuki observed the struggling Ximen Uchiha and inquired, "Grandfather, do you intend to bid?" After a long period of contemplation, Shin finally replied, "Spatial abilities can still be substituted with ninjutsu, but time-based skills have surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. Although I am tempted, the origins of Mo1 and his companions remain shrouded in mystery. I cannot ascertain whether the Otsutsuki clan can rival them. If I make an erroneous choice, it could spell disaster for my family. It is not worth the risk for a pair of eyes." On the platform, Wan Sanxian noticed that the time was ripe and promptly clapped his hands, signaling the auction to continue. Chapter 79. The martial arts auction commences. All right. I have presented all the necessary information. Therefore, the starting bid for these two pairs of eyes will be 4,500 points, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 points. You may now commence bidding. Silence ensued, an unbroken stillness. Those within the ninja world understood that Mo1 and his companions were determined to acquire these eyes, and thus, no one dared to place a bid. Of course, this reluctance was limited to those within the ninja world. Beside Conan, the cold-hearted Wuxia calmly called out, 5,000 points. Before anyone could recover from the shock of such a significant increase in a single bid, the icy voice of Yue echoed, 6,000 points. Emotionless, 6,500 points. Inviting Moon, 7,500 points. Emotionless, 8,000 points. Inviting Moon, 9,000 points. Observing the two women engaged in a relentless bidding war, the onlookers from the shinobi world stood in stunned silence, their eyes vacant as they witnessed this conflict devoid of bloodshed. Inviting Moon, infuriated by the beauty of Emotionless, whose allure rivaled her own, grew increasingly cold in her tone. 110,000 points. Emowen was not surprised by the escalating bids. For martial artists, the mastery of time manipulation was exceedingly rare, perhaps only attainable by those of celestial stature. Emotionless was well aware of this, and thus, she did not wish to let this opportunity slip by. 140,000 points. Silence. As Emotionless words fell, the spectators from the shinobi world trembled in fear. In the realm of the powerful, such terror was palpable. Sikong Changfeng felt a stirring in his heart, yet upon seeing Bailey Dongjun shake his head, he too could only relent. Just as Inviting Moon prepared to place another bid, Mo Wen's voice rang out. 200,000 points. No matter how much you call next, I will always bid 10,000 points more than you. This is unmistakably the mark of a true magnate. The people of the shinobi world had become numb. 200,000 points. What an immense sum that could secure countless advanced ninjutsu. They believed that such eyes could scarcely be worth this price. Witnessing Mo Wen's unwavering confidence, Emotionless had no choice but to concede. As for Inviting Moon, seeing Emotionless cease her bidding, she merely snorted coldly and also withdrew from the auction. Wan Sanxian, observing the lack of further bids, beamed as he announced Mo Wen's victory in the auction. Mo1, seizing this rare opportunity to showcase his prowess, promptly approached Wan Sanxian with a fist salute. "Brother Wan, may I retrieve my auction earnings now?" Wan Sanxian pondered briefly before explaining, "Typically, we conduct transactions backstage, exchanging payment for goods. However, since you are a friend of the White Seed, I trust you implicitly. Thus, you may take it now without issue." After expressing his gratitude to Wan Sanxian, Mo1, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, watched as the cultivation vials held by the two guards soared toward him. The vials seemed to float in midair, suspended by an unseen force before Mo1. The martial artists were taken aback by this display. They were not astonished by Mo1's actions, for any martial artist capable of manifesting inner strength or comprehending martial intent could retrieve objects from a distance. Yet, Mo1 exhibited no fluctuations of intent or inner strength. Emotionless was equally taken aback. "How can you wield telekinesis? Imo flashed her a radiant smile. And how is it that you possess such abilities, dear Emotionless? Emotionless? She quickly turned away, unwilling to meet Imo's gaze. Imo chuckled softly and used his telekinesis to guide the vial to Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, I promised I would secure it for you. Here, take it. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes glistened with moisture. He understood the significance of 200,000 points. That was equivalent to 500 advanced ninjutsu. How could he not be moved? Accepting the vial. Sasuke's voice trembled as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother Imo. The onlookers from the shinobi world gazed at Sasuke Uchiha, their eyes filled with envy. To simply give away something worth 200,000 points. They lamented, wishing for a brother Imo of their own. Xiaonan, Tsunade, and Shizen all felt a pang of envy. Alas, how I envy these two little devils. A warm-hearted man like him is far too good for two rascals like them. Hinata Hyuga sighed inwardly. Naruto, you spent 3 years with such a person, yet why have you not learned even a fraction of his virtues? Seeing Imo's kindness towards Sasuke, Inviting Moon's expression darkened ominously as she stood to confront him. Imo, do you harbor grievances against my person? Imo was bewildered. What was wrong with this madwoman? The surrounding shinobi looked on in confusion, clearly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Lu Xiaofeng mused inwardly. Indeed, the true self knows how to play. Imo, exasperated, shot Inviting Moon a glance. Mistress, we are currently in an auction house. Please mind your words. Inviting Moon, infuriated and perceiving the gazes around her, threatened, look again, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. The surrounding crowd? It was undeniable that with such a domineering demeanor, not only did Imo have grievances against her, but I dare say everyone else does too. Emotionless, overhearing the thoughts of the surrounding shinobi, could not help but chuckle. Beside her, Xiaonan seemed to have discovered a new truth. Lady Emotionless, what brings you to laughter? Emotionless instantly resumed her serious demeanor. Nothing. You must have misinterpreted. She then added, and from now on, do not call me lady. Simply refer to me as Sister Emotionless. Though Xiaonan felt she had not misjudged, she still sweetly addressed her as Sister Emotionless upon hearing the latter's words. On the auction stage, Wan Sanxian cleared his throat. Ahem. The auction will resume. We shall now present the 6th, 7th, and 8th items for bidding. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 3 guards approached the auction stage, each carrying a black box. Wan Sanxian explained, next, we will auction 3 martial arts manuals, which can also be referred to as martial techniques. The first is a manual for lightness skill, the second is for swordsmanship, and the third pertains to palm techniques. Each of these manuals is more formidable than the last. Observing the bewildered expressions of the shinobi, Wan Sanxian continued, in the shinobi world, to utilize ninjutsu, one must first cultivate chakra. In martial arts, aside from techniques, many manuals also require the integration of inner strength to execute. However, martial artists need not go through the cumbersome process of hand seals like ninjas. They only need to cultivate their inner strength to perform the techniques they know. Wan Sanxian, witnessing the attentive audience, shared some good news. To facilitate your training in these martial arts, the auction house has included a few methods for cultivating inner strength alongside each manual. We have also provided a standard for classifying martial arts realms. The eyes of the shinobi world gleamed with excitement. This auction house is truly considerate. Is this an entirely different cultivation system? Hey, brother, are you only just realizing this? Indeed, based on the performance of Mo1 and others like Bailey Chengzhu, martial artists are leagues ahead of ninjas. What's there to be surprised about? I heard about it from friends in Chuiyue City yesterday. Brother, didn't Chuiyue City just emerge yesterday? How did you make friends so quickly? Haha, perhaps it's due to my handsome looks? Wan Sanxian took a box from one of the guards and continued. Inside this box lies a manual for a lightness skill. However, before I introduce this lightness skill, let me first explain what lightness skills entail. Chapter 80, Cloud Ladder. Simply put, you can think of the shinobi world's body flicker technique as a form of lightness skill, for there are many varieties of lightness skills. Different lightness skills yield varying effects. Some emphasize agility, allowing practitioners to evade attacks with the dexterity of an eel. Others focus on leveraging strength to minimize inner strength consumption. Those skilled in such lightness techniques can stand on a single blade of grass, and it will support them. Furthermore, such skills can also be employed for swift travel or escape. When Chuiyue City entered the world, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were able to sprint across the ocean using lightness skills. Although ninjas can also traverse water, they merely rely on physical strength. Their speed is akin to running. Lightness skills, on the other hand, can infinitely enhance a practitioner's speed. Martial artists have a phrase, shortening the distance to an inch, which speaks to the pinnacle of lightness skills. As Wan Sanxian observed the mesmerized crowd of the ninja world, he concluded, "What you have seen thus far are merely the lesser facets of lightness skills. True mastery of lightness skills transcends the ability to ride the wind. It encompasses the art of walking upon air." Lost in thought, Wan Sanxian suddenly exhaled a sigh. Alas, upon reflection, lightness skills are not as remarkable as they seem. For anyone who has entered the initial stage of the realm of carefree skies can achieve the fleeting ability to walk upon air. The others were eager to interject. "Wan Sanxian, your pretense is quite excessive. Setting aside the distinction between riding the wind and walking upon air, in terms of agility-focused lightness skills, the ninja world boasts only the body flicker technique, which requires hand seals. The thought of ninjas needing to perform seals while warriors need not do so stirred them further. I must become a warrior." One exclaimed. "Me too. Ever since I lost a hand, my ninja career has been rendered futile. I cannot perform hand seals. According to the whispers I have heard, the Lord of Bailey is a formidable being of the realm of divine wanderers, comparable to the six-path sage. Goodness, how terrifying is Lord Bailey. Mr. Wan, shouldn't you introduce the lightness skill in your possession?" Another chimed in eagerly. "Yes, Mr. Wan, please enlighten us. I can hardly wait." Wan Sanxian, pleased by their impatience, smiled. "The lightness skill I possess is called Cloud Ladder. This technique was created by the unparalleled master Zhang Sanfeng during the ancient times. You may not grasp the magnitude of Zhang Sanfeng's strength. Below the realm of martial immortals, there are four major realms: the realm of diamond mortals, the realm of free land, the realm of carefree skies, and the realm of divine wanderers. Each of these major realms is further divided into three stages: initial, middle, and perfected. Once one transcends to the perfected stage of the realm of divine wanderers, they can step into space and explore the cosmos. Zhang Sanfeng was an exceptional master who broke through to the realm of divine wanderers and ascended to the realm of immortals. As Wan Sanxian gazed upon the stunned audience, he revealed an even more astonishing fact. Although the Cloud Ladder was merely a creation of my youth, it is indeed a formidable lightness skill. If any of you masters this technique, theoretically, as long as your stamina permits, you could ascend into the heavens by alternating your feet in a rhythmic motion. You could even reach for the moon and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Everyone's minds conjured an image of themselves spiraling upwards in such a manner. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Sanfeng is truly terrifying. This Cloud Ladder is astonishing. No, the martial arts itself is fearsome. One exclaimed. I don't know why, but I can already envision myself soaring to the heavens. Did no one notice that Mr. Wan mentioned the ancient times? Amidst the clamor, a wandering ninja suddenly stood up, excitedly proposing, "Brothers, we cannot hope to compete against the 5 great ninja villages on our own. I have a rather immature idea. What if we unite to acquire techniques that everyone can learn? What do you think?" The surrounding crowd's eyes lit up. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion. Alas, time is too short. We cannot even begin to tally. Maoan also heard this individual's voice. Haha, the ninja world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimizu Danzō, also intrigued by the ninja's suggestion, appeared suddenly enlightened. Moments later, a wicked smile crept across his face. Uchiha Obito, beside him, felt a wave of nausea. "Danzō, what nefarious scheme are you concocting now?" Danzō's expression stiffened. He cast a long, penetrating glance at Uchiha Obito but chose to remain silent, inwardly vowing, "Haha, foolish little Uchiha. Just wait. Once I become the leader, I shall ensure your downfall." On the stage, Wan Sanxian observed the animated discussions and declared, "The starting bid for the Cloud Ladder is 400 points. Each increment must not be lower than 50 points. You may commence the bidding." His words jolted the crowd back to reality. However, upon hearing the opening bid, most wore expressions of despair. Such a price was beyond their means. Wu Hidden Village, 450 points. The voice of Koharume echoed through the crowd like an explosion. Rock Hidden Village, 500 points. Sand Hidden Village, 650 points. Leaf Village, 700 points. Another round of bidding saw the Leaf Village raise the stakes to 1,000 points. The hall fell silent once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his unfazed comrade with confusion. "Danzō, are we not bidding?" Danzō's sharp gaze remained fixed on the stage, unfazed. Hiruzen, we must think bigger. There are two even more formidable techniques still to come. Those are our true targets. Seeing his friend's unwavering confidence, Hiruzen felt reassured. Ever since they had departed from the Leaf Village, Danzō had become increasingly reliable. On the other side, Kurizetsu, receiving a signal from Shin, immediately rose with an air of disdain. My grandfather, Otsutsuki Akira, bids 15,000 points. Chapter 81. The Evil Repelling Sword Technique Silence. Upon Kurizetsu's declaration, the hall fell into a hush. Many were oblivious to the significance of the name Otsutsuki Akira. However, they were astonished to discover that, apart from the 5 great ninja villages, such affluent individuals existed within the ninja world. Beside him, Shin, witnessing Kurizetsu's ostentatious display, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him into silence. He had not anticipated that Kurizetsu would bid in such a manner. The peculiar gazes of those around him only heightened his discomfort. Observing Kurizetsu's prideful demeanor, Hyuga and Shikamaru could only think how utterly shameless he was. Uchiha Obito finally noticed Kurizetsu and his companions. In the next moment, Obito's face twisted in a terrifying grimace, his murderous intent surging uncontrollably. Danzō did not wish to expose himself and quickly cautioned, Uchiha Obito, calm yourself. You wouldn't want to attract the attention of Uchiha Sasuke and the others, would you? Moreover, should Kurizetsu call for his grandfather's intervention, can you escape? Upon hearing this, Obito reluctantly averted his gaze, though his expression remained dark and brooding. Unfortunately, Danzō's warning came too late. As Obito's inner turmoil spiraled out of control, Shin became aware of it. Furrowing his brow, Shin glanced towards the trio. Upon spotting Uchiha Obito and his companions, the realization of the situation dawned on him. Danzō and Hiruzen exchanged worried glances. They quickly averted their eyes. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, the two friends exchanged a look, each reading the other's thoughts. This Uchiha Obito is indeed a calamity. We must keep our distance. The members of the 5 great ninja villages naturally recognized Shin. Thus, upon hearing Kurizetsu's bid, they extinguished their competitive spirit. After a brief silence, Wansanchin's voice resonated throughout the hall once more. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, the cloud ladder shall belong to this gentleman. Hinata Hanabi, noticing the unresponsive Aoyue and Ryu, inquired, Master, second master, shall we not bid? Ryu smiled and explained, the cloud ladder is rather unrefined. It hardly befits our Iwa palace. Besides, we do not lack for lightness skills. Upon hearing this, Hanabi turned to observe Chu Liuxiang and the others. Second master, what about them? Do they not desire it either? Ryu glanced at the group and clarified, they have all attained the perfected stage of the realm of carefree skies. Thus, they have no need for lightness skills. Moreover, the techniques they practice are not weak. As Ryu had stated, none of the warriors bid for the cloud ladder. And with the 5 great ninja villages also withdrawing from the auction, it was expected that the cloud ladder would ultimately be acquired by Shin and his companions. After announcing the successful sale of the cloud ladder, Wansanchin gestured towards the second box. This is a rapid mastery manual for a sword technique, known as the exorcism sword technique. From the audience, Mike Guy felt an uncanny familiarity with this name, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The others, upon first hearing the phrase exorcism sword technique, sensed that the name was anything but ordinary. To discuss the exorcism sword technique, one must inevitably mention another martial art, the Sunflower Manual. In ancient times, there was an auction held by the Celestial Auction House, during which a woman named Dongfang Bai acquired the Sunflower Manual. With the power of this manual, Dongfang Bai not only carved out a name for herself as the undefeated in the martial world, but also established the foremost demonic sect, the demon cult. A gasp escaped the crowd below, although they were unaware of the full extent of the Sunflower Manual's prowess. The name Undefeated Dongfang and the mention of the first demonic sect were enough to convey its extraordinary nature. However, in the next moment, Wansanchin abruptly shifted the atmosphere. The Sunflower Manual was highly peculiar. It could only be cultivated by women. If men attempted to practice it, they would inevitably succumb to madness and meet a gruesome end. The male audience instantly felt as if they had plummeted from paradise to hell. How could it be that only women were permitted to cultivate this art? Thankfully, I am a woman, one among them mused, feeling a fleeting regret about being born male. Silence. Mr. One has yet to finish. Wan Sanqian cast a mysterious smile over the male audience. It was once said that a martial artist named Lin Yuantu, in his quest to practice the Sunflower Manual, devised a sword technique based on its contents. This technique became the exorcism sword technique. Before the audience could revel in their excitement, Wan Sanqian dropped yet another bombshell. Though men could practice the exorcism sword technique, there was a prerequisite. They must undergo castration. Wan Sanqian appeared unfazed, explaining that many would not grasp the gravity of castration. In simpler terms, it meant severing the very essence of male lineage. The male audience instinctively tightened their legs. Was this technique not excessively sinister? Even if it meant death, I would never practice it. A woman glanced at a somewhat handsome ninja beside her, her eyes sparkling. Hey, big brother, you seem quite dashing. Shall we become sisters? Seeing the men retreat, Wan Sanqian could not allow such a thing. Martial artists must assess their innate talent when pursuing a technique. The higher the talent, the more adeptly one could cultivate the art. Yet, the exorcism sword technique was unique. It did not rely on one's martial aptitude. Let me share the tale of the Lin family. Once, they faced annihilation due to the exorcism sword technique, but Lin Pingji, the family's young master, survived against all odds. Seeking vengeance, he joined a sect, believing he would achieve mastery. However, after 3 months of training with no progress, driven by his thirst for revenge, he resorted to the exorcism sword technique. Remarkably, within 3 months, Lin Pingji avenged his family's demise. Subsequently, his strength surged remarkably over 2 years, reaching the mid-stage of the free and easy heaven realm. Today, he stands alongside Xue Yiren as one of the right-hand figures of the demon cult, second only to the undefeated Dongfang. Truly, he is a figure who stands above the masses. Wan Sanqian observed the captivated audience and further enticed them. Cough. In the ninja world, that which is deemed important often pales in comparison to sheer strength. Do you not aspire to become the second Lin Pingji? He ranks among the top 3 experts of the demon cult. Upon hearing this, the male audience fell into a tormenting dilemma. They recognized the truth in Wan Sanqian's words. Sometimes, in the ninja world, that which is regarded as vital truly is not as significant as strength. The female audience, watching the male figures around them grapple with their choices, felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the ninja world was on the brink of transforming into a realm dominated by women? A middle-aged female ninja glared at her dazed husband and threatened. You fool, what are you thinking? If you dare practice the exorcism sword technique, I will seek out your brother. The middle-aged male ninja shuddered at the thought, hastily dismissing the terrifying idea from his mind. Uchiha Obito found himself engulfed in a painful struggle as well. Lin, will you blame me? You are no longer here. What use is it to me? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi did not share the same inner turmoil as the others. After all, he bore the weight of saving the Sarutobi clan. However, upon witnessing the excited expression of Shimura Danzō, he felt an odd sensation. Danzō, you do not intend to bid for the exorcism sword technique, do you? Danzō's expression grew serious, and he replied through clenched teeth, Hizashi, do you not see the resemblance between us and Lin Pingji? We both harbor a vendetta against our clans. Yet, at our age, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve anything. The exorcism sword technique seems tailored for us. Sarutobi Hizashi? Danzō noticed his friend's peculiar expression and felt slightly embarrassed, but he pressed on. Hizashi, I do this for you. You must shoulder the responsibility of saving the Sarutobi clan. As your friend, how could I allow you to bear this burden alone? Hizashi felt a pang of discomfort. Why did he feel a flicker of emotion despite knowing Danzō's words were not entirely sincere? On stage, Wan Sanqian noted that half of the male audience had begun to reveal discerning glances, and a sense of respect for the ninja world stirred within him. Yet, admiration could not interfere with business. Wan Sanqian proclaimed, due to its uniqueness, the starting bid for the exorcism sword technique is set at 400 ryo, with increments of no less than 50 ryo. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity should not be missed. Chapter 82. Danzō's wishes fulfilled as Wan Sanqian's words resonated. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, curiosity piqued regarding who would be the first to bid, disregarding their dignity. After 10 seconds, no one called out. After 20 seconds, silence reigned. Half a minute passed, and Wan Sanqian, feeling helpless, declared, if no one bids, in another half-minute, the exorcism sword technique will be deemed unsold. Upon hearing this, someone in the audience could no longer contain themselves. In the next moment, The voice of the Raikage echoed throughout the hall. Cloud Village, 500 Ryo. A collective gasp filled the air. No one expected the normally brash Raikage to bid for the exorcism sword technique. Among the rogue ninjas, the enraged Killer Bee, hidden behind his mask, seethed, "Damn it, that accursed Shimura Danzō. How dare you humiliate my brother?" After the Raikage placed his bid, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages no longer cared for their dignity. Terumi Mei, Mist Village, 700 Ryo. Anoki, Rock Village, 750 Ryo. Raza, Sand Village, 850 Ryo. Mike Guy, Leaf Village, 1000 Ryo. After a round of bidding, the price for the exorcism sword technique soared to 13,000 Ryo, courtesy of Anoki. Uchiha Obito hesitated for a long moment before finally resolving to make a bid. Meanwhile, Danzō, who had been observing Obito, quickly interjected, "Uchiha Obito, are you certain about this? I must remind you, today's martial artists are strong, and ninjas are weak. The Sage of Six Paths cannot protect the Pure Land indefinitely. Perhaps there will come a day when you and Rin reunite. Have you truly considered how to face her?" Obito swallowed his intended bid, lost in thought. Moments later, he seemed to recall something, his excitement rendering him incoherent. "Indeed, you are correct. I am certain that I will meet Lin again." The heart of Shimura Danzō harbored a chilling laughter. "Huh, foolish Uchiha brat." As the two conversed, the price of the exorcism sword technique was once again raised by Might Guy to 15,000 points. Shimura Danzō furrowed his brows, deciding to take decisive action. In the next moment, the Raikage angrily directed his gaze towards the other 4 great ninja villages. "I bid 18,000 points. Do you 4 great villages dare to continue opposing me?" Upon hearing the Raikage's words, the representatives from the other 4 villages hesitated. They suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uncertainty regarding the Raikage. Based on their understanding of him, once he learned of the existence of the exorcism sword technique, it was unlikely that he would even consider participating in the auction, let alone respect it. They recalled the Raikage's demeanor during the previous auction for the tailed beast, where he appeared determined to win, only to abandon the bidding at the last moment. Clearly, he had no intention of acquiring the tailed beast. He merely sought to deceive everyone. Narashikaku frowned and spoke to Might Guy. "We should forfeit our bid. The Raikage's intentions today are completely inscrutable. It is unclear whether he is deliberately inflating the price or genuinely wishes to acquire the exorcism sword technique. There is a more formidable technique yet to come. We cannot afford to miss it." Although Might Guy did not discern any change in the Raikage, he trusted the strategist's judgment. Terumi Mei cast a deep glance at the Raikage and also chose to withdraw. She had already resolved to join the Flower Migration Palace and held no interest in the exorcism sword technique. At this moment, Noki was more apprehensive of the Raikage than anyone else. His focus had always been on martial arts techniques. Even during the auction for the tailed beasts, he had never contemplated acquiring the tailed beast. Reflecting on past events, Noki felt a surge of frustration. Rationality told him that he had no chance to compete with Konoha for the subsequent techniques. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. If the exorcism sword technique were flawless, he would have fiercely contested it with the Raikage. But what if the Raikage's true aim was the later techniques, a mere ruse? Would he not fall into the trap a second time? Damn Raikage, I shall remember this debt. On the other side, Rashi observed the 3 great ninja villages fall silent and, following the tide, also withdrew from the bidding. As Shimura Danzō noticed the lack of movement from the others, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate for having previously outsmarted Noki. Otherwise, the latter would not be so indecisive at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzō with admiration. "Danzō, it seems that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the exorcism sword technique will ultimately be yours." Before Danzō could respond, Uchiha Obito mocked. "Heh, the warriors in Kaguya have yet to place their bids. How can you be so certain the victor will be Danzō?" Hiruzen and Danzō were momentarily taken aback, then sighed inwardly. Bai Shaoxing was not mistaken. Uchiha Obito was indeed foolish. Hiruzen regarded Obito with a look of disdain, explaining, "Obito, even if you gifted the exorcism sword technique to those warriors, they would scarcely give it a second glance. As for Kaguya, does her grandfather not care for his dignity?" Uchiha Obito's expression stiffened as he processed their disdainful gazes, his embarrassment turning to anger. I understand, Humph." The two chose to ignore Uchiha Obito, expressing their unwillingness to engage with the simpleton. On stage, Wan Sanqian once again incited the crowd, but seeing no bids forthcoming, he was left to declare the rakeage the successful bidder. Subsequently, Wan Sanqian received the third box from his guards. The technique within this box is named the Soul Devastating Palm. Like the previous two techniques, let me first share the origins of the Soul Devastating Palm. Chapter 83, The Soul Devastating Palm in Ancient Times. There emerged an unparalleled prodigy known as Yanghua. Yanghua had a master named Xiaolong. At the tender age of 14, he became a disciple of the 18-year-old Xiaolong. Her sect was remarkably unique, consisting solely of herself and her senior sister, who had long since departed for reasons unknown. Thus, within this vast sect, only Xiaolong and Yanghua remained. Xiaolong was as beautiful as a celestial being, having never left her sect, often referred to as an ethereal fairy free from worldly concerns. Coupled with Yanghua's striking handsomeness, their time spent together inevitably kindled a mutual affection, although neither of them fully realized it at the time. Eventually, after leaving the sect, Yanghua expressed to his uncle Guijing his desire to marry Xiaolong. Wan Sanqian noticed that the audience appeared ready for the story to conclude and clarified. What you may not know is that morality and ethics are of utmost importance in the world of martial artists. The master-disciple relationship is akin to that of a father and son. Guijing is a legendary hero and would never permit Yanghua to engage in such ethically dubious actions. Yanghua's character was indeed rebellious. He cared little for such matters. However, Xiaolong was concerned about Yanghua facing societal ridicule, prompting her to leave him secretly. Though Yanghua was unconventional, he was deeply infatuated. Upon realizing Xiaolong's departure, he immediately began searching for her throughout the world. Observing the captivated audience, Wan Sanqian sighed. Alas, their love was destined to be fraught with tribulations from the very start. Although Yanghua eventually found Xiaolong, she was compelled to part ways with him 2 more times due to their circumstances. Notably, their final separation lasted an astounding 16 years. As Wan Sanqian paused, the crowd urged him to continue. Mr. Wan, why were they apart for so long? Indeed, what happened next? Please, Mr. Wan, tell us. Wan Sanqian signaled for silence before resuming. The reason for their prolonged separation was that both Yanghua and Xiaolong had been poisoned. Yanghua's poison had an antidote, but Xiaolong's was incurable. Knowing Xiaolong's time was limited, Yanghua refused to take the antidote, unwilling to live without her. Xiaolong, not wanting to be the cause of his suffering, secretly leapt from a precipice. Fearing that Yanghua would act rashly in his search for her, she left behind a note on the cliff, inscribed with the words, 16 years hence, we shall meet again here. Deeply in love, do not break your promise. Xiaolong, urging my beloved Yang, treasure yourself, and ensure our reunion. Wan Sanqian sighed once more. Alas, Xiaolong wished for Yanghua to forget her over the span of 16 years. The astute Yanghua naturally considered this possibility. Moreover, his aunt Huangrong also discerned Xiaolong's intentions. Thus, Huangrong deceived Yanghua, claiming that Xiaolong had been rescued by a powerful figure. She falsely asserted that this enigmatic figure would only appear once every 16 years, leaving few to know their identity. To bolster her claim, Huangrong mentioned her father, the Eastern Evil, who had encountered this figure once. Huangrong was unafraid of Yanghua seeking out the Eastern Evil, for the latter had long since retreated from the world, with no one aware of his whereabouts, not even Huangrong herself. Yanghua, believing Huangrong's earnest words, resolved to wait for Xiaolong for 16 years. Upon concluding his tale, the hall resonated with the sound of weeping from the women. The audience, especially the women, had not only never witnessed, but even heard of such a poignant love story. One girl could not help but cry out, why must it be this way? They have done nothing wrong. Why does fate always conspire to keep them apart? Another girl wiped the tears from her eyes. Indeed, I truly envy Xiaolong for having such a devoted lover. If a man were to love me so, I too would willingly sacrifice myself for him. Another girl sighed, alas. Did Xiaolong not deeply love Yanghua as well? I can never look at the boys from the ninja world again. Another echoed, me too. Compared to Yanghua, the boys from the ninja world are simply an eyesore. Other boys, ugh, I detest Yanghua. Among the crowd, Uchiha Obito was already in tears, reminiscing about Lin. Imoen felt it was time to put on a show. He suddenly stood up, his voice modest yet resonant throughout the hall. One lives for her. One dies for her. What is love in this world? It compels one to pledge life and death. After his dramatic performance, Imoen threw a fist towards Wan Sanqian. Brother Wan, does this story have a happy ending? Wan Sanqian replied with a smile. Indeed, Imo Jinzi speaks wisely. 16 years later, Yang discovered he had been deceived by Xiao Long. He chose to leap from the same cliff where Xiao Long had once jumped. Originally, Yang intended to die alongside Xiao Long, but unexpectedly, he found her at the bottom of the cliff. The reason Xiao Long survived was that there was a cold pool at the bottom. 16 years ago, when she fell into the cold pool, not only did she survive by chance, but she also consumed a spirit fish that detoxified her body. For those 16 years, Xiao Long had attempted to fly out from the bottom of the cliff. Unfortunately, the cliff was extraordinarily high, and her cultivation at that time was insufficient to escape. Fortunately, after 16 years, Yang had entered the realm of divine wandering, enabling them both to escape. Wen's little tip. Slight modifications were made to fit the ninja world context. Upon hearing this, the women below were overcome with joy and tears. Woo! I knew they would be together. Yes, how wonderful. I envy them. I long to experience such love. Wen concluded, it is indeed difficult for men and women to find true understanding in this world. May all lovers eventually unite. After his performance, Wen opened his folding fan and waved it gracefully. This scene captivated many naive women. Wan Sanqian on stage was quite pleased with the effect of the story. Now, to return to the main topic. Over the past 16 years, Yang had not forgotten Xiao Long. Instead, his overwhelming longing for her had turned half of his once jet-black hair white. It was in this melancholic environment that he created the soul-devouring palm, a technique of unparalleled might that few could rival. In a sense, this palm technique was the foremost of its kind, as it encompassed a special sentiment known as the melancholy state. Even cultivators above the celestial realm find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend this state. Only those who possess a heart filled with longing and sorrow have the opportunity to grasp the essence of the melancholy state. However, this opportunity is not guaranteed, as the technique demands a certain level of innate talent from its practitioners. Those of inadequate talent will naturally struggle to comprehend the melancholy state. Wan Sanqian seemed to recall something and spoke of a sorrowful truth. By the way, Yang is one-armed. This palm technique was devised based on the long sleeve of his remaining arm. Thus, to learn this technique, one must not only meet the conditions for comprehending the melancholy state, but must also be willing to sacrifice an arm to fully unleash its power. Otherwise, its effectiveness will be severely diminished. The faces of the ninja world turned ashen, as if they had consumed something foul. Is this a joke? First, the evil-repelling sword technique required self-castration, and now the soul-devouring palm demands one to become disabled to learn it? Absurd. These martial arts are simply too outrageous. They lamented. If one loses an arm but cannot grasp the melancholy state, would that not be in vain? Alas, the conditions to cultivate the soul-devouring palm are excessively harsh. Wan Sanqian's words condemned 99% of the audience to a metaphorical death sentence. The 5 great ninja villages wore expressions of utter despair. In their minds, the soul-devouring palm was inferior to the evil-repelling sword technique, for the latter only required the severance of a certain part to train. Yet the conditions for the soul-devouring palm were far too demanding. They searched their minds for anyone in their villages who met Wan Sanqian's criteria, but found none. The people from the 5 great ninja villages were eager to question Wan Sanqian. Can't there be a martial art that is a bit more reasonable? Chapter 84. Whose flower will fall? Wan Sanqian noticed everyone's retreat and was not pleased. The soul-devouring palm would entice even those at the realm of divine wandering. For once practitioners enter the celestial realm, they might glean a thread of the law of sorrow through this martial art. You may not know what a law is. I do not know the specifics either. I only know that there are 3,000 paths of laws in the world, and the law of sorrow is one of them. Even ordinary celestial beings find it extremely challenging to comprehend laws. Therefore, the soul-devouring palm is essentially a stepping stone to the celestial realm. Wan Sanqian's voice rose a few notches. The starting bid for the soul-devouring palm is merely 10,000 points. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000 points. Does this not stir your hearts? It could be a path to immortality. Below, Imowen was left speechless. Wan Sanqian was pushing it too far. Although in some respects, Wan Sanqian was not wrong. The path to comprehending laws is far from simple. Lu Xiaofeng noticed the intrigued expressions of Chu Liuxiang and the others and curiously asked, "Are you gentlemen interested in bidding?" After much hesitation, Chu Liuxiang sighed, "Alas, I should not aim too high. I must first enter the realm of divine wandering. Moreover, I do not meet the conditions for comprehending the melancholy state. Even if I were to acquire the soul-devouring palm, I could only reference it. Hua Manlu nodded in agreement, echoing Chu Liuxiang's sentiments. As for Zhong Yuan Yidian Hong, he had already found his own path, so he had no need to bid on the soul-devouring palm. The two princesses of Yihua Palace and Wuqing also knew they did not meet the conditions for comprehending the melancholy state. Therefore, they chose to observe the situation. If the final price for the soul-devouring palm was not exorbitant, they might place a bid to acquire it for reference. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the arrogant voice of the Rakage rang out again. I, from the cloud-hidden village, bid 11,000 points. His declaration once again garnered the crowd's attention. Shimura Danzō wore a grim expression, fixated on Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, remember, this is your last chance. After this, we shall have no further entanglements. If you continue to bother us, I will have no choice but to inform Kaguya of your actions. Uchiha Obito's earlier sense of pride evaporated instantly. He acknowledged that Shimura Danzō posed a threat to him. Uchiha Obito's expression darkened as he replied, rest assured, I only wish to remain inconspicuous. If Rakage secures the soul-devouring palm, I will bear the cost myself. Shimura Danzō's demeanor softened slightly. As the other four great ninja villages prepared to raise the bid for Rakage, Kaguya's arrogant voice suddenly interrupted, I bid 12,000 points. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened again. The hatred that Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt for Kaguya was no less than that of Uchiha Obito. 3 years ago, the two had allied with Kaguya, hoping to leverage her connections to thwart Naruto and Sasuke. They never expected that after 3 years of treating Kaguya like a revered ancestor, she would abandon them as soon as she found a stronger ally. At this moment, seeing Kaguya was akin to facing a heartless lover. Shimura Danzō spoke in a low voice to Uchiha Obito. No one knows that Rakage is one of us. Do you still wish to raise the bid? Let me be clear, I do not fear Kaguya. In fact, I harbor deep resentment towards her. So even if it means sacrificing Rakage as a pawn, I cannot stand to see her arrogant face. Uchiha Obito felt the same way. After exchanging a few hushed words, they noticed Rakage standing up, casting a disinterested glance at Kaguya. I bid 17,000 points. Boom. The words of Rakage startled everyone. Hiss, is Rakage truly that wealthy? Unbelievable. How could Rakage, who has already acquired the evil-repelling sword technique, still possess such wealth? Is he planning to pawn all the ninjutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village? Black Zetsu did not anticipate Rakage's substantial increase. However, recalling the collections amassed over millennia, he felt confident in himself. I bid 20,000 points. In less than a second, Rakage's calm voice resounded once more. 30,000 points. Uchiha Obito sneered inwardly. Huh, Black Zetsu, knowing you are an antiquity, how could I not have prepared a backup? Ever since Uchiha Obito learned that purchasing information from the Hundred Eyes Pavilion required ninjutsu, he had thoroughly scavenged the ninjutsu of the Rain Ninja Village. Later, he discovered from Shimura Danzō that the Celestial Auction House was about to emerge, and it felt as though he had found a glimmer of hope for revenge against Black Zetsu. After all, it was Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara who had caused Lin's demise. Fueled by an overwhelming hatred for Black Zetsu, he utilized Kamui to seize every clan in the ninja world that he could. Together with half of the ninjutsu from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in his possession, his current worth even surpassed that of Black Zetsu. After all, as an antiquity, Black Zetsu would naturally disdain low-level ninjutsu for his collection. Back to Black Zetsu's side. When Black Zetsu heard Rakage immediately raise the bid to 30,000 points, his demeanor lost its arrogance. Handing down a slightly furrowed brow, he inquired, what is it? Is there a lack of ninjutsu on your part? Black Zetsu awkwardly smiled and quickly replied, Grandfather, I can only increase by 20,000 more. If the opponent raises the bid again, I will be powerless. Handing down displayed no visible emotion. After a moment's pause, he stated, no matter. I am not a martial artist. We have already secured the cloud soaring technique. You may do your best with the soul-devouring palm. Black Zetsu felt a sigh of relief within. Understood, Grandfather. Changpu observed handing down's actions with curiosity. Father, can't we exchange the family's ninjutsu for points? Handing down looked at Changpu sternly and warned, you must remember, the Otsutsuki clan's ninjutsu cannot be leaked. If the family finds out, the consequences are beyond what we can bear. Just as the two were conversing, Black Zetsu's arrogant voice echoed throughout the auction hall once more. I bid 40,000 points. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Raikage's indifferent voice followed closely. I raised the bid by 10,000 points, offering 50,000 points. Everyone gazed at Raikage as if he were a monster. Is Raikage a tycoon? Incredible. Who would have thought the Hidden Cloud Village was so affluent? Don't you think Raikage is rather strange today? It does seem a bit so. Yakushi Kabuto patted the excited Killer Bee on the shoulder. Calm down. If the master does not intervene, we alone are no match for those three. Now that we are in the shadows, we can act with more convenience. If you expose yourself, it will only alert the snakes and make them wary. After a moment, a hoarse voice emerged from beneath Killer Bee's mask. Damn it. I understand. Sigh. It seems the ninja world may lose another rap artist. On the other side, Black Zetsu looked dejectedly at Handing Down. I'm sorry, grandfather. I couldn't help you secure the soul-devouring palm. Handing Down chuckled lightly. No matter. The soul-devouring palm is not as extraordinary as imagined. Otherwise, Bai Shaoxing and the others would not remain indifferent. A minute later, Uchiha Obito sighed in relief when Wan Sanxian announced that Raikage had successfully acquired the soul-devouring palm. He genuinely feared that these warriors would contest with him. With Mo's starting bid of 200,000 points, he could easily discern that the worth of these warriors was beyond his reach. Look, more guards are coming up. Those two boxes are quite long. Could they contain swords? Yes, quite possibly. I suspect they might be similar to the swords used by those two cold-faced handsome men next to Mo1. Shoo, don't speak. Listen to Mr. Wan's explanation. Wan Sanxian smiled as he explained to the crowd. These two weapon boxes contain a knife and a sword, and they are the last two items for auction this time. After finishing, Wan Sanxian gestured for the two guards to open the weapon boxes. Then, with a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right, Wan Sanxian drew the two weapons from their boxes. The large knife in his left hand gleamed coldly, its blade dark and adorned with a swirling dragon. As everyone gazed upon the rugged and imposing long knife, they could feel the powerful aura emanating from it. Now, regarding the long sword. Its exquisitely ornate sheath seemed to emit a faint azure glow. Those closer to the platform could even see golden threads inlaid with the words Heavenly Sword on the sheath. Chapter 85. Belonging. Seeing the crowd entranced by the two weapons, Wan Sanxian merely smiled slightly. The two divine weapons in my hands are named the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword. Interestingly, these two divine weapons have a significant connection with Yanghua. Upon hearing Wan Sanxian's words, the crowd quickly regained their composure, and some became immediately intrigued. Mr. Wan, could you elaborate? Wan Sanxian nodded and explained. Yanghua possessed a divine weapon known as the Heavy Iron Sword. Typically, swords used by swordsmen do not exceed 10 pounds. Yet the Heavy Iron Sword weighs a staggering 81 pounds. The reason for its immense weight is that it is forged from the otherworldly star metal known as heavy iron. After Yanghua and Xiaolongnu retired, he left the Heavy Iron Sword with the Gua family. Due to certain reasons, Guojing sought to forge two divine weapons, thus melting down the Heavy Iron Sword and adding Western fine gold, which ultimately led to the creation of the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword. Mo's note. In the original work, the Heavy Iron Sword was said to be left for Guixiang. This is a slight modification for logical consistency. The people of the ninja world, upon hearing Wan Sanxian's explanation, finally understood the situation. However, compared to the previous techniques, they did not regard these two divine weapons as particularly remarkable, especially Handing Down, who felt a hint of disappointment. He hailed from beyond the heavens and could easily acquire as much heavy iron as he desired. His only surprise was the impressive forging skills of the warriors. It seems the martial arts world is even more complex than I imagined. However, the forging skills of the warriors are not comparable to those of ninjas. Wan Sanxian had anticipated the crowd's reactions. He continued, the dragon-slaying saber measures 4 feet in length and weighs over 100 pounds, being extraordinarily sharp and indestructible. Furthermore, it possesses a strong magnetic force, capable of attracting all hidden weapons. The Heavenly Sword, on the other hand, is 3 feet 6 inches long, its blade thin as paper and entirely emerald. The blade also features tiny serrations, making it as sharp as the dragon-slaying saber. Observing that the crowd's interest was piqued, Wan Sanxian wore a mysterious smile. Thus, you may still find it hard to imagine just how formidable these two divine weapons are. Let me put it this way. When these two divine weapons were crafted, there was a saying in the cultivation world that described them perfectly. That saying is, supreme in the martial world, the dragon-slaying saber commands respect throughout the realm. No one dares to disobey, and as long as the heavenly sword remains unsheathed, who can contend? The implication is that whoever possesses the dragon-slaying saber wields the power to command the world, and none would dare to defy them. As long as the heavenly sword is not drawn, the wielder of the dragon-slaying saber can claim dominion over the world. Hiss! Upon hearing this, the crowd realized they had underestimated these two weapons. Unbelievable. Does this mean that possessing either one grants dominion over the world? Indeed, how could that be? Are they merely two weapons? Can they truly compel others to obey? Mr. Wan seems to have more to say. There must be secrets hidden within. Just as this person suggested, Wan Sanxian then revealed an astonishing piece of news. The heavenly sword and the dragon-slaying saber alone could not command the world. Yet, the secrets they harbor possess the potential to render one invincible across the realms. The gathered multitude gasped in astonishment. By the heavens! I had always suspected that the heavenly sword and the dragon slayer blade were extraordinary, but never did I anticipate their significance to be of such magnitude. Indeed, they are remarkable, truly capable of bestowing invincibility upon their wielder. Some among the crowd, their eyes aglow with fervor, were eager to uncover the mysteries contained within. Mr. Wan, pray tell, what secrets lie within? Others ceased their discussions, their gazes fixed upon the high platform. Wan Sanxian sighed, alas. The specifics of these secrets elude me, for I am merely an auctioneer. I have only heard from the esteemed head of Baiyujing that the Dragon Slayer blade and the heavenly sword conceal secrets of ascension to immortality, as well as the means to unify the world. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Ascension to immortality. They now understood that the realm beyond the ethereal is indeed the realm of the immortal, transcending even the six paths of existence. No wonder these artifacts command the loyalty of all. With such powers of immortality and world unification, who would not heed their call? The absurdity of these secrets left many astounded. I am most curious, what manner of secrets could allow one to achieve immortality and dominion over the world? Alas, it appears Mr. Wan is equally ignorant. The representatives from the 5 great ninja villages pondered upon by Xiaoxing, instinctively casting their gazes towards a certain spot in the hall. Observing by Xiaoxing's calm demeanor, devoid of any surprise, they concluded, surely, Bai Xiaoxing must be privy to these two secrets. Meanwhile, the bewildered Shou, having regained his senses, sighed inwardly. I have underestimated the martial arts and the scope of the celestial auction house. It seems that at least Baiyujing and Bai Xiaoxing are aware of the hidden truths, yet remain unfazed. Such fortitude of spirit is remarkable. After placing the heavenly sword and the dragon slayer blade back into their respective cases, Wan Sanxian addressed the assembly. The 9th auction item, the heavenly sword, commences at a starting price of 100,000 points, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10,000 points. If any of you aspire to attain immortality or unify the world, do not let this rare opportunity slip by. Upon hearing Wan Sanxian's bid and his words, the ninja world erupted in disbelief. Does he intend to sell the 5 great ninja villages? After a brief exchange between Lianxing and Yao Yu, she raised her jade hand. I bid 130,000 points. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the hall, 150,000 points. The group, including Chu Liuxiang, was taken aback by Zhongyuan Yidianhong's bid. She maintained an air of aloofness, declaring, I am only interested in fine swords. Lianxing, unfazed by the competition, countered. I raise my bid to 150,000 points. Just then, a ruthless voice chimed in, 180,000 points. Yao Yu's displeasure was palpable upon hearing this. In a stunning turn of events, she announced, I bid 250,000 points. The collective thought of the assembly echoed the sentiment. Mad woman. The ninjas dared not voice their thoughts about Yao Yu, clearly recognizing her formidable nature. Although slightly miffed, the ruthless individual chose not to continue the bidding. With no further bids from the ruthless one, Zhongyuan Yidianhong relinquished her pursuit. Thus, the heavenly sword was secured by Yao Yu with a decisive strike. On the high platform, the Dragon Slayer blade commenced at the same starting price of 100,000 points, with each increment also set at a minimum of 10,000 points. Wan Sanqian's words drew the attention of the ninja world once more toward the martial artists present. Imoen smiled inwardly, realizing that the Dragon Slayer blade and the heavenly sword must not coexist within the hands of these independent avatars. As if in response to Imoen's thoughts, Bailey Dongjun announced, Xueyue City bids 350,000 points. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes widened in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Bailey Dongjun would make such a staggering bid. Yao Yu, initially intent on acquiring the Dragon Slayer blade, was forced to concede in frustration upon witnessing the exorbitant offer. A minute later, the ninja delegates remained in shock as Wan Sanqian proclaimed Bailey Dongjun the victor of the Dragon Slayer blade auction. My word, Xueyue City is the true epitome of affluence. The combined wealth of the 5 great ninja villages pales in comparison. This must surely be the swiftest transaction in auction history. Did the city lord not mention that Xueyue City was seeking recruits? Brothers, we must join Xueyue City. As the commotion continued, Wan Sanqian cleared his throat. Thank you all for your support. This auction has now concluded. The next auction will take place in 3 years. Allow me to share a tidbit of information. The next auction will feature items from otherworldly realms. Observing the bewildered expressions of the ninja world, Wan Sanqian elaborated. What do I mean by otherworldly? I can only say that this universe encompasses countless worlds, and the ninja realm is but one among them. This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the minds of the ninjas. After a brief pause, Bai Yujing, donning a bronze mask, reappeared on the high platform. The crowd struggled to contain their astonishment at Bai Yujing's imposing presence. Bai Yujing first bowed respectfully to Mo1 and then addressed Bai Xiaosheng, Mr. Bai, the auction has concluded. Do you have anything to impart to the people of the ninja world? Bai Xiaosheng rose and returned Bai Yujing's bow. Thank you, esteemed head. Upon finishing his words, he materialized beside Bai Yujing. Most in the assembly were unfamiliar with Bai Xiaosheng, yet witnessing Bai Yujing's courtesy, they understood that he was no ordinary individual. The representatives of the 5 great ninja villages felt their hearts quicken at Bai Xiaosheng's unexpected emergence. By the heavens, could Bai Xiaosheng be about to unveil yet another secret? Chapter 86. Crossing Worlds. Bai Xiaosheng greeted the ninja assembly with a respectful bow, a gentle smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, I am Bai Xiaosheng, a purveyor of information. I shall not take up too much of the auction house's time. If you wish to inquire about the specifics of the information I sell, you may consult the 5 great ninja villages later. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng's expression turned serious. It has been 7 days since the last appearance of the Bai Xiaodang. Originally, I had planned to descend into the ninja realm in 20 days. However, 2 days ago, my senior brother, the Mud Buddha, foresaw a significant change in the ninja realm occurring in 1 year. This matter is rather complex, and I cannot elucidate it fully at this moment. Therefore, if you wish to understand the nature of this change in 20 days, feel free to visit the Bai Xiaodang in Yunin village, and I will disclose everything to you at that time. With that, Bai Xiaosheng paid no heed to the varied expressions of the crowd. After expressing his gratitude to Bai Yujing, he vanished from the auction stage. Below, Imoen turned to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, instructing, Naruto, Sasuke, please accompany your 2 senior brothers back. I have matters to discuss with Bai Yujing and shall return to you later. Sasuke and Naruto assumed Imoen was merely going to settle the payment. Thus they did not dwell on it. Half an hour later, outside the celestial auction house, countless individuals stood gazing at the mysteriously vanished auction house, as though caught in a dream. Amidst the crowd, Kakashi regarded the sullen expressions of Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi, unsure how to offer consolation. The trip to Konoha had yielded no benefits whatsoever. Just as silence enveloped them, Hinata approached, wielding the heavenly sword, while Hanabi rode on the back of the 9 tails, eagerly making her way towards Hayashi. The previously morose Hayashi instantly cast aside his gloom upon witnessing the exuberance of his daughters. Hinata, how did you come to possess the heavenly sword? And Hanabi, why have you brought the 9 tails along? Kakashi and his companions gazed curiously at the 2 sisters. Hinata Hyuga displayed a sweet smile. My master and second master said I was in need of a weapon, so they gifted me the heavenly sword. Hanabi Hyuga quickly boasted as well. And I also received a little cue from my masters. Goodness. Kakashi and the others were consumed with envy. Just how favored are these 2 sisters by the 2 lords of the Yihua Palace? Hinata Hisashi's smile was as radiant as a flower. Little Q? Is that the name you gave to the little Q, Hanabi? Hanabi nodded, her expression one of disdain. Yes, yes, little Q is such an unpleasant name. Not cute at all. Suddenly, Hinata's face showed a hint of remorse. Father, we must take our leave. My sister and I are now the junior lords of the Ihwa Palace, and our masters have arranged lessons for us. Hinata Hizashi was initially taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, hastily urging the two. What are you waiting for? Go, go. You cannot keep the two lords waiting. Nearby, Nara Shikaku watched Hinata Hizashi's silly smile with a tinge of jealousy. Shikamaru, there is no future in being a ninja. Rest assured, your father will surely find a formidable martial arts sect for you to join. On a mountain in the land of lightning, a space suddenly distorted. The next moment, 7 figures appeared on the ground. Among them were Uchiha Obito, the Raikage, Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and 3 root elite ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzō and Obito, each holding a secret manual, feeling rather unsettled. Danzō, how effective is this exorcising sword technique? Danzō could hardly contain his ecstatic emotions. Haha, Hiruzen, do not worry. With this manual, I am confident that I will surpass the first Hokage in no time. Uchiha Obito, however, was solely focused on finding a place to cultivate. Since we have entered the land of lightning, I shall take my leave. Danzō, suppressing his joy, hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation to Obito. Obito, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto will surely not let you go. We share a common enemy. I have a plan that could swiftly establish a vast power. I wonder if you would be interested in joining? Obito harbored contempt for Danzō. Did he not say he wanted to sever ties with me at the auction? Yet here he is. Nonetheless, he feigned interest. Speak, Danzō. Subsequently, Obito and Danzō engaged in a conspiratorial discussion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly out of place. Observing his close friend engrossed in conversation with others, Hiruzen felt a pang of abandonment. Returning to the gates of Chuiyue City, Wuxia gazed at Xiaonan with deep regret. Xiaonan, do you truly refuse to join the demon sect? After a long hesitation, Xiaonan bowed deeply to Wuxia. I am sorry, Sister Wuxia. Mr. Baixiaoxing has shown us great kindness. I cannot betray Baixiatang. At her words, Wuxia revealed a helpless smile. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. However, next month I will go to Baixiatang to bring you over. Then you will not be considered to have betrayed Mr. Baixiaoxing. With that, Wuxia vanished at the city gates, leaving no room for Xiaonan to retort. In the distance, the members of Akatsuki, seeing Wuxia finally depart, hurriedly approached. Uchiha Itachi inquired, Xiaonan, did Lord Wuxia summon you for something in particular? Xiaonan recounted Wuxia's invitation to join the demon sect. The reactions of her companions varied. Deidara, Scorpion, Haiden, and Kakuzu eagerly hoped for Xiaonan to join the demon sect. However, Kisame and Itachi found themselves troubled. After a lengthy pause, Itachi spoke, Xiaonan, do not feel obligated to consider us. Rest assured, I will ensure these fellows train diligently. Hearing Itachi's words, Deidara and the others wore displeased expressions. They longed to challenge Itachi's statement, but upon meeting Xiaonan's icy gaze, they promptly chose silence. Our Akatsuki shall not be divided, and I shall not join the demon sect. Seeing Itachi attempt to persuade her further, Xiaonan quickly urged her companions. We have been away for too long. Let us return and find our master. In the residence of Lord Bailey Dongjun, Imo was instructed by Yujing, saying, Yujing, if I do not return in 10 days, you must go to the moon to modify Kaguya's memories and soul. Bai Yujing nodded in response. Rest assured, my lord, I know what to do. Imowen then turned to Lord Bailey Dongjun. Dongjun, during my absence, please keep an eye on these independent avatars, especially on Zhongyu and Yidianhong. Do not allow him to eliminate any key figures in the ninja world. Bailey Dongjun took a sip of his drink before replying. You need not concern yourself with matters of the ninja world, my lord. I am curious. Have you found the world you wish to traverse? Imowen chuckled softly. Last night, I ventured into the temporal turbulence. I initially thought it would take time to discover something. However, after searching within the temporal tunnel, I surprisingly found 2 familiar worlds. Bailey Dongjun pondered thoughtfully. Familiar? My lord. You must be referring to those 2 worlds, right? Imowen indicated that he was correct. Indeed, as he spoke, a radiant portal appeared beside Imowen. My friends, I must take my leave. Chapter 87. Pirates within the turbulence of space. Imowen traversed the time tunnel, observing the vibrant whirlpools around him. inadvertently breaking into a cold sweat. These whirlpools were the chaotic blend of temporal and spatial forces. Goodness, have I perhaps gone too far? If I were to be caught by one of these whirlpools, would that not be the end of me? Mo hastily activated his true energy to shield himself. Although this served little purpose, it provided a semblance of comfort. After an indeterminate period, Mo finally arrived at a three-pronged tunnel entrance. Upon reaching this point, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, even on my second visit, it still evokes trepidation. Mo lingered at the junction for a moment. Before him lay another colorful time tunnel, akin to a main road leading to more worlds. To the left and right of this colorful tunnel were a blue tunnel and a black tunnel, respectively. Following these two paths would lead to two distinct worlds. After deciding on a direction, Mo entered the left blue tunnel. At the entrance of Windmill Village in the pirate world, a girl around 13 or 14 years old became entranced upon seeing a white figure approaching from afar. Wow, look, that person is so handsome. Her two companions quickly turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Oh my, he is truly handsome. Is this the visage of a celestial being? Observing the three young girls who had fallen under his charm, Mo felt a pang of guilt. Alas, my wretched charm is simply uncontainable. Although he felt a bit unashamed, Mo confidently approached the trio. What should I do? He is coming over. Mo, noticing the girl's nervousness, flashed a radiant smile. Ladies, I greet you. Might I inquire if there is an inn in this village? Mo's note. The language in Naruto and One Piece is the same. Only the script differs. Seeing the three girls still in a daze, Mo repeated his question. If I may ask, ladies, is there an inn in this village? The trio finally snapped back to reality. One bolder girl blushed and quickly replied, Yes. Sister Makino runs an inn. Mo bowed to the girl once more. Might I trouble you to guide me there? As he spoke, Mo noticed that he had unexpectedly acquired 3 ingots of gold. This is a reward I offer to the 3 of you. I hope you do not find it lacking. The trio's attention was solely on Mo's face, showing no interest in how he procured the gold. Upon seeing the glimmering coins, they were taken aback and quickly insisted that there was no need for payment. Seeing this, Mo had no choice but to retract the gold, sighing inwardly. The simplicity of the folk in Windmill Village is truly remarkable. Thus, Mo, guided by the 3 young ladies, arrived at the entrance of the Makino Tavern. One girl exclaimed, Big brother Mo, this is the tavern run by Sister Makino. Let us take you inside. Mo's face was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Elvier. The girl beamed with joy upon hearing her name. Just as Mo and the others were about to step into the tavern, an angry and coarse male voice suddenly erupted from within. Luffy, if you insist on becoming a pirate, feel my grandfather's iron fist. In less than a second, a pained cry from a young boy echoed throughout the tavern. But I am the man destined to become the pirate king. I will never yield. Mo chuckled inwardly. Truly, timing is everything. Inside the tavern, 7 or 8 patrons watched the 16-year-old Luffy receive a thrashing from Garp, displaying expressions of schadenfreude. Ha, Luffy, you should obediently listen to Garp the hero. Indeed, Luffy. A real man knows when to bow down. Don't be so stubborn. Luffy, now writhing on the ground in pain with his arms around his head, was oblivious to their words. Is Sister Makino here? At that moment, a girl's voice rang out from the entrance. Upon hearing the girl's voice, all the patrons turned towards the door. However, when they laid eyes on the newcomer, they were left speechless. Mo, with his lustrous black hair, donned in a traditional white robe, gently waved a folding fan that lifted the strands of his dragon whisker bangs. The tavern fell into an abrupt silence. In everyone's mind lingered a single thought. Who is this noble young master? Garp and his aide, Bogart, furrowed their brows. They had not activated their haki earlier, so they had not sensed the arrival of Mo and his companions. Now, even with haki engaged, they could still not perceive Mo's presence, as if he were altogether absent from the hall. The 3 girls, upon seeing Makino, who was momentarily dazed at the bar, immediately broke into innocent smiles. Sister Makino, we have brought a guest for you. Approaching the bar, Mo performed a respectful fist salute. I am Mo. It is a pleasure to meet the proprietor. Might I inquire if you are acquainted with a person named him? Mo then glanced at Luffy, who was still sprawled on the ground, lamenting, and continued. I also heard a patron inside calling out Luffy's name. Is that the boy lying on the floor? Makino, having encountered the 4 emperors before, maintained a smile befitting a tavern owner despite her numerous questions. Sir, I am not familiar with anyone named him. Before Makishino could finish, Luffy abruptly sprang to his feet. Seemingly forgetting the pain, he swaggered over to M01 with a goofy grin. Haha, I am Luffy. Am I already that famous? M01 feigned surprise, casting a peculiar glance at Luffy. I just heard that you wished to become Roger's man, but didn't T. Roger die? What is this person saying? Luffy scratched his head in confusion. No, I mean I want to be the Pirate King. M01 maintained a serious demeanor. Roger is the Pirate King. If you desire to become the man of the Pirate King, does that not imply you wish to become Roger's man? A few girls stifled their laughter. Uffed. Ha ha. Luffy, so you like men? Although they were unaware of who Roger was, the name alone suggested he was indeed a man. Others, upon hearing M01's explanation, began to comprehend the alternative interpretation of his words. They struggled to contain their laughter, but ultimately, they burst into guffaws. The oblivious Luffy clearly did not grasp the situation. What do you mean by liking men? What are you all talking about? At this time, Garp and Bogart approached. Garp, with a displeased expression, scolded Luffy for being foolish, then turned his puzzled gaze to M01. I am Marine Garp, and this young man must be acquainted with my grandson Luffy. M01 remained unfazed, as if it were the first time he had heard Garp's name. I have heard of you, Mr. Garp. I do not know Luffy personally. I merely heard a friend mention him. However, my visit here is M01's expression suddenly darkened mid-sentence. Garp? Did I say something wrong? Just as Garp was about to inquire further, he noticed M01's cold gaze fixated on a particular spot in the hall as he sternly declared, Black Cloak? You dare to cross into this realm? The crowd was filled with confusion. What Black Cloak? There's no one here. Garp and Bogart, who had kept their haki activated since earlier, had sensed nothing amiss. However, before they could ponder further, a hoarse voice reverberated throughout the hall. Hee. I have heard that Mo Jianzi is the most talented and powerful swordsman in the history of the Chinese pavilion. It appears that this rumor is not without merit. Following a chilling laugh, the space within the tavern twisted before their astonished eyes. In the next moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared out of thin air in the tavern hall. Upon seeing the black cloak, M01's expression turned frightfully cold. He glanced at the equally wary Garp beside him and spoke in a low voice. Mr. Garp, please inform the people of this country to evacuate at once. Stunned, Garp was utterly bewildered. Evacuate? Why should people evacuate? Before he could contemplate further, the cold, hoarse voice of the cloaked figure reached their ears once more. Hee. I have already experienced the merciless swordsmanship of Ximen Chui Xue, yet I have yet to hear of the path you, Mo Jianzi, follow. Today is a rare opportunity. Let me test your sword skills and see if your title as the strongest swordsman holds true. Garp frowned. It was evident that this cloaked figure was no good. Confident in his own strength, he did not overthink the situation. Garp took a few steps forward, boldly sizing up the black cloak. Though I do not understand what is happening, it seems you are not a good. Suddenly, Garp's instincts screamed danger. Before he could react, a large hand seized his throat with vice-like strength. At the moment the black cloak vanished, M01 also disappeared from his original position. The abrupt change left everyone in the hall dumbfounded, wearing expressions of disbelief. What did they just witness? One moment, Garp was speaking, and the next, the mysterious figure in the black cloak had grasped the neck of the marine hero, Garp. Simultaneously, M01 clasped the wrist of the hand that held Garp. Old man, were you just about to say I am not a good person? The black cloak disregarded M01's grip, his icy voice penetrating Garp's ears, which were now enveloped in armament haki. Garp's armored black visage contorted in pain, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He instinctively grasped the black cloak's forearm, yet he could not budge it in the slightest. M01, wearing a grim expression, threatened, cloaked figure, release Mr. Garp, or I shall cripple that hand of yours. The cloaked figure, upon hearing this, transformed his previous icy tone into one of mockery in an instant. Oh dear, this old man is not worth my losing a single arm. M01 released the grip on the black cloaked figure's wrist and quickly helped the stumbling Garp to his feet, expressing concern. Mr. Garp, are you all right? At that moment, Bogart regained his composure from the astonishing scene and hurried to Garp's side, displaying a worried demeanor. Garp did not respond immediately. Instead, he grasped M01's arm, taking deep breaths, his pallid face reflecting a tinge of fear. He had just narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for M01 seizing the black cloak's wrist, he believed that a mere exertion from the figure would have resulted in his demise. Thank you. Young man, I am fine now, Garp managed to say. Luffy, still in shock at witnessing his grandfather being bullied, could hardly contain his outrage. "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my grandfather? Watch me unleash my rubber gun." Realizing the peril, Imowen vanished from Carp's side. The black-cloaked figure glanced at Luffy, who was swinging his arm in preparation, and with a mere wave, Luffy's figure was expelled from the tavern's hall. "Huh, you delivered yourself right to me, and I shall gladly accept." As Luffy vanished, Imowen reappeared at the spot where Luffy had just been. Black cloak. The expression on Imowen's face darkened significantly. The figure beneath the cloak cast a glance at Imowen before disappearing from the hall, leaving behind only the echoes of its arrogant laughter. "Ha ha, Imo Jinzi, I await you above. If you can defeat me, I shall return the child of destiny to you." Having been assisted to his feet by Bogart, Carp lost his composure upon seeing Luffy being taken away. "Scoundrel, return my grandson to me." Imowen turned to Bogart, stating gravely, "You are Mr. Carp's assistant, correct? Please inform the villagers of Windmill Village to evacuate promptly within the next 15 minutes. I suspect this island will soon vanish." Bogart, having witnessed Carp's near demise, did not doubt Imowen's words. "Sir, what about the people of Goya Kingdom?" Imowen forced a grim smile. "I will transport them to another world. Though entry is easy and exit is challenging. I shall explain further later. For now, you must arrange for the evacuation." Understanding the urgency, Bogart relayed a message to the people in the hall before hastily departing. "You heard him, right? What are you all waiting for? Quickly follow me." Carp, having regained his composure, contemplated his naval identity. After a moment of hesitation, he deeply bowed to Imowen. "Young man, please take care of Luffy. I shall assist Bogart." Imowen had no time to respond. He simply nodded before vanishing from the hall. 15 minutes later, at the coastline of Windmill Village, Carp's dog-headed warship was filled with anxious villagers. As the ship gradually distanced from the shore, Carp finally exhaled in relief. However, upon seeing the two figures, one black and one white, hovering above Windmill Village, anxiety crept back into his heart. Carp yearned to intervene, but recalling that icy grip, he could only murmur helplessly, "Young man, I beg you, you must rescue Luffy." Bogart, observing the crimson handprint on Carp's neck, remained incredulous. Unbelievable. The naval hero Carp has actually been defeated, utterly powerless and at the mercy of another. Above Windmill Village, Imowen contemplated as the warship slowly retreated from the coastline. Luffy's character has been significantly influenced by the sun god Nika fruit, perhaps even more than Naruto. Should I resort to drastic measures? After a moment's hesitation, Imowen donned a benevolent expression. "Very well, I shall take a gentler approach. Let him first learn the techniques of dominance overall, the 7 injuries fist, and the bone-softening palm. The latter 2 techniques could complement his current rubber form, and the Abaddon 3 blades from dominance overall might contend with the consciousness of the sun god Nika fruit." Casting aside his thoughts, Imowen's amiable visage morphed into an evil grin. The disappearance of the East Sea should suffice to convince the denizens of the pirate world of the existence of alternate realms, shouldn't it? In the distance, observing the Goya Kingdom Island, which appeared as small as ants, Carp and Bogart finally felt a semblance of security. Yes, this distance should be safe, right? Suddenly, a chilling, arrogant laughter echoed across the sea. "Hee hee, Imo Jinzi, have you arranged for everyone? Shall we engage in a decisive battle?" Moments later, Imowen's indifferent yet increasingly arrogant voice resonated across the waters. "The first to compel me to draw my sword was Xie Xiaofeng of the Sword Hidden Manor. Today, I wonder if you, Black Cloak, possess the qualifications to be the second." Chapter 89, The East Sea, Is It to Vanish? Above Windmill Village, Imowen's sword intent was inadvertently released, causing his white garment to ripple. In the next moment, the sword intent within him erupted like a flood released from a dam, transforming into a silver river wide enough to reach the heavens. With a resounding boom, the island of Goya Kingdom was shattered into pieces by this overwhelming sword intent. The Black Cloak, positioned 100 feet away, was startled by the sheer power of Imowen's sword intent. He swiftly dodged, appearing thousands of feet away. The face beneath the cloak darkened, cursing inwardly. "Damn, is it really necessary for the main body to be this serious?" Despite his internal grievances, the Black Cloak did not cease his actions. With palms pressed together at his chest, he leaned forward at a 45-degree angle and shouted, "Heavenly Will 4 Symbols Technique, Wrath of the Wind God." As the words fell, a massive, faint blue divine figure over 1,000 feet tall emerged behind the Black Cloak. Imowen, witnessing this, chuckled inwardly. Oh, the wrath of the wind god. Unfortunately, it's merely a projection. It's still too small. On board the dog-headed warship, the crew gazed upward at the silver river of sword intent cascading from the sky. Upon seeing the towering divine figure of the wind god, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Just as they were lost in awe of this extraordinary power, Mo-Win's cold and arrogant voice echoed once more. Black Cloak, if that is all you can muster, you are not worthy of my blade. Gasp. This Mo-1, who appeared so refined, was astonishingly audacious in battle. Shifting their gaze back to the scene above Windmill Village, the Black Cloak admitted to feeling pressured by the main body's aura. Mo Jianzi, this is merely the beginning. You better not blink, or you shall perish. With that, the Black Cloak suddenly manifested 3 more projections. The third projection wielded a long sword crackling with lightning. This sword was the heart sword from the demonic sword life and death game. In the next moment, the heavens resonated with the furious roars of the Black Cloak. Heavenly Will 4 Symbols Technique, Wrath of the Fire God. Heavenly Will 4 Symbols Technique, Wrath of the Thunder God. As the 2 incantations concluded, Karp and the others witnessed the emergence of a red divine figure engulfed in flames and a white divine figure shimmering with lightning. 3 towering figures, each over 1,000 feet tall, loomed in the sky, overwhelming the onlooker's senses. Mo-Win's gaze fixated on the Black Cloak's projection wielding the long sword, his expression filled with anticipation. The 4th form of the Heavenly Will 4 Symbols Technique differed from the previous 3. It could summon the power of heavenly thunder to execute a sword technique. Just as Mo-Win had anticipated, the Black Cloak's 3rd projection became enveloped in lightning, raising the heart sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a violent wind swept over the sea, and the skies within 1,000 miles were plunged into darkness as Karp and the others looked on. Above Windmill Village, a towering vortex of dark clouds emerged, crackling with lightning as if a colossal dragon were roaring within. The Heaven's 4 Symbols Technique unleashed the wrath of the Thunder God. As the 3rd avatar of the black-clad figure spoke, a torrential beam of lightning descended from the swirling clouds above. In an instant, this river of lightning was absorbed into the heart sword held by the black-clad avatar. In the next moment, the heart sword radiated an overwhelming brilliance, illuminating the entire expanse like a falling sun. Mo-Win observed this scene, his tone tinged with excitement. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Is the Thunder God enraged? It seems I have just enough merit to conjure a sword from my avatar. With a snap of his fingers, another version of himself materialized beside him. This avatar wielded a long sword identical in appearance to the heart sword. This blade was none other than the demon sword from the game of life and death. Raising his sword towards the heavens, the avatar declared, "This technique is called a sword that spans the ages." Black Cloak, are you prepared? As his words fell, the red sword energy emanating from the demon's sword surged dramatically to a height of 10,000 feet. From a distance, it appeared as if a colossal sword was thrusting upwards from the earth, piercing the heavens. Witnessing the 3 divine phantoms in the sky, alongside the river of lightning, the sword intent galaxy, and the massive red sword energy, the crew aboard the Doghead warship stood frozen, as if turned to stone, too astonished to even breathe. Moments later, the villagers of Windmill Village, their eyes vacant with fear, knelt upon the ground, many bowing repeatedly towards the distant phantoms, murmuring incessantly, "This must be a deity. It must be a deity." Even Karp and Bogart, witnessing the spectacle from afar, felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth? It seems the battle hasn't even begun yet. The 2 could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic power that would be unleashed should these energies collide. Just as their concern for the crew aboard the warship deepened, a transparent phantasm of Mo-Win suddenly appeared above the vessel. Observing the bewildered crew, the phantasm explained indifferently, "I am but a fragment of my true essence. In the forthcoming battle, my true self may not be able to focus on your protection. I shall now transport you away from this sea." Before the crew could fully comprehend his words, the phantasm waved his arm. The Doghead warship was enveloped in a surge of vital energy, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the sea. The crew, astonished, gazed at the surrounding shimmering phantoms in awe. Good heavens, what speed is this? We just passed 2 islands in the blink of an eye. One villager exclaimed excitedly. These 2 must be deities, surely they are deities. An elder concurred. Indeed, such power is beyond that of mere mortals. Look, the white-clad deity is still above our warship. Upon hearing this, Carp and the other Marines realized that Mo Wen's phantasm remained present. Carp regarded the indifferent figure of Mo Wen with a hint of curiosity. Brother, what is this essence you speak of? Will the inhabitants of the islands surrounding the kingdom of Goya be affected by your battle? The phantasm of Mo Wen maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Explaining this would be too cumbersome. You may consider me a fragment of my consciousness. As such, I possess little emotion. Regarding those islands, when you arranged for the villagers of Windmill Village to evacuate, my true self had already employed a secret technique to transport all living beings in the East Sea, save for the trees, to another world. The crew gasped in shock. Bogart quickly activated his observation hockey. In the next moment, disbelief washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Incredible! There are not a single fish swimming in the waters we just traversed. The villagers of Windmill? There can be no mistake. This is divine intervention." Carp, too, felt a sense of existential doubt as he sensed the situation. Above the warship, Mo Wen's phantasm furrowed his brow. My true self has already engaged the black-clad figure. We are now being pursued by an energy surge approaching us at great speed. Brace yourselves, I am about to accelerate. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to glance behind them. The next instant, their hearts sank and color drained from their faces. They beheld a massive wave of white energy surging towards them, moving slightly faster than the warship. As the white energy engulfed the ocean and islands, all matter was instantaneously obliterated, dissolving into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the more timid among them were paralyzed with fear. They dared not imagine what would happen if the white energy were to catch up with them. Fortunately, in the next moment, Mo Wen's phantasm increased the warship's speed. As the warship maintained a safe distance from the white energy, the crew wiped the sweat from their brows. Phew, that was terrifying. I thought we were done for. If I survive this, I vow never to set foot in the East Sea again. East Sea? Where are we now? A voice broke the tension, startling the Marines. The warship's speed was so rapid that, aside from Carp, none could discern their surroundings. Bogart glanced at Carp, who wore a grave expression, and an uneasy feeling arose within him. Admiral Carp, do you know where we are? Carp, upon further sensing his surroundings, grimly replied, if I am not mistaken. We just passed through Westrop Village. Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers gazed blankly at the relentless wave of white energy behind them. In that moment, a strange calm washed over their hearts. We've crossed more than half of the East Sea. It seems inevitable that the East Sea is doomed. Chapter 90. Gathering together after some time, the crew watched as the towering sword energy surged forth from the white energy wave, gradually closing the distance to the Doghead warship. Their spirits, which had briefly soared, plummeted once more. Mo Wen's phantasm scanned the panicked crew below and warned, ahead lies an extremely tall mountain. Hold on tight. I am about to elevate the warship into the sky, swiftly forming a hand seal. Mo Wen's phantasm made the warship vanish from the surface of the ocean in an instant. The next moment, in the same sea, the crew merely blinked, and the Doghead warship reappeared high in the sky, at an altitude of 10,000 feet. They knew their height because below them lay a vast ocean of white energy. Watching the white energy consume everything like a primordial beast, continuously expanding beyond the East Sea, the crew felt a mix of joy and sorrow. They rejoiced in their escape from danger, but mourned the fate of the East Sea. At that moment, the warship floated motionless in the air. They saw that directly below them was Upside Down Mountain. Beyond that lay the Grand Line, territory no longer belonging to the East Sea. Carp gazed at the increasingly translucent figure of Mo Wen, feeling a deep sense of concern. Brother, is your essence phantasm all right? Upon hearing Carp's words, the crew noticed that Mo Wen's phantasm had become even more transparent. Mo Wen replied calmly, I am merely a fragment of my true essence. Unless I exhaust my spiritual energy, I would not dissipate even after 100 years. However, having just transported the warship from below, I have expended a great deal of energy. For now, I can only keep the warship aloft. I am unable to propel it further. A wave of anxiety washed over the crew. Bogart, observing the weary villagers, bowed respectfully to Mo Wen's phantasm. Thank you for saving our lives, sir. May I ask you a few questions? Mo Wen's phantasm nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Bogart inquired, Sir, how much longer can your phantasm endure? Are we safe here? And approximately how long will this battle last? Without any hesitation, Mo Wen's phantasm responded, If it is merely to keep the warship from falling, I can maintain this phantasm for another 10 days. Your world is intricately connected to the realm of the shinobi. The dark-robed figure and my true form will not fight with full force. For now, this place remains relatively safe. As for when it will conclude, both the dark-robed figure and I have crossed into your world ahead of time. The consciousness of this realm permits us to stay for only 5 days. After 5 days, both the dark-robed figure and I will depart. Therefore, our battle, or rather the conflict between my true form and the dark-robed figure, should not exceed 4 days. The Navy, led by Karp, was not particularly shocked to learn that Mo1 and his companion hailed from another world. After witnessing the events of today, even if Mo1 claimed they were gods, they would readily accept it. Observing the pensive expressions of those around him, Mo1's ethereal form reminded them, even if this battle were to conclude, the residual energies would render this maritime region inhospitable to any ordinary life forms for the next 80 years. Thus, you must arrange for someone to come here and escort you away from these waters. Karp and Bogart had many questions, but upon hearing Mo1's words, they realized the gravity of their situation. Bogart, keep everyone calm here. I will contact Sengoku. Karp declared hastily as he rushed back to the ship's cabin. 2 days later, atop the towering reverse mountain, a naval vessel sped toward the Doghead warship. Upon seeing the figures aboard the opposing ship, Karp and his companions were momentarily taken aback. A minute later, they noticed several unfamiliar silhouettes on the Doghead warship. These figures included the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, Rear Admiral Tsuru, the 5-star elder, the 4 emperors of piracy, their vice-captains, the 7 warlords, and several vice-admirals from the naval headquarters. Karp, disregarding the presence of the 5-star elder, shouted boisterously, Sengoku. What is going on? Why are the 5-star elder and the 4 emperors here? The 7 warlords were completely overlooked by Karp. Sengoku and the others did not immediately respond to Karp, choosing instead to gaze at the increasingly translucent Mo1's ethereal form. Hiss! Is this the martial artist from another world? Terrifying. Just a single thought can achieve such a feat. Even though they were aware that this was merely a projection of his spiritual self, witnessing it in person stirred tremendous waves within their hearts. Seeing everyone fixated on Mo1, Karp quickly interjected, "Please do not disturb the young man. He is currently attuned to the battle between his true form and the dark-robed figure in the East Sea." The crowd pondered this before shifting their gaze away. Below, various martial intentions wreaked havoc, rendering it impossible for those from the pirate world to perceive the situation through observation. Sengoku turned to Karp, sighing in resignation, "Alas. The battle between Mr. Mo and the dark-robed figure has already affected much of the Grand Line. Moreover, the energies continue to spread outward. A colossal sword aura even cleaved through the Sabaody archipelago, heading straight for the New World. Ultimately, that sword aura reached Wano country and nearly split it apart. Wow." The Navy aboard the Doghead warship could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Karp, however, remained unfazed, explaining, "That must have been the enormous sword aura from 2 nights ago. It narrowly brushed past us." The young man said it was a technique from his true form. Eagle Eye, amidst the crowd, stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. "Admiral Karp, what kind of technique was that? Did Mr. Mo tell you?" Seeing Karp struggling to recall, Bogart stepped in to clarify. "Mr. Mo mentioned it was the 10,000 swords to the Emperor, a weakened version of the 10,000 swords returned to the source." The crowd felt a sense of emptiness from this explanation. However, Eagle Eye turned crimson and hurriedly dragged Bogart aside to discuss further. One of the 4 emperors, Shanks, was also eager to join but was halted by his vice-captain, Beckman. Karp, noticing the subdued 4 emperors, jested, "Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, why are you all so quiet?" Kaido and Big Mom merely snorted, offering no response. Shanks yearned to speak, but was once again restrained by Beckman. Whitebeard, however, boisterously laughed, "Ha ha. Karp, I heard from Sengoku that you almost got choked to death by the dark-robed figure in the East Sea. Is that true?" Uffed. Shanks burst into laughter. Unable to contain himself, Karp's face darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Umph. So what? At least I have witnessed the battle between the young man and the dark-robed figure. While you were unable to withstand even the remnants of their clash." Whitebeard's smile faltered. He had to concede that Karp was correct, feeling the catastrophic energy emanating from below. Even he, known as the world's strongest, hesitated to approach recklessly. Sengoku disregarded their banter, asking seriously, "Karp, do you know anything else?" Karp, visibly impatient, replied, "Sengoku, Are you ever satisfied? You've asked me many times over these past 2 days. Haven't I told you everything I know? Sengoku paid no mind to Carp's attitude. Suddenly, Rear Admiral Tsuru, who had been observing Mo's ethereal form, brightened. She quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, sir." The 5-star elder was the first to react, bowing as well when he noticed Mo's ethereal form open its eyes. Mo1, unperturbed by their presence, merely stated, "The battle between my true form and the dark-robed figure has concluded." With those words, Mo1 appeared beside the bewildered Luffy, who had been in a daze. Upon seeing Mo1 rescue Luffy, Carp sighed in relief, exhaling deeply. Mo1 smiled gently at the startled crowd before releasing Luffy, who landed on the deck still in a state of confusion. He surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting the familiar one-armed figure, exclaimed excitedly, "Shanks? Wow, it really is Shanks." However, Shanks's gaze remained fixed on Mo1. In fact, apart from Carp, everyone else's attention was riveted on Mo1 the moment he appeared. Is this Mr. Mo? Truly a celestial being. As Mo's ethereal form merged into his true self, he scanned the astonished crowd, finally resting his gaze on Rear Admiral Tsuru, who appeared to be around 70 years old. He utilized his mind-reading ability to sense her inner thoughts and smiled, saying, "You must be the strategist of the Navy, correct? The reason I remain unscathed is that both the dark-robed figure and I primarily fought using our projections." Rear Admiral Tsuru was taken aback that Mo1 could discern her thoughts. Yet, upon considering his identity, she quickly regained her composure. Out of respect for the strong, she was about to bow again, but in the next moment, Mo1 appeared before her, gently holding her hands to prevent her from bowing. "I am merely 15 years old and cannot allow you to perform such a grand gesture." Hiss! Everyone felt as though their ears had malfunctioned. "You say you are a god, and we believe you. But how can we accept that you are only 15? The air fell silent for a few seconds. It was Rear Admiral Tsuru who first managed to calm herself. Observing the courteous and elegant Mo1, she felt a wave of emotions stirring within her. She then asked the question that lingered in her mind. "Young sir, can you truly hear the thoughts of others?" Mo1 nodded with a smile. "Yes, I can indeed do so." Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly controlled their thoughts to avoid any errant musings. Luffy dashed back from Shanks' side, visibly irate. "Mo1, you are clearly younger than me, yet I called you brother Mo1 before. Why didn't you stop me?" The others exchanged glances, wondering if this was indeed Carp's foolish grandson, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Before Mo1 could respond, Carp seized Luffy and began to administer a lesson on proper behavior. Do not inquire about the anguished cries that echo around. He turned to the hesitant crowd and spoke earnestly. "I am aware of the questions that linger in your minds. Allow me to address them all. First and foremost, I must extend my sincerest apologies." With a respectful bow, he continued, "The battle I waged against the figure in the black robe not only caused the waters of the East Sea to vanish, but it also carved a profound abyss into the seabed. Currently, the waters from the 4 seas are cascading into this chasm, and once the East Sea is replenished, a quarter of the maritime expanse will be transformed into land." A wave of bewilderment washed over the others. What kind of formidable being is he? They pondered. Once he regained his composure, Sengoku expressed a hint of relief, replying, "This is not your fault, sir. Though we have lost the East Sea, our terrestrial domain has expanded by an equivalent area, which is not detrimental to our world." Inwardly, Mo1 marveled at Sengoku's wisdom. He clearly understood the implications of the newfound land for the pirate world. The others, hearing Sengoku's words, found themselves lost in thought. Mo1 did not allow them much time to ponder. He continued, "From the memories of my spiritual incarnation, I have learned about the connection between the ninja world and your realm, as discussed with Mr. Carp. You are aware that in a year, the ninja world, the pirate world, and the Soul Society will converge?" Sengoku nodded gravely. "Indeed, we have received such news from Carp." Mo1 appeared enlightened and elucidated further. "I traversed into your world a year in advance for 2 principal reasons. Firstly, for Luffy and him. Secondly, to encourage you to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed." Pausing momentarily, he elaborated on the latter. "My request for you to minimize violence is related to the Soul Society." The crowd was drenched in cold sweat at this revelation. Is the Soul Society truly that powerful? Spirits, souls, hollows, and Shinigami, what manner of world is this? They mused. Even the captain of the 13th Division seems formidable enough to rival our world's elite forces. Yet, the true concern lay with the hollows, those monstrous entities. Carp, preoccupied with thoughts of his grandson, interjected eagerly, "Why do you concern yourself with Luffy?" And that individual named him. The five-star elder perked up, intrigued. As this matter pertained to their leader, Imoen began by explaining the secret of the destined child, revealing that Luffy is the hero's chosen one, while him embodies the villain's counterpart. Regardless of the convergence of the three worlds, Luffy would eventually confront him, barring any intervention from warriors. If all proceeds as anticipated, Luffy will bring an end to the reign of the celestial dragons. Eyes widened, the others gazed at Luffy, who scratched his head in confusion. How did I not realize this fool was so remarkable? Carp, too, was taken aback by the extraordinary path his grandson was destined to tread. The five-star elder, gripping his cursed blade, quickly inquired, "Does this imply that you will intervene?" Imoen offered a radiant smile, delivering a somewhat evasive response. "Given the existence of devil fruits, your world's mid-tier strength remains viable. However, setting aside the obvious weaknesses of these fruits, producing a flawless warrior is exceedingly challenging. As for elite forces, your capabilities pale in comparison, even to the extraterrestrial beings of the ninja world." He finally addressed the elder's question. "The outcome of any battle often hinges on the quality of high-tier strength. I personally will not involve myself in your world's conflicts. Yet, I must caution you against becoming complacent." Silence enveloped the navy, the four emperors, the five-star elder, and the seven warlords. Were they truly perceived as complacent? After a long pause, Imoen turned to Carp with a serious demeanor. "Mr. Carp, I have examined Luffy's condition and discovered 3 techniques inscribed upon his spirit, likely a scheme devised by the Black Robe. You must watch over him vigilantly this year, or I fear he may fall into darkness. In a year's time, bring him to the ninja world to seek me." Seeing Carp's puzzled expression, Imoen clarified, "These techniques are etched into Luffy's very essence. Even if he chooses not to learn them now, one of them will gradually influence his character. I estimate that within 6 months, Luffy's personality will begin to shift." Carp suddenly bowed deeply, pleading, "Is there any way to remove these techniques from Luffy's spirit?" Imoen quickly helped him to his feet, sighing, "There is a method, but the associated risks are considerable, and I would not recommend it. Moreover, in a certain sense, the Black Robe is attempting to save Luffy, albeit through extreme measures." At Imoen's words, not only Carp but the others were left bewildered. Carp pressed on, "What do you mean?" Imoen, adopting an enigmatic expression, replied, "The time is not yet ripe for me to reveal too much. I can only say that it pertains to the devil fruits. In a year, when the 3 worlds converge, someone will elucidate the hidden truths to you." Carp, somewhat dissatisfied, implored, "Could you not share just a bit more? Just a morsel?" The others silently applauded Carp's persistence. After a lengthy hesitation, Imoen seemed to relent. "Very well, allow me to impart a hint. Have you ever wondered why these fruits are dubbed devil fruits? If it were merely due to being cast aside by the sea, it would not warrant such a title. I personally believe that if this were the case, they should be known as angel fruits instead. For the weak, the benefits of obtaining a devil fruit far outweigh its drawbacks." Observing the crowd lost in contemplation, Imoen posed another question. "Do you know why your world is so abundant in oceans?" Those of lesser intellect were baffled by his words, while the astute began to sense that these devil fruits harbored a profoundly significant secret. Disregarding the contemplative crowd, Imoen addressed the bewildered Carp. "Mr. Carp, I have already transported the Navy and some ordinary citizens from the East Sea to your Navy headquarters. The remaining individuals are bound by constraints from another world and cannot be transported yet. You may wish to keep a record of any relatives who might be in that realm. If there are any, you may bring them to the ninja world to reunite with their loved ones in a year. If not, I will heed the villagers' wishes. Should they choose not to return to the pirate world, they will remain in that other world henceforth." Carp, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude to Imoen and promptly vowed to ensure the Navy kept meticulous records. Sengoku, feeling somewhat overshadowed, thought to himself, "Am I not the commander?" Having achieved his purpose in the pirate world, Imoen commanded the system to open a rift in space. The others were perplexed as he summoned a radiant portal of colors. "Gentlemen, I must take my leave. We shall meet again in a year." As he approached the vibrant portal, they suddenly realized, "Mr. Imoen, wait. May I accompany you?" Imoen paused, regarding the man with a short beard and eagle-like eyes, halting his step toward the chaotic flow of space. Chapter 92. The Shinigami in the Soul Society. Imoen gently fanned himself, hovering above the streets of Soul Society. Gazing at the Soul Society's protective barrier, he fell into deep contemplation. The world of Soul Reapers is rather intricate, and this anime, alas, appears to have a lackluster conclusion. As when reminisced about his past life, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The realm of Soul Reapers is primarily divided into 4 dimensions: the human world, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the Invisible Empire. The human world is inhabited by ordinary humans. Upon death, they transform into spirits that can enter the Soul Society. The Soul Society itself is segmented into 3 main areas: the Spirit King's Palace, situated in a different dimension, the Noble and Soul Reaper residences in Siriidii, and the Rukongai, where other souls dwell surrounding Siriidii. Hueco Mundo exists between the human world and the Soul Society, serving as a realm for hollows. The Invisible Empire is another world created by the Quincy under the shadow of the Soul Society. As was lost in various memories, he suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching him. He turned to gaze into the void behind him and saw a translucent, pale blue shield, trailing a light blue flame, hurtling toward him. More precisely, it was heading towards the protective barrier of Siriidii. Inside the translucent blue shield were 4 men, a woman, and a black cat. These 5 individuals were Ichigo Kurosaki, the male protagonist and Soul Reaper, the gentle Orochimaru Inoue, the Quincy Yuryu Ishida, the robust Chad Yasutora, and the bandana-clad Shizuku Ishii. Upon seeing the familiar figures, Imowen's lips curled into a smile. Ah, is this not the main cast? Are they on a mission to rescue Rukia? He chuckled, feeling quite familiar with the unfolding plot. Inside the shield, the black cat Yuruchi caught sight of a white figure hovering in the distance. Startled, she exclaimed in a human voice, "Is someone there? How can there be someone?" The group, represented by Ichigo Kurosaki, turned to look at the white figure. Observing its formidable presence, Ichigo furrowed his brow and asked, "Yuruchi, is that person from Siriidii?" Yuruchi squinted her large cat eyes and, upon realizing they were still a considerable distance from Mo1, shook her head. "No, that person is definitely not from the Soul Society, nor are they a Soul Reaper." The curious Orochimaru Inoue, displaying an air of maturity beyond her years, asked, "If he is not a Soul Reaper, then how can he stand in midair?" Yuruchi's gaze remained fixated on the white figure. "He is not a spirit, nor does he possess spiritual pressure. He is human." As when observed the approaching translucent shield, his smile broadened. After a few breaths, he elegantly gestured with his white fan, lightly tapping the void before him. In the blink of an eye, the translucent blue shield appeared right before him, mere hundreds of feet away. The sudden change startled the individuals within the shield. Once they regained their composure, they adopted a defensive stance. "No need to be alarmed. I bear no ill will," Imowen reassured them. His handsome features and warm smile, complemented by his ancient attire, left them momentarily speechless. Eventually, the bespectacled and somewhat dashing Yuryu Ishida was the first to recover. He confronted Mo1, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you obstructing us?" Mo1, holding his fan, performed a courteous gesture. "I am Mo1, pleased to meet you. May I inquire a few questions?" Ichigo, eager to rescue Rukia and unwilling to waste time, was about to refuse. However, Orochimaru, filled with excitement, interjected, "If we answer your questions, can you help us break the barrier of Siriidii?" Imowen smiled at her enthusiasm and pointed towards the distant barrier. "You mean the barrier behind us?" Orochimaru nodded vigorously. Yes. Since you can easily stop us, you must surely be able to destroy that barrier." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the others realized that Imowen's capabilities might exceed their expectations. They had initially planned to breach the barrier with the Quincy's spirit pressure cannon. Yet Imowen had effortlessly thwarted their attempt. "Ah, this is quite simple," Imowen replied, and as they looked on in confusion, he flicked his fingers towards Siriidii. A small, translucent white sword shot forth from his fingertip. In less than 2 breaths, the sword penetrated the barrier of Siriidii. Though the sword was minuscule, they did not witness its passage through the protective shield. However, they were astonished to see the massive barrier encompassing Siriidii suddenly vanish into thin air. Their mouths gaped in disbelief, as even Yuruchi in her cat form appeared utterly astonished. She had sensed Imowen's strength, but never anticipated it to be so overwhelming. Unfazed, Imowen feigned nonchalance. "The spiritual pressure and Kido of your Soul Reaper world are quite fascinating. I am rather surprised that this barrier could withstand a mere fragment of my sword intent for a moment." Though the group did not fully grasp his words, They recognized that Mo1 was truly formidable. Uruchi transformed into a lithe, dark-skinned woman and inquired, "My lord, you speak of the Soul Reaper world? Are you from the human world?" Mo1, seemingly unfazed by Uruchi's sudden transformation as if he had anticipated it all, replied, "Explaining would be too cumbersome. Do not resist. I shall directly impart some fragments of my memories into your minds." Before they could prepare themselves, Mo1 swiftly touched each of their foreheads. In the next moment, they stood still with their eyes tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber. Seeing that they would not awaken immediately, Mo1 turned to gaze into the distance at the panicked Soul Reapers within Tsunade. Well, the plot of Naruto is gone. The plot of One Piece is gone. So the Soul Reaper does not require a plot. Thinking of someone, Mo1 felt a twinge of guilt. "My apologies, Aizen, for disrupting your plans. But no matter. The Naruto and One Piece worlds are far more entertaining and sufficient for your schemes. I wonder if Uchiha Madara can contend with you?" In Mo1's mind, Aizen still surpassed Madara, as the latter's flaws were too conspicuous. In a certain sense, Aizen had become a quintessential villain. Without the system, Mo1 would have felt apprehensive towards Aizen. However, considering that he would soon attain immortality, Mo1 reflected, any scheme, in the face of absolute power, is but a fleeting illusion. After a brief moment, Mo1 looked back at the group. The memories he imparted contained tales from the Naruto world, his experiences in One Piece, and more fabricated scenes, such as the relationships among the three realms, how they were formed, and various secrets of the Soul Reaper world. Half an hour later, the six of them simultaneously opened their eyes. In that brief span, they felt as though they had traversed centuries. As they recalled the countless images they had witnessed, their expressions varied. Uruchi murmured, almost in awe, "Primordial, ancient, original, archaic, medieval? What a magnificent, brutal, and exhilarating saga." The four young men appeared awakened, their faces reflecting a fervent longing. Orochimaru, however, was in tears, moved by a tragic love story she had encountered in the memories. As the six individuals remained engrossed in their own worlds, Mo1 glanced at the 14 figures soaring above the Soul Society, chuckling softly. "Ah, everyone has arrived." Chapter 93. The 13 Court Guard Squads. Mo1's note. The current captains of the 13 Court Guard Squads are as follows. Captain of the First Squad, Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni. Captain of the Second Squad, Soifun. Captain of the Third Squad, Ikamaru Jin. Captain of the Fourth Squad, Unohana Retsu. Captain of the Fifth Squad, Aizen S. Suk. Captain of the Sixth Squad, Kachiki Byakuya. Captain of the Seventh Squad, Kamamura Sajin. Captain of the Eighth Squad, Kiraka Shunsui. Captain of the Ninth Squad, Hisagi Shohei. Captain of the 10th Squad, Hitsugaya T. Shur. Captain of the 11th Squad, Zaraki Kenpachi. Captain of the 12th Squad, Mayuri Karatsuchi. Captain of the 13th Squad, Yukitake J. Shur. Note: some names will be abbreviated in subsequent references. Upon hearing Mo1's voice, the six quickly turned their gazes upward. The sight of all the captains of the 13 Court Guard Squads in attendance startled them. Moreover, among the 13, there was a vice-captain whose strength rivaled that of the captains themselves. Observing the tense expressions of the six, Mo1 reassured them, "Fear not, for I am here." With this, the group remembered the formidable presence before them, and their anxiety began to dissipate. After a few breaths, the 14 individuals, led by Yamamoto Genre Sai, landed gracefully in midair, standing over 20 meters away from Mo1 and his companions. As they noticed Mo1 leisurely fanning himself with a white fan, accompanied by a gentle smile and his peculiar attire, the captains of the Godei 13 seemingly disregarded Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. Their gazes, filled with curiosity, astonishment, and solemnity, were fixated on Mo1. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Mo1 turned his attention to the legendary strongest Shinigami. Indeed, a bald head, eyebrows white and long enough to reach his cheeks, and a beard that descended to his waist. Yes, it was the familiar first squad captain, old Yamamoto. Yamamoto Genre Sai, leaning on his sword, suddenly trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes before he regarded Mo1 with a grave expression. "Sir, have you breached the Soul Society's barrier?" "Indeed," Mo1 replied, his tone confident and spirited, a testament to his enduring vitality. Inside, he mused, the old man certainly retains his vigor. However, outwardly, he feigned modesty. "I apologize. I recently struck a deal with a few friends. All they had to do was answer a few questions, and I would help them dismantle this barrier." I believe this is what you refer to as the soul barrier. Noticing that, aside from the vice captain, the 13 were all stoic, Imouen offered Yamamoto a reassuring glance. Fear not, old man. Shortly, I can help you establish a new barrier. One that rivals the strength of the residual flame of the take and the power of the moonless night, ensuring that few in the Shinigami world could ever hope to breach it. Upon hearing Imouen's words, Yamamoto's pupils constricted, and Aizen's body quivered amongst the crowd. Although they maintained calm exteriors, internally, a tempest brewed. As for the others, while they might not comprehend the significance of the residual flame of the take and the power of the moonless night, they understood one thing. This individual was excessively arrogant. Hearing Imouen's audacious declaration and witnessing him dismantle the Soul Society's defenses with apparent ease, Kenpachi Zaraki's excitement manifested in a wide grin, reminiscent of a madman. The vice-captain on Kenpachi's shoulder, the diminutive Yachiru Kusajishi, sensed the overwhelming battle intent emanating from him. With a childlike voice, she cautioned, Kenchan, this person is quite dangerous. Do not act recklessly. Without hesitation, Kenpachi Zaraki seized Yachiru and set her down beside the stoic Kachiki Byakuya. Yachiru, I can no longer contain myself. With fervor radiating from him, Kenpachi, wielding his tattered Zanpakuto, advanced step by step toward Imouen until he halted between the two groups. The other captains were not taken aback. After all, this was Kenpachi Zaraki. Imouen, too, was unsurprised, recognizing the man before him as Kenpachi. Yamamoto did not intervene. He merely exchanged glances with several captains, signaling them to prepare for action. The captains understood their captain's intent, their expressions shifting to readiness, initially brimming with battle intent. Kenpachi's expression faltered upon noticing Imouen when wielding only a fan. His eagerness waned significantly. Where is your sword? With a faint smile, Imouen replied, I wield a sword, not a knife. However, in your world, there is little distinction between the two. Kenpachi seized upon this point, pressing further, then where is your sword? Imouen feigned an air of mystery. The sword? I am my own sword. The others were taken aback. What do you mean? Are you not human? Knight 1, standing behind Imouen, dismissed the others with an air of superiority, declaring, you wish for Mr. Imo to draw his sword? Not even all 13 of you combined are worthy. Ignoring Yachiru entirely. Hearing Knight 1's proclamation, half the captains regarded her with disbelief, while a select few exhibited expressions of discomfort, bewilderment, or shock. Who was Knight 1? Ximen Chuiyue, the former captain of the 2nd Squad, former commander of the Special Forces, and one of the 4 noble families in Soul Society. Logic dictated that Knight 1 was not foolish. Yet how could she utter such absurd words? Kenpachi, invigorated by Knight 1's statement, felt his blood surge. I must compel you to draw your sword. With that, he disregarded Imouen's companions and, in a flash, appeared above him. With a single hand, Kenpachi swung his blade down towards Imouen's head, delivering a powerful strike. As the Zanpakuto sliced through the air with a whistling sound, Imouen did not flinch, leaving the gathered captains puzzled. They did not believe the enigmatic Imouen could evade this attack. However, in the next instant, they realized that Imouen did not need to evade. In the astonished gazes of all, Imouen remained rooted in place, observing the Shinigami captains, his right hand still gently fanning with the white fan. The only notable change was that he raised his left hand and, astonishingly, pinched the very tip of Kenpachi's Zanpakuto between his fingers. Silence enveloped the air for a few seconds. Kenpachi's face flushed red, a consequence of his excessive force as he attempted to wrest his blade from Imouen's grip. Yet no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge his Zanpakuto, nor did Imouen's hand waver. I refuse to believe it. Kenpachi howled, nearly deranged, unleashing his captain-level spiritual pressure with reckless abandon. Yet, it proved futile. He remained unable to dislodge his Zanpakuto, and his spiritual pressure had no effect on Ichigo Kurosaki and the others behind Imouen. It was not due to their strength, but rather that Kenpachi's spiritual pressure could not even approach them. The 4 young men observed as another transparent barrier enveloped them, their gazes fixed on Imouen, faces reflecting admiration. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Kenpachi shouted, frantically removing the eye patch from his left eye. As it was lifted, his spiritual pressure surged exponentially, creating a terrifying force that caused the air to hum ominously. Several of the weaker captains in the distance were drenched in cold sweat from the oppressive aura. After several moments, Kenpachi, having poured out all his spiritual pressure. Realized he still could not reclaim his Zanpakuto from Imowen's grasp. His spirit was severely crushed. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Imowen merely shook his head at this scene, then applied a gentle pressure with his fingertip. With a resounding crack, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto shattered. Due to the sudden fracture of his Zanpakuto, Kenpachi Zaraki found himself sliding backward, momentarily rendered powerless. The other captains of the Godai, 13, gazed in astonishment at the shard of blade in Imowen's hand, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. If Kenpachi Zaraki were an ordinary Shinigami, they might not have found it remarkable, but he was a captain-level Shinigami. In the next instant, Kenpachi Zaraki appeared before Imowen, casting a disappointed glance at the broken blade in his grip. His voice, once filled with madness, now bore a semblance of tranquility. You are quite formidable. At present, I am unworthy of compelling you to draw your sword, but there will come a day when I shall achieve that. Imowen appeared to trust his assertion. Indeed, I believe you can accomplish it. The 6 individuals behind him felt a peculiar sensation akin to deceiving a child. However, they mused, to compel me to draw my sword. Your Zanpakuto is not sufficient. The captains believed Imowen was merely putting on an act. Yet, the spectacle that followed shattered their perceptions. Imowen's left hand emitted a dazzling display of effects. In a fleeting moment, the fragment of blade in his possession visibly transformed into a complete Zanpakuto. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the Zanpakuto in Imowen's hand bore an exact resemblance to that of Kenpachi Zaraki, save for one distinguishing feature. The blade radiated a menacing, chilling light. Its sharpness was evident even to the naked eye, far surpassing that of any other Zanpakuto. This astonishing feat was made possible by the forging skills Imowen had acquired from the system. The system's creations were indeed extraordinary. Everyone, including Orochi and the others, stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene. Imowen's actions defied their understanding and shattered their worldview. It is commonly known that a Zanpakuto is forged from the soul of the Shinigami. Most had never heard of anyone capable of repairing another's Zanpakuto. Even the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki, whose first Zanpakuto was shattered by Byakuya Kichiki, could only restore it through Urahara Kisuke's specialized training, ultimately manifesting a new Zanpakuto named Zangetsu. Imowen offered the stunned Kenpachi Zaraki the newly formed Zanpakuto, smiling as he spoke. For a swordsman or a blade master, the sword in hand is their only true companion. If you do not cherish it, with whom shall you share the joy of battle? This blade is still in its initial state. I hope that a year from now, you can tell me its true name. After Imowen's words, Kenpachi Zaraki pondered for a long while, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. You seem to know me quite well? Imowen did not immediately respond, but gestured for Zaraki to hand over the broken Zanpakuto. Upon receiving the shattered blade, Imowen caressed its jagged edge, sorrow evident in his gaze. I have heard its lament. It tells me that its original master has perished, and you have found it. From the moment you picked it up, it has longed for you to call its name. Yet, millennia have passed, and you have treated it merely as a weapon, leaving it battered and scarred. Kenpachi Zaraki fell silent, realizing for the first time that the blade in his hand had always been alive. The others, while astonished by Imowen's unscientific abilities, were also filled with deep emotion. Imowen's gaze returned to the silent Kenpachi Zaraki. Have you not noticed? For a captain-level Shinigami, breaking a Zanpakuto in its initial state is not a daunting task. Yet, this half-released Zanpakuto has fought alongside you for over 1,000 years and still endures to this day. Imowen unraveled the mystery. The reason is that it is an offensive-type Zanpakuto. In terms of physical attack capability, it is the strongest among all Zanpakuto, and such blades are notably resilient. As Imowen spoke, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly transformed into a particle of light, merging into Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto. In the next moment, Zaraki's Zanpakuto flashed with a brilliant light, its entire form trembling. Zaraki, taken aback by the spectacle, released his grip on the blade. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Zanpakuto flew back into Imowen's grasp. Imowen was not surprised by this turn of events. He raised the Zanpakuto, tenderly stroking its blade, and spoke to it. It was a mere act of kindness. You need not thank me. Upon his words, the Zanpakuto emitted another flash of white light. It seemed Imowen understood the Zanpakuto's sentiments, eliciting a chuckle from him. Ah, do you wish to witness the sword in my hand? We shall see if Kenpachi has the capability to match it. After uttering this line, The Zanpakuto in his hand glimmered brightly. The two, one person and one blade, engaged in an unperturbed dialogue. The assembled captains and Yoruchi stood in a daze, utterly transfixed by this surreal scene. They had never imagined that someone could communicate so seamlessly with a Zanpakuto, especially that of another, and in merely its initial form. The 10th Division captain, a youthful figure with silver hair, Toshiro Hitsugaya, turned to Aizen beside him and quietly remarked, "Aizen, do you think he might be capable of performing Bankai with another Zanpakuto?" Aizen, with a scholarly demeanor, adjusted his glasses and directed his gaze towards Yamamoto Jinryusai. "Captain Commander, what is your perspective?" Yamamoto pondered for a moment before responding. "From what is evident, as long as this individual possesses captain-level spiritual pressure, he should be able to perform Bankai with Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. However, he is not a Shinigami, so we cannot be certain, especially since he has already accomplished such extraordinary feats." The others contemplated his words thoughtfully. Byakuya Kachiki coldly interjected, "If even Ichigo Kurosaki can manifest his spirit, this mysterious individual, who possesses an intimate understanding of Zanpakuto, should have no trouble achieving Bankai." Aizen's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable light as he echoed Byakuya's sentiment. "Captain Kachiki is correct. He likely can perform Bankai. But the real question is whether he even needs to do so. Captain Kenpachi, or rather, we captains, cannot even provoke him to draw his sword. It appears he has transcended the boundaries of Shinigami." Toshiro Hitsugaya trembled slightly, disbelief etched on his face. "Miss Yoruchi just mentioned that none of us could compel him to draw his sword. Could that truly be the case?" The others turned their attention back to MO1. After conversing with the Zanpakuto, he returned it to Kenpachi Zaraki. "It shares your fervor for battle. Cherish it well." Throughout the dialogue between the man and the blade, Kenpachi Zaraki had altered his previous perceptions. He bowed deeply to MO1. "Thank you." Suddenly, Yuichiro appeared beside MO1, also bowing her head. "Thank you, from now on. You will be my best friend." MO1 first regarded Yuichiro with a knowing glance, then ruffled her hair and spoke a phrase only she could comprehend. "Yuichiro, remember that the current you is truly you. Should there come a day when you must choose, seek me out at the Huazhong Pavilion, and I will assist you with your challenges." Yuichiro shivered slightly, momentarily dazed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yuichiro will remember. "May I know your name?" "Do not inquire about the appearance of forgetting." Thus, I introduced myself. "I am MO1, hailing from the ninja world. As for the whereabouts of the ninja world, I shall explain shortly." Just as Kenpachi Zaraki was about to question MO when regarding any issues with Yuichiro Kusajishi, the voice of Yamamoto Jinryusai echoed through the air. "Esteemed one, this is not a place for conversation. Might I request you to accompany us to the Soul Society for a more detailed discussion?" Chapter 95, Departure. 5 days had elapsed since MO1's arrival in the realm of the Shinigami. During these 5 days, following amicable exchanges with the likes of Yamamoto and others, he ultimately fulfilled the purpose of his visit. This so-called amicable exchange entailed MO1 besting every captain, save for Aizen and Yamamoto. The reason he refrained from confronting the latter two was due to the old man's need for dignity. As for Aizen, a competent antagonist must not easily reveal his prowess. In the Soul Society's conference hall, from the 13 captains to the various vice captains, all eyes were curiously fixed on the resplendent portal behind MO1. As he prepared to depart, Yuichiro's mood soured, her small face reflecting reluctance. "MO1, will I truly be able to see you again in just a year?" MO1 crouched down, affectionately ruffling her hair, reiterating his assurance. "Indeed. The flow of time in your world is 100 times faster than that of the ninja world. However, since 2 decades ago, the time flow in the ninja world, the Soul Society, and the pirate world has aligned." MO1's small reminder. A million years ago, the Soul Society was born, thousands of years prior. The Otsutsuki clan sowed the seeds of chakra in the ninja world. The notion of differing time flows among the 3 realms is mere fabrication, a narrative devised for the sake of historical coherence. With a gentle smile, MO1 assured, "In a year, you shall certainly see me in the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Yuichiro's face lit up with an innocent smile. Rukia, the female protagonist of the Shinigami, approached MO1 and bowed deeply. "Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your rescue, Mr. MO. Should you have any commands in the future, I shall obey without question." MO1 promptly supported her with his energy. "Without me, I trust that Ichigo and the others would have successfully rescued you. Therefore, There is no need for such formality. Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions felt quite awkward as they realized they had contributed nothing during the encounter. Kenpachi Zaraki stepped forward, his battle spirit palpable as he declared, "Brother Imo, wait for me. I shall be the third person to compel you to draw your sword. As for the other captains, I yield to no one." Except for Kenpachi Zaraki, Imo merely smiled, conjuring a manual from thin air. This tome, entitled Killing God, 1/, was crafted specifically for the art of slaughter. Its most formidable technique, snow drifting in the world, exuded a lethal aura. If you master this technique, you shall be invincible in the current Soul Society. As for future invincibility, Imo cast a glance at the assembled Shinigami captains before continuing. I doubt the other captains will allow you to surpass them so easily. Thus, you must strive harder." Upon hearing the grandiose title of the technique, Kenpachi Zaraki disregarded Imo subsequent words and eagerly accepted the manual, engrossing himself in its contents right there in the hall. Toshiro Hitsugaya observed this scene, his eyes filled with envy. "I have witnessed various individuals riding on the coattails of others, but I have never seen anyone who could ride on the coattails of their own Zanpakuto." Sighing, he lamented, "I wish my Zanpakuto had such a tragic backstory." Several captains nodded in agreement, collectively believing that Imo was bestowing such attention upon Kenpachi Zaraki due to the latter's Zanpakuto. Imo surveyed the hall, clasping his fists in gratitude. "I extend my heartfelt thanks for your hospitality these past few days. A year from now, when the three realms merge, I shall reciprocate your kindness as a host. Until we meet again." With that, Imo stepped through the radiant portal. Time rewound 3 days prior. In the ninja world, Konoha village, the Forest of Death. The now ravaged Forest of Death reverberated with fervor. The clansmen of Konoha, observing from a distance, understood that the man had begun to take things seriously. This was the exclusive entrance music of Xiao Feng, which had now become that of Might Guy. In the battlefield of the Forest of Death, with a thunderous roar, a colossal blue Susanoo, towering over 200 meters and riddled with cracks, was pierced through the chest by a golden dragon measuring over 50 meters. The Susanoo staggered, urgently plunging its blue long swords into the ground to stabilize its massive form. Inside, a fierce-looking man with striking red Sharingan gazed in disbelief. This imposing figure was none other than the legendary Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The once arrogant Madara now questioned his existence, especially upon catching sight of the figure opposite him, clad in the Hokage's cloak, wearing a form-fitting green suit, and wielding a speaker, all while exhibiting golden skin, Might Guy. Uchiha Madara believed he must be ensnared in an illusion. This could not be the ninja world he recognized. Reflecting on the myriad of messages he had received over the past 2 days, Madara began to suspect he had traversed into an alternate realm. The events traced back to the night before last, within a cave. He had been resurrected through a forbidden jutsu by his disciple and a rogue named Kabuto, reappearing in the ninja world. Upon awakening, he presumed his disciple had reached a pivotal moment in the Moon Eye plan. Yet, to his dismay, the world had transformed. After revealing the truth, his disciple, Obito Uchiha, had the audacity to mock him, saying, "Madara, you are merely a slightly older clown. One day, I, Obito Uchiha, shall make you pay." Following his taunt and a threat, Obito had utilized Kimui to depart with Kabuto, leaving Madara to ponder his existence in solitude. However, as Uchiha Madara, could he easily trust others? Thus, this morning, he sought out the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha, following Obito's lead, to confront the current laborer, Black Zetsu, for a live interrogation. He did find Black Zetsu, but was promptly thrashed by Zetsu's grandfather, utterly defenseless. After delivering the beating, the grandfather boldly asserted, "Given that you are the reincarnation of my great-grandson, I shall spare you from meeting your father, Yui. Yet, I hope you tread carefully. The waters of this world are not something a mere Uchiha Madara can navigate." Could Uchiha Madara endure such disdain from someone he theoretically considered a great-grandfather? Absolutely not. Thus, he resolved to vent his frustrations on Konoha. However, he was now even more incensed than before. What was up with this fifth Hokage? He had not only opened 7 of the 8 gates, but could also summon a golden dragon and transform into a golden figure. Had he not been resurrected through a forbidden technique, Madara would not have known how many times he had perished. From a distance, Might Guy, observing the dazed Uchiha Madara, felt a surge of fervor as he listened to the electrifying atmosphere. His spirit ignited with battle lust, and he boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha, fighting you is exhilarating. Although my dragon seizing 18 palms and indestructible Vajra technique are merely at the threshold of understanding, you can engage me to such an extent." With unyielding battle fervor, Might Guy proclaimed to Uchiha Madara, "I must say, aside from warriors, among ninjas, I, Might Guy, shall deem you, Uchiha Madara, the strongest. You possess the qualifications to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death, the Death Gate. Uchiha Madara, are you prepared? Uchiha Madara? How outrageous. Has he already planned this out? Shouldn't that be his line?" The proud Uchiha Madara was nearly driven to the brink of fury. With a face as cold as ice, he yearned to crush Might Guy, yet found himself unable to do so. After a moment, he forcibly suppressed his inner rage, inhaled deeply, and subsequently released his battered Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, fixed a piercing gaze upon Might Guy, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Konoha is splendid. You are splendid too. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." After uttering his fierce words, Uchiha Madara vanished in an instant. Might Guy scratched his head, appearing quite bewildered. Wasn't I just complimenting him? I meant no offense. Chapter 96 The Tsutsuki Duo, Hashirama Senju, Snow Moon City. By Li Dongjuan's residence. MO1, having just emerged from the chaotic currents of space, quickly located his 2 clones, Bai Li Dongjun and Bai Yujing. 10 minutes later, upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun recount the events in Konoha, MO1 couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Might Guy can be considered a more advanced version of Xiao Feng. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in MO1's eyes as he contemplated something amusing. "Dongjun, when you have the time, please deliver a copy of the Tianlong talk novel to Might Guy." Bai Li Dongjun wore a peculiar expression, having grasped MO1's intent. "As expected of your true self. You certainly know how to stir the pot." Bai Yujing also appeared somewhat speechless. MO1's little tip, clones, through independent cultivation, gradually developed their own personalities. The distinction from independent clones lies in the fact that their cultivation results can feed back to the main body. MO1 paid no mind to the peculiar gazes of the two. After contemplating the situation in the ninja world, he resumed his inquiry. "Dongjun, where is Senju Hashirama? Did he not undergo Edo Tensei with Uchiha Madara? And you, Yujing, have you already met Kaguya?" Bai Li Dongjun first clarified. Uchiha Obito intended to deceive Uchiha Madara and did not summon Senju Hashirama alongside him via Edo Tensei. However, later, he and Orochimaru did manage to resurrect Hashirama. It seems that at this very moment, Senju Hashirama is engaged in training with Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Bai Yujing, upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun's explanation, revealed a serious expression. MO1 immediately sensed something was amiss. But what unexpected incident occurred? Bai Yujing nodded and proceeded to recount his experiences on the moon. "After I modified Kaguya's memories and soul, I ventured into the castle on the moon in search of Tsutsuki Hagoromo. Initially, I presumed that Hagoromo would be of a similar age to Naruto and the others, yet to my surprise, he appeared just as he did in the original story." MO1 pondered for a moment and voiced his conjecture. The Tsutsuki clan originally possessed lifespans of over 1,000 years, and their physical forms are immortal. Even if the bloodline purity of the descendants of the Yui village does not match that of the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki clan, living for several hundred years should pose no issue. Moreover, for Hagoromo to become a branch family's orphan, his talents must also be considerable. He likely isn't too young. Bai Yujing shared this sentiment, adding, "Indeed. Upon meeting Hagoromo, I initially thought of giving him a good beating to make him comply. Yet to my surprise, he recognized my identity and was aware of the ninja world's affairs." MO1 was not taken aback by this revelation. After all, Hagoromo was waiting for Hinata to mature and would naturally keep an eye on the happenings within the ninja world. Aside from Hagoromo, I also encountered Tsutsuki Urashiki, who traveled through time. Bai Yujing's words left MO1 momentarily stunned, and once he regained his composure, he quickly inquired, "Did you manage to capture him?" Bai Yujing displayed an awkward expression. Although his strength was lacking, his escape techniques were commendable, as he could traverse time. MO1's face darkened in disbelief. Bai Yujing, Tsutsuki Urashiki was defeated by a mere spiraling sphere. "Are you telling me you didn't capture him?" Bai Yujing's complexion grew unnatural as he pondered for a long time before finally concocting an excuse. "It's all that scoundrel Hagoromo's fault. I initially intended to eliminate Tsutsuki Urashiki, but Hagoromo insisted he had questions to ask him. Consequently, I lost my focus, and he managed to escape. Imoen dismissed his excuse with scornful remarks. Bai Dongjun merely shook his head at the scene, sighing inwardly. Alas, Bai Yujing, you are truly embarrassing your clone. In a certain alternate space within the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke, Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru, and Uzumaki Naruto appeared at the entrance of an ancient city. Gazing at the characters' sword pavilion emblazoned on the ancient city wall, Senju Hashirama, who had previously worn a look of despair, suddenly displayed uncontainable excitement. He looked eagerly at Uchiha Sasuke. Madara's reincarnation. Is this the sword pavilion of your Zhonghua pavilion? In the next moment, an extraordinary sword was poised against Senju Hashirama's neck. Uchiha Sasuke wore a grim expression, exuding a chilling intent. If you continue to call me that, do you believe I want to silence you? Senju Hashirama quickly chuckled awkwardly. Haha, my apologies, I keep getting your name wrong. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly and took the lead into the ancient city. Uzumaki Naruto, noticing his friend's irritation, cast a disdainful glance at Senju Hashirama. Humph, I truly wish to cleave you in two. After delivering his threat, Uzumaki Naruto followed in Uchiha Sasuke's footsteps. Senju Hashirama watched their departing figures, murmuring softly. As expected of Madara's reincarnation, their bond mirrors the one I shared with Madara. Orochimaru patted Senju Hashirama's shoulder, revealing a long-lost sinister smile. First Hokage. Let us proceed. Inside a tall building of the Sword Pavilion, Senju Hashirama gazed at Yi Guqing with a look of anticipation. Senior, what do you think? Is my talent sufficient to join the Zhonghua Pavilion? Yi Guqing stroked his chin, scrutinizing Senju Hashirama before responding. The Zhonghua Pavilion is composed of three major branches: the Sword Pavilion, the Blade Pavilion, and the Unruly People. Your talent is commendable, whether in swordsmanship or blade techniques. With dedication, you can achieve success. Do you wish to join the Blade Pavilion or the Sword Pavilion? Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment, curious as he asked, what about the Unruly People? Am I not eligible to join? Yi Guqing met his wide-eyed gaze. To join the Unruly People, one must possess a ruthless heart, capable of killing without hesitation. Are you prepared for that? Senju Hashirama stammered. Well then, I shall join the Sword Pavilion. Yi Guqing nodded and continued. Your talent is indeed exceptional, and you can be considered a genius in any aspect. However, being merely a genius does not qualify one to be a disciple of a pavilion master. Currently, 3 elders are seeking successors. I can recommend you. Are you willing? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. May I ask, what is the standing of an elder's disciple? Yi Guqing smiled at him. At present, the Sword Pavilion has 4 sword disciples, and barring unforeseen circumstances, one of them will eventually assume the role of the Sword Pavilion master. Thus, the status of a sword disciple is at least equivalent to that of an elder. Do you now comprehend your standing? Senju Hashirama contemplated, uncertainly stating, so, does that mean I will have to refer to Sasuke and the others as senior brothers? Before Yi Guqing could respond, Uchiha Sasuke interjected, displeased. Humph, what is this? Are you reluctant to call us that? Senju Hashirama offered an awkward smile. Haha, I was just thinking, once I join the Sword Pavilion, should I recruit Madara as my disciple? That way, I would become his master. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned his serious gaze toward Yi Guqing. Uncle Master, shall I return him to the Pure Land? I feel that such a person would only bring shame to the Sword Pavilion. Yi Guqing fell into deep thought, finding merit in Uchiha Sasuke's words. Senju Hashirama? Observing the serious expressions of the two individuals, Senju Hashirama's foolish demeanor suddenly stiffened. In Chapter 97, the Battle of the Hidden Cloud, 20 fleeting days had passed, leaving just 1 day until the return of the Hundred Tails Hall to the ninja realm. After a month, the existence of martial artists had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. Thus, even before the Hundred Tails Hall descended upon the Hidden Cloud Village, which had already been reduced to ruins, it was already teeming with ninjas from all corners. Oh, and indeed, several significant events had transpired in the ninja world over the past month. After Tsunade acquired the Shikaku at the Heavenly Auction House, they declared Gaara a rogue ninja of their village. However, just days ago, Tsunade rescinded Gaara's rogue status. The reason for this sudden change was tied to another event. 10 days prior, Killer Bee led Gaara, Kinshiki, Uzumaki Karen, Hozuki Sujetsu, Hige Hanabi, Zabuza Momochi, and CHJ are in a brazen attack on the hidden cloud village. The 8 miscreants engaged in a fierce battle with the Hokage, Shimura Danzō, and Sarutobi Hisashi. The 3 were highly capable, managing to hold their own against the 8 attackers. Notably, Danzō, despite facing 4 opponents, managed to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, his 2 teammates were not up to par. Sarutobi Hisashi had lost an arm 3 years prior to a strike from Uzumaki Naruto, and his current strength was merely 50% of his former capacity, including his summoning beast, Inma. After all, ninjas require hand seals to perform techniques, and since the day of his clan's annihilation, Hisashi had devoted himself to the salvation of the Sarutobi clan, leaving his body utterly drained. Thus, reaching even 50% of his former power was the result of a desperate struggle. As for the Hokage, he too was missing an arm. However, his strength had not diminished significantly. This was primarily due to his training in the body technique. The distinctive characteristic of the body technique is that it allows one to harness chakra without the need for hand seals, relying mostly on physical prowess. Therefore, even with one arm, the Hokage retained about 80% of his strength, and coupled with his use of the Kodo Tsukumi, he fought recklessly, disregarding his own life. Thus, he maintained the upper hand in a 1 versus 3 situation. The battle unfolded as follows: Sarutobi Hisashi versus Gaara, the Hokage against CHJR, Uzumaki Karen, and Kinshiki, and Danzō, Zabuza, Hanabi, Hozuki Sujetsu, and Killer Bee against the rest. The 11 combatants fought for nearly an entire day, reducing much of the hidden cloud village to ruins. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hisashi's lack of chakra and stamina that tipped the scales. Thankfully, Danzō's presence prevented Hisashi from succumbing to the afterlife prematurely. Although Danzō saved Hisashi, he found himself unable to continue fighting, which added another opponent in Gaara to his troubles. Having only recently begun practicing his evil-slaying sword technique, Danzō found himself at a disadvantage against the 5 adversaries. In the end, a moment of distraction led him to reveal a flaw, resulting in Zabuza executing a technique from the Jinwu sword art that severed Danzō's left arm. Thus, the tide of battle turned once again in favor of the miscreants. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected twist occurred. At a critical moment, Uchiha Obito, having severed his own right arm, appeared unexpectedly and, before anyone could react, utilized Kimui to rescue 3 individuals. Faced with the spatial eye technique, the miscreants were left powerless. Thus, this 11-man clash came to a close. Currently, the situation of the 4 individuals on Danzō's side is as follows. Sarutobi Hisashi is without his right arm. The Hokage is missing his left arm. Uchiha Obito is without his right arm, and Danzō is without his left arm. Obito lost his right arm due to his training in the Dark Soul Palm, having intended to sever his left arm instead, but was advised by the scroll that it was the right arm that was lacking. Thus, in the interest of caution, he had no choice but to sever his right arm. It must be said that both Danzō and Obito are ruthless individuals. One chose self-mutilation for strength, while the other opted for amputation. Returning to the present, after Killer Bee successfully drove off Danzō and company, he facilitated Darui's ascension to the position of the 5th Hokage. Such a significant event in the Hidden Cloud Village could not escape the notice of the ninja world, especially since the village itself did not attempt to conceal it. Consequently, within just 2 days, news of the Battle of the Hidden Clouds spread throughout the ninja realm. Upon learning of Gaara's alignment with the miscreants, Tsunade's attitude underwent a dramatic turnaround. Now, shifting back to the present moment, Imoen strolled through the pockmarked streets of the Hidden Cloud Village alongside Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Senju Hashirama. Hashirama curiously scanned the crowd surrounding him. In the next moment, amidst the hustle and bustle, he exchanged a glance with a ninja. That fleeting glance set Hashirama's cheeks ablaze with excitement. His exuberant voice echoed down the street. "Madara? Is that you?" Recognizing Hashirama, the transformed Uchiha Madara was taken aback. "Hashirama? Is that really you? How have you been resurrected?" Hearing that familiar voice, Hashirama was ecstatic. Ignoring the odd stares from those around him, he rushed to embrace Madara after a long separation. "Ha ha ha, it truly is Madara." Uchiha Madara's expression was a complex mix of happiness, embarrassment, and anger. In the end, he struggled to free himself from Hashirama's embrace, shouting, "You fool! Let go of me." Imoen glanced at the legendary Madara and then remarked, "This isn't the place for conversation." Without waiting for a response, he waved his arm, and the 6 of them vanished from the spot. "What just happened?" Where did they go? Whoa, broad daylight, and they just disappeared? Is this a ghost? Did you not notice the attire of the others? They are martial artists. Oh, so they're martial artists. That makes it quite normal. In a different space, within a pavilion. Where on earth is this? Madara exclaimed, gazing at the dismal surroundings in shock. Hashirama, however, was unsurprised, for he had played a part in the surrounding devastation. Ha ha ha, Madara, this is a realm of the Sword Pavilion, a place for combat training. What Sword Pavilion? And who are they? Madara scrutinized MO1 and the others with suspicion. At this moment, Madara was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. It was evident that this month had not treated him well. Hashirama initially looked at the wary Madara, akin to a startled bird. Soon, he shook off his thoughts and a look of profound joy returned to his face. Haha, Madara, allow me to explain about the Sword Pavilion. Madara, my master is incredibly strong. Once the 100 Tails Hall affair concludes, I'll take you to meet him. Madara's expression darkened. Who was he, Uchiha Madara? Did he need to seek a master? Yes, you do. Reluctantly, thinking of the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya, and Might Guy, Madara felt that his dignity had been trampled upon innumerable times. In order to redress past grievances, seek vengeance, and grow stronger, Uchiha Madara resolved to take on an apprenticeship. He wanted to become a martial artist. Chapter 98. The Return of the 100 Tails Hall. Uchiha Madara gazed at the jubilant Senju Hashirama with confusion. Hashirama, aren't you a reincarnated entity? Why do you seem to possess the vitality of a living person? Hashirama pointed at MO1 and explained. Master MO crafted a physical body for me and then utilized a secret technique to transfer my soul into this new vessel. My current appearance, akin to that of the impure reincarnation, is a result of my soul still adjusting to its corporeal form. After approximately a month, once my soul completely merges with my body, I shall truly be reborn. Uchiha Obito cast a surprised glance at MO1, astonished by the boy's remarkable prowess. Soon, however, Obito's expression shifted to one of unease, as if he was grappling with some internal conflict. MO1, he inquired, does this mean you possess the ability to resurrect the deceased indefinitely? With a smile, MO1 elucidated, the Pure Land belongs to the Sage of Six Paths. If it is merely impure reincarnation, it will not significantly affect his plans. However, should I resurrect you, you would remain in the shinobi world, which the Sage of Six Paths would undoubtedly oppose. Your fates are unique, and if resurrected, I could bestow upon you a fragment of fortune. This fragment could activate your identities as the children of destiny, prompting the heavenly path to once again take notice of you. Although the heavenly path in the shinobi world currently lies in a semi-dormant state, involving the heavenly path renders you untouchable by the Sage of Six Paths. Obito, though somewhat perplexed, grasped that only he and Senju Hashirama could be truly resurrected. MO1, with a hint of intuition, surmised Obito's intentions. He wished to bring back his beloved brother. Observing Obito lost in thought, MO1 revealed, you need not worry excessively. The Sage of Six Paths can only guard the Pure Land for a little over a year. After a year, someone will inevitably breach the Pure Land. At that time, you may seek to reclaim the souls of your loved ones. Should you wish to resurrect them then, I shall gladly assist. As MO1 exuded an air of tranquility, Obito felt a mixture of astonishment at MO1's formidable and mysterious abilities and joy at the prospect of his brother's revival. Yet, he also felt a twinge of absurdity. Aside from Hashirama, he had always held a disdainful view of others. Now, he felt as though he were gazing at the world from within a well. Setting aside his myriad thoughts, Obito inquired, can you divulge who seeks to breach the Pure Land? MO1 smiled enigmatically. This matter pertains to the imminent appearance of the 100 Tails Pavilion. Once you hear the reasons behind it, I shall reveal the answer. As the day passed at noon, the 100 Tails Pavilion manifested as promised, descending upon a spacious area within the hidden cloud village, with the awareness of all 5 great shinobi villages. The various protocols of the 100 Tails Pavilion were well known, preventing any chaos. A long queue formed at the entrance, with ninjas preparing to pass through the barrier into the pavilion. Yet, the vast majority were blocked from entry, with only a select few allowed through. An hour later, within the Grand Hall of the 100 Tails Pavilion, the space had expanded several times its previous size, accommodating the large crowd. Most of the attendees hailed from the 5 great shinobi villages, with only a handful of wandering ninjas present. Among them were Hashirama, Obito, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Seated together at one table, The Akatsuki members, including Konan, Tsunade, Shizune, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, filled another 4 tables. 3 additional tables were particularly notable, one occupied by the one-armed quartet, albeit in a different guise, another by the 4 sisters of the Flower Palace, and the last by the 5 members of the Shouta group, including Shouta, Kurizetsu, Shuga, Hinata Niji, and Otsutsuki Shuren. As for the other warriors, the doppelganger of Lu Xiaofeng, having developed a persona, now spends his days frolicking through the shinobi world, leaving Mo when indifferent to his whereabouts. Yi Guqing and Ximen Chui Xue were also in a state of free range, as Mo when had not set them as independent doppelgangers due to their exceptional swordsmanship. He still relied on them to nurture his own strength. With the presence of Bailey Dongjun in the Snow Moon City, Mo when had no need to intervene. At this moment, where was Mo one? Observing from the high platform, he sat alongside by Xiaoxing and the unremarkable Mud Buddha. Below, Tsunade gazed at Hashirama, her eyes brimming with joy. She had learned of Hashirama's circumstances from Orochimaru and longed to dismiss the 3 miscreants, eager to reunite with her granduncle. Yet, it seemed he preferred the company of those 3. When she approached to call him over, he merely said, "Little Tsunade, remain where you are, I shall stay here." Tsunade felt a pang of heartache. In addition to Tsunade, the 5 great shinobi villages had also noticed Hashirama and Obito, but they remained unfazed. For the tale of Obito's defeat at the hands of Might Guy had spread throughout the shinobi world after being intentionally publicized by Konoha. Deidara, spotting Obito, was filled with excitement. He eagerly turned to the now-recovered Nagato, exclaiming, "Leader, I heard from Brother Scorpion that you encountered Uchiha Obito 5 days ago and gave him a good beating. Is that true?" His voice was loud enough for those around to hear, eliciting a flurry of curious glances in the direction of both parties. Obito caught wind of Deidara's words, while Hashirama, noticing his friend's fierce expression, quickly stood up and glared at the Akatsuki members, his tone laced with hostility. What is there to boast about in defeating him with Madara's eyes? Once the 100 Tails Pavilion concludes, I will challenge you all to a duel. The Akatsuki members, particularly Itachi Uchiha and Konan, were filled with a desire to silence Deidara. How could he not perceive that Obito was now associated with the Chinese pavilion? The fated children, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, already filled them with trepidation. If they added Hashirama and Obito to the mix, they might as well prepare for their own demise. Konan shot Deidara a fierce glare before signaling to the others to remain silent, forbidding them from accepting Hashirama's challenge. Faced with Konan's ire, none dared to defy her. They averted their gazes, pretending not to hear Hashirama's words. Hashirama, sensing their compliance, boasted to Obito as if celebrating a victory, "Madara, I have avenged you." Obito huffed disdainfully, saying nothing, yet within him, his hatred for Nagato intensified. He now harbored animosity even towards the Akatsuki members. From the high platform, Imoen observed this scene and silently gave Deidara a thumbs up. Deidara was indeed quite courageous. At that moment, Bai Shaoxing scanned the hall and declared loudly, "The purpose of the 100 Tails Pavilion's emergence, as I have previously stated at the auction house of all realms, is connected to a significant upheaval in the shinobi world in 1 year. Before revealing the details, allow me to present a visual record for your viewing." Upon finishing, a shimmering screen materialized above the 3 of them. As the screen appeared, the crowd below regarded the images with keen curiosity. Within the projection, a group aboard a dog-headed warship appeared, their faces etched with terror as they gazed toward a certain direction. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice echoed through the scene. "Black Robe, if it is merely the wind god's wrath, it is unworthy of my blade." Then, a chilling voice followed. "Mo Jinzi, where is this? Do not blink, or you shall meet your demise." As the images shifted, the audience began to understand the source of the fear among those aboard the warship. They stared, entranced, at the towering shadows within the scene, witnessing the annihilating lightning, the celestial sword intent connecting heaven and earth, and the colossal crimson sword aura piercing the sky. In the moment when Moen's shadow seized the dog-headed warship, the crimson giant sword energy suddenly sliced through the void, dispersing 3 divine phantoms in succession. Following this, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the scene, as the immense sword energy collided fiercely with a torrent of lightning. The sound of the explosion caused the very earth to tremble. The energy released transformed into a colossal mushroom cloud, swiftly expanding into a vast sea of white energy that surged across the boundless ocean. This white energy, akin to a ferocious beast of the primordial wilderness. Mercilessly devoured everything in its path, reducing all obstructive matter to nothingness. The scene then shifted. A dog-headed battleship, moving at lightning speed, appeared as if it were fleeing, pursued relentlessly by the advancing white energy. The chase stirred unease among the onlookers in the hall. The footage then fast-forwarded, revealing a cataclysm of sword light, flames, and lightning that engulfed the entire sky. After an indeterminate amount of time, the scene transitioned above a planet, where an unfathomably tall sword light abruptly sliced through nearly half of the celestial body. From this vantage point, they witnessed the terrifying sword light penetrate a quarter of a vast ocean. In the next moment, the screen faded to black. Just as the audience anticipated a return to the visuals, the voice of Bai Shaoxing resonated through the hall. He explained that the ensuing battle involved various martial intentions that could not be witnessed by any ninja below the Chunin level, thus concluding the visual display. After his words, he allowed the crowd a moment to process the information. Realizing who the combatants were, the audience's gaze fell upon Mo1. One was Mo1 himself, while the other was the figure cloaked in black who had sold the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. Only the clones connected to him were aware of Mo1's journey to the pirate realms. No one else had any inkling. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were flushed with excitement, affirming that their brother Mo1 was indeed the strongest. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara wore expressions of disbelief. To them, Mo1 had always been mysterious yet courteous. They believed him to be strong, but the extent of his power seemed rather excessive. While the Akatsuki members felt joy at having Mo1 as their master, they also bore a weight of concern. They rejoiced in his strength, yet pondered why such a formidable individual maintained a close relationship with those two little devils. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were now questioning their life choices. They knew Mo1 well, as all three hailed from Konoha. They began to suspect that either their approach to martial arts was flawed, or Mo1 had somehow activated a cheat, achieving such strength in merely a few years. Uchiha Obito sighed in relief, grateful that he had not offended Mo1. Otsutsuki Shurin, witnessing Bai Yujing effortlessly subduing Otsutsuki Urashiki, thought that was extraordinary. However, the duo on the screen surpassed even Bai Yujing in their absurdity. Hondan felt a heavy gloom settle within him, deeply concerned for the fate of the Otsutsuki clan. Sometime later, Orochimaru's slightly excited tone shattered the hall's silence. Mo1. This does not appear to be the ninja world, does it? From above the planet, it seems this world is predominantly water. Moreover, it appears vastly larger than the ninja realm, unlike any martial artist's alternate space. Is this the world to which you previously transported the people of the Land of Waves? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the crowd began to connect the dots. Many had heard Bai Yujing explain the concept of the myriad worlds at the auction house, and they now recognized this as another realm. Mo1, folding his fan, looked at the curious assembly below, smiling as he elaborated. No. This world is known as the pirate world, an entirely different realm. He paused momentarily. The pirate world is an oceanic domain, primarily composed of 4 seas: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Each sea is larger than the ninja realm. Overall, the pirate world is approximately 5 times more expansive than the ninja realm. As Mo1 concluded his explanation, the audience gained a preliminary understanding of the pirate world. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait. 1 sea is already larger than the ninja realm, and that sword light just crossed over an entire sea. Does that not imply that Mo1 could cleave the ninja realm in 2 with a single strike?" Those of lesser intellect also began to grasp the implications, their faces stricken with terror as they looked towards Mo1. What if he were to become displeased and obliterate the ninja realm with a single blow? A chill ran down their spines as they felt the impending threat of displacement. After a while, Bai Shaoxing addressed the crowd below, proclaiming, "Let us set aside the pirate world for now, and I shall share with you the history of the ninja realm." The audience was puzzled as to why the topic shifted back to the ninja realm, yet upon realizing the significance of the secrets to be unveiled, they attentively leaned in. There existed a blank period of 100,000 years in the history of the ninja realm, preceding which was the Age of Warriors. This era was divided into 5 distinct epochs: the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, the Upper Ancient Era, the Primordial Era, and the Beginning of Time. Each epoch varied in duration, primarily determined by the evolution of heaven and earth. The more ancient the era, the longer its span. The audience found themselves bewildered yet intrigued. The Middle Ages lasted around 1 million years, the Ancient Era approximately 10 million years, the Upper Ancient Era 100 million years, the Primordial Era 1 billion years, and the Beginning of Time 100 billion years. Beyond the beginning of time lay the Chaos Era, which was timeless and did not belong to the Age of Warriors. Observing the audience's stunned expressions, Bai Shaoxing felt compelled to add a clarification. The reason we, as warriors, can endure to this day is tied to the alternate space of martial artists. The realms above the immortal realm are not singular. Our sects and families possess ancestors who have comprehended the power of time, which is the application of the laws of time. The alternate space of warriors was created by these ancestors using the power of time, which has the unique characteristic of indefinitely prolonging human lifespans. The crowd felt their minds buzzing, rendered speechless by the revelations. After a considerable time, they began to accept this reality. After all, if Imoen could cleave the ninja realm, then while the Age of Warriors seemed outrageous, they could reconcile with it upon regaining their composure. Bai Shaoxing, noticing the crowd's calmness, continued to unravel the mysteries. The reason we warriors choose to remain reclusive is largely due to two factors, one of which is related to the impending significant upheaval in the ninja realm 1 year hence. The audience's hearts raced, their breaths held in anticipation as they listened intently, fearing they might miss a crucial word from Bai Shaoxing. He appeared momentarily lost in thought before recollecting himself. In the past, the ninja realm was vast and boundless. Even a formidable being in the realm of transcendence would require thousands of years to traverse the entire world. However, as the power of warriors grew increasingly terrifying, the world gradually fractured, leading to the shrinking of the ninja realm. The most recent cataclysmic battle occurred at the end of the Upper Ancient Era, during which 3 unparalleled geniuses emerged, one named En, another named Wei, and the last named Jiao. Chapter 100. The origin of the 3 realms. Upon hearing the names mentioned by Bai Shaoxing, the audience was enveloped by a peculiar sense of familiarity. Brother, do you find the name Kishimoto to be oddly reminiscent? Oh, I thought I was the only one feeling this way, you too? Haha, what a coincidence. I also feel a strange kinship. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Bai Shaoxing coughed lightly and continued, in every era, at least 2 children of destiny emerge, and these 2 are invariably adversaries. Leaving aside the primordial and ancient eras, the children of destiny from the age of antiquity are these 3. As Bai Shaoxing abruptly paused, someone in the audience speculated, Sir, could it be that among these 3, 2 are righteous children of destiny, while 1 is an antagonist? Bai Shaoxing shook his head, his expression turning grave. Not quite. This matter pertains to the heavenly Tao. Though I have mentioned the heavenly Tao numerous times, I have yet to provide a comprehensive explanation. The heavenly Tao embodies the will of heaven, earth, and humanity. It is the origin of the world itself. From the moment heaven and earth were born, the heavenly Tao existed, akin to a newly born infant, naive and innocent. Bai Shaoxing's discourse took an unexpected turn, leaving the audience momentarily bewildered. Among all living beings, the most intricate are humans. Humans experience 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and shock. They possess 6 desires: the desire for sustenance, lust, the thirst for knowledge, the urge for action, the ambition for leadership, and the craving for possession. The heavenly Tao represents the will of heaven and earth. While the will of heaven and earth aligns with the laws of nature, remaining unaffected by the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Yet, human will, akin to poison, insidiously influences the heavenly Tao day by day. By the end of the primordial era, sects proliferated, and dynasties were as numerous as the stars. Sects engaged in relentless conflicts for resources, enacting the annihilation of entire clans day in and day out. Dynasties, in their quest for territory, waged continuous wars, leading to a world rife with lamentation and suffering. During the twilight of the primordial era, daily death tolls reached billions, saturating the realm with a cacophony of human emotions and desires. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Thus, the pervasive negativity eventually tainted the heavenly Tao, causing it to succumb to darkness. When the heavenly Tao became fully corrupted, it transformed into the evil heavenly Tao, heralding the world's impending doom. Although the less astute members of the audience struggled to grasp the complexities, the notion of world destruction resonated deeply, instilling a sense of dread regarding the evil heavenly Tao. Bai Shaoxing continued, However, upon recognizing its malevolent thoughts, the heavenly Tao typically partitions itself into two: the good heavenly Tao and the evil heavenly Tao. The purpose of the good heavenly Tao is to thwart the evil heavenly Tao's destructive ambitions. During the twilight of the primordial era, both the good and evil heavenly Tao coexisted. They battled fiercely from the primordial to the late ancient era, spanning 2 epochs, until Kishimoto, Oda, and Kubo emerged. Initially, all 3 were righteous children of destiny, yet after vanquishing the antagonist, they fell victim to the schemes of the evil heavenly Tao. After orchestrating their downfall, the evil heavenly Tao anticipated a monumental clash among the trio. Fearing interference from the good heavenly Tao, it ensnared its counterpart. When Bai Xiaosheng paused once more, the audience grew anxious. Sir, did the evil heavenly Tao's plan succeed? Indeed, sir, please enlighten us. Bai Xiaosheng gestured for silence, uttering a perplexing statement. The evil heavenly Tao's plan succeeded, yet the outcome was a failure. The audience was indeed baffled. How could a successful plan yield a failed result? However, they dared not interrupt Bai Xiaosheng. Without the good heavenly Tao's interference, the 3 inevitably engaged in a cataclysmic battle, resulting in the shattering of the world into 3 continents. Even after fracturing the world, the trio was unwilling to relent. At that moment, a mysterious figure clad in white appeared, swiftly subduing them. To punish their destruction of the continents, the figure decreed that they would guard the 3 lands for 1,000,000 years. Furthermore, the mysterious being sealed the evil heavenly Tao, while the good heavenly Tao chose to enter a slumber due to the devastation wrought upon the world. The audience found it difficult to fathom the extent of this deity's power. What kind of being could suppress 3 children of destiny and seal the evil heavenly Tao? After a brief moment, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, Sir, do you know the identity of this white-clad deity? Bai Xiaosheng smiled faintly. I have heard from the elders of my sect that this individual traversed from the future into the past, though I am unsure of their exact identity. The audience gasped collectively. This is truly a formidable figure, traversing time and space to defeat children of destiny and seal the evil heavenly Tao. Unbelievable. This surpasses my wildest imagination. I thought Mo, the deity, was unparalleled, yet there exists someone even more formidable. Mo might even venture to other worlds. Perhaps he can also return to the past. Your words inspire a rather bold thought. Shu, keep your thoughts to yourself. The sir is about to speak. Bai Xiaosheng rose, first bowing to the figure known as Inai Pusa, then introducing him to the audience. This is my senior brother, known as Inai Pusa, reputed to be a sage who can divine a person's past and future. I shall now allow my senior brother to illuminate the great transformation that awaits us in a year. The audience remained composed, unfazed by the notion of traversing time or other realms, as the ability to divine one's future seemed less astonishing. Inai Pusa's demeanor was serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. As he spoke slowly, the battle of your shattered the world into 3 continents, each descending into different timelines, ultimately forming 3 distinct worlds. The realm where Kishimoto resides is known as the Ninja World, Oda's world is the Pirate World, and Kubo's realm is the Soul Society. Inai Pusa dropped a bombshell that left the crowd in stunned silence. In 1 year, the good heavenly Tao will awaken, the evil heavenly Tao will break its seal, and the 3 realms will merge. Their collective gasp echoed through the air. Despite their experiences as ninjas, they had never anticipated such terrifying news. Finally, someone voiced their frustration. So, the merging of 3 worlds is one thing, but why must the evil heavenly Tao break free from its seal? What do you mean by merging 3 realms? We are talking about 3 entire worlds. Alas, I fear for the ninja world. Brother, what leads you to such despair? Even if the evil heavenly Tao breaks free, surely there are warriors to confront it, right? Look at those 2 worlds. One is the Pirate World, and the other is the Soul Society. Just from their names, it's clear they are not filled with benevolent beings. You have a point, and it seems we might not even measure up to their territories. Alas, let us hope we are not the weakest of the 3 worlds. Did not Mo, the deity, visit the Pirate World? He must be aware of the situation. As this remark was made, all eyes turned back to the elevated platform. Bai Xiaosheng would not disappoint. He proclaimed, aside from having visited the Pirate World, Mo Jinzi has also journeyed to the Soul Society. I have invited him here today to share insights about these 2 worlds. Upon hearing Bai Xiaosheng's words and gazing at Mo1, the audience's faces radiated admiration. Truly, He was a great being, having traversed not only the pirate world but also the Soul Society. Imoen observed the expectant expressions of the audience and mused, "Ah, so this is what it feels like to bask in by Xiaoxing's glory. Indeed, it is somewhat delightful." With a hint of vanity, Imoen stood up and clasped his fist towards Bai Xiaoxing. "I am honored by your invitation, and I shall convey the truth as it is." Chapter 101. The popularization of pirates. With a polite remark from Bai Xiaoxing, Imoen turned his gaze towards the crowd below. A bright smile gracing his face as he began, "Allow me to expound on the world of pirates. The origin of the name pirate world is as straightforward as it sounds. This realm is teeming with countless pirate crews. Smaller crews may dominate a village or an island, while larger ones can command entire nations or seas, all of which is quite commonplace. Following the pirates, we have the Navy, which can be considered the most formidable force in the pirate world, primarily tasked with apprehending these marauders. Although the Navy is powerful, it is the one who leads them that wields the true strength. The intricacies of their relationships involve some secrets that I shall refrain from elaborating on. I will not delve into the other factions in the pirate world, but will instead focus on its power structure." Despite Imoen only touching upon it briefly, the crowd below could discern the chaos that enveloped the pirate world. A world that bears the name of thieves must surely be rife with a tumultuous environment. Imoen continued, "In this world, there exists a type of fruit known as the devil fruit. The devil fruits are classified into three main categories: paramecia, logia, and zoan. Those who consume a paramecia fruit gain a myriad of abilities. For instance, the Gomu Gomu no Mi allows the user to stretch their body like rubber, while the Gura Gura no Mi can unleash devastating earthquakes, and the Z-gravity fruit can manipulate gravitational forces. Logia fruits enable users to control elemental forces of nature and even transform their bodies into corresponding natural elements, rendering them intangible and impervious to attacks. Examples include the Goro Goro no Mi, which grants control over lightning, and the Mera Mera no Mi, allowing transformation into fire. Lastly, we have zoan fruits, which, as the name implies, enable the user to transform into animals or adopt hybrid forms. Those who ingest these fruits not only acquire the strength of animals, but also their remarkable regenerative abilities, defensive capabilities, and offensive prowess. Within the zoan category, there are mythical zoan fruits, such as the Uo Uo no Mi, allowing the user to become a dragon, possessing all the powers attributed to dragons, such as cloud riding and fire breathing. Another example is the Tori Tori no Mi, enabling transformation into a phoenix, which is nearly indestructible. The devil fruits possess two additional characteristics. Typically, an individual may consume only one, and upon the death of a user, their powers are reincarnated into a new fruit that randomly appears somewhere in the world. The crowd below gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. After a prolonged silence, one exclaimed, "What on earth is this world? This journey to power seems almost trivial. How unfair. The three realms clearly belong to one, yet the pirate world stands out so starkly. Jealousy. A single devil fruit can create a powerhouse. Is this a joke? To transform into a dragon, to become an immortal phoenix, to command thunder, surely. These devil fruits are treasures left behind by Oda himself. It is possible. These devil fruits can be reused, not merely one-time consumables, as though they were prepared specifically for them. This is disastrous. There is no need to think. The pirate world must be overwhelmingly strong." As the conversation continued, a sense of dread settled over them. If these devil fruits had no drawbacks, the Tsutsuki clan would likely face extinction. Meanwhile, the one-armed quartet appeared exhilarated, sensing they had discovered a shortcut to power. Mo1, noting the troubled expressions of the crowd, finally shared some good news. Devil fruits are not omnipotent. Those who consume them cannot come into contact with seawater, or else they will become powerless and unable to actively use their abilities. Additionally, the elemental transformation of Logia users can be countered by a certain technique in the pirate world known as Haki, specifically armament Haki, which allows one to strike elemental users. There also exists a peculiar stone called Sea Prism Stone, which can nullify a user's abilities upon contact. Hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. However, the moment was fleeting as Mo1 proceeded to deliver more bad news. In the beginning, the ninja world will undoubtedly pale in comparison to the pirate world. After all, your ninjutsu cannot produce seawater, nor do you possess armament Haki. Moreover, aside from the devil fruits, The physical combat techniques in the pirate world are exceptionally formidable, and the 3 types of haki are essential skills for any strong individual. When continued to expound upon the various forms of haki: observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Those who master observation haki gain heightened sensory perception, allowing them to detect the information of nearby beings and predict dangers. Some powerful users of observation haki can even foresee the future. As for armament haki, it not only counters devil fruit users, but also enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, akin to an invisible armor that protects the individual. Finally, conqueror's haki is an innate royal trait. Its possessor can intimidate opponents into unconsciousness. A more advanced application allows the user to envelop their attacks with conqueror's haki, significantly augmenting their offensive power and enabling them to strike from afar. Observing the astonished expressions of those below, Imowen remained undeterred in his exposition. Both armament and observation haki can be learned through training, while conqueror's haki is exceedingly rare, with only a few individuals out of millions awakening this ability. This is intrinsically linked to a person's charisma. In simple terms, those who awaken conqueror's haki possess the potential to become kings. After so much elaboration, Imowen suddenly found himself considering that Bai Xiaoxing's role was not as easy as it seemed. It truly required considerable vocal effort. Upon Imowen's conclusion, the crowd felt an overwhelming urge to switch worlds. As they noticed Imowen had paused, they began to discuss amongst themselves. This pirate world is utterly unreasonable, extremely so. Indeed, the 3 types of haki provide both attack and defense. They are the epitome of close combat techniques. With the devil fruits and the 3 types of haki, there are no weaknesses on land. One exclaimed, "If I were to consume a devil fruit, avoid the sea, and master the 3 types of haki, wouldn't I be invincible? This is unacceptable. They don't leave us anything good in the ninja world. Look at Oda. He has crafted such an impressive pirate world." Another lamented, "Indeed, I am tempted to venture into the pirate world. This ninja world is truly lacking." At that moment, someone directed a question at Mo1, God. According to your explanation, is the pirate world truly that powerful? Are there many who can wield the 3 types of haki? And what about the devil fruits? Imowen gestured for silence and clarified, "Many can wield armament and observation haki, but those who possess conqueror's